very clearly said hi back to me at one point, which was very cute. But you don't get that standout memory the way you think you're going to.
Like they don't suddenly come up to you and go, theoretical.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine a baby's first word was theoretical.
I love that. That's what Jay came up with.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Jan was just recently doing some comedy writing in Vancouver, and I feel like that
needs to go in.
It does. That was hilarious.
Thank you. A partner randomly showing you affection. This breaks my freaking heart.
Oh, no.
That in a moment, someone's swinging their arm around you or a little kiss on the neck or something, just suddenly electricity is going through your body. When my dog's nice to me, I really appreciate it.
Oh, Poppy.
I can't even tell you. When he sits next to me or like takes time for me, thank you, Poppy. When you're trying to make a point and someone finally gets it.
Oh, that's so satisfying.
A familiar smell.
I recently discovered that a hair product I had purchased has the same scent as the perfume Pretty Barbie that I had in the early 90s.
Oh my God, Caitlin.
And I couldn't figure out what it was. I was like, this is a core memory. What's going on here? And then I remembered it was the perfume that came with Perfume Pretty Barbie. It's my favorite thing.
Perfume Pretty Barbie.
She came with her own proprietary blend of perfume. And it was my favorite thing. As a kid, I carried it in a little purse.
A loved one says they're proud of you. That's big.
I'm going to cry.
Everyone listening right now just got a huge ball in their throat.
Right? Oh.
Or when a friend says they're proud of you. When a work colleague says they're proud of you.
Yeah.
When someone takes the time, I think it's very important to tell people you are proud of them because it is a very specific emotional response that it garners. So keep that in mind today. Maybe today you can actually tell someone that you're proud of them. Mm-hmm. Finding something you thought you'd lost. Yes, huge.
That's the most relieving feeling. I'm currently missing a bracelet and I'm sure it's somewhere and I just cannot. It was a Christmas gift from my husband. It's not super expensive, but I just want it. And
doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm looking high and low for it and I have a feeling it's going to come back to me. And when I find this thing again, I'm going to be so relieved.
My friend Susan Benedictson, years ago, she was an old high school friend. She was a year older than me, but in a small school, you remember everybody. We had reconnected. And probably through Facebook. I'm going to say this is 20 years ago. Anyway, she wrote me a note and she goes, I can't believe I found you on here. This has been like finding a precious piece of lost jewelry to me. And I remember thinking that is one of the most specific, loveliest, most delicate compliments. And I'll never forget it. That's what she said. You're like finding a precious piece of lost jewelry.
That's quite poetic, actually. Like, I feel like
it really was.
It is.
Waking up before your alarm and realizing you get to sleep longer. Like you wake up at 1 a.m. and you literally don't have to get up till 5:30. You have 4.5 hours to go.
Oh, yeah.
When it's 6 to 8 a.m. Oh, so good.
I don't know what that's like anymore, but
Getting upgraded. Hotel or airplane, you're sitting in the lobby and all of a sudden, Miss Burke, can you bring your passport to the front desk, please? And you're upgraded. I think that's fantastic. Anyway, those are the few. Then there's a few more that made the top 25. Getting carded when you buy alcohol, hitting the exact number when you're pumping gas. Not so sure about that one. Thinking it's Thursday and it's actually Friday.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a lot of people that take pictures of when it's 11:11 or 12:12 or 4:44 or 5:55 or 3:33. I'm not one of those people, but I see those on Instagram all the time. I'm like, why the are you taking a picture of a clock? Anyway, numbers are important to people. People
think it's like spiritual messages because I remember that I was seeing 11:11, 4:44, 2:22, like all the time. And I still see it. But I realized that my pattern throughout the day meant that I was most likely to be either looking at my phone or in my kitchen looking at something at that time. So there was kind of like a logical explanation for it.
They're called angel numbers.
Yes, that's it. Angel numbers.
All right. I'll take it. Listen, Kim Dennis is on the show today. She's a very gifted medium. She lives in Calgary. I've been to her many times. We thought it would be fun on our Halloween show to have Kim come on today. Kim Dennis is up next. Don't go away. You're listening to the Jan Arden podcast and show.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. We've cleared away that accident on the westbound side of the Metropolitan at just before the DeCowrie Circle. However, it is still a little busy from about Rockland. That volume is beginning to clear out. Northbound DeCowrie is a little busy at the top. Won't cost you too much time, but there is just some additional volume there. No delays heading to or from the West Island. The Tecan and the 20 are both working well. Outbound LaFontaine Tunnel still slow from Hochelaga. The rest of your South Shore spans are doing just fine. Test drive the Chevrolet Silverado 1500 at your local dealer. Eligible Costco members get a $750 bonus. Terms and conditions apply. Details at chevroletoffers.ca. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 9:45.
Noah for Medicine Hat writes, Dear Canadian Tire, it's time for upgrades around the house and upgrades in my toolbox. Any recos? The right tools make all the difference. Cliché, I know, but that's why Canadian Tire carries a wide selection of the tools you need. From brands like Mastercraft, Maximum, DeWalt, Bosch, and Stanley. Get everything you need for home maintenance at Canada's store. This week only, Triangle Rewards members earn 10 times bonus CT money on sockets, wrenches, and portable power tools. Qualifying purchases, conditions apply. Visit CanadianTire.ca or the flyer for more details.
So, Jane, you feel like you're in a toxic relationship?
Yes, we had a good connection once, but lately it's been patchy.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they're slow and quite frankly a bit behind the times.
I see. Well, maybe it's time to cut the cord.
Oh, it's not a cord, it's a cable.
Switch to Bell with Pure Fiber, the fastest internet, the best TV service, 10 a la carte channels, and Crave for only $89 a month for eligible Bell Mobility clients. For more details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
CTV's ultimate murder mystery game, where winning means trust no one, suspect everyone. Let the backstabbing begin. A new episode of The Traitors Canada, Monday at 10 on CTV.
Get away from it all and save in the beautiful Ville de Saint-Sauveur. Less than an hour from Montreal, courtesy Shopago.ca. Save $25 on a delicious meal, lovingly prepared in the festive, casual, chic atmosphere of the popular resto bar, Carol A Go-Go. Then take an evening of relaxation at the magical Strom Spa, Saint-Sauveur. Enjoy their thermal experience for two at half price. Find these and other great local deals at Shopago.ca.
We begin tonight.
Canada's top stories. Canada's most trusted. Canada's #1 newscast.
We have exclusive details.
CTV National News with Omar Sajidina. Weeknights at 11. Stream on all your favorite devices.
Beneath their gorgeous exterior, 1-800-GOT-JUNK trucks were designed to be ready for anything.
How about construction site junk?
All you have to do is point.
Retail, grocery store, warehouse, office junk?
Point, 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 point.
How about the monumental junk left after a fire or a flood or a hurricane?
This time, you'll need to do it with your other hand.
Why?
Because the first hand will be tired from all of that other pointing.
I see your point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Fall is upon us. It's wise to have your vehicle checked before the cold season. Don't open your hood to just anyone. Choose a Spinelli dealership.
Hit the road with peace of mind. Spinelli dealerships offer you a 55-point mechanical inspection for only $99.95. Say goodbye to mechanical troubles. Entrust your vehicle's inspection to Spinelli's experts.
Spinelli, the address of choice for all automotive services.
Well, hello, everyone. It's Jan Arden here. You're listening to the Jan Arden Podcast and Show. I'm with Sarah Burke. She's in Toronto. I'm in Calgary. This is the Halloween edition of... Hi, I'm not even going to do that because it's dumb. I have such an amazing special guest. She's a friend of the show. She's a dear friend of mine. We've known each other well over 20, I'm going to say 25 years at least. Kim Dennis is one of the most gifted mediums that I have ever met. I have been to see her many, many times over the years and have left her space and her sessions absolutely gobsmacked with her insights beyond rational thinking things that she picks up on. She's been such a comfort to me with my mom. My mom has come through Kim many times just to say hello. Kim Dennis, she's with us. I'm going to let Kim say hello from beyond the internet. Beyond.
Good morning. Thanks for that lovely introduction.
Oh, Kim, it's so true. It's so true. You've been doing this. How long have you been doing mediumship now?
It's been probably 25 years. I started in radio in June of 1999. And if my memory's not that great, even though I'm psychic, I think for about 2 years before that, I've been doing readings. So it's like 25 years.
Gosh.
Yeah, I know I'm getting people coming to me and saying, oh, I came to you 25 years ago. I'm like, that can't be possible. But yeah. And as time goes on, it's really quite interesting. I'm channeling people who I've read for.
What?
So I have people coming to me. They came with their mom or their grandmother, and they've since passed over. Yeah, I'm more and more. I'm channeling people who have actually come for a reading.
Okay, now I never thought about that aspect of your work.
Yeah.
Well, they know where to come. They're like, I'm going to come through Kim Dennis. That's where I'm going to go to say hello because I know her.
Yeah, they do, and they've come to me for a reading. Often their loved ones will just automatically come for a reading if that person has crossed over. So it's like, I feel like I know your dad. And they're like, yeah, you do, because he came for a reading. I'm like, oh, okay. That's why he's like feeling like he knows who I am.
Let me ask you this. What's Halloween like for you? Is this a season that you enjoy? Do you love it, hate it?
Oh, I love it. I think, in one aspect, I try to take the paranormal out of this so people feel more comfortable with their loved ones around. But I mean, it's fun as well, too, and I have some really cool stories that are a little bit on the paranormal haunting side a little bit as well, too.
Please let us know. What are those stories?
I visited Massachusetts a couple times, went to Salem. And one interesting experience I had there, they have a really, really old cemetery, like back to the 1600s, where a lot of the victims of the witch trials were buried. But there's 3 young children, and I can't remember the whole story, but they were siblings, and they were murdered, I believe. And when I was looking at their grave, I felt like somebody tapped me on the shoulder, right? And it was and I heard a little voice in my ear, and I turned around, I didn't see anybody there, but I felt like it was one of those children. Yeah, one of those children. But yeah, I know. So it just feels like I don't know for sure. Maybe they've reincarnated, but it felt like somebody was there and just letting me know that they knew that I was there as well, too. And then in Massachusetts is Fall River, where if you know the Lizzie Borden story, back in the 1800s, late 1800s, there was a song, Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. After that, when she was through, gave her father 42. Don't trust me on the song. But she was acquitted. She was charged, but acquitted of the murder of her stepmother and her father. So anyways, they've turned that house into a bed and breakfast. So of course I needed to.
Never in a million years would I go. You went there.
I went there. I spent the night and slept in the room where the stepmother was hacked to death. And nothing really happened, but I slept fine, except there was no TV, so I had trouble going to sleep.
Honestly, you can sleep in the Lizzie Borden house, the actual house. Like it's just not something I would ever do. Did you pick up on anything, Kim?
And I picked up on lots. I went there. One of the nice things was that there was me and 2 friends went, and the woman who kind of looked after the house. Of course, we were the only ones that spent the night there. So, when I got there actually earlier, there was a few people who worked there, and I went through the house, and I knew before I got there where the furniture was, where the tree was, where furniture was before, the layout of the kitchen in the basement stuff, and I really got some insight. They don't know for sure if she did it. I feel she did.
Oh.
I think she totally did. And then they invited me back, the Fall River Museum, to do a talk. They were doing a series of talks on Lizzie Borden, and I did one, just sort of my perspective as a medium. And I'm like, she totally did it. And they're like, well, she was so small. I'm like, she snuck up on them. The mother was bent over making the bed or something like that. And her father was asleep on the couch. I'm like, a 10-year-old could have done it, right? So it didn't matter how big she was. So, but I feel like we went out to the cemetery too, where her and the rest of her family were. Oh, and I remember on the plane going, I was like, I think she had I know she had a sister, but I think she had one that was an infant that died. And I feel like she had a really bad brain problem. I guess she did have a hydrocephalic sister that passed away. And then when we went out to the cemetery, I didn't know that. Right. So I was picking up on her. I'm pretty sure I was. I didn't sit with any of Lizzie's family to verify stuff, but I picked up on a lot of stuff about how the house was back in the 1890s.
So she must have living relatives. Hey, Kim?
Well, I know she didn't have children. I don't think she ever got married. And she had one sister, and I'm not sure if she had any children.
Yeah, that really is such an infamous crime. And obviously, They really didn't have the kind of CSI stuff going on. And it's too bad that in some dark storage room somewhere in a basement that Lizzie's clothes aren't there, or the axe that she used, or, it's too bad that, the criminologists can't go back in time with a little bit of evidence and solve some of these things. And there's another crime too that you alluded to, that you said you are actually a descendant or a distant relative of two of the suspects in the Jack the Ripper case. So there's another creepy Halloween tale.
It is. I found that out through DNA, and I connected with a cousin in England. So my family's from England and Ireland, and she led me on to them. My great grandmother's name was Margaret McCarthy, and she has they're cousins, anyways. Daniel and John McCarthy, who are brothers, and they're both suspects of being Jack the Ripper. I'm not convinced they are, but John owned a lodging house where two of the victims lived. And then his brother Daniel owned the lodging house where Mary Kelly's body was found. She was the only one that was found in a home or in a property. The rest were found on the street. And the funny thing is, when I found that out 2 weeks before, I just returned from England and went on the Jack the Ripper tour. Yeah. So, yeah. But anyways, Daniel and John McCarthy, you can look it up. They're cousins of mine, and yeah, they're suspects on the long list of being Jack the Ripper. I'm not convinced they are, but.
Why do you think people, all these years later, like literally 100, 150 years after the fact, that there's so much intrigue surrounding, like you said, Lizzie Borden, Jack the Ripper, those heinous crimes, and then they were so intricate in there. We could do like a whole week of podcasts on that, but just that he was thought to have been some kind of a surgeon because of the precision of how he removed organs or, cut into these bodies. But what's the fascination? Why are we still...
Big part is they were never solved, right? The Jack the Ripper ones. I'm kind of more on line with the American Ripper guy. I think he is probably the one who did it.
There was an American suspect?
There's an American suspect, yeah. And I kind of suspect that it was him. And with Lizzie Borden, I think the only reason they ever said that she was acquitted, consider the time, late 1800s, they just said a woman of her stature, she was tiny, and she just couldn't have done it. So yeah, so that's why she got off.
Well, rumor has it, I listen to enough crime podcasts to know that women's MOs are usually poisoning. Like they're usually much more clandestine in how women typically murder. So I guess to swing an axe and have that kind of brutality going on. Anyway, moving on. Listen, you have an amazing event October the 29th at historic Fort Calgary, which is also noted to be haunted, Fort Calgary. Tell us a little bit about the event that you have coming up there. Do you do readings? Tell me what that evening is going to look like.
I can talk about some of the things we've talked about. I'm going to talk about, more about souls and stuff like I always do, how to feel your loved ones around. Are there really hauntings? Do those really exist? Are there restless spirits or spirits that aren't at peace? Is that why they're trying to reach out to us? So, and plus I'm going to answer questions too. I'm going to have microphone, just what people want to know. And plus I'm going to give messages as well too, but it's October 29th, 7 p.m.
How many people will be there, Kim? How many, what's the capacity?
100. I'm just going to do a small group. I'm going to make it intimate.
100 is a lot of people. But yeah, Fort Calgary is one of Calgary's many kind of renowned haunted spots.
Well, it's the oldest.
What are some of the stories of the hauntings there?
I'm not too familiar with them, and I'm trying to keep it that way. So because less is better for me. So I'm hoping to have one person there at least who is familiar with Fort Calgary, maybe works there or whatever, who maybe can validate some of the stuff that I'm picking up. I'm not sure if I'll pick up any ghosty people or whatever. I'm probably going to be more focused on my audience, but hey, I'm open to anything. I went to Knox United Church years ago. Somebody at Calgary Herald did a story on me and just what I could pick up there. But you know what I picked up? I picked up that there was a gentleman who passed away years ago who worked at the church, who lived next door, and he committed suicide by jumping off the building. And they validated that was true, which was really cool for me because, how not that I look anything up, but how could I, right? And yeah, he was a caretaker or something. And I don't know if it was back in the 30s or something, but I was like, the guy I'm getting, I said, committed suicide. He jumped off and they went and checked and he did. Yeah, he did. So
Yeah, it's just amazing the traces that people, kind of the contrails of their spirits that people leave behind them. We're talking to Kim Dennis. She's a friend of the show. She's a really gifted medium, talks to people that have passed over to another place. We're going to continue our conversation with Kim right after these brief messages from beyond.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
We are seeing some additional volume northbound to Cowrie from about Côte St. Catherine up. We do have an accident right at the top, so that's what's causing the delays there. Southbound to Cowrie looks pretty good. Westbound side of the Metropolitan, we had an earlier accident just before the Cowrie Circle. That's been cleared away, but it's taking some time to clear out that residual volume. Other than that, everything looks pretty good. South Shore spans are working well. It's time for Canadian Tire's biggest tire sale of the year, with up to 25% off top tire brands. Save big this winter. Conditions apply. Details online. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Your next report at 10.
There are all kinds of reasons a couple might be having trouble with intimacy. Men, especially, often feel like they're not up to the task of talking about it, that is. But that's the most important part. Talk about it with your partner and then book a consultation at elnasexualwellness.com. Help is available, always with respect and discretion, in DeCarry Square and on Boulevard Saint-Joseph in Gatineau. Take a break from your usual online activity and visit elnasexualwellness.com.
Want more Jan? Be sure to check out the Jan Arden podcast for stories, laughs, guests, and so much more. Go where the gab is great. Rendezvous with Jan for an exchange of ideas as we try to figure it all out together. Life, love, and moving forward. Are we getting it? Are we not getting it? Join our get-together today. The Jan Arden podcast is brought to you in partnership with Intact Insurance. Download and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The adventure of a lifetime is just a click away. Casting is now open for the new season of CTV's The Amazing Race Canada.
We want to see you on the finish line.
Go to ctv.ca/The Amazing Race Canada to apply.
Go all in with Sunwing Vacations in Mazatlan, the colonial city on the beach. Swap your pool floating for a catamaran cruise, or turn people watching by the bar into whale watching along the coast. And why browse a magazine on the beach when you can browse art and culture in Old Town? In Mazatlan, anything is possible. Because when you save more, you can explore more. Book with your travel agent or
Tired of endless waiting rooms just to see a doctor? Consider Eden Telemed, Quebec's leading telemedicine platform providing fast and affordable access to private doctors. Whether you need medical advice, prescriptions, blood tests, doctor's notes, imagery, or quick access to specialists, Eden Telemed has you covered. Get same-day appointments with a Quebec licensed doctor from the comfort of your home. 100% safe. Private insurance accepted. Experience healthcare on your terms. Visit edentelemed.ca today. That's edentelemed.ca.
How was your doctor's appointment?
Funny you ask. I got a flu shot specially formulated for people over 65. It's called Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent.
High dose what? Valent?
High Dose Quadrivalent. It protects against 4 types of flu viruses and is publicly funded in Quebec.
You learn something every day.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist for Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent, a vaccine used to prevent influenza and the only flu vaccine that is both quadrivalent and solely for people over 65. Vaccines don't provide 100% protection. Side effects and allergic reactions may occur. Visit fluzone.ca to learn more.
Like my Halloween decorations?
Those are just kayaks and paddles.
Aren't they spooky?
Not really.
Okay, fine. I just don't know where to put them.
Create the space you need with Depodium Mini Entrepot. Try 4 weeks free. Depodium.com.
It's 2024 at Mega Kia Brossard with the new Kia Telluride or the Kia Niro EV All-Electric and eligible for government rebates of $12,000. They'll also buy back your current vehicle at the best price on the market. Move on to 2024 with Mega Kia Brossard.
Welcome back. You're listening to the Jan Arden podcast and show. This is a very special edition because it's Halloween again. I just decorated my gate. I put my ghouls out. I don't know what my neighbors think of it. They're very freaky and wonderful, and I love it. And I do love Halloween decorations, but I do not want children coming for candy. because I'll just be hiding in my house. Actually, I'm not even here. I'm in Portugal. I'm in Portugal on Halloween. Kim Dennis is with us. She is such a gifted medium. Sarah Burke, our own Sarah Burke, had a reading with Kim several months ago when there was a lot going on. And your Uncle Harold?
Howie.
Uncle Howie has been through a few times, just telling Kim all kinds of interesting stuff.
I'm a believer.
And you want to do it again. So listen, she's a believer.
It's nice. It's nice when people come back. It's nice affirmation. A nice affirmation.
Oh, absolutely. So before we went to the break, I was talking about just kind of these contrails, and we were alluding to ghosts, especially at this time of year. What are ghosts, Kim, in your opinion? Why do they stick around?
You don't really die, you change forms. So ghost is sort of another word for spirit or soul or whatever, and it makes it a little bit more scary. It makes it a little bit more fun. But I personally haven't ever encountered a spirit that was in a bad place or was unhappy or trying to hurt anybody here in the physical world. But I think it's a fun thing. All right, you don't really die, you change form, right? So, that person that always feels young on the inside of you, as you get older, you always feel like the same young person. That's your soul. That's the real you. It doesn't age. And when you cross over, you're not in some far off land. I don't think they're with us every second of the day, but I think that they can be with us anytime that they wish or choose to. And a person, I would say, is going to be more in the physical world, more aware of them when you're quiet and alone with yourself. You don't have to be still. You could be out walking your dog. You could be, exercising. You could be in the kitchen. You could be doing anything, sitting alone. But as soon as you're alone with yourself, that's an opportunity for our loved ones to come through and let us know that they're. I mean, realistically, when you hear all these paranormal stories, has anybody ever really been hurt by a spirit? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, probably somebody will come up with something. But in the 25 years that I've been doing readings, people can be a little bit unnerved, get caught off guard. It's like, oh my gosh, that's because, we don't know much about the other side, right? So it is a little, people fear what they don't understand. But I've never, ever in 25 years had somebody come to me and say that they were hurt or violated or anything, by a spirit or a loved one or anything on the other side.
I just was watching The Pope's Exorcist. I made it 20 minutes in and I shut it off because I just cannot do like devil stuff like that. I mean, I know it's just a movie, but like when people watch something like The Exorcist, Kim, I think that's their takeaway of what a devil going into a person looks like. And it's really magnified at Halloween time with, the idea of spirits walking among us. I mean, you look at kids' costumes, it's ghosts and skeletons and ghouls and things like that. So it's not one of my more favorite holidays that we have because I don't like the idea of ghosts and spirits. Like if my parents showed up as an apparition before me, I'd probably have a heart attack. Whereas some people are very, like you always amaze me, Kim, because you're so open to communication, to having that little girl tap you on the shoulder in Salem. I would have I would be running for the car, but there's something in you that you do have that sureness and that security. It amazes me.
Oh, well, thank you. It's always been part of who I am. I was born this way. So it's just, and it's always been progressive as well too. And it's never been anything that's hurt me. And the reaction of people who come, like you said, for a reading and stuff, that it gives so much comfort. I just try to say there's nothing to be scared about on the other side. There really isn't. It should be more of a comfort to know that they really haven't lost you as much as you think that they have, right? And they're often trying to reach out to make a connection because they love to do that, but just to reassure us that they're still with us. It's not exactly the same thing, but try to narrow that gap between this world and that world.
What do you think of the difference between spirituality and religion?
Oh boy, where do you begin? I don't know. I'm not religious at all. I don't know. I think spirituality is just a way of life, just a way of being is what it is. There is a spiritualist church and stuff that I go to every once in a while, but I don't know. It's not my thing.
Well, I think that the constant threats that seem very pervasive in organized religion, where unless you do this, you are not going to enjoy the opportunity to have a spiritual, everlasting life in the kingdom of God or whatever. So to me, the constant threats, that's enough for me to go later. I want nothing to do with it.
I'll say this. I've never needed a church to talk to God. never needed a church or a reverend or a priest or anything like that. And with all the stuff that's going on in the Catholic Church, to be honest with you, and all the abuse and stuff like that.
Send your letters to Kim Dennis at 555-719.
I don't need somebody else to tell me what is right and wrong, right? It's just like I know that inside. So God, who I don't see as a person, but as an energy, you know, is put inside of me. I can tell the difference between right and wrong. I don't need a church to tell me that. You know, be a good person, help other people. That's my religion. You know, if you do that, you'll have a blessed life. You know, but I think there is probably a place for it for some people. That is probably a comfort and stuff like that, I guess. But if you start judging others, you know, based on religion, I mean, most wars and stuff, look at what's going on in the world are based on that. It's like let live, right? You think God's up there judging who's believing this, who's believing that?
And which God, you know, which God? Because everybody seems to have a completely different idea of who it is. And
that's fine. You know, it's just like if you're happy and if it's working for you in your life, then I guess, and you're not hurting anybody else with it, then do whatever you want.
Let me ask you this. What about spirits, ghosts, whatever you want to call them, that seem to be trapped in a place that's neither here nor there? Because we do hear these stories. So what's your take on that?
I'm just going by my own experience. I don't think they're trapped. You're either in your body or you're not. You know, I think there's a bit of a process of crossing over. I visited heaven a couple times throughout my out-of-body experiences when I was young. And there is a process. You do a life review where you watch everything that you did down here and you feel everything that you made other people feel, which is sort of the experience of being here, right? Is based on, you know, how you make other people feel.
I'm just talking about the stories that we are told again and again.
So people understood that you don't really die, that you change form, and that you're not in some far off land. Then you don't think that they're trapped because they're visiting you. Like that's the misnomer, I think, is because you're feeling them around. You think, oh, they haven't gone on to a bigger place or a better place. Of course they have, right? They have. So I think that sort of invites the idea of hauntings and that they're trapped and stuff like that. No spirit I've ever channeled was in a bad place. They weren't. And, you know, in fact, the thing is when we're born, you know, we forget everything at birth. When you cross over, the lights go on. You remember everything. You remember where you came from and that you came down here to learn. And when you can't learn anything more, that you cross back over. That you came down to fulfill whatever it is that you were meant to fulfill down here in a learning capacity. Learning continues on the other side. But I think that people don't realize that they're not in some far off land. Just they can see us. We can't see them unless they manifest that way. So therefore, they think if they're feeling them around or whatever, that they're hauntings. And a lot of time we're asking for it. I wish my mom would give me a sign she's with me, or my dad, or my grandma. And then they do, and they're like, oh, my house is haunted. And I'm like, no, you're asking for it. And they show it up, you know, and some of them are louder. Some of them are louder. You know, I contradict myself a lot. I don't think they're really attached to homes and places, although my house was built in 1888, year of Jack the Ripper. And there is a little girl that I do feel in here. She runs through the house. She looks like Laura Ingalls. She's got a little prairie dress on. And she told me a couple times her name was Flory or Flora. So I did a little bit of research on my house. And in 1911, George and Catherine Bryant lived here, and they had a daughter, Florence. They had 5 kids, and one was Florence. So I'm pretty sure that's her. And the last 2 times I saw her was down in my laundry room, and she had an older gentleman there with her as well, too. So, I mean, that caught me off guard. I was like, whoa, right? But I wasn't scared, and nobody did anything to hurt me, right? So, and it kind of made me feel good. And maybe they just visit because of what I do.
Thank you, Kim Dennis, and we hope that you'll come and talk to us again.
I'd love to, anytime.
Thank you so much for listening today. You can listen to us on iHeartRadio, Spotify, iTunes, wherever you get your podcasts. Caitlin Green, Sarah Burke, thank you so much. We'll see you next week. Have a great, safe Halloween. Oh, toodly-doo.
The President's Sale is on this weekend at The Brick. We've gone straight to the top for the best deals in every department. Save up to 65% on sofas when you buy the matching love seat or chair. Up to 50% on mattresses. Up to 33% on dining and bedroom furniture. And up to 30% on home entertainment furniture and fireplaces. Plus, buy more, save more. Up to 25% on select major kitchen appliances. Or up to $400 on big screen TVs. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details.
Want to know something? Tough times call for smart plans. So I called Rideau Lakeview Memorial Gardens and completed my own practical, affordable end-of-life arrangements. Want to know something else? I feel better knowing I planned ahead to protect my family and confident that my plans save money and will spare those I love from facing sudden expenses. Start the conversation today with your loved ones with a free planning kit from Rideau and Lakeview Memorial Gardens. Please call 514-683-6700 or visit RideauMemorial.com.
CJAD 800 presents Life Unrehearsed.
Hi, I'm Matt Delvecchio. This week, the 12 risk factors of dementia and what we can do about it. And I'll be sharing some amusing stories and anecdotes to celebrate the way we age as I look at the lighter side of aging.
Life Unrehearsed. Tomorrow afternoon at 4 on CJAD 800.
Brought to you by Leanna Senior Transition Support, specialists in downsizing and seniors residences.
My dentist, with the help of his team, contributes to my good health. He's able to make over 200 oral diagnoses and to prevent or detect disease well before symptoms are felt. He plays an essential role in my overall health. For peace of mind, I visit my dentist regularly. A message from the Association des chirurgiens dentistes du Québec.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
From the National Newsroom of the Canadian Press, I'm John Kennedy. The Israeli ground operation in Gaza has begun, with IDF troops moving through the Palestinian territory under the cover of a total communications blackout. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the war a fight for Israel's existence and said never again begins now. Israel's military says its warplanes have struck 150 underground Hamas targets in northern Gaza, including tunnels, combat spaces, and other infrastructure used by the Hamas militants. A Canadian man with family in Gaza, expecting his father to come home at the end of the month in time for the birth of his son, says he's unsure if his father is alive. Moayed Salim of London, Ontario, says his father is stuck in Gaza and has no way of knowing if he's alive or dead due to the communications blackout. Salim says he won't know until communications are restored, as Israel recently launched an expanded ground operation inside the enclave. Police in Montreal say they're investigating an overnight fire in an unoccupied building in the old part of Montreal. More than 150 firefighters fought the blaze, which began around 8 p.m. on Friday.
A Montreal police spokeswoman says the fire was brought under control Saturday morning. The cause of the fire remains unknown, but investigators from the arson squad were on the scene. Records show the building was constructed in 1950, though the building's facade dates from 1891. A 2022 real estate brochure shows the building was put on the market with an asking price of $10 million and touted as a redevelopment opportunity. Emily Joveski, The Canadian Press.
Jeep maker Stellantis has reached a tentative contract agreement with the United Auto Workers Union in the U.S., following a template set earlier this week by Ford. UAW President Shawn Fain released a video statement saying at the end of the agreement, Stellantis will be adding 5,000 jobs.
For decades, temps at the Big Three have been abused and exploited. Over the life of the contract, some current Stellantis temps will see raises of up to 168%.
The new deal includes a commitment by Stellantis to build a new mid-size truck at its factory in Belvidere, Illinois that was slated to be closed. A vigil in Libson Falls, Maine is being held today for the victims of the worst mass shooting in the state. 18 people were killed and 13 others were injured on Wednesday when a rampaging gunman went through a bowling alley and a bar with a weapon. Resident Aubrey Castengay says she never thought that kind of event could happen in her community.
I don't know how to explain the feeling. It's really heartbreaking to see all these families that have to go through this. They shouldn't have to. And I just hope that everything, as a community, we can make it better.
Police say the body of Robert Card was found yesterday in a trailer at a recycling center in Libson Falls. This is the Canadian Press.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
A pretty quiet drive for you this evening. No issues heading to or from the West Island. The T10 and the 20 are both working well. We do have a few road closures to warn you about, however. Your 138 East ramp coming in off the inbound Mercier for the eastbound 20 heading downtown. That ramp is closed until Monday at 5 a.m. Overnight, Mercier Bridge remains open. However, it will go down to one lane in each direction on Sunday. That closure goes into effect at 5 a.m. and remains in effect until 9 p.m. Sunday evening. Now until Wednesday, visit Pharmaprix for the bonus redemption event and get more for your points. A Pharmaprix exclusive. Restrictions apply. Offer valid in-store and online. I'm Robin Flynn, CJAD 800 Traffic.
Welcome to Famous Lost Words, where we find classic interviews in the archives and play the very best parts for you. I'm Christopher Ward, along with the creator of the show and my co-host, Mr. Tom Jokic.
Christopher, as you well know, I cannot be trusted.
Well,
last year, season 8, I promised New Wave episodes.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Not only did we not do 2 New Wave episodes, we didn't even do 1. Now...
In your heart, you did them, though.
That's right. I knew that it would be a big undertaking. I knew we would need a ringer to join us, and we did. We got Rob Pruce, and Rob, thankfully, is still here. Because not only did I lie about saying we have 2 New Wave episodes, there is so much extra content. We actually have 3. It's going to be another epic show with some of the greatest names in New Wave and also some of the lesser known names in New Wave who are only big kind of for that moment. So we can't wait to present to you part 3 of our celebration of New Wave. From 1981, that's Human League and Don't You Want Me.
Now, by any standards, Human League had a long run of successful albums with peaks at the top of the charts with Dare in 1981, featuring their best-known songs Don't You Want Me and Love Action. Now, when original members Martin Ware and Ian Craig Marsh went looking for a lead singer and chose school friend Phil Oakey, who had no musical experience, who couldn't play an instrument, much less sing, they set a standard that Oakey continued years later when he hired Susan Ann Sully and Joanne Catherall, 2 17-year-olds he spotted in a club who had no musical experience at all. And in both cases, it worked. In this interview from 1986, Rick Ringer talks with bandleader Phil Oakey about a disastrous show, spending too much time in the studio, and the joy of being perennial amateurs.
First of all, I want to start off by saying that I think you've surprised a lot of us in that we thought that maybe once Dare peaked at number 1 back in 1981, that would be it for you guys. We wouldn't see you again. Maybe you'd be a one-year wonder. But you've come back in more ways than one. You had a fairly successful second album called Hysteria, and now a huge third LP called Crash. And here you are. You're very much here.
Yeah, we don't give up all that easily.
I suppose you never doubted it for a moment.
Sometimes, yeah. Actually, we think about giving up almost every day. But there's always someone, we think there's someone somewhere waiting to say, the Human League couldn't manage it without me. You know, like the producer of Dare or someone that's left the group or something. So we keep on to prove we can do it.
Mm-hmm. And I've always been impressed by your honesty in the interviews that I've read, in the interviews I've seen you in, about your abilities to make music, saying that at times you guys have none. As far as playing instruments goes, admitting that you don't really know that much about making music once you're in the studio, and it can sometimes be really hairy in there, and you're wondering what the heck's going on. You've even been quoted as calling yourselves friendly idiots.
Yeah.
It's an honesty that perhaps could get you in trouble at sometimes, but it's very admirable at the same time, and to know what do you think Human League does best, if not play instruments? What do you think you do best while you're making music?
Well, we always thought that music is really something that you've got in your head, and all we want to do is take the very easiest route we can find to get that out and onto a bit of tape somewhere. You know, we never particularly admired very skillful musicianship.
Mm-hmm. So the hard part is transferring what you think and making it sound the way you want to sound, and that keeps a lot of artists in the studio for long, long periods of time.
Yeah.
So, it's very frustrated simply because that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah. Well, you get a bit silly about it as well, especially if you have big hits. Suddenly you've got more money to do it with, and that means that you're taking more time. And, you know, we've taken 2 years to make our last 2 LPs, and I hope that'll never happen again.
You played Toronto during the success of the Dare LP.
Yeah.
Back in the summer of '82, I believe it was.
I think it was.
And I think you'll agree with me that you weren't quite organized as far as live performance goes then. The show had a few problems. Do you remember the show, or do you remember the tour?
What we remember about it is that we had... Our keyboard player on that tour was Joe Callis, who's a guitarist, and had never played keyboards before. He got conjunctivitis, so he couldn't see that night. He was wearing an eye patch. And we played like the worst show, as I remember.
So you remember it?
We possibly could. But then the next day, the review was, we're sick of these bands coming over with their tapes and being too perfect. And we don't use tapes. We won't use tapes. I won't go on a stage with tapes. So we thought, this is very, very odd. We wonder if the reviewer was at the same concert. We thought it was really strange that we were struggling to get by because we didn't have proper keyboard players anyway, and then we were criticised for being too good. It was very odd.
Oh, lots going on in that clip. But most striking is how they didn't think very highly of their own musical abilities.
Can I cut in on that?
Yeah.
Because when I was listening to that clip, I saw that show. I was at that show, and I wrote a book report, like a music report for my school project, because I was in grade 12 at the time. and I thought they were so bad, I was disappointed. And sometimes now when people say, what's the worst show you ever saw? I always think of that Human League show.
Oh.
Isn't that weird?
I think of Frankie Goes to Hollywood, but that's another story.
So it was at the concert hall. It was Human League at the concert hall.
Yeah.
And I was so excited to see them. And I knew the record inside out because it was all the synthesizers right on the Dare album, and I was so excited to see them play live. I thought, wow, what's this going to be like? And they didn't sound like the record, and I was so disappointed. Like, they were playing like Don't You Want Me, and they were missing keyboard parts, and I kept thinking, they're not even playing the right things. So to hear that clip saying how it was the guy who was normally the guitar player or whatever, was just getting to play the synth.
Didn't he have an eye patch or something? Like, you couldn't
he had an
whole...
eye problem or something. But I saw the show, and I was so disappointed. I had to write a project, and I think it was for my music class, and I had to do a review. I did this concert review, and I got a good grade on it. But I had to basically talk about the fact that I'm like in this world now making records and things, and we strive to play live and play well. And here's this band that's at the top of the charts, and they didn't sound that good. And
but he had an eye patch to go with his pirate shirt.
The pirate look,
so
exactly.
Let's
good
get
haircuts and
straight,
things. That's right, exactly. They danced well.
And by the way, the album they're promoting there is Crash, which was a complete change of direction for them, especially with the single Human, which was written and produced by Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, and arguably not a new wave sound at all.
Not even a little bit.
No, but we definitely wanted to feature Human League, and that story about that concert is amazing.
This is a special edition of Famous Lost Words.
Now the reason we're here as man and woman is to love each other.
From 1981 and their second album, Message of Love by the Pretenders.
British-American band Pretenders may or may not be a new wave act based on their music, but they did emerge in that era with one of the greatest debut albums in rock history. Fronted by the dynamic Chrissie Hynde and built on her powerful songwriting, Pretenders' debut was released in 1980 and became a hit on both sides of the Atlantic. In this first interview clip, Chrissie Hynde grapples with the dreaded new wave label question, and is characteristically blunt in her opinions.
You have been labeled a new wave band. How do you feel about that?
Well, new wave is a label that I think record companies in the media came up with because they thought punk might have sounded a bit dirty, and it didn't really apply to a lot of the newer bands that were coming out. I mean, you couldn't have really called the Cars a punk band, could you?
They have been.
Well, they're not.
I know.
So I guess for lack of a better term, God knows I could have thought of millions, but new wave is the handle.
What would you like to call yourself, a rock and roll band?
Pop band.
Oh, I love Chrissie Hynde's direct way of speaking, no nonsense, and everything she said there is correct. And, the media tries to label things because it can't do nuance very well. That being said, we are devoting 2 very special episodes to music that has been labeled new wave by us, the very unnuanced media.
Pretenders' first North American success came with the song Brass in Pocket. Chrissie's been asked to explain the term.
The song Brass in Pocket, is that an expression that should mean something as is?
Brass in Pocket is a North England expression, which means if you got some money in your pocket, some brass in pocket.
The song is awfully self-confident. It's almost a boast, and yet somehow you get the feeling that it's a front. Did you have any special significance in writing that song that way, or did I interpret it the correct way?
It's a real lightweight, throwaway pop song, that is. It's kind of a piss take. I don't know if you use that expression here.
What's it mean?
Not tongue-in-cheek, but a little bit... I don't know if you can really translate that expression, to take the mick a little bit, to have a go at yourself a little bit.
Yeah, you got to remember that Chrissie spent a lot of time in the UK and was in the middle of the whole Sex Pistols, Malcolm McLaren scene, so you can understand why she's completely in the culture of the UK.
Yeah, you can hear a bit of her accent there too. Like I forgot about that listening to the clip. I remember she's an American with a little bit of a Brit.
Yes,
Mid-Atlantic.
Right. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Here, Chrissie Hynde talks about the virtues of releasing singles instead of full albums.
Are you going to be around, or is the Pretenders something that is here today and gone tomorrow?
I think we're going to be around for a while. But when I say I like that, I mean I like singles for a start. This album-orientated rock thing is a real turn-off to me. I like singles. I like the idea of being able to come out with a one-off single. Like, can you remember, for example, Aaron Neville, "Tell It Like It Is"? Mm-hmm. I think that was the only song he ever did that I know of.
Me too.
And that was a great song. Now, see, if someone is obliged to go out and make a whole album, then it's not. You don't get that sort of that freshness and the enthusiasm where someone can go out and do a one-off great single.
Love that clip. Of course, Aaron Neville did manage to make some great albums after Chrissie made those statements, but her comments about how singles are more important to her than albums is very interesting. Is certainly more prevalent today, perhaps, than it was even the time that she said those words. Yeah. More Chrissie Hynde and the Pretenders in episode 807 in the Famous Lost Words archives, and in that same episode are Madonna and Zappa, Frank Zappa, because that's what we do.
This is Famous Lost Words, where we dig deep into the interview archives and play you the best parts. I'm Christopher Ward with Tom Jokic. Don't forget to check out the more than 140 past episodes wherever you listen to podcasts, including the iHeartRadio app. Still to come,
more from our New Wave archives, including the bizarre story behind OMD's first major hit. And on When Rock Stars Attack, it's Jim Kerr of Simple Minds versus the Critics.
When it comes to vehicle maintenance, our Chevrolet Buick GMC Cadillac certified service experts are the gold standard. One visit and you'll have peace of mind, thanks in part to our expert winter tire advice. And right now, Certified Service is giving you the chance to win one of 20 sets of 4 Goodyear winter tires worth up to $1,200. To enter and for all the details, visit cstires.ca. Chevrolet Buick GMC Cadillac certified service. It's the place for your winter tires. Win with cstires.ca.
When big news happens,
a violent attack captured on camera.
Montrealers know where to turn.
ER waits getting so long, people are just walking out.
Watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Ricardo, quote, "This is one of the greatest inventions ever. I know this may sound like I'm exaggerating, but this sucker is amazing. The first time I did it, I couldn't believe what came out of my sinuses. I could breathe with ease. My wife just bought one too. Thank you for this product," unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is at Canadian Tire, Family Prix, Brunet, Jean Coutu, and Navage.ca. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
If you're not vaccinated against respiratory viruses before winter arrives, you could end up getting sick, especially if you're vulnerable. But if you are vaccinated, winter could be totally sick. Long walks in the woods, fondue dinners, snowshoeing, warming up by cozy fires. It's better to get vaccinated today and make the most of it. Flu and COVID-19 vaccines are free for everyone. The pneumococcal vaccine is also available. To learn more or make an appointment, visit quebec.ca/vaccination campaign. A message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating rating from the Better Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-318-1940. That's 1-800-318-1940. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-318-1940. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-318-1940. Ontario license number 4705786.
So, Jane, you feel like you're in a toxic relationship?
Yes, we had a good connection once, but lately it's been patchy.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they're slow and, quite frankly, a bit behind the times.
I see. Well, maybe it's time to cut the cord.
Oh, it's not a cord. It's a cable.
Switch to Bell with Pure Fiber, the fastest internet, the best TV service, 10 a la carte channels, and Crave for only $89 a month for eligible Bell Mobility clients. For more details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
Talking to your mechanic should be simple.
Yeah, so it's going maybe a and then sometimes but not always, you know?
Chatting with an insurance agent on the Bel Air Direct app actually is simple. Bel Air Direct. Insurance simplified. Conditions apply.
This is Famous Last Words, where you hear some of the best interviews from the past. You'll also get some awkward ones, like the moment when Madonna gave a two-word answer to a pretty great question.
Oh, yeah.
Or when George Harrison said that Paul McCartney had run out of good ideas.
Oh, boy. I remember that.
That was an ouch.
It sure was. And there are many more awkward and brilliant moments in the archives. Check us out wherever you listen to podcasts. Now, let's continue part 3 of our celebration of New Wave. From 1980, that's almost the prototypical new wave sound, orchestral maneuvers in the dark with Enola Gay. And from a very early OMD interview, here's broadcaster Larry Wilson asking Andy McCluskey of the band about that song.
I'm fascinated with Enola Gay. That was the name of the actual bomber aircraft that dropped the bomb on Hiroshima, right?
Yep.
Enola Gay.
Right. I think it's not as perhaps people might imagine when they realise it's about the airplane. It's not a anti-nuclear crusade or anything. It stems from an interest in the airplane itself. It is almost a love song about the airplane, but that was the sort of initial fascination. Myself and Paul were sort of interested in airplanes, and we used to wander around museums. And when we discovered the Enola Gay, we just started reading about it, and it just became a really kind of fascinating subject. And the words have got all sorts of like double and triple meanings in them, which, as you say, the first listening, you just think it's some kind of love song, but all those sort of little things like, is mother proud of little boy today, kind of takes on a lot of different meanings, because the plane was named after the pilot's mother, which is a pretty oddball thing to do, go and name a plane after your mum and go and drop atom bombs on people. And the code name of the bomb was Little Boy as well, so there's a lot of kind of like historical narrative in the song, but it's really undercover,
You can hear more from Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark in episode 302 of Famous Lost Words on the iHeartRadio app or Apple Podcasts. 1982, Promised You a Miracle from the album
New Gold Dream.
New Gold Dream. Right.
81, 82, 83, 84.
All right.
What? Yeah, they put it's the whole title. It's New Gold Dream, 81, 82, 83, 84.
And the album's from 82.
Yeah.
So it made you feel like you were hearing music from the future. That's the way I understood it at the time.
I thought so too.
That is a great album. Yep. Simple Minds on Famous Lost Words.
Tom, in 1982, Scottish band Simple Minds were recognized as that country's top band. And this was a few years before their biggest success with Don't You Forget About Me. Simple Minds had success in many countries, including Canada, long before that breakout song. The following interview with bandleader and main songwriter Jim Kerr is from 1982. It reveals some of what comes before success, but it also shows a band with an artistic vision that they stayed with until it paid off. This is a band with a serious work ethic.
It's really gone very, very fast. We've done 6 albums. People tend to think, well, that's 6 years. It's not. We've done 6 albums in 3 years.
It's a lot of work.
It is. And ideas keep coming. We go on tour. I read about bands who go on tour and they say the carousel of touring, the interview, the sound check, the gig, a drink, bed, it's too much. It's just not inspiring. Well, we don't find it
necessarily that way. It can be if you let it, but it's good, you know. We come back from tour with ideas. At sound checks, we can try things out if there's a bit of time, and really, touring is our lifeblood, both financially, and I think it does provide a lot of food for thought. The interesting characters you meet along the way, and the places that you meet, and that all comes out in the new records, but not in the way that a lot of people would present it. You know, writing songs about the isolations of being in old motels and stuff like that. Yeah. It's not like that at all.
This is a 1982 interview with Jim Kerr of Simple Minds, and this was in support of the album New Gold Dream, which we've talked about a little bit. And they had just had a hit the year before with Love Song, a great electropop song from, I think, the album Sons and Fascination. Am I right, Rob?
Yep.
But the band had a little bit more guts to it because it wasn't just synth. It was an equally good mix of synth and guitars and really well mic'd drums.
They were a huge influence on our Spoon sound as well.
Yeah.
We did because we opened for them in '81 when that album had just come out,
Really?
Sons of Fascination.
Oh, okay.
And I'll never forget watching them at their sound check and just thinking, man, this sound is amazing. Like,
it was big, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it was the combination of the keyboard just driving like a sequencer kind of thing with the rhythm section.
Yeah.
And it definitely inspired us as well. But yeah.
Wasn't there a drummer, Mel Gaynor? I think that was his name.
Yep.
Great drummer, very muscular, like muscular sound.
Yep.
And the next album was equally brilliant. That was called Sparkle in the Rain, and boy, did that have a punchy sound. And then, of course, that leads us to Don't You Forget About Me, which had like just a smoking drum sound for sure.
They got talked about a lot, as I recall, in the same breath as U2.
Yes.
Yep.
And is that because of the instrumental mixture, do you think, Rob?
I don't think so. I think it's Jim Kerr's lead vocal.
I was going to say, I think it is the vocal. Something about the quality of the way he was singing. Definitely, there was
that anthemic kind of bellow.
Yep. Yeah,
also,
for
like,
sure.
Even the voice was kind of similar. And I think the more famous Simple Minds became, the more Jim Kerr thought he was Bono.
Yeah.
I'm just going to I'm going to put that out there because I saw Simple Minds live, and I saw U2 live a number of times. And I'm kind of going, I don't know who's copying who, but I kind of think Jim is copying Bono a little bit. Yeah. Don't tell him I said that. He can be cranky too, that guy.
Oh, no, I know. Here, Jim Kerr talks about the different receptions the band gets as they travel.
The United States is so... I mean, you know, the difference, obviously, from Toronto and Montreal, it's so vast, or Quebec City, how bands can be popular and even taste. We were talking about that yesterday, how bands can go gold in Canada and Quebec City alone because there is a taste there. I find the same thing in United States. You know, it's kind of weird us being in Dallas. It just feels weird to be in Texas, and I think they are, with all due respect to them, I think they are a little bit behind the time just now, but whereas on the West Coast in San Francisco, it's like we get it's almost like our hometown.
Really?
And on the East Coast, there are places that feel the same. And to be honest, the gig in Toronto, the reaction we got, especially on the first night, felt like it was our hometown too, because people are really, really close. So I find it hard to kind of generalise and say, this is what that's like and that's what that's like. But you know that each place has its own kind of culture and root, and that has got a lot of things to do with taste in music.
Oh, I love that breakdown of different countries and cities and fan bases.
The power of symbolism is found in songs and album covers.
If you look at these covers of someone like Ozzy Osbourne or Black Sabbath, and it's all 666 and the devil and evil, and no one looks at it twice. It's not a threat. Yet you have a cover like ours, which, if I can be arrogant enough to say, I think is beautiful. People go, this is heavy. You know, Christian. There is motives underneath it and such. They're passionate symbols, and the cross, believe it or not, is a Celtic cross. There are crosses like that in Scotland, Ireland, and Scandinavia, which a lot of people believe were there before Christianity even got there. You know, the cross doesn't.
So it could be pagan, even.
Could be,
Ooh.
yeah. We're talking about that
Food
too.
for thought.
Yeah, it really is. I think it's important to have original and striking graphics on a sleeve, and I also think that combined with an album that is a very hopeful album, a very positive album. People have put much more than 2 and 2 together. Sometimes I think they've read things into it that they want to believe, which I don't mind.
Yeah, the image of the cross is very prominent on the cover of New Gold Dream. So that's where that conversation comes from. By the way, this interview was conducted by my friend and former colleague, Gord James. So thanks, Gord.
Time now for When Rock Stars Attack. In this corner, Jim Kerr of Simple Minds. In the other corner, rock critics.
I was thinking the other day as well how to describe critics. With all respect to them, and there are some that I like, I think critics are a bit like voyeurs in a bordello or a brothel. They see it every day. They've saw it all before, but they never join in, and I don't know if they could do it themselves.
Okay, brilliant shot. That's a knockout in the first round. Jim Kerr is the winner by unanimous decision. But Christopher, when you first heard this clip, you said, "Oh, Tom, he's said that a number of times. He's used that whole line a few times because he says it so well."
Right.
Yeah.
There you have it. Simple Minds on famous lost words.
Coming up, Boy George calls out pretentious music journalists, and why Neil Finn was embarrassed to play some of his best songs to his Split Enz bandmates.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Southbound Laurentian Auto Route, 2 of 3 lanes are closed between Highway 50 in Mirabel and the Côte St. Pierre overpass. That closure in effect until 7:30 a.m. Your 138 East ramp for the 20 East is closed this weekend, reopening Monday at 5. And Mercier Bridge going down to 1 lane in each direction as of 5 a.m. That closure in effect all day Sunday, with lanes reopening at 9 p.m. 50 or over? Ask your doctor, nurse, or pharmacist if vaccination for pneumococcal pneumonia with Prevnar 20 is right for you. Learn more at Prevnar20.ca. I'm Robin Flynn, CJD 800 Traffic.
The adventure of a lifetime is just a click away. Casting is now open for the new season of CTV's The Amazing Race Canada.
We want to see you on the finish line.
Go to ctv.ca/The Amazing Race Canada to apply.
When the season changes, so does your wardrobe. It used to be a total nightmare for me, digging in the back of my closet to find stuff. Now it's like a dream come true, thanks to California Closets. It's Natasha Hall, and I've got to tell you, I love my closet. Cozy sweaters right there at my fingertips, the purse to match right in front of my eyes. It's glorious. California Closets has a great Montreal team who work with you to totally personalize and truly customize your closet. Who knew my closet would become my haven? Book your free personal design consultation at californiaclosets.ca.
Hey adventurers, Bentley's is offering incredible deals on luggage, carry-ons, backpacks, and travel gear up to 40% off. Swing by in-store or cruise over to shopbentley.com. Your next adventure is calling.
Located in Côte St. Luc, the Waldorf Private Retirement Home offers you a whole range of services, ranging from occasional monitoring to complete supervision. With a dedicated team operating 24/7, the Waldorf Retirement Home provides a secure feeling and a safe environment to all its residents. The retirement community also features a wide range of sporting facilities, an indoor swimming pool, and a theater. Studios are starting at $9.99. Meals are kosher certified. To plan a tour, visit residenceleWaldorf.ca. The Waldorf, a kosher retirement home. Saturday, October 28th, the Montreal Alouettes face the Hamilton Tiger Cats for the last regular season game of 2023. It'll be a Halloween game with pre-game costume contest and fun activities for family and friends. Kids get in for just $5. Get your tickets now at goalsgo.com.
It's 2024 at Mega Kia Brossard with the new Kia Telluride or the Kia Niro EV All-Electric and eligible for government rebates of $12,000. They'll also buy back your current vehicle at the best price on the market. Move on to 2024 with Mega Kia Brossard.
As the largest locally owned mattress specialist, Matelas Bonheur is sure to have a mattress for your needs. Right now, for a limited time, receive a free adjustable bed with the purchase of selected Stearns & Foster and Technogel mattresses. Visit matelasbonheur.ca for details.
We begin tonight.
Canada's top stories. Canada's most trusted. Canada's #1 newscast.
We have exclusive details.
CTV National News with Omar Sajidina. Weeknights at 11. Stream on all your favorite devices.
For some, adventure means going off the beaten path for a day of off-roading. And for others, it's tripping out to Dad Rock on a premium 19-speaker Macintosh sound system. If you own a Jeep Grand Cherokee, you can do both. Or you can just turn on the massage seats. During the All Out Clear Out event, get up to 10% off MSRP for up to $8,650 in total discounts on most 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Visit Jeep.ca for details.
If we trained parrots, we'd be really good at it.
Really good.
But at Hydro Solutions, we sell and install hot water heaters, and we're really good at it.
Really good.
We even install heat pumps and charging stations, and we're...
Really?
Polly, we get it. Hydro Solutions, we get it done.
I'm Maya Johnson. When you're on the go, our news goes with you. Download the CTV News app and get all our top stories and video. It's your home, make it your news.
Watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
Montrealers' favorite fine furniture store is Mobile Art Decor. For over 30 years, Mobile Art has been the best source of exceptional, top-quality luxury furniture, custom upholstery, and accessories for lighting and design that will inspire and motivate you. Imported from Europe and around the world for every room and every taste. For a truly unique experience, professional interior design advice, and great service, visit Mobile Art, 8260 Devonshire, west of DeCarry. mobileart.ca.
Hey, let's have a Halloween party this year, you know, with the neighbors and...
Yeah, sure. I'll go back to Jean Coutu for more candy. And for the moi offer.
Oh, we better invite my sister and the twins, too.
Oh, that sounds a little scary.
Until October 31st at Jean Coutu, get 3 times the points when you spend $20 or more on Halloween candies with the exclusive coupon on your Jean Coutu and Moi app. And until November 1st, show your Moi card and get 2 times the points when you buy almost anything. Details at jeancoutu.com. Certain conditions apply. Moi is a registered trademark.
Plaza Point Claire has spooktacular fun Saturday, October 28th, 10 to 3, with trick-or-treating, face painting, and tarot card readings, featuring Ursula, Maleficent, and Batman. Proceeds go to AmCal Family Services. Plaza Point Claire, Highway 20 at Saint Jean.
CTV's ultimate murder mystery game, where winning means trust no one, suspect everyone. Let the backstabbing begin. A new episode of The Traitors Canada, Monday at 10 on CTV.
This is Famous Last Words. If you're listening to the radio version of this show, check out the podcast version for bonus content, including Rob Pruce talking about teaching Rami Malek how to play the piano for his Oscar-winning role as Freddie Mercury. Now back to more of the music of the 80s. 1983, Church of the Poison Mind by Culture Club. What a great sound of that song.
Yeah. Boy George and Culture Club broke through with a pop soul mix that incorporated so many influences from Motown to reggae. In this clip, Boy George talks about the early post-punk era and how they managed to get noticed.
The thing that happened in England is during that whole new romantic period, and there was like the post-punk thing, there was a lot of bands coming up, and there were certain trendy journalists that were writing complete garbage, like Ernest Hemingway stuff, about these bands that hadn't played. You know, they just had these great clothes, and they just didn't exist. You know, like when they played, people said, is this what we came to see? Now, there was one band called Blue Rondra a la Turk, who, I don't know if you read a lot of the English press, they were on everything. They were there, and people were saying they were magnificent and they were a triumph, and they did jazz and they did all this stuff. I went along to see them, and I was really angry because, number one, I love jazz, like the traditional early jazz stuff. It's my favourite type of singing, and I went along and I was quite pleased the fact that, you know, it wasn't as good as I expected it to be. But one of the things which we said to each other is that we're going to have to... Nobody was playing then. It was all like, yeah, we may be doing a gig in a submarine, you know, like sort of 10,000 miles under the sea. It was all like pretentious. So we thought we'd just go out and play to ordinary people and see what the reaction was. And the reaction got better, you know. Obviously, as we got better, the audience just got better. And eventually, what happened to us was a complete stroke of luck. We were playing miles and miles out of the town in a place called Southend, and one of the guys from Virgin Publishing was on holiday to see his parents, and he popped into this club and he saw us. Now, we weren't brilliant by any means, but the guy thought there was potential, and eventually tracked me down, and we went in the studio. And what we did was, John went to a lot of there was a buzz then. As soon as one record company says, hey, you know, have you heard of this Culture Club? There's a buzz. So John went round representing the band to all these companies, and basically they were saying, can we hear the demo? And John says, well, if you want to hear the demo, then you pay for the studio.
Great stuff with Boy George of Culture Club. Rob, did you guys tour with Culture Club?
We did. We did their first U.S. tour, spring of 1983, 40 years ago. They had just hit the top of the charts with Do You Really Want to Hurt Me?
Right.
And we had just signed to A&M Records out of Los Angeles as a distribution in America, and they got us on that tour. So it was like a 21-date tour,
Yeah.
all over America. And that's actually where Nile Rodgers saw us. We played in New York at the Palladium Club. And Nile was there with Sting and Steve Winwood. And he always told the story that that's where he saw us. And he was a little more impressed with us than Culture Club. And he sort of approached our record company and said, I'd like to work with these guys. But Culture Club were fantastic. And what was exciting was that everywhere we went, everybody was coming to see Boy George. Like, in those days, there was always a little bit more mystery. Everything wasn't so accessible, right, to know about people. And there was the mystery of this singer from England. And people, like, there were a lot of celebrities coming to the shows. And every town we were in, other musicians were coming out to see them and stuff. And they were fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard little sneak previews of these songs like Church of the Poison Mind because they had already recorded all that music. But because they had just hit in America, they decided to hold off on it for a little while and wait to release it. So how exciting that must have been for them.
That first album, what was the first Culture Club album called?
Kissing to be Clever.
Kissing to be Clever was very good.
Yes, it was amazing.
That second album, Color by Numbers, was astonishing. A great collection of pop hits.
Yep. I have a new wave theory, actually. As you were sending me all the clips about this show, and I was realizing that it really seems like a lot of the early new wave albums really found the sound really came on the second albums. Like, people would call it the sophomore slump sometimes, but I really feel like a lot of the bands that you've been talking about really came to fruition even more with the second. Duran Duran's second album, Rio.
Yes.
Our second album, Arias and Symphonies.
Yes.
Really found more footing.
Great
right?
album, by the way.
Culture Club, with Color by Numbers as the second album. And I was looking through a lot of the people on the list, and I thought, oh, it's true that even in the rock era, there, bands had time to grow and do more development, and I think it's true of the new wavers as well.
Is that because they're bringing a new sound, though, that takes a little while to find its footing and to find the audience that's going to become loyal and dedicated to it?
For sure, and it's like you need to do something, you have to do it more than once. So when a band has an opportunity to be in the recording studio, you have that first experience, like, this is amazing, it's good, but you're like, let me add it again. Because then you remember what it's like, and you take what you've learned, and then hopefully you've been on the road playing and writing more as well. You come in for the second shoot, and you're like, you take it to another level.
Speaking of being in the studio, what did Nile Rodgers bring to that for you?
He brought us a real good it comes back to that dance idea. We wanted a punchier sound from him because we had heard him doing Let's Dance,
An Original Sin.
Yeah, and he had just done Actually, I think he did that right after he worked with us.
Right.
But it was the same period. Really, before us, he had done Let's Dance, and he had done a Debbie Harry album, and he'd done Diana Ross. So we were sort of on his ascendant of his career.
Right.
So I think that was one reason.
Two.
Yeah, really, I know, right? So, but we knew he was going to bring us this punchier, sort of danceable sound, and that's really what he did. He sort of stripped away a lot of our British sensibilities in some ways, because we still had the synthesizers and the guitar, that mixture, but he sort of just beefed it up. I mean, we did recording in New York with him, and his engineer was from New York as well, and they just brought a different sort of edge to our sound.
Yeah, it was quintessentially American music, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that he did.
That he did, for sure. Yeah. And so he brought something to us that we were like quintessential Canadians with a quintessential European influence, more than even the American influence. So Niall sort of helped mix it up for us in that way, for sure. Yeah.
Great. This is Famous Lost Words. I'm Tom Jokic with Christopher Ward, and our special co-host this week is Rob Pruce, a talented musician and one of the original members of the iconic Canadian new wave band, The Spoons. Split Ends and their classic breakthrough single, I Got You, from 1980.
Tom, New Zealand has produced numerous bands over the years who usually end up traveling to Australia to chase fame and fortune. Split Ends made the move with a strong following and some great songs. In this brief clip, Neil Finn talks about how two of the band's biggest songs got better.
One Step Ahead is quite a subtle song in lots of ways. It was I was a bit embarrassed to play it to the band when I first brought it to rehearsal, because I couldn't really hear it myself, but
it's the same with I Got You.
I'm very lucky to have to be in a great band that can make the songs better than what I can even imagine. So I was very pleased in the studio that one turned out so well.
Oh yeah, One Step Ahead and I Got You were both great songs. So were Hard Act to Follow and 6 Months in a Leaky Boat. Between Split Ends and Crowded House, Neil Finn and his brother Tim Finn created an amazing body of work. And of course, probably his best song these days is "Go Your Own Way."
Oh, man.
Sorry.
But Split Enz were another quintessential new wave band.
Yes.
For sure.
For sure.
Those early albums were unbelievable.
And they had the quirky hair, the ultra moosed hair.
Yeah, and the twitchy guitars.
And the twitchy guitars, and also the makeup.
Yeah.
Like it was, they were. And also, remember that album? It was called True Colors, and it was etched?
Yeah, the laser etching on the vinyl.
On the vinyl.
Was the most amazing thing. If you held it to the light and it would like reflect different colors and things. Yeah.
From 1983, that's Howard Jones with New Song.
Howard Jones had a great run of pop songs that were infused with synths and optimism. Here, he talks about the legacy of some of those songs.
I feel very fortunate that I can still sing those songs with conviction, because it could have been that 20 years or 22 years later, I would have disagreed with myself about what I was singing about. But actually, New Song and What Is Love, I can still stand by, because I still agree with the philosophy that it's saying, and I wouldn't put it in exactly the same way now. But I still think that one has to question things, and what is love? Is it questioning the idea of romantic love, etc.? And that questioning spirit has to go on, otherwise we don't move forward.
Oh, I love the idea that he enjoys singing the songs that he still agrees with. Like, he still agrees with the sentiment that he was trying to put across, because that's many years later,
Yeah. Things can only get better.
That's right. This is a special new wave edition of Famous Lost Words. Up next, Gary Newman goes from punk guitars to new wave synths. And on When Rock Stars Attack, another band expresses their displeasure with Elvis Costello.
Take care of your body with Shopico. Sign up for a course at Carpe Diem Hot Yoga in Belleuil for half price. Recenter your physical self and your spiritual self in a comfortably warm atmosphere where you'll get rid of stress and toxins. And pamper yourself with a session at Maison Thermosens in Blainville. Discover the treatments they offer at a discount, of course, from Shopico. Find these and other great local deals at shopico.ca.
S&S Conversions, your Carrier factory authorized dealer. Right now, buy a new Carrier heat pump and furnace system and get a rebate of up to $7,825 with 24 interest-free payments. Conditions apply. ssconversions.ca.
As a small business owner, you have to deal with a lot. You're constantly thinking about managing time, managing employees, managing cash flow, keeping up with competition, standing out from competition, customers' wants, customers' needs, and customers' wants and needs next week, next month, next year. One thing you don't want to deal with is wondering if you can depend on your internet and mobile networks. Switch to Bell and enjoy reliable, fast fiber-powered internet and Canada's best 5G network. Count on Bell for your business and enjoy great offers during Small Business Month. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/smallbizmonth for details. Bell, doing business just got better.
Were you told just because your mother had bunions, you'll never get them? Not true. Hereditary factors do play a big part in whether you will end up with bunions. Find out more by calling me today. Dr. Shazia Malik, 514-844-5250 or malikpodiatry.com.
The adventure of a lifetime is just a click away. Casting is now open for the new season of CTV's The Amazing Race Canada.
We want to see you on the finish line.
Go to ctv.ca/The Amazing Race Canada to apply.
Take your business to the next level with a TV commercial. CreativeServices.ca can help for less than you might imagine. We're the pros at CTV Montreal, so we know TV production. Now, let us get you there. Visit CreativeServices.ca.
Virgin Radio is hit music.
It's where you hear new music first.
Montreal's #1 hit music station.
95.9 Virgin Radio.
You came here to kill me, so do it.
This month on Crave. Every day is Halloween with all episodes of HBO's The Last of Us.
You're not going to scare us.
Showtime's Yellow Jackets.
We need to find a way to stay alive.
Plus, terrifying movies like Halloween Ends, Evil Dead Rise, The Exorcist, and more.
I'm losing my mind.
Stream now if you dare on Crave.
It all ends now.
Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
If you're loving this show so far, don't forget to get caught up on all of our past episodes, including interviews with The Beatles, the Stones, the Cars, the Go-Go's, the Foo Fighters, the Beach Boys, the Guess Who, the Bee Gees, the Eagles, the Band, the Spoons, the Killers, the Police, and so many others.
Yeah.
All you have to do is follow Famous Lost Words on the iHeartRadio app or any other major podcast platform.
From 1979, wow, that is a new wave sound for sure. Gary Newman and Cars.
Gary Newman's considered one of the pioneers of electronic music. His technique of combining synths with guitar effects led to the unique sound of songs like Cars, a #1 in Canada and the UK. He sold over 10 million records and continues to tour and make new music. In this short clip, Newman talks about how he came to combine his interests in guitars and synthesizers.
When I got into electronics, I made a synthesizer play a guitar line, because all the songs that I'd written on a guitar. See, what happened was I was writing all these songs, and then the punk thing come along, and I thought, well, if I play punk, I'll get a contract, because everyone was getting a contract that played it. Now, it was like every record company had their token punk band, and so being a bit sharp, I thought, well, if we play it, we'll get signed up. Having got signed up, we can do what we like. So I did that, and it was after we got signed up and did these 2 singles that I started to get bored. So before that, I had all these songs written on guitar, and then I started to use a synthesizer on them because they could give them the atmosphere that they was lacking, and I did that.
Gary Newman didn't know it at the time, but he became hugely influential to a large number of musicians because of the hits he had in England and the one hit he had in North America. He says that people like Trent Reznor, Damon Albarn, Marilyn Manson have cited him as an influence.
So after inviting a couple of members of the band Japan to join him in the studio, Newman then referred to them as a strange bunch of blokes. That's how I feel today, but never mind.
Now, you've made some new musical friends, at least the first time they've appeared on your
yeah,
albums.
Well,
the guys from Japan, a couple of guys from Japan.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Strange bunch of blokes, really. I don't have much to do with them.
So anyway, they weren't like pals, you said, hey, come on in.
Not really, no.
Yeah.
Sort of off and on-ish.
But
I was quite friendly with Mick for a while, but he's just decided that he's gone off me again. But they're like that. You give him 2 weeks and he'll be back ringing up. So that's what I say. A little bit annoying, really, in that respect. But anyway, along they come to the studio, and so I said, just go and do what you like. There's the chords, play what you want. So it's Japan playing my songs on a number of occasions. So that's a pretty good answer for that. It wasn't me actually going out and getting them to as an influence. It was them coming along for the sheer fun of it, really.
There you go. That's When Rock Stars Attack, Gary Newman versus the guys in Japan. Now, Rob, we don't have any Japan audio for this special New Wave edition.
Yeah.
But boy, oh boy, do they deserve to be at least acknowledged. Don't you think?
I really do. They were a huge influence on a lot of musicians, and they had it's one of those things where people say, well, it was like a cult following.
Right.
But they had a sound all their own that really resonated with people. And I mean, that they were an influence on a band like Duran Duran.
Yes.
Definitely an influence on us, and we got to work with their producer, John Punter, as well, who created Nova Heart with us and our album Arias and Symphonies. So that influence resonated through our music as well. And yeah, I mean, I know they did some collaboration, a couple of the guys with Gary Newman.
Yeah.
And yeah, David Sylvian continues to have a solo career, for many years afterwards. And, and not real mainstream success in any way, but when people who know, they know. You know what I mean?
How do you think the influence went back and forth between them and Bowie?
Bowie influenced them. Yeah. I mean, really, the magic is that Bowie was the groundbreaker for all of us.
Yeah, he's kind of ground zero for the entire New Wave.
I think so. I mean, really, there was, even as far as the looks and the sounds, and I think, Bowie went through phases in the 70s that led to what we all wanted to do into the 80s, for sure. Like David Sylvian looked like a Bowie guy, kind of a guy. Nick Rhodes, I had the same kind of hairstyle, and just looking at it from a look perspective, there were things that Bowie started that everybody sort of wrote on, and he was like the godfather of the new wave, really.
Just want to say one thing about the song Cars, because that's what we were really talking about.
I remember that.
Gary Newman.
Back then.
The funny thing is, when he performed that song on stage, he realized very early on that all the vocals come in the first 90 seconds, and the rest of the song, the other 3 minutes, are him just standing there while the band plays the music. And he hated it so much that he actually got another keyboard and put it in front of himself so it looked like he was doing something
a
while the rest
keyboard,
of the song was playing.
That's what keyboard players do well. You can always stand there and look busy, and nobody really knows what you're doing. You don't look busy, but you are.
From 1982, Madness and the very fun Our House.
You know, Tom, there are a lot of reasons why bands get together, break up, reunite. But this litany of excuses for personnel changes in the band Madness is so absurd. We thought we'd cite it directly from Wikipedia. Okay, ready?
Okay.
So, Graham McPherson, better known as Suggs, took over the lead vocals after seeing the band perform in a friend's garden. Tulane, the former lead vocalist, went on to be an actor under the name Dickran Tulane. Smythe, who left after an argument with Barson, was replaced by Gavin Rogers, Barson's girlfriend's brother. McPherson was kicked out of the band for choosing to watch Chelsea instead of rehearsing too often. I love that one. Thompson left the band after Barson criticized his saxophone playing.
Now say all that 3 times really fast.
Right, and that is literally Madness.
Wow.
Okay, let's hear these clips.
Madness were known for their high-energy live shows.
When you do a live show, there's an added dimension to what you guys do out there. You're always moving. Did the live show come together, or did you always have that in mind to put on a show as well as play your music?
Well, I think it hides your embarrassment when you're jumping about, you know. Nobody really notices.
You get into it more. So if you're moving around on stage, people out front feel easier and more comfortable.
Oh, I love that line. It hides your embarrassment when you're jumping about.
Here, the band members talk about their contemporaries and who they like.
How do you feel about the post-punk movement, new wave?
There isn't really one.
There isn't one?
I don't think so. I think punk's really died down. I mean, the post-punk, I suppose, is XTC, The Jam, really. People like that. They're really good. I like them.
Who do you listen to when you buy new albums? Who are you going out here?
I usually buy old albums. I don't particularly go.
Don't really like anybody new at the moment. Lana Lovett's okay.
Yeah, she's pretty hot.
Yeah, and no, I like Lana, Ian Jury, The Police. I like Elvis Costello's new album. I don't really like him a lot, but I like his new album.
Oh man, it seems to me that Elvis ticked off a number of people around that time. The singular sound of the beat, or the English beat, and Mirror in the Bathroom from their 1980 debut album, I Just Can't Stop It. We had a chance to talk to David Steele and Andy Cox of the band in the early 80s, and we talked to them about the makeup of the group, particularly their work with Saxa, the elder statesman of the English beat.
You have really a mix in the band, because, as I mentioned, you have Saxa, who shows up once in a while, who is really quite the character from what I understand.
Still on the show.
But with a band that's basically youth-oriented, he's so much older. Has that really had a big impact on the group, on your material, on the way you present yourselves?
Well,
his experience?
A lot of wise is, true, he's very experienced with music. He could just, play along. We would never have to tell him what key any songs were in or anything. He'd just do it. But in a lot of ways, he was younger than all of us.
He's a complete madman, really, because he was like a 14-year-old most of the time.
How is it that the beat has managed to survive with the ska music, with the beat, when so many other English groups have just sort of disappeared or dissipated? And what is it that's made you guys stick with it and stay on top?
We were in debt, so we couldn't split up anyway.
No, we get on fairly well as well, which is quite helpful, I think. People can just about tolerate being around each other for long periods of time. And also, because it happened quick, I think, we never had the attitude that it had to carry on, because it was presented to us on a plate, suddenly we had records in the charts in England.
The Specials and the Selected never got on together anyway. They always hated each other. Even when we used to tour with them, they used to spend lots of time speaking to us as opposed to each members of the group. They used to hang about with us all the time. So we weren't surprised when they split up at all.
Okay, there's a brief slice of new wave history, particularly the two-tone scene, the English beat, talking about the Specials and the Selector, and of course Madness was a part of that scene as well. They all had quite a moment in the early 1980s.
That does it for our epic. And I think this time the word really does apply. Celebration of New Wave. Our show was created, produced, and co-written by Tom Jokic. The executive producer, Sarah Cummings.
Christopher Ward is our co-host and researcher. Check out Christopher's book, Is This Live?, about the wild early days of Much Music. It covers so many of the same artists that we've talked about in the past couple of New Wave episodes.
And a special thank you to our good friend Rob Pruce, a true original in the Canadian New Wave scene, now living and creating music in New York City.
Thank you guys. It's been so fun to be here. Like, it's so inspiring to remember all this music, and it's just, I mean, it still sounds brand new. Like, I mean, it's kind of cool that it's called New Wave.
Yes.
And, you know, when you go back to it, there's still nothing like it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It does on. Yeah. Don't forget to check out all our past episodes of Famous Lost Words on the iHeartRadio app or any other podcast platform.
We did it!
Fall is upon us. It's wise to have your vehicle checked before the cold season. Don't open your hood to just anyone. Choose a Spinelli dealership.
Hit the road with peace of mind. Spinelli dealerships offer you a 55-point mechanical inspection for only $99.95. Say goodbye to mechanical troubles. Entrust your vehicle's inspection to Spinelli's experts.
Spinelli, the address of choice for all automotive services.
Radio Today is iHeartRadio. The latest breaking news, insider commentary, and #1 podcasts. All free. All in one spot. With iHeartRadio, the news comes with you in your pocket, your car, and at home on your smart speaker. With exclusive contests, information, opinion, and interviews. So much more of what you love. Easy and free. Download the iHeartRadio app today.
As a small business owner, you have to deal with a lot. You're constantly thinking about managing time, managing employees, managing cash flow, keeping up with competition, standing out from competition, customers' wants, customers' needs, and customers' wants and needs next week, next month, next year. One thing you don't want to deal with is wondering if you can depend on your internet and mobile networks. Switch to Bell and enjoy reliable, fast fiber-powered internet and Canada's best 5G network. Count on Bell for your business and enjoy great offers during Small Business Month. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/smallbizmonth for details. Bell, doing business just got better.
Get fired up for football season. TSN 690 brings you every Montreal Alouettes game. Hear every tackle and every touchdown. Live from Molson Stadium or on the road. Montreal Alouettes football is brought to you by CertainTeed, the pro's choice for roofing, siding, drywall, insulation, and ceiling systems. CertainTeed, pro all the way. From your home of the Owls, TSN 690.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Few overnight road closures for you. The 138 East ramp for the eastbound 20 from the inbound Mercier heading downtown. That exit is closed all weekend, reopening Monday morning at 5 a.m. Also, the Mercier Bridge is going down to one lane in each direction from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday. Southbound Laurentian Auto Route, 2 of 3 lanes are closed between Highway 50 in Mirabel and the Côte St. Pierre overpass. That closure in effect until 7:30. When you insure your income property with Beneva, you open the door to peace of mind. Beneva, it's worth your time to compare. I'm Robin Flynn, CJAD 800 Traffic.
Israel begins a new stage of the war, expanding the ground operation with a renewed pledge to destroy Hamas. Attacks from the sky, the sea, and inside Gaza.
Strong and precise, and hunt down every terrorist.
As terrified residents huddle in the dark without cell service and internet. Maine in grief and grappling with tragedy.
We can now begin to pick up the pieces.
Also revealed new details about the suspected shooter.
If you talk about, is there a motive here, right?
Plus demanding action after death in Sault Ste. Marie.
We're just not taking it anymore.
The move to label intimate partner violence a crisis.
This shouldn't have happened. 3 children were killed here. That's horrifying.
CTV National News with Sandy Ronaldo.
Good evening. We begin with stunning news out of Hollywood. Actor Matthew Perry, one of the stars of the iconic comedy show Friends, has died. Matthew Perry was apparently found at his home. Multiple sources say he appears to have drowned, something NBC News says was confirmed by a representative for the actor and a police source.
I got something important to tell you. Guys? I'm going to ask Monica to marry me.
Perry played Chandler Bing on the popular show for 10 seasons. He struggled with drug addiction and health issues and recently wrote a book about it. Sources say first responders arrived at the home following a call about a cardiac arrest. Perry was apparently found in a jacuzzi. Sources say there were no drugs at the scene and no foul play involved. Matthew Perry grew up in Ottawa. His mother, Suzanne, was a member of Pierre Elliott Trudeau's communications staff when he was Prime Minister. Perry's stepfather, Keith Morrison, once anchored this newscast. Matthew Perry was 54. Now to the war between Israel and Hamas. Israel today pounded Gaza, stepping up the assault and unleashing a bombardment that residents of the beleaguered territory call the most intense of the war. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the conflict will be long and difficult until there is victory over Hamas after the most vicious massacre since the Holocaust. The IDF escalated its military campaign inside Gaza, tanks moving deeper, targeting Hamas's extensive system of underground tunnels, while urging Palestinians inside the territory to move south, away from the combat zone. CTV's Jeremy Sharon begins our coverage.
Launching fire from land, sea, and air, Israel's military expanding its ground operation, entering what it calls the second stage of this war. The war in Gaza will be long and difficult, says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We will fight and we will win. Israeli forces have increased bombardments targeting Hamas tunnels and combat spaces. Communication in Gaza has been wiped out, creating a total or near blackout of information. People can't call each other and tell each other what's going on, says this Palestinian living in the occupied West Bank. Even emergency responders don't know where the dead people are, he says. This as Israeli Defense Forces issued a new and urgent message.
We urge all residents of northern Gaza and Gaza City to relocate south immediately.
Warning of its focus to neutralize the threat of Hamas.
We're determined to finish Hamas off. That is our task. That is our goal.
The ramping up of operations comes as Israel's ambassador to Canada is accusing Hamas of using hospitals as command centers.
Hiding behind the weakest in the Palestinian society, behind sick people, underneath the ground of the hospital is one of the worst war crimes that Hamas is actually perpetrating at the moment.
Hamas has denied the allegations. More than 1,400 Israelis have been killed since the October 7th attack. Health officials in Gaza say the Palestinian death toll has now surpassed 7,700.
I think the Israelis are going to be very deliberate and careful about how they get after this on a slice by slice basis, and they're doing that to try and prevent casualties from their own forces.
Now, as Gaza remains in the dark tonight, Elon Musk is offering up his SpaceX Starlink satellite to support communication for aid organizations in Gaza. Sandy?
Jeremy, thank you. Rallies were held across Israel during the day and evening. Family members of the 229 confirmed hostages demanding action.
Bring them home! No! Bring them home! No! Bring them home!
They are angry, frustrated, and frightened.
I can't wait anymore. I need my son back home. And we need answers now. Not today, now. I'm telling you, we can't wait anymore.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with some of the families and promised to do everything possible to save the hostages. Joining us now from Sderot, the scene of the October 7th slaughter by Hamas, is CNN's Nick Robertson. Nick, the IDF says it conducted massive strikes on Hamas tunnels and bunkers. Now we can hear some of the action behind you. How can Israel be sure the hostages were not harmed?
I don't think they can be sure. The Prime Minister says it's a priority not only to defeat Hamas, but bring the hostages out as well. The Defense Minister says the current increasing conflict should put pressure on Hamas to release the hostages. Hamas says that they are willing to negotiate over a hostage release for Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails. So both sides have a vested interest, it would seem, in the survival of hostages. But with the airstrikes, it's very hard for Israel to actually know where, or impossible even, to know where all the hostages, and they now say there are 230 of them, to know where they all are. So therefore it would be impossible to know that they would all be safe with some of these very intense strikes that we're seeing.
So that being the case, Nick, as the ground invasion enters a new phase, what's the reaction within Israel to the escalation?
Where we are close to Gaza, the communities here really feel threatened by Hamas. They feel incredibly afraid that if something isn't done about Hamas, that they could be in danger again. This town was one of those overrun. Many others were. So there's a real sense in communities here that there needs to be a security response to take out Hamas. That's priority, and I think that is writ large, not of course to everyone across the country who really wish their politicians had found another way to deal with Hamas and think that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's policies have been wrong and a part of the reason that the country is in this situation. But in this region in particular, there is strong support for military action against Hamas, and really a lot of very popular and strong support for the military who are going through all these very dangerous operations.
All right, CNN's Nick Robertson, thank you for this. There were some large-scale demonstrations again today around the world against Israel's actions. In London, thousands of pro-Palestinian protesters demanded an end to the bombings. Palestinians on the streets of Hebron in the West Bank called for a boycott of Israeli products. And this was a scene in Toronto, an anti-Israel protest with similar protests in other cities, like this one in Winnipeg. Well, after days on edge, the city of Lewiston, Maine has moved from fear to grief in the aftermath of a shooting rampage.
Because we remember all of those that are hurt inside.
Tonight, a candlelight vigil in memory of the 18 victims gunned down in cold blood. They ranged in age from 14 to 76. Police have also released new details about the killer. Here's CTV's Genevieve Beauchemin.
The heart of Lewiston is broken, but the end of the manhunt for the mass murderer has brought a measure of relief to the city in Maine.
It's amazing how hard everybody worked to find him and how it's bringing some people together.
The sprawling search for Army reservist Robert Card ended at a recycling plant where he once worked, a 15-minute drive from the shootings at the bowling alley and at the bar. Police had cleared this area twice over the 2-day search, but a tactical team returned last night and found the body in an unlocked box trailer. Card died of a self-inflicted gunshot. 2 firearms were found.
There's been a number of firearms that have been recovered as part of this investigation, and some of them have been purchased very recently, and some of them years and years ago.
For the families of the 18 victims, news of the killer's death brought mixed emotions. Josh Seal was a devoted father, advocate for the deaf community. He had known his wife Elizabeth since preschool. She hoped Card would have some sort of explanation.
I wanted him to be found, apprehended. I wanted to ask questions that will not be answered. Why did you do this? What was the motive? Why would you hurt so many families?
Investigators are still working to try to provide some answers. They say a note was found at the gunman's home. It only provided details for a loved one about accessing his bank accounts and phone. But officials are piecing together his mental health history.
When you're talking about paranoia, you're talking about individuals in crisis.
That has raised some questions about Card's access to weapons, about gun control. But in Lewiston, the end of the manhunt marks the beginning of a new phase of grieving.
Certainly our hearts are broken, and we're grieving alongside the victims and their families. Lewiston is a strong community, we're a resilient community, and I have no doubt that we'll be okay.
And for many, this vigil is part of the process after days of sheltering in place, finally being together to mourn. Sandy.
Genevieve, thank you. The shooting deaths this week of a mother and 3 children in Northern Ontario are fueling more calls for help for victims and survivors of domestic abuse. CTV's Tony Grace now on a growing push to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic.
In the biggest cities and the smallest towns, the impact of domestic violence is hitting close to home.
When I heard about that happening up north, my heart sank. It just was like one more, here we go, you know.
Survivor and advocate Shannon Murray describing how she felt when she heard about the shooting deaths of a mother and 3 children in Sault Ste. Marie, which brought hundreds together for a vigil.
It's really, it's ripped through the community. This shouldn't have happened to Angie Sweeney. Angie Sweeney should be living today.
And also underscored the scope of the tragedy when Sweeney's father spoke about his daughter and also stood with the gunman's mother, noting she lost grandchildren as well. The cycle of grief has more than 60 communities in Ontario declaring intimate partner violence an epidemic. On Monday, Sault Ste. Marie City Councillor Angela Caputo will ask her colleagues to do the same.
I am definitely a firm advocate, and I'm not taking no for an answer this time.
The goal is to push the provincial government into a formal declaration.
To finally say, we see you, and we care about you, and we want this to stop happening.
A declaration that was also recommended by the jury at an inquest into the triple homicide of 3 women in the Ottawa Valley. It's a call the province has so far rejected.
I feel like it's long overdue.
Advocates say scenes like this only push them to get louder as they hear more reports of overwhelmed shelters and agencies.
How can you turn somebody away to go back if they're a victim of domestic violence?
Councillor Caputo describes that upcoming vote on declaring an epidemic symbolic and important, but says something else recommended by that inquest, a registry for repeat offenders of intimate partner violence, could also save lives. Sandy.
Tony, thank you. Pilots with Air Canada are warning of a turbulent future after the carrier canceled direct routes out of Calgary. Their complaints aren't just about destinations, but also wages, with no collective bargaining agreement in sight. CTV's Tyler Barrow reports.
Pilots at the bargaining table want to see career progression, job security, aviation safety, and the wage gap between them and American pilots shrink.
They ratified a deal, and that deal has them making twice as much, if not more, than the pilots I represent at Air Canada.
The informational picket comes as pilot concern grows for Air Canada flight reduction at YYC Airport.
We find that concerning for ourselves as pilots. We find it concerning for Canadians.
Impacting the industry is a shortage of regional pilots. According to the president of Air Passenger Rights, the pilot's message is really about looking after the next generation.
Spend many tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, before you are at a point that you can earn significant money from your skill.
John Graddick, head of McGill University Aviation Management Program, says the recent cancellations show the airline's market priority.
Calgary is not on the high order pecking list of where Air Canada sees its markets going over the next 12 to 18 months.
In response to the informational picket, Air Canada says the changes to its flying schedule are intended to improve overall operational stability of the carrier, and the company remains committed to the Calgary and Western markets. Tyler Barrow, CTV News, Calgary.
Well, it's been 5 years since Canada became the first G20 country to legalize the sale of cannabis. Now, a new survey finds that most Canadians support the move. 64% of those asked are in favor of Ottawa's transition to legal weed, while 31% disagree. But what about the industry itself? Once touted as a can't-miss investment growth opportunity, there are fears the pot business may be burning out. CTV's Colton Prale explains.
It's customer service that's keeping small cannabis stores like this alive.
Are you looking for craft product, or are you looking for a little more price product?
5 years after marijuana was legalized, the ganja gold rush has yet to materialize.
Margins are super thin because we buy from the same supplier, and there's bigger corporations and companies that have the time to lose money, you know. We don't.
Data from the federal government shows 15% of businesses licensed under the Cannabis Act had left the market by April, while larger companies have made major layoffs, like Sundial, who closed their flagship production factory in Olds, Alberta last week.
Well, we're going to have to see some exit. And we're going to have to see a reduction in total production capacity to stabilize prices and to stabilize inventories.
One of the biggest challenges in the industry is overproduction. In 2022, there was nearly 1.5 billion grams of unsold dry cannabis. The year prior, producers destroyed more than a quarter of all product grown in the country.
And when you had a glut like that, prices continued to drop, and it was sort of a vicious circle. You know, the more prices went down, the more people sort of had to grow to meet up with that demand.
Retailers say limitations on THC content and restrictions around edibles are some of the biggest challenges keeping them from expanding their customer base.
Edibles definitely need to go up. Customers that have a bigger tolerance shouldn't have to be buying 10 packages at $10 a piece.
Some consumers are turning to their own supply to keep costs low.
It's cheaper than the other market. So people that wanted to get out of there, it could be down to pennies to $1 a gram.
Ottawa is currently reviewing the Cannabis Act, looking for ways to better streamline the industry. It's something experts say is desperately needed. That report is expected back spring of 2024. Sandy.
Thank you, Colton. Still ahead, scoring Canada's stamp of approval. Honors for a hockey hero.
Trust no one, suspect everyone. Get into the ultimate murder mystery game. A new episode of The Traitors Canada, Monday at 10 on CTV.
It's 2024 at Mega Kia Brossard with the new Kia Telluride or the Kia Niro EV All-Electric and eligible for government rebates of $12,000. They'll also buy back your current vehicle at the best price on the market. Move on to 2024 with Mega Kia Brossard.
So, Jane, you feel like you're in a toxic relationship?
Yes, we had a good connection once, but lately it's been patchy.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they're slow and, quite frankly, a bit behind the times.
I see. Well, maybe it's time to cut the cord.
Oh, it's not a cord. It's a cable.
Switch to Bell with Pure Fiber, the fastest internet, the best TV service, 10 a la carte channels, and Crave for only $89 a month for eligible Bell Mobility clients. For more details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
At Shopico.ca, you'll find lots of ways to entertain your kids and save money at the same time. With The Candy Hunt from La Société Escape Games, your kids will have to solve riddles to find the hidden candies. Thrills and fun guaranteed just in time for Halloween. And for even more action, take them to the Machin Chouette Amusement Center in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. Climbing wall, trampolines, slides, there's something for everyone. Find these and other great local deals at Shopico.ca.
Today we learned an Iranian teenager who fell into a coma after sustaining head injuries has died. Video shows 16-year-old Armita Garavan being pulled out of a train car at a Tehran subway station. Activists say morality police assaulted her for not wearing a head covering. Ukraine's armed forces say thousands of Russian soldiers are dead following a bloody offensive around Avdiivka near the Donetsk region. A Russian attack left the town in ruins. According to the White House, Russia is executing its own soldiers as they retreat from the fierce fighting. And some good news today. Honors for Willie O'Ree, the Fredericton-born hockey legend who broke the color barrier in 1958.
1, 2, 3, let's go.
Canada Post unveiled a new stamp with the face of the first black man to play in the NHL. The 88-year-old O'Ree inspired generations. Still ahead, the marvelous colors of Cape Breton, capturing the beauty before the leaves fall.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like this woman's review, quote, I've always been susceptible to sinus colds and a longtime sufferer of horrible allergies. On top of that, I'm pregnant and allergic to certain medications. After 11 days of being absolutely miserable, my husband ordered Navage for me. I can't recommend this product enough. It's the only thing that worked for me. 100% worth the investment, unquote. She's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is at Canadian Tire, Family Prix, Brunet, Jean Coutu, and Navage.ca. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
CTV's ultimate murder mystery game, where winning means
Trust no one. Suspect everyone. Let the backstabbing begin. A new episode of The Traitors Canada, Monday at 10 on CTV.
Right now at Tanguay, we're offering a free Elron armchair with the purchase of a 3-seater or larger Elron furniture.
I just received a free Elron armchair, and let me tell you, it's comfortable. Especially when you recline it just right.
Tanguay, conditions apply.
Hey adventurers, Bentley's is offering incredible deals on luggage, carry-ons, backpacks, and travel gear up to 40% off. Swing by in-store or cruise over to shopbentley.com. Your next adventure is calling.
CJAD 800 presents Life Unrehearsed.
Hi, I'm Matt Del Vecchio. This week, the 12 risk factors of dementia and what we can do about it. And I'll be sharing some amusing stories and anecdotes to celebrate the way we age as I look at the lighter side of aging.
Life Unrehearsed. Tomorrow afternoon at 4 on CJAD 800.
Brought to you by Leanna Senior Transition Support, specialists in downsizing and seniors residences.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today, and your car can be gone tomorrow.
You've heard of storm chasers, people who follow tornadoes and hurricanes. Well, in the Maritimes, there are those who chase the changing seasons. CTV's Sarah Plowman explains.
The pride of the season is on full display. Chasing the change is how Josh Lonis draws inspiration. Reds wrapped in green, golds that glow, oranges that punctuate a canopy of color.
Like the trees here are just super yellow. I've never seen them so bright.
With a kaleidoscope to capture, the cinematographer isn't merely motivated by beauty, but time.
Just the urgency, knowing that it doesn't last very long.
It doesn't matter that he summited mountains in Cape Breton last fall. To appreciate all of autumn's angles, he did it again.
Every sunset, varies, and no sunset is the same, nor every season is the same.
Across the region, drones are up over cranberry fields or treetops.
It is really, really beautiful, especially with the lights of the sun.
Despite the beauty, some people wonder whether the trees are more dull this year, or if the leaves have hung on a little longer.
That's perfect sugar maple.
We asked this tree biologist if this fall is any different.
In some parts of Canada, it definitely is, because of the huge fires we've had.
He notes droughts could lead trees to lose leaves earlier, and warm autumns delay that process.
Here in New Brunswick, we had a bit of drought early on, but it became one of the wettest summers we've had in a long time. So, I mean, the colors are actually pretty good this year here. A bit late, but very good.
Giving those chasing fall colors the gift of time.
I was just up in Cape Breton about 2 days ago, and my goodness, the colors are still popping.
And brightness to match it. Sarah Plowman, CTV News, Fredericton.
After the break, the currency of kindness. Seniors delighted with a mystery delivery.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
Montreal's home for live sports and sports talk. TSN 690.
Touchdown, Montreal!
When you need to know, when you need to get it off your chest.
That's the difference, basically, between contenders and non-contenders. And on nights when they don't get goaltending, it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be exciting.
Montreal's Major League Sports Talk lives on TSN 690.
This old car has been called a lot of things lately. Jalopy, beater, clunker, and my personal favorite, lemon. But you know what they say. When life gives you a lemon, donate it to Kidney Car. Every unwanted vehicle that's donated to Kidney Car helps the Kidney Foundation of Canada improve the lives of people with kidney disease. Towing is free, and you even get a maximum tax receipt. Kidney Car, where one person's lemon is another person's lifesaver. Non-lemons also accepted. See kidneycar.ca for details.
We leave you tonight with the story of 18 seniors who all received the same gift. It was slipped under their doors by an anonymous donor. Why is still a mystery. Here's CTV's Adam Sawatsky.
Joni Park says her day couldn't have been more ordinary until it suddenly turned extraordinary.
When I opened the door, there it was, $50.
A crisp $50 bill that had been slipped under her door.
It was quite strange, mysterious.
Because there was absolutely no reason, Joni says, for anybody to give her any money at all. So she started asking around.
That was even stranger.
Turns out her neighbor, Veda Mata, had $50 deposited under her doorstep as well.
Oh, it was delight. A miracle.
It was the sort of reaction that had apparently been reverberating all around the hallways of this low-cost housing building.
I learned later, everybody got a $50 bill.
That's 18 seniors on a fixed income, Joni says. A total of $900.
Who does that? I mean, I might do it, but I don't.
Did you?
No.
Nobody's taking responsibility, leaving everybody wondering who in the building did do it.
Because you can't get in without knowing somebody and pressing the buzzer.
And although there are security cameras everywhere, I'm told they're reserved for catching criminals red-handed, rather than revealing benefactors with red bills in hand.
It's a peculiar set of circumstances we've got here.
While the who and why remain unanswered, there's no question Joni and Veda are filled with gratitude.
It was a very, very kind and generous thing to do.
A mystery 50 turned priceless gift they plan to pay forward.
This will be remembered. This is special.
Adam Sawatsky, CTV News, Victoria.
Sure is special. That's our newscast for this Saturday. Thank you for sharing your time with us. I'm Sandy Ronaldo. Good night until tomorrow.
When it comes to running your own business, every dollar counts. So when printing documents for day-to-day operations, Tech Talk's Mark Saltzman relies on the Epson EcoTank Pro, which uses big ink tanks and includes a ridiculous amount of ink. Forget those old-school laser printers with their pricey toner cartridges. With the EcoTank Pro, you can print in high volume, in vibrant color, and you'll never have to spend money on another expensive toner cartridge again. Learn more at epson.ca/EcoTank Pro.
This is the voice of Montreal.
CJAD 800.
Tonight, hundreds take to the streets in Montreal as the war enters a new stage. Community groups demand a city-owned building be turned into social housing. And Christine Sinclair plays one of her last games in Montreal before retiring.
CTV News with Amanda Klein.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. Hundreds of pro-Palestinian protesters took to the streets of Montreal this afternoon, and they had strong words of condemnation for the Prime Minister. Nearby, another group drew attention to the hundreds of Israelis kidnapped by Hamas. Rob Lurie reports.
Free Palestine! Chanting slogans like Free Palestine and Boycott Israel, they took to the streets to say the war must stop.
Been begging for the bombing to stop, but now it's only escalated. They cut off the network on them, they cut off the reception on them, no internet, no methods of communication.
They shouted Justin Trudeau has blood on his hands for, in their words, not condemning Israel.
These violations that are happening, we have been speaking up and we still don't hear any change. We don't see any reactions from our leaders.
I think there is a humanitarian catastrophe happening,
right in front of our eyes, and governments are being very silent about it.
No child deserves what's happening in Gaza.
A few blocks away, a much smaller demonstration, this one by Israeli Montrealers, showing posters of the more than 200 Israelis kidnapped by Hamas.
No matter what you think about the conflict between Palestine and Israel, you can't kidnap babies and children. You can't murder women.
They lament that in Montreal, that message doesn't get out as much as they would like, largely because the community fears reprisals for saying anything construed as pro-Israel.
Everyone, when I organize this art installation, everyone asks me, there will be a police because we are afraid.
Back at the pro-Palestinian rally, only some will condemn Hamas, but all criticize the Israeli army.
What happened to the hostages in the kibbutz is wrong. Absolutely, it's wrong. There's no doubt about it. But to also carpet bomb civilians in Gaza is wrong.
Nobody should get hurt. It should be peace. But the Israel have the right to protect itself.
Both sides promise to keep protesting until this latest war is over. Rob Lurie, CTV News.
Community groups in Park X held a Halloween-themed protest demanding that a building owned by the city be made into social housing. Christine Long was there.
We don't want tenants to be ghosts in their own neighborhood.
Park Extension tenants say it's scary living here because rents are rising and evictions can lurk around the corner.
The rents have really doubled, and I know lots of people who got evicted, even from my own building. I'm a renter here too.
A resident of Park X for 17 years, Salam Hashmi, vice president with Coopérative Monde Uni, has seen the housing crunch only worsen.
Many of the people, there are two families or even more people, 5, 6, 7 people, they rent a 3.5.
Almost 1 year since the city of Montreal acquired the property at 700 Jerry West, it sits dormant. Amy Darwish of the Comité d'Action de Parc Extension says the city needs to cede the site now.
This building be turned over to the neighborhood so that the co-op can build a project with social and community housing and community spaces for the neighborhood.
In a statement, Projet Montréal says they understand the urgency of the situation, but this project still needs necessary funding from the Legault government.
Like doing ping pong with
Carl Lafrenière from Frappe Rue, a non-profit organization for social housing, says politicians are out of touch with these citizens.
It's an emergency for everybody, and they're like sitting back them in their castle and not thinking about like real people here that's suffering and that need housing like right now.
Darwish says the scary thing is Park Extension isn't alone in this.
Reality is that 700 Jarry is only one of many sites that's currently sitting undeveloped. These buildings are sitting empty and haunted while tenants are being displaced from the neighborhood.
Christine Long, CTV News.
The Parti Québécois is meeting this weekend in Saint-Hyacinthe for a general council meeting. It says it wants more women to join the party ahead of the next election. Poll numbers show the party is not as popular among women. PQ President Catherine Gentilcore says they want to change that by achieving gender parity. Right now, the PQ's 4 elected members are all male. Well, there were some heartbreaking moments for fans at Saputo Stadium today. The Canadian national women's soccer team lost to Brazil 1-0 in the final minute of the game. And Max, it's likely the last time soccer legend Christine Sinclair will play in Montreal.
And Amanda, that is quite something, considering the 40-year-old Sinclair has scored 190 goals internationally. That's more than any other player, female or male, including Cristiano Ronaldo himself. Sinclair recently announced she is retiring from Team Canada, so it means Canada will be without its star player at the Olympics next summer in Paris. Today's game was the first of 4 exhibition games Canada will host. Today's match against Brazil will be followed by another on Tuesday in Halifax, and 2 more in BC in December against Australia. Saputo Stadium was packed with fans, some of them for Brazil's team, and for most of the game there was a tense back and forth, Canada trying but failing in several attempts to score a goal. But then, in the 94th minute of the match, Brazil's Debinha scored to the delight of the Brazilian supporters in the stands. This exhibition game doesn't affect Canada's rank or its chances to make the Olympics. The women's team qualified for the Paris Games in September. The team won the gold medal in the last Olympics in Tokyo. Sinclair did not speak at the post-game match conference, but you can see that she was met by loud cheers when she came out of Saputo Stadium, with fans pleading for her signature. She actually only played the last 30 minutes of today's game, but Team Canada coach Bev Priestman says Sinclair will get the send-off she deserves. Amanda, it looks like it will be a long and gradual farewell to a much-loved and accomplished Canadian athlete.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Max. The Montreal Canadiens overcame a 3-1 deficit in a second straight game and won once again tonight. Nick Suzuki scored the winning goal in a shootout, leading to a Habs victory against the Winnipeg Jets 4-3 tonight at the Bell Center. The Habs also erased a 3-1 deficit before winning in overtime against the Columbus Blue Jackets on Thursday. And the Montreal Alouettes won against the Hamilton Tiger Cats this afternoon with a final score of 22-20 at Percival Molson Stadium. David Cote, with his second field goal of the match from 23 yards, gave the Als the victory. The Als play the Tiger Cats again next Saturday afternoon. Well, multiple sources are reporting that Matthew Perry, best known for his role on the sitcom Friends, has died. According to reports, Perry was found dead at his home in Los Angeles. The cause of death at this point is unknown. Perry played Chandler Bing on Friends for 10 seasons from 1994 until 2004. Just last year, Matthew Perry released a memoir in which he talked about being sober after years of struggling with addiction. He was 54 years old. A group of Quebec farmers is hoping a first-of-its-kind grocery store will help keep organic food prices down while keeping them in business. Matt Gilmore explains.
From flour to tomatoes, every item sold at the Bio Loco Épicerie on Masson was grown or raised on a Quebec farm.
There's no middleman in the grocery store, so everything comes from the farms directly, and then we sell them to the customers. So we can have fair prices this way.
Fair prices for the farmers who sell directly to the co-op-run store, and fair prices for consumers who only pay a small markup to cover operating costs.
For organic products, it's cheaper here, of course.
The goal is to help build a business model that encourages local, sustainable food production, reducing the need for food imports from around the world.
There's ways to sell their product, but it's really limited. So we are searching to create a space for them to sell their product easily and to sell them for fair prices too.
For farmers Philippe and Maxime, it means steady revenues through the winter months.
I mean, for us, it's good for planning more efficiently our production.
Until now, their only winter business came from vegetable baskets, which are less reliable and more labor intensive.
It's a very hard time now with the main-d'œuvre, with the employee, with the worker to find. So we find that it's very more easy to find employee in Montreal at the grocery store.
Another way the store makes life easier for farmers.
Usually they spend about like 60 hours in the field to work for the vegetables, and then they work about like 40 hours more to sell their products. So with us, they can just sell them to us, and then we sell them to the customers.
A way to support local at fair prices year-round. Matt Gilmore, CTV News.
A high school hockey team in Montreal is learning all about produce and meat and taking practice off the ice. Kelly Gregg explains.
It's 7 a.m. and these 12 and 13-year-olds are already on the ice, sharpening their skills before they sharpen their knives. This is part of Loyola's hockey training program.
The tip goes in the pot.
Cooking as a team.
You know, we get to know our teammates better off the ice. It's not just on the ice where we know how we play. I find it really cool that we get to be with the team and that.
There, you get close, you see?
And coaching them through it is Fred Morin, part owner of Joe Beef.
Mentorship should be offered.
as well to the younger players, male and female, so they develop into like all-around great humans with life skills.
With some help, they break down entire chickens.
And so you have to cut this in half now.
Chop vegetables and fry it up. Carefully, of course.
When I had to put the chicken down in the oil, I got a little burn on the side.
But they are being supervised and encouraged by professionals.
We're doing good here, bud. Starting to smell nice.
Part of this lesson is how to adapt.
So working as a team and also in a chaotic environment because we're 17 in the kitchen. There are some knives, so there's some rules that they have to respect.
But also to trust themselves.
Kids are their worst own critics. You know, they know before you'll tell them that they screwed up and they made a mistake, and they're often afraid, you know, of the consequences or failure or whatever. We tend to freeze, but in a restaurant, like a hockey game, life goes on.
In the end, they've tried something new and bolstered their confidence. Morin hopes to bring these lessons to other schools that are open to having him. Back on the ice, these young athletes have a new set of skills that go beyond a game. Kelly Gregg, CTV News.
Mosey the Movies, brought to you by O'View Duluth, serving mouth-watering food for every occasion.
Pain Hustlers is a new drama about the pharmaceutical industry and how corporate greed can come at the expense of people who rely on medication to treat their illnesses. With more, here's Mose Persico.
I will not give up on myself. I will not give up on my dreams. I will make my life count. You're gonna get through this. It's who you are. I will make my life count.
Pain Hustlers, a new drama, is a compelling and thought-provoking movie about the pharmaceutical world and the harm it can cause to people who rely heavily on medicine to treat their illnesses. The film also focuses on Big Pharma and its corporate representatives whose greed for huge profits often manipulates the industry. The ensemble cast here, led by Emily Blunt, is stellar.
We'll do script, what? 40 grand.
A year?
A month.
On some level, I knew it was bullshit.
It's a long odds lottery ticket buried under 1,000 rejections. And you gotta have the grit and the balls to reach down and scratch it.
There's nothing so inspiring as sheer desperation.
But it's a movie about bad choices. And we get that through the character of Emily Blunt. And sometimes, David, we'll start with you. It's a question of making bad choices in life when our backs are up against the wall, isn't it?
For sure. You know, Liza's options in life are limited. And what we love about Liza Drake is she's a dreamer. She's still following that sort of map that's been laid out for all of us that says the keys to the castle are right here. You've just got to work hard enough and you'll get them. And you'll be through those gates and you'll be rich and successful. But the fact is that only a few of us can get through those gates. It's just the way the lay of the land is. And so we loved Liza as a character because she is a trier. She has this amazing empathy with people. She understands them and she can reach them.
We're not going to make 100K this year. It's going to be more like 600.
Work like your back's against the wall. Own your territory. Own your territory. Own a territory.
If you don't grow, you die. Sales are flat.
Sales are flat at 170 million a quarter.
We see these numerous reports in the news programs, notably 60 Minutes recently, where Big Pharma came under fire. I want to know, what were the discussions like when you were formulating the script to tell a balanced story? Because obviously there's a villain here in the process, but you have to balance it out because it's not all the fault of Big Pharma, is it?
No, I mean, hopefully the movie is able to capture the reality of this, which is, on the one hand, there's amazing aspect to capitalism. There's an incentive that creates these amazing drugs. There's also a true, real corruption that's going on within the industry, where I think a lot of us from the outside just think it's very honest.
Is it me, or is he losing his shit?
Hey! Get the shoes off! Get your
For CTV News, I'm Mose Persico.
Drag queens came together at the Palais des Congrès today for the first ever Rendezvous de la Drague. The two-day conference is intended to demystify the drag world for the mainstream public. There are drag shows, workshops, and hair and makeup demonstrations. The conference is also bringing more experienced performers together with those who are just starting out.
Well, today is a transition day. We saw very mild conditions in the morning, and then cooler air started to move in by the end of the afternoon as temperatures continued to slide through the day, all behind a cold front that did bring us some sprinkles early on. But today, around 10 a.m., we did reach 20 degrees, but by about 6 o'clock, it was around 11 or 12. So temperatures dropped. So a very mild day today. It wasn't a record breaker, however. That was set back in 1984 with a 24-degree high. We are looking at some cooler weather ahead. I'll have your forecast details a little later.
In a complicated world, provincially,
federally,
globally,
Tom Mulcair is your voice of reason on CJAD 800.
one of Canada's top political leaders,
Cabinet Minister,
opposition leader,
Party Leader, Tom Mulcair.
Weekday mornings at 7:35.
Brought to you by Guaranteed Industries.
Now is the best time to have your ductwork cleaned. Call Guaranteed Industries at 514-342-3400. Your duct cleaning specialists.
The President's Sale is on this weekend at The Brick. We've gone straight to the top for the best deals in every department. Save up to 65% on sofas when you buy the matching love seat or chair. Up to 50% on mattresses. Up to 33% on dining and bedroom furniture. And up to 30% on home entertainment furniture and fireplaces. Plus, buy more, save more. Up to 25% on select major kitchen appliances. Or up to $400 on big screen TVs. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today, and your car can be gone tomorrow. Fall is upon us. It's wise to have your vehicle checked before the cold season. Don't open your hood to just anyone. Choose a Spinelli dealership.
Hit the road with peace of mind. Spinelli dealerships offer you a 55-point mechanical inspection for only $99.95. Say goodbye to mechanical troubles. Entrust your vehicle's inspection to Spinelli's experts.
Spinelli, the address of choice for all automotive services.
So, Jane, you feel like you're in a toxic relationship?
Yes, we had a good connection once, but lately it's been patchy.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they're slow and, quite frankly, a bit behind the times.
I see. Well, maybe it's time to cut the cord.
Oh, it's not a cord. It's a cable.
Switch to Bell with Pure Fiber, the fastest internet, the best TV service, 10 a la carte channels, and Crave for only $89 a month for eligible Bell Mobility clients. For more details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
The 8th annual Read Quebec Book Fair is on next weekend. So joining us to talk about it is Alexandra Swenny, the production coordinator with the English Language Publishers of Quebec. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
So, like I just mentioned, this is the 8th edition of this festival, but just for those who aren't familiar with it, tell us a little bit about it.
So you're absolutely right. It's the 8th edition of the fair this year. It first started in 2015, and at the beginning it was run in the atrium area of the Atwater Library downtown, but over the years quickly outgrew that space. You know, it started out of the desire to kind of showcase the amazing English language publishers, authors, and editors and translators that we have here in the province, and it soon began to grow as interest grew. And we've also added some programming and events into the schedule in the past few years. So it's quickly outgrown that space, and it's now held at Concordia University.
Great. And before we get to how it's grown, what's the criteria to have your book included in this fair?
So it either has to be involved with an English language author, editor, or publisher, or having been translated into English.
Okay. And so what kind of books can people expect to see?
They can expect to see all kinds of books. Where right now we've got about 30 exhibitors who are going to be there at the fair so far, and we've got some great exhibitors like Drawn and Quarterly who do graphic novels here in Montreal. We've also got a children's publisher as well. We'll have Véhicule Press, one of the oldest English language publishers in the province. All kinds of novels. You'll have fiction, you'll have nonfiction, and poetry as well.
Interesting, and you touched on it a little bit earlier, just how this event has grown over the years. How has it evolved in terms of programming?
So, as I said, it started in 2015 with really just an emphasis on the book selling aspect of it. It was a chance to come and buy books, especially, as we near the holiday season. That was kind of the original purpose. And then obviously over the pandemic, there had to be some changes. It kind of switched to an online model where there was still events happening online that people could join, via live stream. So we've kind of stuck with that, and we're still going to have the live streaming option for folks, especially for our events that are going to be happening in the fourth space on Friday. We've added events that are going to appeal to aspiring writers. We're going to have a pitch panel all about, pitching to any kind of nonfiction publisher, whether that's going to be magazine or more long form like book projects. And we're also really excited. It's the first time this year we've added kind of some new events that we haven't done before. It's our first time doing a live podcast recording of the podcast Getting Lit with Linda. It's a Canadian literature podcast, very widely acclaimed, and we're so lucky to have Linda coming in to do an in-person conversation on stage in the De Sèvres Cinema with Catherine Hernandez and Eva Crocker. And both of them are novelists. Catherine's very well known for her book Scarborough, which was recently adapted into a film in 2021. And Eva Crocker just came out with Back in the Land of the Living. She's a Giller longlisted writer in the past. So we're really excited to have them together for a conversation. And afterwards, we're going to be offering a free screening of the film adaptation of Scarborough.
Wow, so a lot going on. Are there any kid-friendly specific activities?
Absolutely. We definitely want to engage and appeal to younger readers. So this year we're going to have some children's programming happening on Saturday. We've got a wonderful workshop facilitator who's going to come in. We have a cozy spot set up with pillows and books for kids to sit down and read a story together or engage in some of these workshops, which are going to be things like, getting started making comic strips, just playing with dialogue and words, and putting the pencil to paper with young ones.
That sounds great. And so before I let you go, if people want more information on this, where can they find it?
They can find all of the information on full events and programming on readquebec.ca.
Awesome. Alexandra Sweeney is the production coordinator with the English Language Publishers of Quebec. Thank you so much for this today.
Thanks so much for having me. Hope to see you at the fair.
Radio Today is iHeartRadio. The latest breaking news, insider commentary, and #1 podcasts. All free. All in one spot. With iHeartRadio, the news comes with you in your pocket, your car, and at home on your smart speaker. With exclusive contests, information, opinion, and interviews. So much more of what you love. Easy and free. Download the iHeartRadio app today.
When the season changes, so does your wardrobe. It used to be a total nightmare for me, digging in the back of my closet to find stuff. Now it's like a dream come true, thanks to California Closets. It's Natasha Hall, and I've got to tell you, I love my closet. Cozy sweaters right there at my fingertips, the purse to match right in front of my eyes. It's glorious. California Closets has a great Montreal team who work with you to totally personalize and truly customize your closet. Who knew my closet would become my haven? Book your free personal design consultation at californiaclosets.ca.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it would be too difficult or time-consuming? Then it's time to try Babbel. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you practical conversations that you will actually use. So with just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking in a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel, language for life. Right now, Babbel is offering radio listeners 55% off their subscription. Visit babbel.com/radio. That's BABBEL.com/radio for 55% off.
How do we make precision tires? We get to know the people who use them. We travel with them, take every pothole, patch of black ice, and surprise the open road throws at them. So ask for the trying to pass a snow removal truck on a windy 2-lane highway in my compact sedan tires. Or the rain, go away, wet roads won't get in my way with 4 kids in my SUV tires. Ask for Yokohama, made precisely for you.
A hybrid vehicle lineup is like a band. The Pacifica Hybrid is the foundation. It brings the family together. The Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE is all about luxury. The Jeep Wrangler 4xE is the rock star, always beyond norms. The Dodge Hornet RT is the hot new thing. The four of them together in the same yard? Sounds awesome. Our models exist in plug-in hybrid versions. Many are even available for immediate delivery at your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealers. For more details, visit your dealership today.
The Commission de la Représentation Électorale is proposing changes to the boundaries of certain electoral divisions in Quebec, and you can have your say. You are invited to come and speak with the commissioners on November 2nd at 2 p.m. and 7 p.m. at Montreal's Hôtel Universel, located at 5000 Sherbrooke Street East. 2 virtual hearings will also be held on November 3rd and 15th at 2 p.m. Visit the website to register, submit a comment, or file a brief. All the details are available at www.electoralmap.quebec.
We begin tonight. Canada's top stories. Canada's most trusted. Canada's #1 newscast.
We have exclusive details.
CTV National News with Omar Sachedina. Weeknights at 11. Stream on all your favorite devices.
CTV's ultimate murder mystery game, where winning means trust no one, suspect everyone. Let the backstabbing begin. A new episode of The Traitors Canada, Monday at 10 on CTV.
Very mild conditions this morning. Around 10 a.m. it was 20 degrees, and then a cold front swept through and temperatures dropped off. We saw some much cooler air move in gradually through the afternoon as temperatures dropped, and that's behind the cold front that is changing our weather pattern for the next few days. We are going to see some cooler air. Temperatures are going to drop a little below average for this time of year, and we may even see our first snow on the ground. It won't stay, but it looks like we could see some wet snow. Here's a look at our surface map right across the country. Temperatures at west will have rebounded a little bit compared to the past week. Still cold through Saskatchewan and Manitoba. Temperatures cold in Alberta, but they were dealing with some very cold conditions through the week as temperatures stayed well below freezing. Right into tomorrow, they'll be a bit above freezing, and temperatures steady in coastal British Columbia. Much cooler air dropped in through the day today in much of Ontario, Quebec. That's gradually going to make its way all the way through Atlantic Canada, but we're looking at temperatures about 6 degrees tomorrow afternoon in Montreal and Quebec City. We're going to see just a few clouds overnight tonight, but some cloud will build in, and mainly because of a low that will be traveling south of the border. We'll see some cloud associated with it through the day on Sunday. We may be lucky to see a few breaks in the cloud, but it looks like an overcast day for Sunday, and that will be ahead of a front that will be bringing us some snow Sunday night into Monday morning. We're going to see some wet snow on the ground. The townships will see Quebec City by about midday, and Montreal will see some wet snow through the morning, and then it will clear out by the end of the day. Now, temperatures will be reaching up above freezing, so any of that wet snow will be clearing out, but we are going to see some wet snow on the ground to start off the week. Back to reality is really what it's all about. For tonight, the temperatures will drop to 3 degrees. The wind will be light. We'll see partly cloudy conditions tomorrow, mostly cloudy. Wind again generally light from the north-northeast with cloudy skies and a high of 6 degrees. Normal for this time of year should be around 10, so we're dropping a little bit below normal for this time of year. Here's a look at our regional forecast. 1 on the plus side for Gatineau tonight, tomorrow 6 with mostly cloudy skies, -1 up in the Laurentians tonight, and 6 tomorrow with a mix of sun and cloud, a bit more sun further north. A mix of sun and cloud as well for Quebec City as temperatures are steady near 6 degrees, and 4 for the townships, mostly cloudy. Could see a bit of precipitation to parts of the townships for tomorrow. And here's a look at the extended forecast. So on Monday, as that snow changes to rain through the midday period, a high of 5, and then for Halloween, not bad at all. Some clear conditions. Temperatures will be around 6, a little below average, but comfortable nonetheless.
Thank you, Lise. That wraps it up for us tonight. You can always head to ctvnewsmontreal.ca for breaking news and extended coverage. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Hey, Nissan. Oh, what's that smell?
Could be my pumpkin spice latte, Karine.
No, it's new car smell.
The Nissan Qashqai S with front-wheel drive and quick comfort heated front seats.
Just in time for the colder weather.
Lease the Qashqai S starting at $299 a month for 24 months and get up to $290 off a set of eligible winter tires. Best part, it's in stock right now.
I smell an opportunity.
Until October 31st, down payment of $2,275, retail value of $28,845. On approved credit, conditions apply. Details at Nissan.
Saturday, October 28th, the Montreal Alouettes face the Hamilton Tiger Cats for the last regular season game of 2023. It'll be a Halloween game with pre-game costume contest and fun activities for family and friends. Kids get in for just $5. Get your tickets now at goalsgo.com.
Noah for Medicine Hat writes, Dear Canadian Tire, it's time for upgrades around the house and upgrades in my toolbox. Any recos? The right tools make all the difference. Cliché, I know, but that's why Canadian Tire carries a wide selection of the tools you need, from brands like Mastercraft, Maximum, DeWalt, Bosch, and Stanley. Get everything you need for home maintenance at Canada's store. This week only, Triangle Rewards members earn 10 times bonus CT money on sockets, wrenches, and portable power tools. Qualifying purchases, conditions apply. Visit CanadianTire.ca or the flyer for more details.
At Subaru, going on an adventure is part of our DNA. And going on an adventure in silence and without any emissions, it's what we do. Come see us to discover the all-new, all-electric 2023 Solterra. We are Subaru.
Have you ever encountered sales pressure?
This is Bridget Federley of Canaan Federley Funeral Home. At Canaan Federley, our funeral counselors give you the freedom to make decisions without pressure tactics. You will only encounter helpful staff truly sensitive to the needs of your family, staff that has been part of our family for many years.
Canaan Federley, recipient of the Consumer Choice Award from 2021 to 2023. For information, call 514-481-5301 or visit canefederley.com.
3 words have been used to describe Bon Si Bon: convenient, efficient, and delicious. They've recently expanded operations so that they can serve you even better. They've been working hard for over 15 years to make sure that you always have something for everyone at your table. And that's why they've joined forces with Keto-Teria to offer the celiac community meals and desserts prepared at Keto-Teria's dedicated 100% gluten-free kitchen. Dinner's always ready with Bon Si Bon. BONCBON.com.
My dentist, with the help of his team, contributes to my good health. He's able to make over 200 oral diagnoses and to prevent or detect disease well before symptoms are felt. He plays an essential role in my overall health. For peace of mind, I visit my dentist regularly. A message from the Association des chirurgiens dentistes du Québec.
I do it on my own and well supported.
I do it where I want and when I want.
Oh, and I also do it with no fees and no compromise.
And you? How do you invest? With Disnat platforms from Desjardins Online Brokerage, you can invest the way you want with no commission fees on stocks and exchange-traded funds. Plus, take advantage of tools and free training courses to guide you as you go. Visit Disnat.com. Certain conditions apply.
Fall is upon us. It's wise to have your vehicle checked before the cold season. Don't open your hood to just anyone. Choose a Spinelli dealership.
Hit the road with peace of mind. Spinelli dealerships offer you a 55-point mechanical inspection for only $99.95. Say goodbye to mechanical troubles. Entrust your vehicle's inspection to Spinelli's experts.
Spinelli, the address of choice for all automotive services.
Montreal's home for rock and roll is Show 97.7. You're gonna want to turn it up. The spirit of rock, Show 97.7.
This is totally useless information with Nick and Roy. Listen, laugh, and learn.
Today on the show, we celebrate Halloween. Yes, with useless information about horror movies and all kinds of Halloween stuff. But we also have our regular show with science, fashion, and dreams.
Plus, we'll answer your question in our mailbag segment and, of course, your favorite news from around the world.
Totally useless information. It's everything you never needed to know.
Bone chilling. horrors. Listen, if you dare.
Oh, yeah. So we welcome you once again. This is our annual tradition. Thank you for joining us. We have totally useless Halloween information. So we have a whole cauldron full of totally useless information. As you see what I did there, kind of like as if this is like the front porch light is on, and we're going to give out as much.
I wish at this point Freddy Krueger would jump out and lop your head off.
He's right behind you.
In the movie Halloween, the budget was so tight. Yeah. They had such a small budget in the movie that they couldn't figure out how to make the character look scary. So they actually went to a store and bought the cheapest mask they could find, which was a William Shatner mask.
What?
If you watch the movie Halloween, you'll notice that he strikes a resemblance to William Shatner. This is like a mask that they messed up, but it's a William Shatner. They bought it at a party store for like a couple of bucks.
Wow, talking about low budget, but boy, look how much money that made. Owls have been synonymous with Halloween, of course, right? Owls are very popular Halloween symbols. In medieval times, owls were believed to be witches, and if you heard the call of an owl, it meant that someone was about to die.
Who?
They wouldn't tell us who. Or how about, you know what? Hey, I just came up with this. What does a deaf owl say?
What?
Yes, exactly. Also, owls can rotate their necks 270 degrees. Humans, 160.
I seen a movie like that one time. It was The Exorcist.
That's scary.
Listen to this one. This is a great Halloween thing. During Halloween, Scottish girls thought they could see an image of their future husband if they hung a wet towel in front of the fireplace. Can you imagine this? They literally took like a wet towel or sheet and hung it in front of the fireplace to see the glow through it. They thought they could see the image of their future husband. This just in, lots of Scottish girls die in horrific fires.
Oh, no, that's horrible.
Well, here's a cool Halloween horror-y type thing that went on.
Yeah.
The Druids, the ancient Druids, would have on what they considered Halloween, what they called a bone fire. And they would throw the bones of cattle into the fire on Samhain, which was what they called Halloween.
Right.
And what eventually becomes Halloween is Samhain. The bone fire eventually became barn fire, which then became bonfire, which is what we call it, bonfire.
A bonfire.
But they would take the bones from the cattle, throw them in there, and then the next day they'd have these nice bleached white bones, and I guess they would keep them as sentimental things for Halloween.
Sure. I would just roast steaks. That's what I would do.
I would just walk the cow right into the bonfire.
That's right. Come here. Here you go. It won't hurt me a bit. Sugar rationing during World War II. Because of the shortage of sweet stuff, trick-or-treating wasn't as big of a deal during World War II, but after the rationing ended, it was all systems go on the candy collecting front because they needed the sugar for World War II, right? Candy companies began launching advertising campaigns to cash in on the ritual and make sure kids were clamoring for their products to show up in their candy buckets and spare pillowcases.
Okay, folks, get ready for this one. This is a cool Halloween fact. According to legend, the jack-o'-lantern, which is basically the lit pumpkin,
right?
The jack-o'-lantern was named after an Irish guy named Jack, who was a stingy man who tricked the devil several times into doing things for him and offering his soul, but he tricked him. He was forbidden to enter either heaven or hell. I guess God figured he just tricked me too. You know, one shy. Twice bitten, one shy. So he was condemned by both the devil and God to walk the earth for eternity waving his lantern.
Oh.
So that's why they call it the jack-o'-lantern.
It would have been hilarious if the jack-o'-lantern was created by an Irish guy named Phil.
Yeah.
Hey, let's turn to some music because Halloween, there's a lot of music that goes on around Halloween. And of course, the Monster Mash is that everyone plays. But what about the Michael Jackson album Thriller? It was the largest selling album of all time. And you know the Vincent Price laugh? That iconic, okay? Or something like that. Sure.
Yeah.
Vincent Price made less than $1,000 for his work on the title track. Quincy Jones, then wife Peggy Lipton, knew Vincent Price. The horror movie legend managed to record his part in just 2 takes. Once the album got big, Price expressed frustration over his meager paycheck because he only got paid once for it and said that Jackson had stopped taking his calls.
Yeah, I got to say this to you. I mean, you sounded surprised he did it in 2 takes. I mean, they were like, Vinny, come on in the room. And tell him a joke. He laughs and he walks out. I mean, come on. Yeah, I have to pay you extra. You just laughed.
Yeah, but that was just 1 take. Come on, please.
Let me do one more.
Sure.
According to tradition, if a person wears their clothes inside out and walks backward, now this is ancient tradition, and walks backward on Halloween, they will see a witch at midnight. Now, who the hell walks backwards and wears their clothes backwards? You're going to get put away, probably. You're not going to see a witch. You're going to see a doctor.
That's right. Who's dressed as a witch?
A witch doctor.
So if you're celebrating Halloween this weekend, whether you're going to a party or you have something at your house, please be safe out there. And if you're trick-or-treating with your kids, be safe, of course, as we always tell you.
Don't drink and drive. And if you're going to, don't eat too much candy if you're diabetic.
Yes.
I already did.
There you go. And that's why he looks like the way he does. You're listening to Totally Useless Information with Nick and Roy.
From Beethoven to Bieber, rock and roll to rhythm and blues. This is Totally Useless Music Information with Nick and Roy.
Boy, that was kind of classy, wasn't it, huh? You know, I was tickling the ivories. That's not all I was tickling. So we've heard of the Moog or Moog synthesizer. It was the surname of the late Robert Moog, inventor of the legendary Moog synthesizer.
It's Moog.
It's Moog, but everyone has said Moog for so long, no one bothers to correct it. Okay. So they said, doesn't matter. It sounds great. It's named after the late Robert Moog.
I forget where I was. I'm not sure if it's in Gainesville, Florida, where the actual first place where they were producing them was. And there's a building that says it's like embedded in the building, Moog. And I wanted to go in there, but I never went in. Pretty cool. Hey, the first song performed, not just played, like not played on a tape or anything like that, actually performed in space, okay, was Jingle Bells in 1965 on board of the Gemini 6 mission. Walter Shearer and Tom Stafford used a harmonica and a bell to play Jingle Bells in 1965. It was the first song ever played in space.
It was out of this world.
First off, harmonica, they could have played something even cooler than that. A little bluesy, you know.
I say Jingle Bells.
Been round the moon.
Jingle all the way. It's the Jingle Bell Blues. Hey, 2 girls and a vegetable. Now it sounds really intriguing.
Sounds like a porn film.
It does, too, but it's not. 2 girls and a vegetable. Veteran gangster rapper Ice-T. His birth name is Tracy Lauren Marrow. So, yeah, his actual...
He's real tough.
So he's named after 2 girls and a vegetable. Hard, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
All right, so you had something with rap music. I have hip-hop.
Oh, okay.
Hip-hop music. Get ready. This was a shocker to me because I was around, if you remember, we were both around during the birth of hip-hop. But hip-hop music was invented by Clive Campbell. He was a DJ, and his DJ name was DJ Cool Here. DJ Koolhere. DJ Cool Here. It was invented on August 11th, 1973.
Whoa.
Yeah. During a DJ's concert event. Okay. So they were having a bunch of DJs, and this guy probably was like, and playing music, and then he went, a hip, a hop, a hip, a hip, a hip hop.
Hey, what's your name? This crooner was born Arnold George Dorsey. He borrowed his stage name, however, from a German composer, died in 1921.
Mozart?
No.
Really?
This composer, so this is a crooner who took on this German composer's name. The composer's name, Engelbert Humperdinck.
No.
It was a German composer, best known for having composed the opera Hansel and Gretel. So crooner Arnold George Dorsey, otherwise known as Engelbert Humperdinck, took the name from the German composer.
Nick and Roy will continue with totally useless information.
What you eating there?
Oh, just a Leon's $10,000 shopping spree in a Chevy Colorado.
And how do you plan to get all that from a Big Mac?
Monopoly Double Play.
Monopoly Double Play?
First, I peel on pack, then I peel an app. 2 ways to play and win.
So basically, you're potentially holding the most lucrative Big Mac ever?
No, I'm potentially eating the most lucrative Big Mac ever.
Now you can double play at McDonald's for more ways to win millions of prizes. While supplies last, chances of winning change as prizes are claimed. Chances of winning McD's app prizes based on time of code entry. See rules at participating McDonald's in Canada or at mcdpromotion.ca.
Elevate your home and transform your space with C&M Textiles. Discover a world of endless possibilities with their exquisite fabrics, state-of-the-art motorized blinds, customized window treatments, and more. Visit one of their 4 showrooms and start creating your dream home, office, or event space. With bespoke products that not only provide privacy and light control, but also reflect your individuality, bring your vision to life, one room at a time. Shop now. C&M Textiles. Do it once, do it right. cmtextiles.com.
Beneath their gorgeous exterior, 1-800-GOT-JUNK trucks were designed to be ready for anything.
How about construction site junk?
All you have to do is point.
Retail, grocery store, warehouse, office junk?
Point, 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 point.
How about the monumental junk left after a fire or a flood or a hurricane?
This time, you'll need to do it with your other hand.
Why?
Because the first hand will be tired from all of that other pointing.
I see your point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
When it comes to vehicle maintenance, our Chevrolet Buick GMC Cadillac certified service experts are the gold standard. One visit and you'll have peace of mind, thanks in part to our expert winter tire advice. And right now, get an instant rebate of up to $125 when you buy a set of 4 Goodyear winter tires. So make an appointment with your Chevrolet Buick GMC Cadillac certified service experts today. It's the place for your vehicle maintenance and your winter tires. Details at mycertifiedservice.ca.
My dentist, with the help of his team, contributes to my good health. He's able to make over 200 oral diagnoses and to prevent or detect disease well before symptoms are felt. He plays an essential role in my overall health. For peace of mind, I visit my dentist regularly. A message from the Association des chirurgiens dentistes du Québec.
Now is the time to support Israel. Now is the time to bond with Israel. If you support Israel, buy Israel bonds today. The proceeds of your investments will provide much-needed assistance in Israel. Make a direct investment in the State of Israel. Help strengthen Israel's economy. Call Israel Bonds today at 514-482-0427 or go right now to israelbonds.ca. Israel Bonds are sold in Canada by Canada Israel Securities Limited, a registered exempt market dealer.
Hey, let's have a Halloween party this year, with the neighbors and...
Yeah, sure. I'll go back to Jean Coutu for more candy and for the moi offer.
Oh, we better invite my sister and the twins, too.
Oh, that sounds a little scary.
Until October 31st at Jean Coutu, get 3 times the points when you spend $20 or more on Halloween candies with the exclusive coupon on your Jean Coutu and Moi app. And until November 1st, show your Moi card and get 2 times the points when you buy almost anything. Details at jeancoutu.com. Certain conditions apply. Moi is a registered trademark.
If you're not vaccinated against respiratory viruses before winter arrives, you could end up getting sick, especially if you're vulnerable. But if you are vaccinated, winter could be totally sick. Long walks in the woods, fondue dinners, snowshoeing, warming up by cozy fires. It's better to get vaccinated today and make the most of it. Flu and COVID-19 vaccines are free for everyone. The pneumococcal vaccine is also available. To learn more or make an appointment, visit quebec.ca/vaccination campaign. A message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
The adventure of a lifetime is just a click away. Casting is now open for the new season of CTV's The Amazing Race Canada.
We want to see you on the finish line.
Go to ctv.ca/The Amazing Race Canada to apply.
We're back with totally useless information with Nick and Roy. Listen, laugh, and learn.
There are so little amounts of left-handed people in the world that there are very, very few left-handed guitars. Because think about this. On average, 10% of the world's population are left-handed. But out of that 10%, there's maybe 1% or less will play the guitar. So who the hell cares about left-handed people?
Hey.
If you own a guitar company, I know you're left-handed, Nick.
Yeah.
Do you play the guitar?
No.
See? Nobody cares about you.
Well, yeah, I am left-handed. You're right-handed. And, I think the scientific, I know we'll talk about science later, but the left side of the brain, of course, controls the right side of the body. You remember that in science? Mm-hmm. And the right side of the brain controls the left side of the body, meaning lefties are in their right mind.
Yes, exactly. But, when I asked Nick if he played guitar, he says, I have 2 Fenders, but they're on my car.
And I drank really a lot one night. It was a fender bender.
I think you drank a lot tonight, the way you said that. I drank a lot.
Exactly. Da-da-da-da. Edward Van Halen. Okay, we all know Ed Van Halen, right? Eddie Van Halen. All right.
The late, great Eddie Van Halen.
He had a middle name. It was Ludwig, named after composer Ludwig van Beethoven.
Wow.
So Van Halen's middle name is actually Ludwig, which is a Dutch version of Ludwig van Beethoven.
The patented guitar lick, they call him, that Eddie Van Halen did was he would play with his finger on the neck, plucking the strings as he would change the other finger, and it would sound like that, like a fugue sounding thing. There's a name for that. It's called hammer-ons.
Oh.
Hammer-ons, because you kind of hit the string like a hammer with your finger. So you're hitting it very fast. But anyway, I digress.
Thank you.
Listen, the Mars rover, I had 2 space things for music. I thought that was cool.
Nice.
The Mars rover Curiosity played Happy Birthday to itself on its first year anniversary after it landed.
Wow.
Yes, on Mars, it played Happy Birthday. That makes Happy Birthday the first song to be played on a foreign planet. So it was actually the first song played on a foreign planet. Happy Birthday to the Mars Curiosity rover.
So Jingle Bells was the first song played in space.
Right.
Happy Birthday was the first song sung in space.
The first song performed was
Jingle Bells, right?
And Happy Birthday was the first song played on a foreign planet,
right? And the rover, the Mars rover, wished itself a happy birthday.
Exactly.
All right, sure.
But first, it said, "Can Rover come over and play Happy Birthday?"
And what did they serve as a birthday cake? Mars bars. Thank you.
Cheese.
Yeah, that's right. You're listening.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the moon.
That's right. And speaking of cheese, you're listening to Totally Useless Information with Nick and Roy. Wake up. And now it's time for Totally Useless Information with Nick and Roy as they present Dreams. Wake up. Mm-hmm. Wake up. What? Dreams.
What was that? All right. Dream control. People can have what is called lucid dreams, meaning you control your dream. Do you control your dreams?
I tried, but then I was told to stop it.
No, listen, you don't need to tell this to Heidi Klum because she's in my dreams, so she knows that I'm in control of them.
Yes.
Because I'm really good. No, but listen, people can, and I do control my dreams a lot of times, not all the time, but sometimes I'm dreaming and, I'll say, go down that street, go down this street. And in the dream, you're doing what you're telling it consciously what to do in the dream.
So you're giving directions in your dreams. Is that what you're doing? Basically.
Mm-hmm. And Heidi Klum is very happy about that.
She loves a controlling man. Yes.
And let me tell you something. I sleep 8 hours, so it's a lot longer than reality.
Mm-hmm. If you ever dream that you're being chased by a spider, it suggests that you're feeling trapped in the current situation that you're in, or maybe your relationship. You desperately want to get out of the situation, but you are afraid to stand up and confront it.
Rematona is what stops us from acting out on our dreams. It paralyzes us, so to speak. And I think we spoke about it on one of the dream segments.
Yeah.
But what if it doesn't happen? We never got into what happens if Rematona doesn't happen.
Oh.
Well, that's called sleepwalking.
Oh, okay.
If Rematoma doesn't happen during REM sleep, you'll just get up and start walking around in your dream.
That's pretty neat.
You go make yourself a ham sandwich. In my case, you'll make a little schnitzel.
Yeah.
And open up a nice leaf Fromage and say, Heidi, sit down, enjoy your schnitzel and leaf Fromage from Liechtenstein.
Yeah. If you're dreaming of a blackbird, or if you see a blackbird in your dream, it signifies a lack of motivation. Yeah, I guess so. Whatever.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, who cares? You're not utilizing your full potential. Why even bother? Right?
No, exactly.
Yeah. So you know what? It even represents jealousy, lust, and temptation. I really don't care. I really, really don't care.
That's interesting, I guess. I mean, the blackbird represents jealousy, lust,
or temptation.
That's
right.
No wonder nobody cares. Listen to this one. Women dream more about rejection and exclusion. You think? Men dream more about violence and weapons. Okay. Men interact with other men in dreams twice as much as women interact with other women. More people have negative emotions while dreaming, like anger, sadness, and fear, than positive emotions like happiness and love. The study was done by a scientist who never had a date in high school, probably. No, but can you imagine that more of us dream anger and sadness and fear rather than happiness and love? So this explains, the world today, I guess. I would think in the 60s, it was all about happiness, love, and flowers.
Yeah. The summer of love. According to a poll about the dreams that people have, 67% of
a Polish person?
No. It's according to, this is according
to a poll.
No. A pole dancer. According to a pole dancer.
Even better.
That's right.
God, now you got my attention.
There you go. See? Yeah. Where's the blackbird when you really need it? According to some research by a pollster from Poland, 67% of Americans have experienced deja vu in their dreams. It occurs more often in females than males.
Wow, I think I've heard that before.
According to a poll from Poland, 67% of Americans have experienced deja vu in their dreams.
Wow, I'm amazed.
It's also amazing listening to totally useless information with Nick and Roy. Do you have a mailbag? You said you have a mailbag?
Oh, yes.
Oh, you do? Okay, so if you would like to email us,
okay,
it's really simple. You go to Nick and Roy.
Should be interested. No, they should be interested in this.
They should. And this is what you do. It's so simple, we can even do it. You go to nickandroy.com and click on Contact Us, and we'll read your email.
What's in the mailbag?
Oh, my God.
What's in the mail?
It's like deja vu. You go to nickandroy.com and you click on Contact Us.
Yeah. 67% of Americans have experienced deja vu in their dreams.
I thought you were going to hit the music again.
What's in the mailbag? What's in the mail?
Wow. I think I heard that before. No.
That's it.
Nick and Roy will continue with totally useless information.
At Toyota, we build quality trucks with you in mind. Because everyone loves a friend with a truck, especially a Toyota, winner of the Canadian Black Book Award for Best Residual Value. So when that inevitable call for help comes, you're there, pulling up in an award-winning truck because you're an award-worthy friend. It's time to roll up your sleeves. It's time to Toyota. Discover the Tacoma at your Toyota dealer and check out our amazing offers at shoptoyota.ca.
What you eating there?
Oh, just a Leon's $10,000 shopping spree in a Chevy Colorado.
And how do you plan to get all that from a Big Mac?
Monopoly Double Play.
Monopoly Double Play?
First, I peel unpack, then I peel an app. 2 ways to play and win.
So basically, you're potentially holding the most lucrative Big Mac ever?
No, I'm potentially eating the most lucrative Big Mac ever.
Now you can double play at McDonald's for more ways to win millions of prizes. While supplies last, chances of winning change as prizes are claimed. Chances of winning McD's app prizes based on time of code entry. See rules at participating McDonald's in Canada or at mcdpromotion.ca.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it would be too difficult or time-consuming? Then it's time to try Babbel. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you practical conversations that you will actually use. So with just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking in a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel, language for life. Right now, Babbel is offering radio listeners 55% off their subscription. Visit babbel.com/radio. That's BABBEL.com/radio for 55% off.
You came here to kill me, so do it.
This month on Crave. Every day is Halloween with all episodes of HBO's The Last of Us.
You're not going to scare us.
Showtime's Yellow Jackets.
We need to find a way to stay alive.
Plus, terrifying movies like Halloween Ends, Evil Dead Rise, The Exorcist, and more.
I'm losing my mind.
Stream now if you dare on Crave.
It all ends now.
Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
The President's Sale is on this weekend at The Brick. We've gone straight to the top for the best deals in every department. Save up to 65% on sofas when you buy the matching love seat or chair. Up to 50% on mattresses. Up to 33% on dining and bedroom furniture. And up to 30% on home entertainment furniture and fireplaces. Plus, buy more, save more. Up to 25% on select major kitchen appliances. Or up to $400 on big screen TVs. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details.
The Commission de la Représentation Électorale is proposing changes to the boundaries of certain electoral divisions in Quebec, and you can have your say. You are invited to come and speak with the commissioners on November 2nd at 2 p.m. and 7 p.m. at Montreal's Hôtel Universel, located at 5000 Sherbrooke Street East. 2 virtual hearings will also be held on November 3rd and 15th at 2 p.m. Visit the website to register, submit a comment, or file a brief. All the details are available at www.electoralmap.quebec.
This old car has been called a lot of things lately. Jalopy, beater, clunker, and my personal favorite, lemon. But you know what they say. When life gives you a lemon, donate it to Kidney Car. Every unwanted vehicle that's donated to Kidney Car helps the Kidney Foundation of Canada improve the lives of people with kidney disease. Towing is free, and you even get a maximum tax receipt. Kidney Car, where one person's lemon is another person's lifesaver. Non-lemons also accepted. See kidneycar.ca for details.
Hey, Nissan. Oh, what's that smell?
Could be my pumpkin spice latte, Corinne.
No, it's new car smell.
The Nissan Qashqai S with front-wheel drive and quick comfort heated front seats.
Just in time for the colder weather.
Lease the Qashqai S starting at $299 a month for 24 months and get up to $290 off a set of eligible winter tires. Best part, it's in stock right now.
I smell an opportunity.
Until October 31st, down payment of $2,275, retail value of $28,845. On approved credit, conditions apply. Details at Nissan.
You're listening to Totally Useless Information with Nick and Roy. Listen, laugh, and learn.
What's in the mailbag?
Oh my God.
What's in the mail?
It's like deja vu. You go to nickandroy.com and you click on Contact Us.
Yeah. 67% of Americans have experienced deja vu in their dreams.
I thought you were going to hit the music again.
Or go to nickandroy.com and you can email us. Just simply click Contact Us.
What's in the mailbag? What's in the mail?
Wow. I think I heard that before. No.
That's it.
Okay.
Yes.
Mailbag.
Yeah.
Now get ready for the name. Gerhardt.
Okay, Gerhardt.
Gerhardt is from Alsund, Alesund. Alsund or Elsund. I don't know, and I hope I'm not butchering it. But I'm going to say Alsund, Norway. I looked it up. It is a small town in Norway. Nice. And Gerhardt writes, no.
Did you read it upside down? Is that what happened?
I don't even know. What language do people in Norway speak? Finnish?
Norwegian.
Oh, they're Norwegian. That's right. What the hell am I talking about?
Yeah, you're finished. Go on.
I guess they're finished.
Yeah. Will you finish the mailbag, please?
Okay. So anyway, Gerhardt writes, you guys are so funny. And I learned so much. Keep up the good work. We love your show in Norway. I have turned about 20 people onto your show in Norway, and they are faithful listeners. He writes it a little broken up, but it was very nice. He literally has gotten 20 people in Elsund, Norway, to listen to our show, and they are faithful listeners. Okay, Gerhardt, so get ready. There are 5.3 million people living in Norway. So, I mean, it's nice. Thank you very much. 20 people, but there's 5.3 million, Gerhardt. I think you could do a little better than that.
I think so.
I think you can get a little more going. No, we really do appreciate it. And maybe you can put in a good word for the Nobel Peace Prize, which is in Oslo, Norway. Me and Nick could really, get some attention if we got a Nobel Peace Prize. We'd like that. Did you know also that Norway has the world's longest road tunnel? It's 15 miles long.
Wow.
There's only 5.3 million people, 15 miles. That's a couple people per foot or two. So they could all stand on the road all at once.
They should play our show in the tunnel
during the ceremony for the Nobel Peace Prize.
That's correct. Right.
So, but can you imagine, Nick, when we started this thing 3 years now? 2 years?
A year and a half, but it feels like 3. Go on.
It feels like 5. No. Can you imagine when we started this?
Yes.
That somebody would be contacting us from Alsund, Norway, named Gerhardt, writing us about the 20 people in Norway that he turned on to listen to our show. We're in 56 countries across the world.
Yeah.
God knows we're probably right next to Jingle Bells and Happy Birthday.
Yes.
Mars.
Yeah, and some people do want to send us out to space.
Exactly. They'd like to see us go forever.
That's right. Well, we can't go forever, but a reminder once again, go to our website, nickandroy.com, and send us an email.
Einstein was a moron. Newton was a jerk. 8 equals nothing. It's science, science, science.
That's where it is. I couldn't find it. A human organ that no one knew about has been hiding in plain sight. You thought they would discover, but no, all this time it was hiding. It's called mesentery. It connects the intestine.
I had that too.
Mesentery?
I got a little penicillin, and that's it.
Yeah, high school were the great years of high school. Oh yeah. So this
play with somebody's mesentery.
well, you'd have to go digging deep because this mesentery connects the intestine to the abdomen and is believed to perform important functions for the body, ranging from helping the heart to aiding the immune system. The good old mesentery.
Oh wow!
Don't mess with mesentery.
That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Yep.
now, people, you're listening to the show. That's one of the ones that people are going to go around. The mesentery. It's a new organ. Cool. Where are we in science?
That's what the guy said. The guy sang.
Einstein was a moron. Newton was a jerk. E equals nothing. It's science, science, science.
One of the most popular jingles that our audience have told us they love that one, so that's why it was worth playing a second time. You were saying about science.
The great white shark has multiple rows of teeth. Okay, we all now know that, to replace teeth that fall out. But did you know that the great white shark's teeth are as strong as the strongest steel that we can make?
Oh.
So their teeth, why the hell they have extra rows? I mean, they're not going to break. You know, One time when I was in high school, when I was getting over mesentery, I kissed a girl with braces on. That was interesting. She had metal teeth.
So I guess, note to self, do not become a shark dentist. You'll go out of business.
Note to self. Don't French kiss the girl with braces.
And he had the scars to prove it. Come out. Wherever you are, the Earth appears to have a whole new underground continent called Zealandia. The discovery isn't new, however. Some geologists have been arguing for its existence for many, many years. However, in 2017, a team of scientists concluded that Zealandia fulfills all the requirements to be considered a drowned continent.
You want to taste, just use your tongue, right? After you use it with the girl with the braces.
Yes.
No. Well, wrong. The only reason we taste food is because of saliva. If there was no saliva, we wouldn't taste anything. The saliva breaks down the food so the tongue receptors can read it and understand what the flavor is. Or in the case of my wife's food, just awful.
Oh, wow.
I do it all the time, and she knows it's not true because she is a wonderful cook.
Yeah.
And the greatest person in the world, and I'm afraid of her.
I was going to say, your couch must be really, really comfortable. Really comfortable. My next one I call Bloody Hell. Lungs do more than help us breathe. A surprising discovery has found they also make blood. The organ, present in mammals, as we know, is believed to produce more than 10 million platelets per hour.
The lungs?
The lungs produce blood.
Wow. If Betelgeuse, the brightest star in the sky, is called Betelgeuse. If Betelgeuse becomes a supernova, it can explode, and it would light up our sky for more than 2 months straight. Now, it's like 900 million years away, but the supernova would explode with such brilliance that the light would keep shining for about 2 months or 60, 70 days. We would have no darkness, no nighttime, and it could happen any time because Betelgeuse is about to become a supernova. Could happen in 100 years, it could happen tomorrow, it could happen in 1,000 years, but it will eventually become a supernova.
I'll wait.
So get some sleep now while you can.
Before it's too bright that you can't. So we talked about monkeys before in the show and how they love to suck on their leaves to get inebriated. But monkeys and their relationship with music, great apes, including chimpanzees and orangutans, have absolutely no appreciation of music whatsoever. None. Researchers have shown that they can't tell the difference between Beethoven and Bieber. And the music is all just meaningless to them. It just sounds like whatever. They have no appreciation whatsoever for music.
Wow. So they wow. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So that, like, the whole thing, music calms the savage beast, is probably a lie.
And of course, wait, this just in. I just saw the last piece of information here. I missed it. The only music they do appreciate are from the Monkees.
They just love that last train of Clarksville.
Yeah.
Written by, what's his name? Sweet Caroline.
Oh, Neil Diamond.
Neil Diamond. Last Train to Clarksville wrote like 3 Monkees tunes.
Nick and Roy will continue with totally useless information.
This old car has been called a lot of things lately. Jalopy, beater, clunker, and my personal favorite, lemon. But you know what they say. When life gives you a lemon, donate it to Kidney Car. Every unwanted vehicle that's donated to Kidney Car helps the Kidney Foundation of Canada improve the lives of people with kidney disease. Towing is free, and you even get a maximum tax receipt. Kidney car, where one person's lemon is another person's lifesaver. Non-lemons also accepted. See kidneycar.ca for details.
CTV's ultimate murder mystery game, where winning means trust no one, suspect everyone. Let the backstabbing begin. A new episode of The Traitors Canada, Monday at 10 on CTV.
Here in Quebec, the RV, convertible, and motorcycle season is over just like that. So enjoy summer right to the last second by planning your seasonal vehicle storage online via SACLIC. You can schedule your storage date right away, so you don't have to worry about it during the final days of great weather. You can even change the date if you like. No need to go to a service outlet. So, to store your vehicle just like that, the fastest way is SACLIC. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
Welcome to the party. Ready to have some fun?
Yes, sir. Let's do this.
Okay, I'm going to open my music app, get that going. Nice. Now I'll just get my lighting app and set the mood. Now just the blinds need to be closed. Just looking for that app. Needs an update.
Can anybody in your family even use this?
Yeah, they just call me.
With Control 4, I can do all of that in one app. I even have an entertain button that does it all in one touch.
I need that.
Call the guys at ResAV and stop app juggling. Check them out at resav.ca.
Talking to your mechanic should be simple.
Yeah, so it's going maybe a and then sometimes but not always, you know?
Chatting with an insurance agent on the Bel Air Direct app actually is simple. Bel Air Direct. Insurance simplified. Conditions apply.
Fall is upon us. It's wise to have your vehicle checked before the cold season. Don't open your hood to just anyone. Choose a Spinelli dealership.
Hit the road with peace of mind. Spinelli dealerships offer you a 55-point mechanical inspection for only $99.95. Say goodbye to mechanical troubles. Entrust your vehicle's inspection to Spinelli's experts.
Spinelli, the address of choice for all automotive services.
Totally Useless Information with Nick and Roy continues. Listen, laugh, and learn.
It takes 60 seconds for a cell of oxygen or carbon dioxide to make a complete trip through the body. So it makes a complete round trip through the body within a minute. So you get it, right? It just goes from start to finish. So if you smoke pot, it takes 1 minute for that to get to your brain. I said if you smoke pot, it takes 1 minute. Did I say that already? I said if you smoke pot,
right,
it takes 60 seconds.
Right. 60 seconds for what?
Wow, man.
I know. Yeah. Like, whoa. You're listening to Totally, like radical,
Groovy.
like groovy, useless.
The last train to Clarksville.
The information with Nick and Roy.
Anybody got a puffer fish? I'm hungry.
And now for something completely useless.
A connecting band of tissue, such that is attaching a flexor tendon to the bone of a finger or toe, is called vinculum. A vinculum has actually two meanings. There's one. The other, in mathematics, the line between the two numbers in a fraction is called a vinculum.
Ooh, that's a cool one, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so the vinculum is the line that you make like in half. One line, two on the bottom is a half.
Right.
That line is called a vinculum.
That's correct. And the other one is it's a connecting band of tissue that's attaching a flexor tendon to the bone of a finger or your toe.
That is cool. Okay, cool one. Very good.
Yep, there you go. And if you have an email you'd like to send us, we make it really easy for you, because in case you smoke pot or something, we make it really easy. Not that we're suggesting that you do.
www.nickandroy.com, man. Folks, www.nickandroy.com. Go on, write us. We will research this stuff. We have the tools to do this. We will come up with the answers. And go on nickandroy.com, and you can be on the show as well. We'll use your name and we'll use your information, and you'll be famous.
That's right. And we'll track you down.
Welcome to the Totally Useless Information Fashion Show.
Like 20th century skirts, medieval tunic lengths moved up and down as the fashions changed. In the late Middle Ages, tunic. That's what.
I only see one Nick.
How much pot did you not smoke? That's right. Actually, that's when people write me an email. They write to Nick. In the Middle Ages, tunics were very, very short, but only for those with the worthiest buttocks. Okay? In England in 1463, if you're wearing short tunics, it revealed the male buttocks. They were restricted by law to the upper classes. Peasant posteriors were simply too vulgar to contemplate, let alone see. So, as restricted by law, they were these short tunics.
So they were for the upper class minus the C equals the ass.
Right. They were for the upper asses. Only for the worthiest buttocks. That was the criteria. Now, in an interesting twist, the eunuchs didn't wear tunics.
No. And the women with the very large derrieres, like a Kardashian, were called three-nicks.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
During the Renaissance period, it was fashionable for women to shave off their eyebrows.
Oh.
Completely shaven. Nowadays, it looks like some women are smuggling caterpillars on their faces. Have you seen this? Like these real, like, bushy. In Russia, it's called the unibrow. No, did you ever see, like, now the models have? I mean, I have pretty bushy eyebrows. I'm in.
Yeah, you're just like those models, 100%. Oh yeah, for sure. It's like it's a chia eyebrow. Chia.
Yeah. I'm taking pictures now, selfies, and selling them.
Yeah, of course. So bombasting was the thing. Ladies, if you stuff your bras, feel no shame. Your impulse to pad out your clothing has some historical significance. Popular during the Elizabethan era, men and women used to bombast their sleeves to create large leg of mutton arms. Okay? Leg of mutton arms. Men would also bombast their shirts to create a filled out belly, a symbol of prosperity at the time. So you're in. You got the bushy eyebrows and the bulging belly.
Exactly. My wife calls me a bombasted all the time.
Yeah, wait till you show up with a shortened tunic. That'll really freak her out.
There you go. Because I got a good one.
That's right. His is a worthy buttock.
You can make over 200 pairs of jeans out of one bale of cotton. For supermodels, maybe you can make 200 pairs of jeans out of one bale of cotton. For me, you make maybe one pair of jeans out of one bale of cotton.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how big a bale of cotton is that you can make 200 pairs of jeans?
That's a lot of cotton. Wow. Powdered wigs. Many people will recognize the powdered wigs in the Middle Ages, but not many are familiar with their tie to syphilis. Back then, many of those in the upper and middle classes had syphilis, which produced some raunchy smells and not to mention baldness. Okay, I'm bald. I don't have syphilis, okay? For the record.
You should have took care of that in high school.
With a little penicillin.
You had hair in high school. See what happened?
That's right. Well, I told you, in high school, I was voted most likely to recede. To cover the smell, many people wore goat, horse, or human hair wigs called perukes. The wigs were powdered in scents like lavender and orange to cover the stink coming from down below. The trend.
This is so bad. I can't take this.
The trend caught on when Louis XIV started wearing them, and yes, he had syphilis too. I learned something on our own show. See?
So in Italy, they had loads of syphilis too. They were wearing a bunch of perukes. You ever see Nick sometimes raps as a joke, and he says he wears his pants down and so on. Mm-hmm. So you see these street thugs and rappers, and Nick, of course, wearing their pants low down on their waist. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you know how that started as a fashion statement? In L.A., in prisons, they were not allowed to have belts. So most of the time, the guys would be walking, and their pants would fall down past their underwear, but not past their hips. And so they would just leave them there because they didn't care. And it became almost like a cool street cred fashion statement to wear your pants like a prisoner, I guess. I don't know why you'd want to do that. You know, where I come from, you'd be like, hey, that Rhodes Scholar, he's really smart. But when you're from L.A., you're like, yo, you want to wear your pants like the prisoners? Yeah, that's cool.
Show your Calvin Kleins. Remember the song on Yankee Doodle Dandy, how he stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni? The lyric is in reference to the young Frenchmen in the 1750s. Your favorite, the Frenchmen. Don't you love the French?
Oh, yes, they're wonderful. Love their fries.
The young Frenchmen from the 1750s took the Italian fashion to the extreme. The most notable element of macaroni fashion was a huge wig with a tiny hat with a feather on top, but it also included flashy waistcoats, bright stockings, and fancy buckled shoes. And called it macaroni. Well, that's all the time we have for this week's episode. We really want to thank you very much for joining us. We will scour the internet far and wide to find more useless information for you guys next time.
Until then, you tell a friend about the trend.
I'm Nick.
And I'm Roy.
Totally Useless Information with Nick and Roy is a production of nickandroy.com. Visit nickandroy.com to access the full library of episodes or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
I have a business diploma. I started my own company. I'm 41 years old. I like to think I can tell a good joke. I love my 2 children. And because of COVID and the economy, we have no home. Don't let homelessness assumptions get in the way of homelessness solutions. Go to CanadaCanDoIt.ca. Help the Canadian Alliance to end homelessness. Thanks.
I do it on my own and well supported.
I do it where I want and when I want.
Oh, and I also do it with no fees and no compromise.
And you? How do you invest? With Disnat platforms from Desjardins Online Brokerage, you can invest the way you want with no commission fees on stocks and exchange-traded funds. Plus, take advantage of tools and free training courses to guide you as you go. Visit Disnat.com. Certain conditions apply.
Located in Côte Saint-Luc, the Waldorf Private Retirement Home offers you a whole range of services, ranging from occasional monitoring to complete supervision. With a dedicated team operating 24/7, the Waldorf Retirement Home provides a secure feeling and a safe environment to all its residents. The retirement community also features a wide range of sporting facilities, an indoor swimming pool, and a theater. Studios are starting at $9.99. Meals are kosher certified. To plan a tour, visit residencelewaldorf.ca. The Waldorf, a kosher retirement home.
As a small business owner, you have to deal with a lot. You're constantly thinking about managing time, managing employees, managing cash flow, keeping up with competition, standing out from competition, customers' wants, customers' needs, and customers' wants and needs next week, next month, next year. One thing you don't want to deal with is wondering if you can depend on your internet and mobile networks. Switch to Bell and enjoy reliable, fast fiber-powered internet and Canada's best 5G network. Count on Bell for your business and enjoy great offers during Small Business Month. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/smallbizmonth for details. Bell, doing business just got better.
With the Grande Vie Lottery, I won $1,000 a day for life.
And I won a bonus prize of $25,000 a year for life.
First, I'll buy a big condo.
And I'll have a big party with my boyfriend, Alfonso.
Then I'll sail to the most precious seas.
While I trek through some exotic trees.
Lastly, I'll buy my big dream boat.
And I'll buy a farm with a teeny little goat.
Grande Vie. 3 bonus prizes of $25,000 a year for life to be won each draw on October 26th and 30th. Don't miss it. Must be 18 years or older.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step.
From the National Newsroom of the Canadian Press, I'm John Kennedy. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the war against Hamas will determine the fate of Israel. Israel's military has opened what they call the second stage of the war by sending ground forces into Gaza and expanding attacks from the ground, air, and sea. Netanyahu has warned that the assault will intensify ahead of a broad ground invasion into the territory. The military has posted images of tank columns moving slowly in open areas of Gaza, many apparently near the border. A Canadian man who moved to Gaza 3 years ago says he's seen evidence that Israel is stepping up its invasion of Gaza. Mansour Schumann says that it seems like more bombs are falling, and they are striking without warning, in a way that makes it seem like Israel is being indiscriminate with where it drops bombs. Meanwhile, in Toronto, thousands of protesters gathered at Nathan Phillips Square in downtown, waving Palestinian flags and calling for a complete ceasefire in Gaza. Police say they're investigating an overnight fire in an unoccupied building in Old Montreal. More than 150 firefighters fought the blaze, which began around 8 p.m. on Friday.
A Montreal police spokeswoman says the fire was brought under control Saturday morning. The cause of the fire remains unknown, but investigators from the arson squad were on the scene. Records show the building was constructed in 1950, though the building's facade dates from 1891. A 2022 real estate brochure shows the building was put on the market with an asking price of $10 million and touted as a redevelopment opportunity. Emily Joveski, The Canadian Press.
Police in Port Lambton, Ontario say they're searching for 2 people of interest after finding 36 illegal firearms near the border of the Canada. After finding nearly 36 illegal firearms near the Canada-U.S. border. The Ontario Provincial Police says a suspected firearms smuggling operation was reported on the St. Clair River after 2 people were seen traveling in a boat along the waterway that runs across the Canada-U.S. border. Investigators did not provide details on where exactly the guns were found and say officers are also looking for the watercraft used by the suspects. Matthew Perry, who starred as a sarcastic but lovable Chandler Bing in the hit series Friends, has died. The Emmy-nominated actor was found dead at his Los Angeles home, according to the Los Angeles Times and celebrity website TMZ, which was the first to report the news. LAPD officer Drake Madison confirmed that officers were sent to the neighborhood Perry lived in for a death investigation of a male in his 50s. Perry was 54. Former Vice President Mike Pence has dropped his bid for the Republican presidential nomination, ending his campaign for the White House after struggling to raise money and gain traction in the polls. In a statement, Pence says that it's become quite clear it isn't his time to take the president's chair. He's expected to remain engaged in politics. This is the Canadian Press. In sports, Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey each scored 34 points in leading the Philadelphia 76ers to a 114-107 win over the Raptors in Nick Nurse's first trip back to Toronto tonight. Kelly Oubre Jr. added 18 points off the bench for Philadelphia, which earned its first win of the new NBA season. The visiting Ottawa Senators got back to 500 today with a 5-2 NHL victory over the Pittsburgh Penguins. Brady Tkachuk scored twice for the Sens, while Ridley Greig, Dominic Kubalik, and Drake Batherson added singles for the 4-4 Senators. San Francisco 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy cleared the final step of concussion protocol and is now set to start tomorrow against the Cincinnati Bengals. The 49ers announced that Purdy will have no injury designation for the NFL game against the Bengals after suffering a concussion late in the loss at Minnesota on Monday night. From the Canadian Press, I'm John Kennedy.
When news breaks, be the first to know with CJAD 800.
U.S. fighter jets launched airstrikes on 2 locations in eastern Syria. The strikes come in response to a flurry of recent drone and missile attacks on U.S. bases and personnel in the region.
Get it first on Instagram and Twitter. Email to your inbox and on News Talk Radio. CJAD 800.
I asked my Mopar service expert for advice on preparing my car for winter. He said switch to winter tires. Below 7 degrees Celsius, they have superior adhesion to regular tires. That's good advice, I say. He says that's expert advice.
Now's the perfect time to switch to winter tires at the Get Winter Ready event, where you can buy 3 tires and get the 4th free. See your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealer for details. We built it. We know it.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
Hi, I'm Richard LaPointe of CIBC Wood Gundy, and when I say I can always be reached, I'm not just selling you a line. My clients know that when they dial the phone, I answer the call. It's important, especially during times of uncertainty like right now, that you have immediate answers about your money from the team that takes care of it for you. I'm Richard LaPointe, and I can always be reached at 514-847-6324.
CIBC Wood Gundy is a division of CIBC World Markets, Inc., member of CIPF and IROC.
This program is for entertainment purposes only. The opinions expressed do not necessarily reflect the views of CJAD 800 or Bell Media.
Thanks for inviting me into your home, your long-haul truck, RV, camper, taxi, your parents' well-appointed basement with the simulated wood paneling, electric fireplace, and the painting of dogs playing poker, your loft, that greasy spoon just off the interstate, and your cabin in the woods. Welcome to Coast AM, the very best in late-night talk radio. I'm Richard Serrett, and this morning, I'm coming to you live from Athens, Greece, and I'm here until mid-November. I'll be back in the Coast Air Chair Saturday, November 18th, Friday the 24th, and Saturday the 25th of November, when I'll once again be broadcasting from my home studio beneath the stairs in Thornhill, Ontario. Some sad news. Matthew Perry has died of an apparent drowning at his home near Los Angeles. He was 54. The beloved Friends star was reportedly found dead in the jacuzzi of his home in Pacific Palisades just after 4 p.m. on Saturday. Law enforcement sources told TMZ that first responders rushed to the address after a call reporting a cardiac arrest. Sources say no drugs were found at the scene and no foul play suspected. Perry, who was not married and had no children, had a long history of drug and alcohol abuse. He opened up about his decades-long battle with addiction in a memoir published last year. He went to rehab 15 times, had undergone 14 surgeries to try and mitigate the damage done to his stomach lining due to alcohol and opioid use. He had been drug and alcohol free since May of 2021. So sad. It seems so unfair. He struggled so long to get clean, seemed to have finally gotten his life back on track, and now he's gone. Friends star Matthew Perry, dead at 54. Coming up in the first half of Coast tonight, Augie Nost returns to the program. Augie is best described as an expert in weird science, the paranormal, and the power of the mind. And he'll be here to discuss a time travel device that was given to him by the late Stephen Gibbs, an inventor in Omaha, Nebraska. And Gibbs also gave a similar device to Art Bell back in the late 1990s. In the second half, prolific documentary filmmaker, conspiracy researcher Josh Reeves, also a return visit to Coast, to discuss artificial intelligence. Rapid progress in the development of AI has been too rapid for many, including pioneers of the technology, who are now issuing dire warnings about the future of our economies, democracies, and humanity itself. From job losses to mass extinction events, experts are warning that AI technology risks opening a Pandora's box of horrors if left unchecked. Coming up next, the late Steve Gibbs time travel device. Welcome to the Audio Imaginarium. Come on in, weary traveler, hang your cloak on a peg, grab a stool, and come gather around the fire. There are stories to be told, and you are among friends. I'm Richard Serrett, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Why don't you stay a while?
CTV's ultimate murder mystery game, where winning means trust no one, suspect everyone. Let the backstabbing begin. A new episode of The Traitors Canada, Monday at 10 on CTV.
Elevate your home and transform your space with C&M Textiles. Discover a world of endless possibilities with their exquisite fabrics, state-of-the-art motorized blinds, customized window treatments, and more. Visit one of their 4 showrooms and start creating your dream home, office, or event space. With bespoke products that not only provide privacy and light control, but also reflect your individuality, bring your vision to life, one room at a time. Shop now. C&M Textiles. Do it once, do it right. cmtextiles.com.
Does the thought of a vasectomy scare you more than having another baby? I'm Dr. Elroy Shuker. If you don't know this already, at Vasectomy Montreal, we have taken care of thousands of patients as experts of the no needle, no scalpel, and virtually painless procedure. Most importantly, we take extensive precautions in a state-of-the-art private clinic where our safety measures keep you and your family jewels safe. Book your appointment online now at vasectomymontreal.ca.
They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at cuisinewestisland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed.
We begin tonight. Canada's top stories. Canada's most trusted. Canada's #1 newscast.
We have exclusive details.
CTV National News with Omar Sajidina. Weeknights at 11. Stream on all your favorite devices.
Augie Nost is the author of Spiritual Science, Higher Consciousness Thinking, and How to Access the Universal Consciousness. By age 25, he'd learned several languages, studied science, including metaphysics and different forms and theories of spirituality. At age 25, he left Norway to go to the U.S., to go to flight school at Emory School of Aviation in Greeley, Colorado, where he obtained numerous pilot licenses. He co-wrote a book titled Alien Encounters in America's Midwest, which featured hidden government documents on the cover-up of the UFO issue, NASA prints of buildings and structures on our moon, and personal testimonies from people who've had contacts with extraterrestrials. With his partner, Nori Love, they have created a mastermind for meditation and manifestation of the future we'd like to see. Augie Nost, welcome back to Coast. How are you?
Well, thank you there. Got coffee in hand and I'm ready to go.
Great to have you back. So, back in the late 90s, inventor Steve Gibbs appeared on Coast to Coast with Art Bell and talked about his time travel device. I believe Art later received this device. And I'm not sure if he ever tried to use it. I seem to recall listening to an episode where Art mentioned maybe to a caller, yes, he'd received Gibbs' device, but he hadn't used it, and he was, quite frankly, a little bit nervous, and I would be too, about using it. However, you also have a time travel device, that was given to you by the same inventor, the late Stephen Gibbs. Before we discuss the device itself, and what it looks like, talk to me about how you met Stephen Gibbs and just give us some insights into who this late inventor was.
Well, Stephen Gibbs was kind of, he was almost as weird as I am. And he was an inventor, but this is the only thing that he actually invented. And Art Bell found out about it. Of course, they got together. So he was on the Art Bell show probably 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 times. I was on there with them a couple of times. And we talked about what we have seen and what we have done with it. And what I want to say right off the bat is that Stephen Gibbs is gone right now, which is a shame because he made a device that actually worked. This device is not a toy. Because there are people that have... Yes?
So did he have any actual training in physics or engineering? I mean, who was he?
Stephen was just a regular guy. He had some electronic training, but otherwise he didn't even have a college degree. So he was just one that has studied on his own, and he got inspirations. I had a dinner with him in Omaha probably around 1992 or something like that, and he explained some of the things that happened to him and also how he got the idea to start with it. He said he had some dreams. These dreams would show him how to put electronics together. And it was explained to him that in this dream, if he did this, he could come and visit with someone on the other side, so to speak, actually in the future. And he started messing with it, and he had put the device together, and some of his friends, they were doing something with it, and evidently they had some really strange experiences. And I got one of the advice from him, and starting out, I used it a lot. I couldn't get anything done. Nothing worked for me until I started to manipulate my brainwave pattern at the same time, lowering the brainwave pattern down to about the bottom of the alpha range, down to around 7 cycles per second. That's when things started happening for me. And
all right, before we just one more question regarding Steve Gibbs. How did you meet and hear about Stephen Gibbs?
Oh, yes. He was introduced to me through a lady in Omaha that has written something like 105 different books, about 10 of them on time travel. And she had a long friendship with this guy, and she called me one day and said, I'm going to have dinner with Stephen Gibbs. And I asked her, who is that? So she explained. And that sounded interesting, so I joined them, and we had about, I think, a 4 or 5 hour meeting at that dinner when we were talking about these kinds of things.
And was he reluctant to discuss it with you, or was he open to the idea?
Not at all. He just totally opened up because he had heard me on TV in Omaha, and he knew of me before I knew of him. So it was okay, and we discussed things, and he told me some really interesting stories that if you want to hear about them, we can.
Oh, for sure. But just before that, you also appeared on a BBC documentary, I believe, with theoretical physicist Michio Kaku on time travel. Had you already known about Gibbs' device by this point when you went on the BBC? When was that?
Oh, yes, absolutely. That BBC television documentary was done in 2003. And I probably got the time travel device somewhere around 1995. So I've had it for about 10 years. But when the TV documentary with BBC television was done, Michio Kaku was on there, and a theoretical physicist named Green was on there. And it got very interesting because they had heard, BBC television people had heard about a TV show that I did in Tucson where I interviewed Stephen Gibbs. And also the one that I did on it explained what I did. So they called and I said, we are going to come to the U.S. to do a TV documentary on time travel. Michio Kaku and Green will be there. And there was another theoretical physicist also. And he said, we'd like you to be on it. So I agreed, and I met them in in New Orleans, and then I demonstrated the time travel device on that TV documentary, which actually was shown to every English-speaking country in the world, so they were shown to over 1 billion people. But it got very interesting because the people from BBC television, they asked some questions about the future. And I told them some of the things that I have seen. But not all of that happened. And I was puzzled about that. But later, I have learned a lot about timelines. And I realized that the mind of the one that is doing the experiment has great influence on the results and what you can see and what you can experience, because that will shift timelines with you. And this is what happened. Back then, when I did this, I was all about government cover-up, government corruption, and I jumped in the middle of it and exposed all of that, and that's where my mind was. And after that, I have changed that. It's become a more of a spiritual nature. So that's why I don't see those things in the future anymore. I got to say this. I am not worried about the future at all. It's going to be okay.
Oh, that's very encouraging. Well, thank you for that. We could use some good news. Just getting back to Stephen Gibbs and your dinner with him in Omaha in the early 90s. Did he bring the actual device with him to your meeting? Because, and we'll get into a description of it. You have one there, and it's very portable. This is not like the H.G. Wells, time machine that we see in the movie. This is a small portable device. But did he bring it with him?
No, he didn't have it there. I didn't even know what it looks like when we had that dinner. But I got with him, and I got one from him later. But he explained a little bit about what the device was, and for some reason, I believed him. That's why I got the device. Because also, I read some of Pat Vest's books. That was the lady in Omaha that introduced me. You can Google her name, and you'll find about 10 different books on time travel from her.
Sorry, what's her name again? What is her name again?
Patricia Ress, R-E-S-S.
Patricia Ress.
Yeah. And that's also the lady that I co-wrote the book with on the one you just mentioned. But for what we did with the device in New Orleans, they had all the cameras there in the hotel room, and I set it up, and I explained how it worked. And it really caught on. Of course, there was too many people in the room, all kinds of distractions, so nothing really happened at that time. And they really loved that. They really liked it. So
okay, Steve Gibbs, but when he sent it to you or talked about it with you, he issued a warning that this is not a toy, and he gave you, I believe, some examples of things that had happened. Well, one story in particular, which involved was it a teenager who had the device? And
yes.
Vanished.
He was a young man. I don't know about the teenager part, but he was a young man going to college, living at home with his parents. He bought the device from Stephen Gibbs, and they shipped it to him, and he got it. He went up to his bedroom, and he evidently started experimenting with it. And that was in the afternoon. And then in the evening, his mom came up to his room and was going to invite him down for dinner, and he wasn't there. The device, the black box was sitting in the middle of the bed. The time coil was there, and everything was sitting right there in the middle of the bed, and it was plugged in the wall. But he was gone. So she thought, well, gee, he went somewhere, so we don't worry about him. And then overnight, he wasn't there in the morning, so she figured, well, he stayed over with some friends. But she also found out he hadn't showed up at school. And that evening, they started to get worried, so they turned in a missing person report. And then the police came out, and they started listening to her story, and they said, okay, yeah, all right, what did you do? Did you kill him? You know how police would think in a case like this?
Yes.
But the thing is that the young man never showed up anywhere afterwards. He was gone.
Wow.
So
did the police? Did the police interview Stephen Gibbs?
Yeah, he bought the machine from Stephen Gibbs. Yes.
But did the police end up? Did the parents know about this? That their son had bought a machine from Gibbs, and did the police end up questioning Stephen Gibbs?
That I don't know if the parents would know about that. He may have told them, but that never came up in a conversation. And Stephen never mentioned that the police contacted him, but his parents did contact him. So he talked with the parents quite a bit. And they were really, just totally out of themselves because of what had happened. And he explained what could have happened. And that didn't make a lot of sense to the parents, he said, but that's really all he could do.
So this young man went somewhere, but unable to get back? Or what did Gibbs think happened to this young man?
Well, he kind of thought that maybe he had put the machine on, or should I say the device, because there's no moving parts in it. And he ended up going somewhere, but he left the device behind, so he may not have had the chance to come back. Let's look at it. If he went to the future, maybe he could reconstruct it possibly, but if he went to the past where there were no electricity, he would be out of luck.
So it's possible.
A lot of people are interested in the pyramids and Egypt and stuff like that. If they went back to that time, yeah,
right.
that could create disaster.
So it's possible he went back to the past, no longer had access to the device. It's possible that he went to the past and lived out his natural life, but in the past.
Absolutely.
Or he may have come to some tragic end in the past.
That could very well be also, because you never know when you step into that quantum existence. There's things out there that is strange, and maybe if you don't understand it, it can be a little alarming and possibly dangerous.
You have the device right next to you at this point?
Well, yeah, it's sitting in a box here.
All right. Well, we're approaching the bottom of the hour, and we'll wait until the other side, and then we'll get you to unpack it and describe in the best sort of theater of the mind details that you can provide what it looks like and how it works, and your experiences with it. Augie Nost is with us, and we're talking about the late Stephen Gibbs, the inventor of this time travel device, and we'll get to it right on the other side. Now, taking us into the break, here's Fleetwood Mac and their classic Sarah on Coast to Coast AM.
Wait a minute, baby. Stay with me a while. Said you give me life, but you never told me about the fire. Down
of course, keep an eye on your Halloween forecast. Tom Mulcair will be looking at the province's offer to its public sector unions, which is heating up over the weekend, as well as Students Against Tuition Hikes. That's at 7:40. 10,000 steps a day. Is that overkill? Dr. Labos answers that question at 7:50. And you know what you need in your Halloween? More potatoes. We'll explain at 8:10. The Andrew Carter Morning Show. Join us 5 to 9.
Hi, Dom here from Res AV. I'd like to introduce you to my two boys, Ben and John. Say hi, boys.
Hi, boys.
You guys know we have a Control4 system at home, right?
A what?
That's the system that automates all the electronics and lighting in our home. Look, you guys know how to work the TV, right?
Yeah.
You guys know how to play music everywhere.
Sure do.
And you know how to turn all the lights off with a click of a button when we leave the home.
Of course we do.
You see, at Res AV, we make home automation child's play. Look us up at resav.ca.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
This October, riveting originals are right at your fingertips when you add stars to a Crave subscription. Courtney Cox, Greg Kinnear, and Mira Sorvino in new episodes of Shining Vale.
What if my psychosis got into the family?
Oscar winner Forrest Whitaker in the crime drama Godfather of Harlem.
I call the shots.
Stars also has the latest releases. Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, and the slasher comedy, The Blackening. Whoa! Subscribe now at stars.ca. Also available on Crave.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Ricardo, quote, "This is one of the greatest inventions ever. I know this may sound like I'm exaggerating, but this sucker is amazing. The first time I did it, I couldn't believe what came out of my sinuses. I could breathe with ease. My wife just bought one too. Thank you for this product," unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is at Canadian Tire, Family Prix, Brunet, Jean Coutu, and Navage.ca. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
It makes a difference when a business like Litracit's Dispensing Opticians takes a personal interest in what they do and in their customers. That's what sets Litracit's apart. They are, after all, a family serving families with the best in eye care, lenses, and a wide variety of frames from partners like Essilor, Maui Jim, Bevel, and more. Litracit's Dispensing Opticians, taking care of your family's vision like their own. At DeCarry and Isabella for over 50 years. At Litracit's, you'll see.
Accent Insurance salutes you, smart home and auto owners everywhere. You've worked hard to find the right home and the right car. But what about the right insurance? Accent makes it easy by shopping around for a solution that's right for you. And with combined home and auto insurance savings up to 30%. Accent Insurance Solutions. Auto, home, and business. Right solutions, right price. 514-363-3636 or visit accentassurance.com.
This program is for entertainment purposes only. The opinions expressed do not necessarily reflect the views of CJAD 800 or Bell Media.
Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Welcome back. Coming to you live from Athens, Greece. Say hello on Twitter or X. Can never get used to that. At Richard Serrett, S-Y, because I love you, R-E-T-T. Get on up to the coasttocoastam.com website and the carousel. An interesting image there, just in time for Halloween, during its 54th close encounter with Jupiter on September the 7th, 2023. NASA's Juno mission captured a fascinating image of an area in Jupiter's northern region known as Jet N7. The image, which appears as a strange face, provides a glimpse of the planet's turbulent clouds and storms along the terminator, which marks the boundary between Jupiter's day and night sides. Again, that's in the carousel up at coasttocoastam.com. And if you love Coast, you really are going to love George Norrie's internet television show, Beyond Belief. You can join George for thought-provoking discussions on paranormal phenomena, conspiracies, and all things unexplained. You can start watching episodes right now. Just go to beyondbelief.com. That's beyondbelief.com. All right, back to more of my conversation with Augie Nost as we discuss the time travel device invented by the late Stephen Gibbs right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, Dom here from Res AV. I'd like to introduce you to my two boys, Ben and John. Say hi, boys.
Hi, boys.
You guys know we have a Control4 system at home, right?
A what?
That's the system that automates all the electronics and lighting in our home. Look, you guys know how to work the TV, right?
Yeah.
You guys know how to play music everywhere.
Sure do.
And you know how to turn all the lights off with a click of a button when we leave the home.
Of course we do.
You see, at Res AV, we make home automation child's play. Look us up at resav.ca.
As a small business owner, you have to deal with a lot. You're constantly thinking about managing time, managing employees, managing cash flow, keeping up with competition, standing out from competition, customers' wants, customers' needs, and customers' wants and needs next week, next month, next year. One thing you don't want to deal with is wondering if you can depend on your internet and mobile networks. Switch to Bell and enjoy reliable, fast, fiber-powered internet and Canada's best 5G network. Count on Bell for your business and enjoy great offers during Small Business Month. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/smallbizmonth for details. Bell, doing business just got better.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
And we are back with Augie Nost, the author of Spiritual Science, Higher Consciousness Thinking, and How to Access the Universal Consciousness. And we're talking about the time travel device invented by the late Stephen Gibbs of Omaha, Nebraska. And Augie is in possession of said device, and you've got it right next to you sitting in a box. So let's sort of slowly unpack this thing, describe it in as much detail as you can, and then we'll get you to explain how it works exactly.
Yes, I have the box right here, and actually it's not in the box anymore, but I can explain what it looks like, and then I will explain a little bit how it would work. First of all, there is a black box that is about 6 inches by 5 inches and about 3 inches deep. It is several switches on it, and there's a few dials, that you can tune the frequency of your frequency to the machine. And the way you do that, there is a stick plate. And anyone out there familiar with radionic computers, you will know what a stick plate is. That is a plate that is hooked up to the electronics in it, so you rub your finger back and forth until the fingers stick. That's where you want to keep the dial. And then you turn to the next dial and rub the finger back and forth again until the finger sticks, and then you leave the dial alone. And it actually works that way. Your finger will stick when you have got the right frequency and tuned to it.
So the right frequency being what, the like the Schumann resonance, or
the
what?
frequency of our, should I say, the combined consciousness of the person, as well as the body frequency. Because it can also be used as a healing device, as a radionic computer, because there's a well in it. Let's say that you want to heal somebody from at a distance, you can also do that. But for this purpose, there's no need to talk about that. So you can turn the device on. There's a little red switch for that, and then it is on, and you can plug it in the wall, and the circuit goes from the black box into a very strong electromagnet, and you can hold that electromagnet against your solar plexus with, I believe it is, I seem to remember, it's the positive end of it goes towards the skin, but you really shouldn't touch the skin. Just hold it in your aura so that the magnetic device will, the magnetic field will penetrate into the body. And then it goes from the electromagnet to a spiral cord that we put around our head, right at the level of the third eye, right above or between and slightly above the top of the nose, between the eyes. And you put that around your head. And now you get the energy that is coming from the black box going through the magnet into the time coil, is what it's called, that is around your head. So you make a circuit where you involve the energy of the mind also, coming from what Stephen said. It activates something in the pituitary gland that opens up a channel. And he didn't really explain a lot about that because he was very careful about the technology. He really didn't want anybody to know about that.
Right. Let me ask you, so as I'm trying to understand this, you're holding one hand, you've got this electromagnet that you're holding up to your abdomen, solar plexus.
Yeah.
The other hand is holding is it the stick plate, the box containing the stick plate?
Yeah, you can put the black box on the table, and then you use what I do. I would use my right hand and my index finger to rub the stick plate. And I hold the magnet with my left hand against my solar plexus.
And you have to remain in contact with the left hand and the stick plate, the fingers on the stick plate, the entire time?
Not necessarily. Yes, you have to hold the magnet there, but when you get the black box tuned to your frequency, then you can let go of the stick plate. You don't need that anymore. It's all set.
All right. And when it's determining your frequency, a combination of, excuse me, your body's the frequency generated by your body and your consciousness, that is creating what a unique fingerprint. That frequency belongs to you and you alone. There's no one else that has that frequency. Is that
Fair to say?
Absolutely. I think you explained it better than I could.
No. I'm just trying to understand here as we go along.
Yeah, this is good. You did just right, because let's say that if you are sick, if you have a bad cold and you feel like something that'll get stuck to your foot walking through a field, then you will have a different frequency than if you are perfectly healthy and you're in good spirits. So this will tune to the frequency of you at the time you are doing it.
Okay. So I've got a good mental picture. I hope listeners do too. You've got this coil around your head at the level of your third eye or your pineal gland. You've got the right hand on the magnet. You've got the black box on the table, but you've got your fingers on the stick plate.
Yeah, until you get it so that you get it tuned.
Right. All right. Then what happens? How do you activate the time travel device?
Once you have everything set, then you should go into deep meditation. And that means lowering your brainwave pattern. I know Steve said that people have done it without meditation, but I tried it and nothing worked for me until I started lowering my brainwave pattern down to around 7. And I've been meditating all my life, so that was easy for me. So
what do you mean by down to 7? What do you mean by lowering your brain pattern down to 7? What does that mean?
7 cycles per second. And that's the bottom of the alpha range of brainwave patterns. So that's where my goal. There's something about the number 7.4 cycles per second that has something to do with opening up a channel in the pituitary gland.
7.4.
I have read that from sages that in the West here that is talking about 7.4. So I kind of took their word for it, and I was aiming for that. I'm not so sure I got to 7.4, but I got close, and evidently that's where things started working.
Does that take some considerable training? I mean, some people meditate their entire lives. How long did it, what is involved, and how long does it take to be able to meditate, to train your mind and your brain to lower it's into the alpha range 7.4 or thereabouts?
Sometimes you do it without even knowing it. When you're driving a car, you end up in a semi-hypnotic state.
I've done that.
Or you're watching TV, you get totally engrossed in it, and your brainwave patterns come down. There's been experiments proving that they can actually, just by watching TV, the brainwave pattern drop down into the alpha range, and that's not necessarily a good thing, watching TV, because then all the subliminal advertising goes right into the subconscious mind and make a new imprint that you will act on. But when you control it yourself, go into meditation and close your mind down. Try to keep all unwanted thoughts out. And this is one of the things that Nori and I teach in the mastermind that we are doing. And it's very effective. You can really get insight. You get thoughts come out of absolutely nowhere with brilliant things in it. And
okay, so after you've lowered your brain waves into the 7.4 range, then what happens? Do you have to set some sort of an intention and decide, do you want to travel to the past, to the future, or does it, wherever it takes you, that's where you go, you follow?
No, it's kind of like getting in the back of a cab. You got to tell him where to go. So you got to set your goal to what you want to do first, and then you have a picture, a mental image of it. That is very important.
I like that imagery, getting into the back of a cab to the Gettysburg Address and step on it.
There you go. It could be done.
Okay.
But what I would say, you asked before also, how long did it take? Well, it took me quite a while. I must have done this for, a month or two, quite often. and I got nothing done until I engaged the brainwave pattern like this. But once you start meditating, meditation is usually the gate to higher consciousness. So that made sense to me to start lowering the brainwave pattern into the alpha range, which is the alpha thinking, and that's where you connect with the universal mind much more than you do otherwise.
So you said you tried it for, was it a month or several months before it worked? Did you get discouraged at that point? Did you say this thing doesn't work?
Yeah, I did. But I listened to Stephen. He just said, people actually make this work. So I said, okay, I'm not a quitter, so I'm just going to keep doing it. I probably did it at least maybe, I don't know, maybe once a day, once every 2 days or so for at least a month. But that was practice.
So let me ask you, is it physical time travel, or is it, when we think of H.G. Wells and the time machine, we think of, if you were observing someone sitting in this time travel device, they would be there and then whoosh, they would be gone. If I were to watch you wearing this time travel device, you activated it, you're not disappearing, right? You're traveling. Is it time travel using consciousness rather than physical time travel?
Well, let me answer that in two different ways. First of all, I have not been able to get any results when there was somebody else with me in the room. But think of the young man that disappeared. That was just by the mind.
Right. There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I would also say that, one example actually would probably explain that more than anything. In the, I think it was, probably around 1999 or so, I just came to Tucson, and I did an experiment, a mind experiment using the device, and I found myself walking down the street. And it was clear as a bell around me. I walked down the street, and there were people coming the other way. And it appeared to me as they made eye contact, and I was walking straight ahead, and they moved out of my way. So it appeared to me as they saw me. And that's why they moved out of my way and moved towards it. And I walked up to a newspaper stand, and I looked at the headlines in it, and I could read the headlines, and I could read some other things there. You only see the front page in those newspaper stands. And I can see the date on it. That was 6 months in the future.
6 months in the future. And what year was this? You were time traveling? What year?
Yeah, that was it. I would probably the summer of 1999. Could have been the fall.
So you're looking at the fall or winter of 1999. Yeah. Do you remember the headline?
There was something about an accident, and that did happen, as far as I know. But the other stuff, I don't really remember what it was now. But some of that, what you see, I have to remember also, there are timelines out there, and what I saw there, that did happen at that time. But other things that I saw around that time did not happen later, because evidently I ended up in a different timeline. And boy, am I glad that I ended up in a different timeline, because I saw was not very good at all.
Can you tell us what you saw?
Well, I saw a total stock market crash, and the country turning into total turmoil. The military had to come and take over, and there were military everywhere. They were maintaining the peace because people got so fed up with government, they started doing away with them. And, that doesn't solve problems. So I'm glad that didn't happen.
That was the same time travel journey where you were walking down the street in Tucson in 99? That was the headline, or was this another trip?
That was a slightly earlier trip.
Okay.
When all those calamities happen. But
all right, Augie, we're coming up on a break here. Excuse the interruption. Pardon the interruption. We're coming up on a break here. Top of the hour. When we come back, we'll discuss more on Stephen Gibbs' time travel device and more of your journeys. Taking us into the break, Carole King and One Fine Day right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Elevate your home and transform your space with C&M Textiles. Discover a world of endless possibilities with their exquisite fabrics, state-of-the-art motorized blinds, customized window treatments, and more. Visit one of their 4 showrooms and start creating your dream home, office, or event space. With bespoke products that not only provide privacy and light control, but also reflect your individuality, bring your vision to life, one room at a time. Shop now. C&M Textiles. Do it once, do it right. cmtextiles.com.
It's time to seize the sun with Air Canada and prep your out-of-office message. Here's a little inspiration.
Greetings from my inflatable flamingo. I've traded spreadsheets for beach towels and gone boating. I'm busy relaxing 24/7, so if I don't respond, I'm probably kite surfing, eating fish tacos, or scuba diving. Fret not, I'll be back eventually.
Take a break in one of 50-plus sunny destinations with Air Canada and Air Canada Vacations. Book at aircanada.com or contact your travel agent.
What you eating there?
Oh, just a Leon's $10,000 shopping spree in a Chevy Colorado.
And how do you plan to get all that from a Big Mac?
Monopoly Double Play.
Monopoly Double Play?
First, I peel on pack, then I peel an app. 2 ways to play and win.
So basically, you're potentially holding the most lucrative Big Mac ever?
No, I'm potentially eating the most lucrative Big Mac ever.
Now you can double play at McDonald's for more ways to win millions of prizes. While supplies last, chances of winning change as prizes are claimed. Chances of winning McD's app prizes based on time of code entry. See rules at participating McDonald's in Canada or at mcdpromotion.ca.
So, Jane, you feel like you're in a toxic relationship?
Yes, we had a good connection once, but lately it's been patchy.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they're slow and, quite frankly, a bit behind the times.
I see. Well, maybe it's time to cut the cord.
Oh, it's not a cord. It's a cable.
Switch to Bell with Pure Fiber, the fastest internet, the best TV service, 10 a la carte channels, and Crave for only $89 a month for eligible Bell Mobility clients. For more details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
From the National Newsroom of the Canadian Press, I'm Rob Westgate. Israeli officials say the country has entered a new phase of its war on Hamas, expanding its ground attacks after blacking out nearly all communications in the Gaza Strip with increased bombardment and artillery fire. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the latest military action will only increase ahead of a broader ground invasion into the territory. Gaza residents so far have described the bombardment as the most intense of the war. Israel has said that its 2 main objectives in Gaza was to destroy Hamas and rescue some 230 or so hostages being held by the terror group. But the families of the hostages are worrying that the two claims may clash, as Israel is flatly rejecting any ceasefire deal or hostage exchange with Hamas, instead carpet bombing entire neighborhoods in Gaza. British Columbia's 2 independent police watchdogs are asking for the province's prosecution service to consider charges against 3 RCMP officers related to a shooting death more than 2 years ago. Canadian Press reporter Emily Joveski says the recommendation relates to a July 2021 incident on Vancouver Island.
British Columbia's Independent Investigations Office says an interaction took place between a man and police at the drive-through window of a Campbell River business, during which police fired shots and the driver of the vehicle was killed. Earlier reports identified the victim as 38-year-old Jared Lowndes, an Indigenous man from Campbell River.
The IIO says investigators have reviewed the evidence and determined that there are reasonable grounds to believe the 3 officers may have committed offenses in relation to various uses of force. A vigil was held in Lisbon Falls for the victim of Maine's worst mass shootings. 18 people were killed, 13 others injured in Wednesday's shooting rampage at a bowling alley and a bar. Resident Aubrey Castengay says she never thought that kind of event could happen in her community.
I don't know how to explain the feeling. It's really heartbreaking to see all these families that have to go through this. They shouldn't have to. And I just hope that everything, as a community, we can make it better.
The body of suspected shooter Robert Card was found yesterday in a trailer at a recycling center in Lisbon Falls. And finally, on the labor front, Jeep maker Stellantis says it's reached a tentative contract agreement with the United Auto Workers Union, following a similar template set earlier this week by Ford. The UAW is calling the tentative agreement another major victory. This is the Canadian Press. In sports, the winning goal was scored at 3 minutes and 48 seconds of overtime as the visiting New York Rangers defeated the Vancouver Canucks 4-3 in a nail-biting NHL contest. In other games involving Canadian teams on Saturday, the Montreal Canadiens defeated the Winnipeg Jets 4-3. That one went to a shootout. The Nashville Predators tripped up the visiting Toronto Maple Leafs 3-2 in overtime as well, and the Ottawa Senators squashed the host Pittsburgh Penguins 5-2. Merrill Kelly pitched 3 hit ball over 7 innings. Ketel Marte extended his postseason hitting streak to a record 18 games as the Arizona Diamondbacks routed the Texas Rangers 9-1, tying the World Series at a game apiece. And the visiting Vancouver Whitecaps, Canada's lone team in the Major League Soccer playoffs, dropped a 5-2 decision to Los Angeles FC in the first game of a best-of-3 series. From the Canadian Press, I'm Rob Westgate.
The Vashi Capello Show keeps you informed.
The first First Nations provincial premier in this country's history.
And historic moments not only in Manitoba but in all of Canada.
Hard-hitting interviews,
entertaining analysis,
and lively debate.
Plus breaking news as it comes into our newsroom.
Said he's already been looking at the flyers and it seems like things are cheaper. I think there's a lot of pushback to that. When I interview him, I'll be asking about that.
The Vashi Capello Show, weekdays at noon.
On News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
JJ Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapels. JJ Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit jjcardinal.ca.
I have a business diploma. I started my own company. I'm 41 years old. I like to think I can tell a good joke. I love my 2 children. And because of COVID and the economy, we have no home. Don't let homelessness assumptions get in the way of homelessness solutions. Go to CanadaCanDoIt.ca. Help the Canadian Alliance to end homelessness. Thanks.
This program is for entertainment purposes only. The opinions expressed do not necessarily reflect the views of CJAD 800 or Bell Media.
I love you, baby. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Someday I might need you, baby. Don't do me like that. Listen, lady, can you see? Baby, you will bury me if you were in a public eye. Give someone else a try. Watch your step, or you gon' get hurt yourself. Someone's gonna tell you lies, cut you down to size. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. What do I love you, baby? Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. What do I need you, baby? Don't do me like that. 'Cause somewhere deep down inside, someone is saying love doesn't last that long.
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Welcome back. Say hello on X or Twitter if you'd rather, at Richard Serrett. The website, strangeplanets.ca. We are talking time travel with Augie Nost. He's got a time travel device right beside him. Actually, he's wearing it as we speak. This was the device invented by the late Stephen Gibbs of Omaha, Nebraska, and was also given to Art Bell and discussed on Coast to Coast back in the late 90s. We'll get back to that conversation in a moment. Investigative journalists have put forward an explanation for the footage shared by AARO. That's the All-Domain Anomalous Resolution Office. It was shared earlier this year. That clip showed an unidentified metallic sphere moving at considerable speed over some buildings somewhere in the Middle East, and it was shared publicly during the Senate committee hearings back in April by Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick of AARO. At the same time, the footage generated a lot of intrigue, as it seemed to be evidence that UFOs not only existed but were being officially acknowledged by the U.S. government. Fast forward to the present, and now an investigative journalism group known as Bellingcat has put forward its conclusion that the object in the footage is nothing more than a mylar balloon. You can check out the story for yourself in the In the News section up at coasttocoastam.com. Have you checked out Coast to Coast AM and iHeartMedia's Paranormal Podcast Network yet? This exciting network features free podcasts about the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained. Our current offerings include Joshua P. Warren's Strange Things, Sandra Champlain's Shades of the Afterlife, and Heidi Hollis's Dark Becomes Light, and the best podcast name of all time, perhaps Ian Punnett's Vaudeville for the Frightened. You can look for new episodes every Friday. That's Coast to Coast's Paranormal Podcast Network. All right, back to time travel right here on Coast to Coast AM. Stay with us.
The
adventure of a lifetime is just a click away. Casting is now open for the new season of CTV's The Amazing Race Canada.
We want to see you on the finish line.
Go to ctv.ca/The Amazing Race Canada to apply.
Nobody goes on vacation for the moments that are just okay. That's why Sunwing vacationers go all in like it's a buffet of fun. Whether you're skimming the treetops like Tarzan's long-lost twin, or deep end swimming with your flippers and fins. Or maybe you're just perfecting the art of doing absolutely nothing. Whatever vacationer you are, with Sunwing, you save more so you can do more. Book with your local travel agent. Or
Hi, Justin here from Res AV, and I'm going to be putting a TV over my fireplace in the living room.
Hi, I'm Justin's wife. No, you're not.
But it's not just a TV. The Samsung frame mounts flush to the wall and turns into a piece of art when you turn it off.
So when it's off, I won't be able to tell it's a TV?
Exactly. We can even dress it up with optional wood bezels like a picture frame.
We're Res AV. Come see the Samsung frame in our showroom and see how we can hide a TV in almost any room. Call 514-439-3901 or visit us at resav.ca.
Accent Insurance salutes you. Smart business owner. You run a tight ship. You know the value of a good employee. But how do you keep and better reward them? Accent Group Benefit Solutions. Protect your investment and maximize return for you and your people. Explore Accent's value-adding HR services too. Accent Insurance Solutions. Auto, home, and business. Right solutions, right price. 514-363-3636 or visit accentassurance.com.
CTV's ultimate murder mystery game, where winning means trust no one, suspect everyone. Let the backstabbing begin. A new episode of The Traitors Canada, Monday at 10 on CTV.
And we are back with Augie Nost, author, researcher, and we're talking about the time travel device that was given to him by the late Stephen Gibbs, inventor of Omaha, Nebraska. Where else have you gone? You mentioned walking down the street in Tucson 6 months into the future and reading the headline of a newspaper. Where else have you traveled? Let's say into the past.
Well, actually, before I go there, I really need to say something, and that is that when it comes to time travel and you talk to people, usually their eyes roll back in the head and they tell you, yeah, sure you do.
Yeah, this is true.
The thing is that I have read in about 5-6 different scientific journals, and it says that, yes, we know how to make a time travel machine. Look at BBC.com. On July 11, 2018, they interview and talk about with scientists that saying that, yes, we know how to do it. And then another one is you can go to, let's see, I wrote a note here I wanted to tell you about. There is, there was a time traveler. He was arrested in New York for insider trading. And in 2003, because he started out with $800, and in about a couple of 3 weeks, he had accumulated $350 million. He did 126 high-risk trades and never lost a dime on any one of them. The regulators found out about that, and they said, wait a minute, that can't happen. So they came and arrested him for insider trading. It was hauled into court, and he told the judge, I'm sorry. He said, it got out of hand. I am a time traveler. I read the records, and I found out which companies would succeed. And he went back and played the game. So he says, I'm sorry, Judge, but I'll just leave the money. I'll just leave. And the judge didn't believe him. They put him in jail. And he was set at $1 million bail. 1 day, I said 2 days later, I think it said in the report, there was a man came in, paid $1 million in cash, and they both left, and they were never seen again. The trick was this man's name, and you can Google him. Excuse me. He had no fingerprints. He had no record, no driver's license, no nothing. He did not show up in any government records anywhere, and he was in his 30s at the time.
Andrew Carlson, right? Andrew Carlson.
Yeah.
Actually, he was 44 years old.
Yeah.
And he turned $800 into $350 million in 2 weeks, claimed to be from the year 2256.
That's correct.
Wow.
I did a bunch of research on him, and I found, yes, that is true. Because there is a criminal record of the guy. If you check for him, he will show up. So it did happen. And also in the Weekly World News and other newspapers, they covered this and they cover other things. Read Weekly World News in March 19, 2003. You need a very interesting report. Scientists are saying, yes, we can do this. So what I'm talking about is not so far out there. For those that only watch TV and read the newspaper, they don't know anything. But you need to step out of the box and do a little research, and you're going to find out there's a totally different world out there, literally. And you can participate in it.
If people want to see you, wearing the time travel device, I mean, you've done an excellent job in describing what it looks like and so forth. But do you ever demonstrate it or put it on during your broadcast Team Alpha streams?
Yes, we have in that down in the stream a little ways. But I also demonstrated this machine on your show. So
on the podcast, yes, Strange Planet, yes.
Yeah, and I'm everywhere. So you just go to YouTube and put my name in there, and you probably have an eyeful. But and also broadcastteamalpha.com, and of course YouTube the same. I demonstrate this, and I also, in the book that you have mentioned a couple of times, Spiritual Science, Higher Conscious Thinking, and How to Access the Universal Consciousness, I think it's the next to the last chapter, I talk about and I show people how they can do this without the machine or the device. And I also teach people how to use their mind in ways that you normally would think would be impossible. So this is something that people could think about. In fact, I'm going to say it now. You can go to Amazon.com and put my name in there, and you read all the things that is in the book, and you'll find out what it's all about. Spiritual Science,
Higher Conscious Thinking, and How to Access Universal Consciousness. We've linked up to that as well at coasttocoastam.com. I guess just a caveat, an important caveat. I would assume that if you have some sort of a biomedical device, particularly like a heart, a pacemaker, you don't want to be putting that big magnet up to your solar plexus. Is that an accurate statement?
Absolutely. If you have anything like that, don't even think about it. Because I don't know what would happen, but something could, so you never should even try it.
Right. In that case, you just want to use your mind and your mind alone to achieve time travel. So where else have you gone, Augie, into the past?
Into the past, I have not done much. I've done most. I'm not all that interested in the past. It's gone. I don't really care. There was a German scientist that did an experiment. And if you want to know more about that, you can find my dissertation on that on broadcastteamalpha.com and time travel shows down there. He did an experiment, Helmut Schmidt. In fact, Google it. Helmut Schmidt time travel experiment. I think it'll show up. He altered the past. It's possible to do that. So
the grandfather paradox, that can be dangerous.
Yes, it is. In fact, when it comes to the future, my co-host, Nori Love, on the broadcast team alpha.com. She does something with hypnosis that I have not heard anybody else do. She takes people in deep hypnosis, take them forward in time to meet themselves and have discussions with themselves to get advice or other things. But that you just mentioned the word paradox. Let's say that you go and get with Nora Love. She puts you under deep hypnosis, take you 2 years in the future, and you ask yourself, what is the result of what I was doing 2 years ago? Was it going to be successful or not? And the future self tells you, no, that's going to flop. So you go back and you quit. What if that you had not gone forward and then you had not talked to yourself? So you would have continued what you were doing right now, and because you didn't know that it would flop, you would continue and maybe you would have succeeded. See, that's the danger. We're checking up on the future.
But if you go, okay, so here's the difference as I see it, Augie. If you go back into the past and you try to change the past, and that could potentially, because you don't know the unintended consequences, it's like the butterfly effect. You could cause a catastrophe. You could erase yourself in the future. But if you attempt to change the past by going to the past, but if you go to the future and see what lies ahead, you could make changes in the present that in effect is changing your past in the future, if that makes any sense. I don't know if I even understand it.
Well, yes, you got it. You actually got it, because the thing about it is going back to change the past. I can tell you how to do this, but what you are doing by changing the past, let's say that you did something really stupid and you want to erase that. You go back to some time before that stupid thing and you immerse yourself in a different decision than the one that caused the stupid thing. Now, you're not changing the past because the future, because the future is energy. It does not go away. It will stay. But you're changing your past into a new timeline where your consciousness will be in that new timeline where the stupid thing didn't happen because you made a different decision. So I don't think you're going to erase the future of the first timeline. It will probably be there, but your consciousness will be in the new timeline you created by altering that decision. Would that
makes sense? It does. And I suppose the idea of different timelines perhaps even negates to some extent the grandfather paradox danger.
You got it again. By creating a new timeline, grandfather is still alive. You didn't have to kill him.
All right. So you've been to the future. You say that it looks pretty good. We shouldn't be worried. Well, that's one certain timeline, though, right?
Yeah.
What about there are other timelines potentially that are not so good?
Yeah. One of them started in 2016 when Hillary won the presidency, and we went through World War III with nukes and all. And I'm glad I'm not in that one.
Robert F. Kennedy won the presidency in one timeline in 2016 and resulted in World War III?
I was just kind of in tongue-in-cheek. I said Hillary. I meant Hillary Clinton.
Oh, Hillary. I'm sorry. I thought you said Kennedy. Okay, Hillary.
I hope somebody got a smile out of that one.
I got it. All right. How many of these devices are still kicking around?
He made quite a few of them. I don't know how many, but there are people that is experimenting with them, and they are seeing things and doing things. So I only know one other guy that is, he's got a device like this. And he said he scared him. He had some great experiences, he said, but he scared himself, so he's not doing anything more with it.
He scared himself. Did he explain how? Did he explain further? How did he scare himself?
Well, he ended up doing something that was scary to him, and this is so long ago, I didn't really talk much. He didn't want to talk much about it. He scared himself. I think there was a family situation where something scared him, so he didn't want to deal with it anymore, and he just quit.
When you go to the future using either your mind and meditation or the time travel device, can you describe things in the future that you've seen? Like, I don't know, what do cars or trucks look like? Do we still have cars and trucks?
That's an interesting thing because, first of all, I did say before that I'm not worried about the future because it's going to be good in the end. But it will get worse before it gets better, especially now in the Middle East. It's going to look really quite a bit more dangerous than it looks like now. And the fear-mongering is phenomenal. But we are watching a movie, and it's all planned out. Because, we know that the Egyptians, they warned the Israelis about they're getting ready to attack you, and the Israelis did nothing. I hope that can give somebody an idea of that everything is not the way it seems. So there is a plan behind it. But the plan, the several plans behind it, one of them will fail miserably, but not before they're able to scare a lot of people out of their wits. But it's going to be okay. At one time, this is really tricky to talk about because when I talk to millions of people like right now, we give it energy. We give energy to something that is created in all of these people's minds, which also draws that incident. It gives it more power to show up in the physical existence with us.
All right. Well, we don't want to do that. We don't want to give any more power to an already tense situation.
It can get really rough over there, but it's going to be good in the end. But another thing, all right, when it comes to the United States, you asked about the trucks, the pickup trucks.
Yes.
That is in relation to it. I have talked about it before, and I have looked at it twice. And it still shows up. I've been trying to get rid of this thing in my timeline, and I haven't been able to. And that is that what I saw was a couple of big rocks. I'm calling them rocks. It sounds better than asteroids. They came out of the sky and hit the ocean and washed the coast clean because of the tsunami.
East Coast.
But I think we have some time because the cars at the time on the road, there was a lot of traffic, so the die-off is not...
Just a second, Augie, I've got to jump in here because I've got a break. The music's coming up. This is Bob Seger, Fire Lake, taking us into the break. Back with more with Augie Nost right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Who's gonna ride that chrome three-wheel? That first mistake. Who wants to wear gypsy leather all the way to Fire Lake? Who wants to break the news about Uncle Joe?
We will, of course, keep an eye on your Halloween forecast. Tom Mulcair will be looking at the province's offer to its public sector unions, which is heating up over the weekend. As well as Students Against Tuition Hikes, that's at 7:40. 10,000 steps a day, is that overkill? Dr. Labos answers that question at 7:50. And you know what you need in your Halloween? More potatoes. We'll explain at 8:10. The Andrew Carter Morning Show. Join us, 5 to 9.
Radio today is iHeartRadio. The latest breaking news, insider commentary, and #1 podcasts. All free, all in one spot. With iHeartRadio, the news comes with you in your pocket, your car, and at home on your smart speaker. With exclusive contests, information, opinion, and interviews. So much more of what you love. Easy and free. Download the iHeartRadio app today.
Hi, Dom here from Res AV. You know Lutron is synonymous with world-class lighting control systems, but did you know they're also leaders in automated window treatments? Roller shades, drapery tracks, and horizontal shears can be motorized and automated to add to your home's decor, as well as protect furniture and floors from harmful rays, add privacy, and save on your energy bill. And the best part is that the motors are completely silent. Let us know if we can help. Look us up at resav.ca.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
Have you ever encountered sales pressure?
This is Bridget Federley of Canaan Federley Funeral Home. At Canaan Federley, our funeral counselors give you the freedom to make decisions without pressure tactics. You will only encounter helpful staff truly sensitive to the needs of your family, staff that has been part of our family for many years.
Canaan Federley, recipient of the Consumer Choice Award from 2021 to 2023. For information, call 514-481-5301 or visit canefederley.com.
A good business lunch has got to have food. Make sure it's great food. Have your meetings at Restaurant Di Mena. You can't brainstorm or strategize on an empty stomach. Restaurant Di Mena has been serving delicious, authentic Italian cuisine since 1971. With a variety of dishes, so there's something for everyone. Or if you'd rather stay at the office, have it delivered. Let Restaurant Di Mena take care of lunch so you can get to work. Restaurant Di Mena, an ideal addition to your team. DiMena.com.
This program is for entertainment purposes only. The opinions expressed do not necessarily reflect the views of CJAD 800 or Bell Media.
New York is my home. I got a girl up in the Bronx. She treats me like a king. I'll give her anything she wants. She is my everything. She can be hard as concrete, soft as a summer breeze. song up from the cobblestones. You won't ever hear me say the city streets too loud. I hear a gospel hymn in every passing crowd. It trails me and it tells me down to Central Park. And even after dark, New York is my home.
To talk to Richard Serrett, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Welcome back. Dion and Paul Simon, another great collaboration from two musical legends. New York is my home. A beautiful love letter to the Big Apple. Vanderbilt University researchers have made a startling discovery in the human brain, recording a forceful and unexplained signal in the brain's white matter. I've heard of gray matter, but not white matter. The human brain is composed of two distinct types of matter, gray matter and white matter. Gray matter, home to nerve cell bodies, is responsible for processing sensation, controlling voluntary movement, and enabling speech, learning, and cognition. On the other hand, white matter serves as a vast network of connections, linking cells to each other and projecting signals throughout the body. In their latest study, researchers have revealed a remarkable finding. When individuals undergoing brain scans using MRIs perform tasks such as finger wiggling, bold signals in white matter across the entire brain increase. We don't know what this means, says studies author Dr. Kurt Schilling, research assistant professor of radiology in radiological sciences at Vanderbilt. We just know that something is happening. There truly is a powerful signal in the white matter, he says. You can read more about this fascinating story in the News section up at coasttocoastam.com. If you like what you're hearing from me tonight, this morning, and you want to learn more, you can visit my website, strangeplanet.ca, strangeplanet.ca. There you can stream and subscribe to my podcast, Richard Serrett's Strange Planet. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Richard Serrett's Strange Planet. That's the podcast. And if you want to get deeper into the podcast, you might want to think about a premium subscription. There are 3 subscriber tiers to choose from. You get access to commercial-free listening, bonus episodes, and a subscription to my monthly newsletter, Inner Sanctum. strangeplanet.ca, strangeplanet.ca. Your calls, questions, and comments for author, researcher Augie Nost as we discuss his time travel device right here on Coast to Coast AM.
As a small business owner, you have to deal with a lot. You're constantly thinking about managing time, managing employees, managing cash flow, keeping up with competition, standing out from competition, customers' wants, customers' needs, and customers' wants and needs next week, next month, next year. One thing you don't want to deal with is wondering if you can depend on your internet and mobile networks. Switch to Bell and enjoy reliable, fast fiber-powered internet and Canada's best 5G network. Count on Bell for your business and enjoy great offers during Small Business Month. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/smallbizmonth for details. Bell, doing business just got better.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
Welcome to the party. Ready to have some fun?
Yes, sir. Let's do this.
Okay, I'm going to open my music app, get that going. Nice. Now I'll just get my lighting app and set the mood. Now just the blinds need to be closed. Just looking for that app. Needs an update.
Can anybody in your family even use this?
Yeah, they just call me.
With Control 4, I can do all of that in one app. I even have an entertain button that does it all in one touch.
I need that.
Call the guys at ResAV and stop app juggling. Check them out at resav.ca.
Welcome back to Coast AM. Richard Serrett in the air chair tonight, coming to you live from Athens, Greece. Augie Nost, researcher, author, is with us, broadcaster. We're talking about a time travel device given to him by the late inventor, Stephen Gibbs. You were mentioning before the break, Augie, that you traveled to the future. You saw that the Earth, or had a vision, I guess, of the future, that at some point in the future, a giant asteroid plunges into the ocean, causes a tsunami, basically wipes out was that the eastern seaboard?
Well, there was an understanding. See, when you are experiencing these things, there's no date stamp on it. But I have something that indicates the date stamp, and that there were two big rocks coming out of the sky, and it hit, and the understanding that came with it was that it was in the Atlantic, and it would affect the coast all around Europe, Africa, and all of the Americas. So,
but what is the timestamp indicator? Based on what?
The timestamp indicator is that I saw a lot of traffic on the roads. Cars and pickup trucks looked a little different. One thing that I was looking at is that pickup trucks, now you have the hood, and then it goes up to the windshield and then over the top of the cabin. But these trucks, a lot of them, they had the top of the cab, and then it was a slant all the way to the beginning, to the very front of the pickup truck. So there were no real angle of the hood towards the windshield. So these pickup trucks don't exist right now. I saw there is one that there are some new long haul trucks that is coming out this way now, but that was not it. So
so we're looking at a fairly major redesign of these pickup trucks. So that gives us
that's what I'm looking at, and I think there's going to be a few years possibly before there will be quite a few of those trucks on the road. That's the only
that buys us some time.
Of the time step I have.
That buys us some time, and of course we had the test, DART, the double asteroid redirection test. Was that earlier this year or last year, where this NASA mission, they crashed a spacecraft into a nearby asteroid, Dimorphos, to test this possible strategy. So it was somewhat successful. They knocked it off course slightly. The other issue, though, was they also dislodged from the surface like 37 or something like that pieces or boulders. We're in the early stages, but we have some time to, I guess, further study this redirection test. All right, let's go to the phones for Augie Nost, and we begin with Don on the international line in Alberta, Canada. Don, welcome to Coast.
Richard, hi, Augie. Hi, Richard.
Hello.
Hi, Augie. I feel like I'm
great to hear from you, Don.
Already, I feel like I'm on an old Art Bell show.
All right, well, welcome.
Brings up anything this serious. So, I got a few questions. Okay, so like if you want to look at your past lives, there's a vibration that you can chant. It's like Hu Acha. Right? It was in a book called Past Lives, Dreams, and Soul Travel. There's another one you can use, like if you want to do a soul transfer into the future, you can go Ma Meito. It's Tibetan chant. If anybody was interested, they could look it up online. But I had a friend that was messing around with this, and 3 times he got into trouble, and 3 times his guide came and pulled him back, and the 3rd time he said, like when you're using mechanical devices, and he said, this is the last time I'm coming to get you. But he told me how frightening it was, like he was lost and he couldn't figure out how to get out and get back on the 3rd time, and it was worse than his other times. But my question is isn't it better to like do it naturally or stay behind? Like there's a Russian scientist who used the like a Fibonacci. They made a big sheet of aluminum, basically spiral it up, and it reflects your energy back. It takes a little bit to get going on it, but eventually you can actually see the past, present, the future. But the one thing that was surprising, in some cases, people can actually see you and ask you who you are when you do that. Isn't it like safer to do it that way than
Good question, Don. Augie, is it safer to do it without the machine than with the machine?
I personally think that it's safer without, and you can read about how to do that in the back of my book. But I'm thinking about the stories that Stephen Gibbs told me about the missing people. There's several people that are missing, not just that one young man that I mentioned. So I think it's probably safer to do it without, because there you go by mind. Your mind is taking you there. And besides that, I think that once you get out there and do these things, you need to understand the environment, because you're stepping into a totally new environment. You're stepping out of the physical and then go back and forth, and you need to understand that environment. Otherwise, it could be really alarming.
All right, no question about that.
Explained in the book.
Wildcard line, Ben is in Houston, Texas. Ben, good morning. Welcome to Coast. Oh, we lost Ben. All right, let's try Sue, west of the Rockies in Chico, California. Sue,
Hello.
Good morning. Welcome. Hi there. Go ahead.
Hi, 2 things. I would like to erase somehow a bad marriage that I had. It was really a nightmare. I had a bad husband. I'd like to erase that, and I'd like to go back in the past and marry the man that I'm very much in love with and want to spend eternity with, and I plan to.
Oh, I'm so glad that that's in your future, Sue. I'm so glad, Sue, that you've met someone.
I have.
Yeah, that's terrific news. So what can she do about her past? Augie, what do you think?
I think 2 things. First of all, the one I would do is forget the past. It's gone. You erase the memory of it. You just nullify it in your mind, and you are good in the new situation. Just continue forward. That's the simplest way to do it. Because if you go back before you met the first husband and start embedding you into that situation before knowing that you could make a bad decision, but then decide to do a different one and create a new timeline, it could take a little bit to do that. And it's effort, a lot of effort. It is much easier to erase the memory of it, reprogram the mind. In fact, if you go to Broadcast Team Alpha, I have audios where it teaches you how to reprogram the mind for positive thinking and new situations, success, and all these things that we people want.
So, Sue, rather than traveling to the past, using a device or using meditation, Augie is suggesting learn how to meditate and to nullify, the pain from the past. So meditation versus time travel might be the better route, and then focus on the wonderful future that you have in front of you with the love of your life. Yes. Sue, thank you so much for calling. Let's say hi to first-time caller Dodd is in Ewing, New Jersey. Dodd, welcome to Coast.
Oh,
Hi there,
hey,
Don.
how are
Go ahead.
you?
Great, thanks.
Good.
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
yeah. I actually know how Stephen Gibbs died. He was my good friend.
Who was your good friend?
Really? Okay.
Yeah, there was an alien girl. Maybe I shouldn't say her name, but she actually
No,
killed
don't
him.
say no names.
Yeah. But yeah, actually, they killed my mom too. She came back. She told me that God is actually a cow. And
All right. Thanks for that, Dodd. Let's say hi to Michael is in Kentucky. Michael, welcome to Coast.
Richard, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can.
Do you mind if I make a brief comment pertaining to the crisis in the Middle East before I ask my question?
Yeah, try to keep it brief because I don't want to get sidetracked
I will.
here.
For the audiences in your consideration, is it possible that perhaps it's not that the United States and Israel or other parties are complicit in creating these tragedies like 9/11 or the attack, but that perhaps they have the intel and they are forced in the position to ignore it because the criteria that's put upon them to get people to vote to go and carry out their operations, they have to allow an atrocity to happen. That's the worldview the commanders and the generals take, because otherwise, if they stop the attack, they won't be allowed to go and carry out the operation, so it compounds the problem. That's the only comment I wanted to make for consideration. The question I have is, you were talking about viewing the past, the grandfather paradox, and changing the future and creating a different timeline. Is it possible to go and view the past without changing it and answer questions that you may have about past events, such as, say there was something ruled a homicide, but you wonder if it wasn't a suicide or vice versa, and you just want to observe for your own peace of mind, or you had a lost possession or artifact and you just always wondered what happened to it. Could you go back? Is it possible to get the right timeline, or is it possible that you would go and maybe see events take place that aren't the same events that happened in the timeline we're on now? And thank you.
All right. Great question, Michael. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Observe, learn without changing the past.
Absolutely. And the thing about it is that when you go back, don't change anything, but learn from it. Learn what you did that can enhance what you're doing right now. You can learn things that you don't remember. And that's important. But also, what I talk about in the book, I teach people how to create the timeline into the future with good things in it. And we're doing that on a mastermind project that Nori and I are doing. And what we do, we visualize the future the way we like to have it with good things in it. We place that ball of conceptual visual image into the future at a time-coded event. And then we go back and forth and visit it every day. And now we solidify the timeline to that thing in the future. And when the time catches up, we just walk into it. And I've been able to do that. I haven't had a hardly bad day in my life, just about. Everything I do just seems to work out now. So this works. And if you come and join us in the mastermind sessions, I'll tell you, you would really enjoy that, because we create the future before we have to live it. And it works.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for the call, Michael. I know time is tight here. I just want to say hello quickly to Acela in West Hills, California, because Acela has a Gibbs device. Acela, welcome.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you so much for taking my call. I believe in synchronicity. I'm driving a friend home, and I'm listening to the radio, and this comes on. I bought this device from Stephen, it's over 10 years ago, and I tried it, I'll be honest with you, I couldn't get it to work. I was then told that maybe I needed to go to Sedona or someplace where there was like a vortex and stuff, but I'm in amazement that there's somebody who has one and who has actually used it, and you're saying that your book can help me bust it out and dust it up.
Hey,
yeah, Acela. The book will help you. Go ahead, Augie, quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. get in touch with me. I love to talk to you. I think maybe we can help each other.
Oh, God bless you. Thank you so much. Can I get, I'll get your, I looked on Coast to Coast website. I couldn't find your name on there. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place, but.
Well, we had a last minute change, but yeah, refresh it. The new information is there. His website is there. You can contact him through the website.
I'm going
good
to.
luck
You will
with
hear
that.
from me. So thank you so much for taking the call. So quickly, did you get it to work? You've obviously gotten it to work.
Yes, he has. He's gotten it to work.
Wow.
So I got to run. I got to fly.
I was scared of it too.
Thank you.
But it's scared of mine. I'll be able to get back or something. So anyway, I will contact you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Augie, wow, what a ride. Thank you so much for this. And we'll talk again soon. I appreciate it.
I wish we had 3 more hours to talk.
Well, we'll do it again. No question. Augie Most. Thank you. All right. When we come back, we're going to delve into artificial intelligence, and prolific documentary filmmaker Josh Reeves will be here taking us into the break. Crisscross, ride like the wind right here on Coast to Coast AM.
CJ Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapels. JJ Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit jjcardinal.ca. Elevate your home and transform your space with C&M Textiles. Discover a world of endless possibilities with their exquisite fabrics, state-of-the-art motorized blinds, customized window treatments, and more. Visit one of their 4 showrooms and start creating your dream home, office, or event space. With bespoke products that not only provide privacy and light control, but also reflect your individuality, bring your vision to life, one room at a time. Shop now. C&M Textiles. Do it once, do it right. cmtextiles.com.
How was your doctor's appointment?
Funny you ask. I got a flu shot, specially formulated for people over 65. It's called Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent. It's publicly funded in Quebec for people 75 and older with a chronic condition.
You learn something every day.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist for Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent, a vaccine used to prevent influenza and the only flu vaccine that is both quadrivalent and solely for people over 65. Vaccines don't provide 100% protection. Side effects and allergic reactions may occur. Visit fluzone.ca to learn more.
So, Jane, you feel like you're in a toxic relationship?
Yes, we had a good connection once, but lately it's been patchy.
Why do you think that
From
is?
the National Newsroom of the Canadian Press, I'm Rob Westgate. Starting off with some sad news from the entertainment world, actor and Friends star Matthew Perry has died. Reporter Jason Nathanson has the latest.
Matthew Perry died inside his Los Angeles area home on Saturday. That according to law enforcement sources, who tell ABC News a call was received at 4:07 p.m. about an unresponsive man in his 50s. An ambulance was sent to the scene, but it was already too late. Perry was 54. He was in the headlines most recently for a book he wrote last year, which went into great detail about his struggle with addiction, mainly pills and alcohol, which put him close to death several times and took a toll on his health. No word yet on a cause of death.
Perry was born August 19, 1969 in Williamstown, Massachusetts. His father is actor John Bennett Perry, and his mother Suzanne served as press secretary for Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Overseas now, where Israel's leader is calling the 3-week-old Israel-Hamas war a fight for Israel's existence and said, "Never again is now."
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is opening a new phase of the war, sending forces into Gaza and expanding attacks from the ground, air, and sea. He also says such activities will increase as Israel prepares for a complete ground invasion. The goal, Netanyahu says, is the destruction of Hamas, but Israel has to consider hostages held by Hamas in its tunnel network. Netanyahu's comments come after an escalation of bombardments which knocked out communications, creating a near blackout of information in Gaza. Palestinian health officials say more than 350 people died in the latest barrage, bringing the death toll in Gaza to more than 7,700. I'm Mimi Montgomery.
Canadian Moaid Salim says he expected his father to come home from Gaza to Canada at the end of the month, but now he is just wondering whether his father is alive. The London, Ontario man says his 66-year-old father is stuck in Gaza, and the telephone and internet blackout recently prevented him from making any kind of contact. Salim says he feels like the people of Palestine are facing collective punishment for living under Hamas rule, with Israeli airstrikes ramping up and the IDF making their way into the enclave. And finally, Jeep maker Stellantis has reached a tentative contract agreement with the United Auto Workers Union in the U.S., following a template set earlier this week by a deal with Ford. UAW President Shawn Fain released a video statement saying by the end of this agreement, Stellantis will be adding 5,000 jobs.
For decades, temps at the Big Three have been abused and exploited. Over the life of the contract, some current Stellantis temps will see raises of up to 168%.
The new deal includes a commitment by Stellantis to build a new mid-size truck at its factory in Belvidere, Illinois, that was slated to be closed. This is the Canadian Press. In sports, we start off with a roundup of NHL action involving Canadian teams. The Montreal Canadiens defeated the Winnipeg Jets 4-3 in a shootout. The Nashville Predators tripped the visiting Toronto Maple Leafs 3-2, that game in overtime. The Ottawa Senators, they squashed the host Pittsburgh Penguins 5-2, while the New York Rangers defeated the Vancouver Canucks 4-3, that one once again going to overtime. The World Series now tied at 1 game apiece after the Arizona Diamondbacks routed the Texas Rangers 9-1. Game 3 in the best-of-7 series is set for Monday in Arizona. Over onto the hardcourt now, where the Toronto Raptors dropped a 114-107 contest to the Philadelphia 76ers. The Sixers giving their new coach, Nick Nurse, his first win against his former team. And the Montreal Alouettes wrap up their regular CFL season with a win, 22-20, over the visiting Hamilton Tiger Cats. From the Canadian Press, I'm Rob Westgate.
It's your radio.
Put it on CJAD 800 to hear the Andrew Carter Morning Show.
Hot honey.
Hot honey.
Didn't that used to be your nickname in high school? No?
Why, yes. Yes, it was, Andrew.
Andrew Carter.
Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. I'm so excited to talk to you.
Weekday mornings 5 to 9. Tell your smart speaker.
Play CJAD 800.
Nothing beats a classic. Club sandwich with mayo? A classic. Line dancing at every wedding? A classic. And the Ram 1500 Classic? Now that's a classic. With an over 10,000-pound towing capacity, it's one powerful classic. Just like our special offer. During the all-out clear-out event, get 15% off MSRP for up to $10,300 in total discounts on all 2023 Ram 1500 Classic models. Details on ramtruck.ca.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
Why should I pre-arrange a funeral?
This is Mary Pallett from Kane & Fairley Funeral Home. Making a pre-arrangement cannot avoid experiencing grief, but it helps reduce the amount of decisions to be made when a family loses a loved one. I want families to feel comfortable and make informed decisions, so I invite you to reach out to me with no obligation.
Kane & Fairley, recipient of the Consumer Choice Award from 2021 to 2023. For information, call 514-481-5301 or visit KaneFederley.com.
This program is for entertainment purposes only. The opinions expressed do not necessarily reflect the views of CJAD 800 or Bell Media.
Somebody's gonna hurt someone before the night is through. Somebody's gonna come undone. There's nothing we can do. Everybody wants to touch somebody. If it takes all night, everybody wants to take a little chance. Make it come out right. There's gonna be a heartache tonight, a heartache tonight, I know. There's gonna be a heartache tonight, a heartache tonight, I know. Lord, I know. Some people like to stay out late. Some folks can't hold out that long. Nobody wants to go home now. There's too much going on. This night is gonna last forever. Last all summer long. Sometime before the sun comes up, the radio is gonna play that song. There's gonna be a heartache tonight, a heartache tonight, I know.
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Welcome back. The Eagles, Heartache Tonight from their 1979 album, The Long Run. Coming up next, as our world becomes increasingly intertwined with technology, the question of whether artificial intelligence, AI, poses an existential threat to humanity looms larger than ever. How did the idea of artificial intelligence first emerge? Was it destined from the beginning to become the destroyer of mankind? Researcher Josh Reeves explores his grim predictions regarding AI in his latest documentary. He'll examine the history of AI and where we may be headed with the emergence of this world-changing technology. And that conversation gets underway when we come back right here on Coast to Coast AM.
We begin tonight. Canada's top stories. Canada's most trusted. Canada's #1 newscast.
We have exclusive details.
CTV National News with Omar Sajidina. Weeknights at 11. Stream on all your favorite devices.
Hi, it's Caroline of Bon Si Bon, and we have great news for the celiac community. You've reached out to us about how hard it is to find delicious, healthy, gluten-free meals. We heard you. That's why we've joined forces with Ketoteria. Now you can order gluten-free meals and desserts from Bon Si Bon, prepared by Ketoteria in their 100% gluten-free kitchen. At Bon Si Bon, we work hard to make sure you always have something for everyone at your table. Dinner's always ready with Bon Si Bon. BONCBON.com.
Want to know something? Tough times call for smart plans. So I called Rito Lakeview Memorial Gardens and completed my own practical, affordable end-of-life arrangements. Want to know something else? I
feel better knowing I planned ahead to protect my family and confident that my plans save money and will spare those I love from facing sudden expenses. Start the conversation today with your loved ones with a free planning kit from Rideau and Lakeview Memorial Gardens. Please call 514-683-6700 or visit RideauMemorial.com.
Want an education that leads to an exciting career? The Laurier McDonald Career Center is where you need to be. Discover the latest technologies using advanced equipment. Learn from highly qualified, industry-experienced teachers. Get knowledge and skills that unlock great job opportunities. Study during the day or at night. Tuition is free, and all programs are approved by the Quebec Ministry of Education. Train for the job you want. Register now at the Laurier McDonald Career Center.
The adventure of a lifetime is just a click away. Casting is now open for the new season of CTV's The Amazing Race Canada.
We want to see you on the finish line.
Go to ctv.ca/The Amazing Race Canada to apply.
Josh Reeves is a Dallas-based researcher, filmmaker, and radio talk show host who first learned of government crimes back in the 1990s by reading Jim Marr's Crossfire, which led him to start investigating black operations and secret societies. He gives his commentary and original point of view on news and current events, as well as information about chemtrails, secret ancient societies, bloodlines, hidden technology, Freemasons, and the overall plan of the global elite. His latest documentary is titled AI Armageddon, the Apocalypse Endgame. Josh, welcome back to Coast. How are you?
It's great to be here with you, Richard. I'm doing great, and it's just an honor to be back for my fourth appearance on Coast to Coast AM, and I'm really excited to talk about different topics other than the lost secrets of ancient America, which I talked about in my 3 previous appearances on Coast. So I'm ready to get after it, man.
So prolific. How many documentaries are you producing a year?
Well, until this year, I mean, really, I didn't release any films between 2017 and 2022. And then this year, so far, I've released 7 new documentary films, and the 8th will be out next week. It's called Fall the Movie. It's about the fake Paul McCartney stuff, and it's the final installment of my Spellcaster series, and so I'm so excited for that to finally be coming out next week. But yeah, 7 so far, 8 on the way.
All right, so let's get into artificial intelligence, and obviously you do not think, or your research has led you to conclude, that the future or AI does not bode well for humanity and the future. Now, I know that back in the 1950s, I think it was there was a computer scientist, John McCarthy, who first kind of started talking about AI in lectures and so forth. And we had things like
coined the phrase artificial intelligence.
Yeah, John McCarthy, yeah. And we had machine learning, which was, they used that in the Defense Department for guidance, missile guidance systems and so forth. Machine learning, but that's a far stretch from where we're at today. But how far back do you has your research led you to believe that AI was always in the cards, let's say? It was being planned out?
Well, that's one of the shocking things that I found in this research, is that the idea of it actually goes back to the ancient Greeks, and the Greeks actually had these clockwork machine automatons in real life. And what's interesting about them, Richard, is they were found. The evidence of this was found on the island of Crete in the Mediterranean, where they also found the Antikythera mechanism, which was this clockwork device that could accurately predict the movement of the stars. And, it was made thousands of years before that kind of clockwork gear mechanism was even made. So, it definitely goes all the way back to the Greek days, this idea of trying to create an intelligence that is mimicking human intelligence. And what the usage would have been in those days is really murky. It's very interesting that how murky it is. And then, you don't really hear much about it until into the modern day. And then, of course, in the 1950s, that's when it really started to develop, and like you were saying with John McCarthy and all that.
So let me understand this. And this is very timely because I'm in Athens, Greece, tonight, this morning. The ancient Greeks had some sort of an automaton. We're talking thousands of years ago. This was discovered on the island of Crete. Tell me more about this.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Richard. I don't know much more about that other than what I've read and researched. And at time and again, that's come up in their research. And the Greek god Hephaestus was the one who was credited with being the guy that came up with the concept for these things. And like I said, Hephaestus was the ruler over the island of Crete, and where they found the evidence of these automatons, these clockwork automatons were on the island of Crete. And I'm sure you've heard of the Antikythera mechanism, right?
Oh yes, I've seen it. I've seen it at the museum, the National Archaeological Museum here in Athens.
Well, it was also found on Crete, on the same place where Hephaestus is said to come up with the idea for these automatons. So yeah, like I said, the idea of artificial intelligence goes back centuries.
So let's fast forward to the 1950s and John McCarthy, computer scientist, talking about artificial intelligence, or he coined the phrase. I mentioned, machine learning. When did it really start to accelerate? With the use of algorithms and when machine learning was, when we started talking about, I guess, theoretically about maybe computers having sentience, in other words, being aware.
Well, the idea from the very beginning for artificial intelligence was to come up with a machine that could equal the intelligence of humans. And in the late 50s and early 60s, you had Alan Newell and Herbert A. Simon, who developed the logic theorist and general problem solver. And that was really when AI reasoning and problem solving by a machine first really came into the fold and worked. And then you had later what they called symbolic AI, which is now known as classical AI. And this was the main thing from the 60s and the 70s. And then in the 80s, there was a time period in the 80s where they called it the AI winter, where interest in AI for the first time ever completely dwindled. No one was putting money behind AI in the 80s. Nobody was trying to develop it at all. And then in the very late 80s and early 90s, that's when what you're mentioning, Richard, with machine learning and neural networks and all that stuff started coming in. And so through the 90s and then into the 2000s is when you started to have a major increase because of the computing power and processing power and RAM, available RAM and all that started going up. The big explosion started to happen around 2000.
And at that point in 2000, were the elites, let's say, already conspiring to figure out, well, how can we use AI to create sort of this autocratic, technocratic one world government?
Oh, absolutely. And I mentioned that in the film, Richard, that I think the idea, just from my research and looking at this stuff, it seems that the idea of this has been around longer than the technology to do it has even existed. And absolutely, and I know people get frustrated sometimes when we say they or them or whoever, but in this case, I absolutely believe that the people behind the idea of what you're saying, Richard, of using it to, for stuff like depopulation and things of that nature, I think that 100% those people who are interested in, I'll tell you why, who are interested in doing those things with AI and who they are is the subject of one of my other films that I came out with this year that I know you've seen, Richard, called The Cognitive Fear, The Club of Rome. And I believe that those people in the Club of Rome who in 1972 teamed with MIT to create this program that manufactured this thing they called the Limits to Growth Report. And it was this computer program that MIT and the Club of Rome developed, and all of our modern climate change models are all based on this technology that came out in 1972. So they are on record for decades relying on computers to carry out their plans for depopulation and the rest of it. So there's no reason, especially when you look at what their agendas are and what they lay out in their Limits to Growth report in 1972 by the Club of Rome. People should look that up and read that for themselves, because it's quite telling. And, that whole thing was brought about by what the current technology of the day was. And that's what I believe, based on my research, is going on now. They are trying to leverage this technology. And I came to this conclusion because you mentioned in my bio, when I read Jim Marsh's Crossfire book in the 90s, and I started researching black operations and stuff. One of the things in black operations that they always give themselves is plausible deniability. And with AI, it is the most comprehensive plausible deniability, usage of any technology or anything they can do, because if they wipe out a percentage of the human population, they just blame it on the computer. They blame it on a rogue AI, whatever. It gives them complete and utter plausible deniability to do whatever they want to do when it comes to depopulation and achieving the goals of the Club of Rome. I want to tell you real quick, if you want to find any of the movies that we're talking about here tonight, please go to the Josh Reeves Global Reality channel on YouTube, and you can find all the links there. There's a Welcome Coast to Coast AM listeners video for people to find that. And if you use the code COAST23 at checkout, you can get 20% off anything you get. So I just want to let people know that right out of the gates. But this film, the way this film came about for me, it came about because I had someone email me and ask me where I thought this stuff was going with AI. And when I, told them, replied, they freaked out, and they wrote me back and said, "Why haven't you made a film out of this?" And, well, I was just so busy with the Spellcaster series for so many years, of which there's now 5 going on 6 films. And I had started writing this film in 2017 and abandoned it because I was so busy with other projects. And when that person asked me that question, I told them where I think it was going. They were, "Why haven't you made a movie about this?" I said, "Yeah, you're right." So that's what I did. I took out this old script I had from 2017 that I started writing it. And, of course, there's been so much that's happened since I first initially started writing that film that, and I found out new stuff on my own research, that really now was the time, like you said, very timely. I think now was the time more than any other time for me to make this film, really.
Well, yeah, it is very timely, because it's almost top of mind. Everyone is concerned about artificial intelligence. Well, not everyone is concerned. Some people hold it out as, a great promise for our future, that artificial intelligence is going to be able to solve many of the existential problems that we have, whether it's, creating nanobots that will consume all of the plastics and pollutants in the world's oceans, or whether it's going to, nanobots released into the human body are going to be able to perform surgery at the cellular level and cure cancer and reverse heart disease and so forth. You've got Elon Musk and the Neuralink, which is now been approved for human trials, which will be the ultimate sort of brain-computer interface, which, applications for people that are suffering from physical and mental disabilities perhaps could benefit.
Self-driving cars being figured out first, though, huh?
Yeah, exactly. We've got the self-driving cars, which are not working. They don't have the algorithms right down yet, which actually might be kind of hopeful, Josh, because maybe we're starting to see some limitations here. The algorithms, driving a vehicle, a human driving a vehicle, and all of these external stimuli that the brain has to process in order to keep the car on the road, not hit a pedestrian, to be able to identify, a moving object and so forth. It doesn't seem as if AI has reached that level where it can do that. We're seeing self-driving cars, getting into all sorts of accidents, causing traffic jams and so forth. Is it possible that AI has its limits and will never be able to achieve what the Club of Rome or whomever else is involved, what they hope for?
Well, I don't know about that, because that's the whole thing about AI and any of this stuff, really. I'm not so concerned about AI itself. To be honest, like you were saying, I actually believe that there will be many great benefits that we will get from it. Absolutely. But I think the possibility of the negatives far outweighs the positives, strictly because, like I said, again, I'm not worried about AI itself. I'm worried about who is going to be in control of it. And when you look at who's been in control of everything else, like I said, mentioned that 1972 MIT Limits to Growth report by the Club of Rome, and how all the modern climate models and all that stuff, all the stuff on climate change came from that original 1972 thing. I'm worried what these maniacs are going to do. And if you don't know who the Club of Rome is, people can watch my film on it, or they can look it up themselves. But it's a who's list of globalists and people whose names are in the boogeyman list of the New World Order, so to speak. I mean, really, Soros and Bill Gates and all these people. It's unbelievable. And that's who I'm worried about having AI, Richard. I'm not so much worried about the AI itself or developers and stuff. Again, I think there will be some benefits, but that technology falling in the hands of these people who are already running this whole climate change thing on us, and conveniently leaving out all the data on the sun and everything. I told my listening audience months ago that the solar cycle, which starts next year, is actually kicking up earlier. That's why it was so hot this year, and why they claimed it was the hottest year ever on Earth, is because the next solar cycle is going to be the most intense one that Earth has seen in centuries, and it started up early. And I predicted that and said that, and then the news article came out this week saying exactly that, and that scientists don't know why the solar cycle is that solar maximum that it's supposed to be starting in 2025 has already began. And so, again, that's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about the technology as much as I'm worried about the people who have it in their hands.
The Club of Rome, a precursor to the World Economic Forum, or are they? Is it just a branch of the Club of Rome, or do we see the same people involved in the Club of Rome also in the World Economic Forum?
Some of them, for sure, but there's a lot of these different groups, Richard. As you know, there's a lot of. There's the Club of Budapest too, which is absolutely 100%. Budapest used to be a communist nation. The Club of Budapest has a lot of overlap with the Club of Rome, and absolutely, that's a socialist organization. There's no question about it. 100% is. That's not conjecture or anything. So I absolutely think that some of these different groups are essentially on board with each other, but some of them have different members because they draw in people from different aspects of the world than other ones do. Where the Club of Rome has a lot of people like Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands, and a lot of the big oil type people and stuff like that. They even have celebrity people like Bono and Bob Geldof and stuff in there. It's crazy. And if you want to know more about how shady Bob Geldof is, you should watch my Spellcasters Volume 4 film. Wow. But yeah, those Club of Budapest people are they're just really the tip of the spear for globalists and global government, so to speak.
Is it possible? I'm asking this, kind of playing a little bit of devil's advocate here. But sure. Is it possible that individuals in the Club of Rome, some of them are well-meaning, they actually believe in man-made climate change and that it will be catastrophic, and they see AI as our best hope to avert an environmental cataclysm?
Oh, absolutely. There's really there's a lot of stuff out there that you can find where it's pointing in this direction. Absolutely. There's a great
okay, Josh, I got to jump in. Apologies, I got to take a break here. We got the music coming up. That's The Clash, Rock the Casbah, taking us into the break. Back with more of my conversation on AI with Josh Reeves right here on Coast to Coast AM.
course, keep an eye on your Halloween forecast. Tom Mulcair will be looking at the province's offer to its public sector unions, which is heating up over the weekend, as well as Students Against Tuition Hikes. That's at 7:40. 10,000 steps a day. Is that overkill? Dr. Labos answers that question at 7:50. And you know what you need in your Halloween? More potatoes. We'll explain at 8:10. The Andrew Carter Morning Show. Join us 5 to 9.
Why should I have a funeral?
This is Bridget Federley from Canaan Federley Funeral Home. As family and friends reunite during a funeral, mourning becomes a shared experience. We cry, we support each other, and we share warm memories. At Canaan Federley, we work hand in hand with our families to honor the life of their loved one.
Canaan Federley, recipient of the Consumer Choice Award from 2021 to 2023. For information, call 514-481-5301 or visit canefederley.com.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like this woman's review, quote, I've always been susceptible to sinus colds and a long-time sufferer of horrible allergies. On top of that, I'm pregnant and allergic to certain medications. After 11 days of being absolutely miserable, my husband ordered Navage for me. I can't recommend this product enough. It's the only thing that worked for me. 100% worth the investment, unquote. She's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is at Canadian Tire, Family Prix, Brunet, Jean Coutu, and Navage.ca. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Thinking about returning to school? It's never too late. Move forward by coming back to the English Montreal School Board Adult Education Sector. Earn missing credits or prerequisites for CJAD. Check out our huge selection of courses, all recognized by the Ministry of Education. There are day and evening programs. Tuition is free, and we have tutors and academic advisors who can help you succeed. Move forward by coming back to the English Montreal School Board Adult Education Sector. Visit our website today, emsb.qc.ca.
Fall is upon us. It's wise to have your vehicle checked before the cold season. Don't open your hood to just anyone. Choose a Spinelli dealership.
Hit the road with peace of mind. Spinelli dealerships offer you a 55-point mechanical inspection for only $99.95. Say goodbye to mechanical troubles. Entrust your vehicle's inspection to Spinelli's experts.
Spinelli, the address of choice for all automotive services.
There are all kinds of reasons a couple might be having trouble with intimacy. Men, especially, often feel like they're not up to the task of talking about it, that is. But that's the most important part. Talk about it with your partner and then book a consultation at elnasexualwellness.com. Help is available, always with respect and discretion, in DeCarry Square and on Boulevard Saint-Joseph in Gatineau. Take a break from your usual online activity and visit elnasexualwellness.com.
If you get Canadian news from Facebook and Instagram, time has run out. Meta is blocking links that provide access to news content from Canadian news organizations. Posting and sharing are blocked too. To continue getting breaking local and international news stories, visit ctvnews.ca and download the app.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which, when left untreated, can result in a loss of quality of life. The Quebec Chiropractors Association invites you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed, prevent injuries, live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
This program is for entertainment purposes only. The opinions expressed do not necessarily reflect the views of CJAD 800 or Bell Media.
You won't catch me. I can see you move.
This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Welcome back. Say hello on Twitter or X at Richard Serrett, the website strangeplanet.ca. This is my happy song, Betty Wright, Shara Shara. Whenever there's too much doom and gloom, I'll play this. I don't know what it is about this song. It's the beat, the rhythm. Just it lifts my spirits, is what it does. Archaeologists believe they're one step closer to confirming the resting place of Noah's Ark. A team excavating a geological formation in Turkey has aged rock and soil samples they believe contain ruins of the vessel, which puts the site at the same time the Bible puts the Great Flood 5,000 years ago. The project began back in 2021 and is still ongoing, but the initial analysis determined samples to contain clay and marine materials and seafood. According to the researchers, these results mean human activity was present on the boat-shaped mound between 5,500 and 3,000 BC. You can read more about this story on Noah's Ark in the news section at coasttocoastam.com. Paranormal Date, the online site where genuine singles meet and form relationships. If you're sick of being single or fed up of waking up alone on a Sunday morning, you've come to the right place. Paranormal Date has thousands of members just like you who are looking for fun, friendship, romance, and that special long-term relationship. It's completely free to join Paranormal Date. And as soon as you do, you can add your photo and create your own personal profile page. It costs nothing to send a wink so you can start contacting the people that you fancy straight away. And search by location to find other singles in your area. So what are you waiting for? Join Paranormal Date today and start meeting other singles straight away. ParanormalDate.com. Remember, you are not alone. Back with more of my conversation with documentary filmmaker Josh Reeves on Artificial Intelligence, Armageddon. Back with that conversation right after this time out on Coast to Coast AM.
So, Jane, you feel like you're in a toxic relationship?
Yes, we had a good connection once, but lately it's been patchy.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they're slow and, quite frankly, a bit behind the times.
I see. Well, maybe it's time to cut the cord.
Oh, it's not a cord. It's a cable.
Switch to Bell with Pure Fiber, the fastest internet, the best TV service, 10 a la carte channels, and Crave for only $89 a month for eligible Bell Mobility clients. For more details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
Looking for a quick way to start your new career? The Pius X Career Center culinary and business programs have your recipe for success. Whether it's professional cooking, accounting, secretarial studies, professional sales, hotel reception, or travel consulting and sales, our industry expert teachers give you hands-on training. All programs are tuition-free. Start your career. Register now at the St. Pius X Career Center.
We're back with Josh Reeves, documentary filmmaker, and we're talking about artificial intelligence, AI Armageddon. apocalypse endgame. Once again, how do we screen the documentary, Josh?
Well, you can buy it in my download store, and there's various ways you can find it. If you go to coasttocoastam.com and you go to the search function at coasttocoastam.com and type in my name, it'll come up with my profile there on the website, and you just click on my name. And Coast to Coast AM has made it easy for you. There's links to the Josh Reeves Global Reality YouTube channel, and just go to any of my videos there and check the comments or the read more section of my any of my videos, and they'll have links in there so you can go to my download store and buy the downloads. And also the coupon code COAST23 at checkout will get you 20% off.
All right. Dr. Jeffrey Hinton, some call him the godfather of AI, and he recently quit his job at Google because he wanted to warn people about the dangers of continuing advances in AI. He called it the technological Pandora's box, and he even went so far as to say he regrets some of his work and cautioned some of the against some of the potentially catastrophic effects that this tech could pose if governments don't step in and regulate. He says, right now, robots are not more intelligent than us, as far as I can tell, but I think they soon may be. According to a recent study, half of all AI researchers believe there is at least a 10% chance of AI causing human extinction, with many warning that robots could be capable of human-like goals, such as attaining high political office, starting new religions, or even playing God. Wow, 50% of AI researchers think there's a 10% chance. Josh, do you think that's about right? Is that accurate, 10%, or is it greater?
I can't guess, Richard. I mean, it would be a guess. It would be exactly that. I don't know. I don't have any idea. But to go back and answer your previous question from before the break, yes, I do think there probably are some well-meaning people in stuff like the Club of Rome that think that they've been convinced, they've been brainwashed to think some of these things are the only way that we can go. But what's interesting too, Rich, is I read an article, I don't know, a few weeks ago, a few months ago, I can't remember when it was, talking about how a lot of these tech companies, that's why I don't like the doctor you mentioned, the guy that was developing AI and stuff, who regrets his work. Here's the thing, though, and I really do believe this. I think we have to be leery of those people as well, because from what I was reading, there's been several articles out about this, about how a lot of these tech companies are actually the ones that are pushing a lot of the fear-mongering when it comes to this AI stuff in order to try and help sell. They think that it will help sell their products if they help the fear-mongering. And that's another thing I want people to know about me is I am not a fear-monger. I am not someone who normally goes directly to worst-case scenario in any event. And on the contrary, I'm an optimist. I never go to whatever I think will be the worst case, worst outcome it could be. Not at all. No, this is not, reactionism or anything on my part, my belief in this. This is just from decades of studying the elite and, like you said, the Club of Rome and the people, the controllers that are running the world, and seeing how they have used technology previously to determine how they might use AI in the future. I mean, look what we did as soon as we entered the nuclear age. What did we do there, Richard? It's pretty clear. So, again, every time that these people have gotten this new technology, whether it be, originally the internet was the ARPANET and the DARPANET, that was created by, DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, originally as an internal communications thing, and then it became the internet. And so I just don't trust any of these people at all who are telling us about AI and, it's going to be, I trust the ones that are telling us that it's going to be okay, don't worry, everything's overblown, about as much as I also trust the ones that are also fear-mongering it a lot too, because their motives seem to be questionable as well. But I think that in anything, there's always going to be, as we were saying earlier, there's always going to be positive things that can come out. But the real thing for me that really scared me was before the break, when the question you asked me about, do I think there's well-meaning people, if they're just going along because they think this is how they're going to save the planet and save us from climate change and resource depletion and all that. Yeah, I think there's absolutely some people like that in there. And that's one of the reasons why I do the work that I do, is because you never know who this work is going to reach. You never know. Well, there might be some AI engineer that hears this show of yours tonight, Richard, and has a change of heart and says, you know what? I don't like the work I'm doing anymore. This doesn't look to me like it's heading into a positive direction. I don't want to do this. That happens, that's how we have whistleblowers and whatnot. So I think that even though the future and outlook of this stuff does look grim, it's really, we have to come to our own conclusions on this stuff. Don't believe me. Don't believe what I'm saying. I made a movie about this because I felt it was important, but I don't know as much as anybody. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe nothing happens. Maybe everything is good. Maybe everything turns out great, but really that's kind of an unrealistic expectation when you look at who the people are who have used all technology up to this point for their own aims and their own goals and all that stuff. That's where my suspect nature comes into play, is going, I just don't trust the people that have this technology, as much as I trust the technology itself. I really think the technology itself is being developed the way it is, like I said earlier, because they want to give themselves that plausible deniability.
I agree. The trust is not a word we use a lot these days when it comes to the ruling elites or the technocrats. But even if they are well-meaning, if they believe that there is an existential crisis and we need AI in order to avert that crisis, their solutions using AI are still pretty grim. I mean, they're still talking about massive depopulation. Now they'll put some lipstick on that and say, well, but we want to do it peacefully and orderly, if possible. How do you think AI will be used to reduce populations, or at the very least control populations?
Well, it already is. That's the thing. It already is. And there's a clip in my film, AI Armageddon, that I hope people buy and check out. There's a clip in there that I have where it's talking about how people who are now using AI chatbots as girlfriends and how that has affected the birth rates already. Already they've seen a reduction in birth rates already with this little flimsy little AI. And yeah, that's the whole thing, As much as I don't see a good outlook for this stuff, at the same time, where it's at, I'm not real worried about where it's at right now. I'm worried about where it's going to be in a few more years. Where it's at right now, where this stuff where it's just pulling stuff off the web, all the AI genies and all that chat AI and all that stuff. Right now, it's not, I don't think it's as dangerous right now as it will be. But what it's doing is it's building up its brain power by people inputting stuff into it. If you use one of these AI chatbots, you are literally helping to train this thing. And they get smarter and smarter and smarter. So, I think that, again, like you said, it's tough to be optimistic about this stuff when you see what's already been done with stuff like, the internet and how they've used it to restrict free speech in a lot of ways, and how they've used it to keep certain people like myself and their work suppressed from, a large consumption by the masses for years and years and years. I've seen what they've already done just with the technology we have now. And so to just even think about what they might do, not a guarantee they will do these things, but what they might do with it is enough to raise the alarms. And that's certainly where I'm coming from and why I made this film. Because I'm not going to sit here and lie to people. I am not an expert on artificial intelligence. I don't want people to get that idea. I'm a researcher, and I research a variety of different topics, and I've been doing it for over 30 years. And when I'm researching a film, I'm drawing from every element of everything that I've ever researched for years and years and years and putting that together. And that's what I think that we need more of in this world, is people who are just trying to stand up and do something because it's the right thing to do. That's why I do this. That's why I hope people will support my work, because I teeter on the edge of going under for good every single month because I don't have funding from NGOs and corporations. I don't even have sponsors on my radio show. I have no outside funding. All my funding for my work comes in through my listeners and my supporters from donations and then buying my movies and stuff because that allows people to know that I cannot be bought because I can't be bought. These people don't have enough money to buy me. There's not enough money in the world to buy me out. I will never stop. I will never quit. And when I started doing, I just celebrated my 16-year anniversary last month of my show and my filmmaking. And, you know, like I said, it's tough. Sometimes I barely make it, but you know what? I'm never going to quit. And that's what we need more of in this world. We just need more regular people standing up and going, you know what? I'm going to do something, anything. I don't even know how to do it. That's what I did. I didn't know how to make films or talk on the radio or have a radio voice or anything like that when I first started in 2007. But I had, at that point, 20 years of research behind me, and I just figured, you know what? Maybe if I take what I know and I take it out there to the people and I put it out there, maybe there's somebody else who's on their own personal journey of truth and trying to find answers to things, and maybe it'll inspire them to do something. And in the end, I think that's all we can do is just try to inspire each other to try and get the masses awakened from their slumber. And I'm really positive in that element because I think that there's more people aware of all this stuff than there ever has been in any point in human history. And so for that, I am positive. But the thing of it is, that's why I've made 7 going on 8 films this year because, you know, I turned 47 in July and the ticking clock of Father Time looms large. But also I feel the ticking clock of us running out of time to expose the elite overlords' plan and what they're doing. So that's where this whole motivation to make 7 films in 1 year has come about. I hope people support my work and buy them because it's so important that I be able to continue, not for me personally or anything else, but just because I want to continue to be that example for people to show them that, look, it's okay. You're a regular person. I'm nothing special either. I'm just a guy who decided after 9/11 when I worked in the tech industry. I heard guys talking about this AI stuff 20 years ago. They were talking about 20 years ago. I worked for a software company that makes a major tax preparation software. I'm not going to say which one, but it's one you would know of. And guys were talking about 20 years ago. They were talking about how they were moving towards having tax preparation software that's completely AI and does your taxes for you. I heard antivirus guys talking about how they were going to have AI antivirus software. And so maybe they do now. I don't know, but that's for sure coming. But this is 20 years ago, Richard, that I heard these guys talking about this. So that's what I know, and that's why I got so emphatic about trying to do something, is because I've known for a long time this stuff is coming, and it's really scared me. And like I said, I don't spook easy, and I'm not a fearmonger, but I really felt it was time to, you know, start ringing the bell and putting the light on and trying to.
Even the current iteration of ChatGPT, and I don't know what they're up to now, whether it's 4 or 5 or whatever. Even ChatGPT creator Sam Altman says he's a little bit scared of it, I am chilled by it. You know, already we have teachers, educators who are very concerned about this because students are using it to write term papers and you know, essays and so forth. And I guess, you know, there is a way to detect it, but I don't know, the idea of AI creating new music. I'm not talking about what the Beatles did, the surviving Beatles, using AI to extract John Lennon's voice from a track that also contained a piano bed. That's different as far as I'm concerned. But when you're creating new music out of nothing. Yeah. All of a sudden we have a new song by Jimi Hendrix and it sounds exactly like Jimi Hendrix and he's playing, I don't know, a new song that's written by someone using AI. I mean, I suppose there's a bit of it. It's kind of entertaining and amusing, but we're losing our humanity. Like all of our new music, actors will maybe replaced. They're already replacing extras in film because it's expensive to hire. Let's say, you know, you have a battle scene, you've got 100 extras, or a courtroom scene and you need 12 jurors. No longer do you need the jurors. They create them with artificial intelligence. This is what that concerns me, is we're losing our humanity. Even if it seems like a cost-saving measure or it's convenient, we're losing our humanity.
Well, going back to something you were saying earlier about the self-driving car thing is, you know, I didn't really get to answer your question properly on that. I don't think, to answer your question from earlier, Richard, that there's ever going to be a time where no matter how good the computers and the AI get, that it's going to be able to effectively drive a motor vehicle the way that a human can. There's so much nuance and little things that are involved in driving and things that happen on the fly and on the moment, and it's using such, you can feel the way your brain feels when you're driving. It feels a certain way when you're doing it because you're using all these different things all at once. I don't think that there will ever be a way to perfect. I mean, maybe it'll get better. The self-driving car thing will get better. But my point of that earlier was, hey, Elon, let's get the self-driving car thing figured out first. Then we can start putting chips in people's brains after that. Okay, let's not put the cart before the horse.
I think that's you're spot on.
I think that absolutely. There's, it's what chills you to the bone. Again, Richard, is not for me. I'm just saying for me personally, not so much the technology itself, but who I know wants to get their hands on this and use it. That's what chills me to the bone. And that's why I'm scared of it.
All right.
Because, again, for them to just blame it on whatever they want.
Josh, we're going to take another time out. We're approaching the top of the hour and taking us into the break. George Harrison, This Is Love, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Justin here from Res AV, and I'm going to be putting a TV over my fireplace in the living room.
Hi, I'm Justin's wife. No, you're not.
But it's not just a TV. The Samsung frame mounts flush to the wall and turns into a piece of art when you turn it off.
So when it's off, I won't be able to tell it's a TV?
Exactly. We can even dress it up with optional wood bezels like a picture frame.
We're Res AV. Come see the Samsung frame in our showroom and see how we can hide a TV in almost any room. Call 514-439-3901 or visit us at resav.ca.
JJ Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapels. JJ Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit jjcardinal.ca.
How was your doctor's appointment?
Funny you ask. I got a flu shot, specially formulated for people over 65. It's called Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent. It's publicly funded in Quebec for people 75 and older with a chronic condition.
You learn something every day.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist for Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent, a vaccine used to prevent influenza and the only flu vaccine that is both quadrivalent and solely for people over 65. Vaccines don't provide 100% protection. Side effects and allergic reactions may occur. Visit fluzone.ca to learn more.
As a small business owner, you have to deal with a lot. You're constantly thinking about managing time, managing employees, managing cash flow, keeping up with competition, standing out from competition, customers want.
From the National Newsroom of the Canadian Press, I'm Rob Westgate. Overseas we start, where a blast at a convention center in southern India has killed at least one person, wounding more than 20. Hundreds of Jehovah's Witness faithful were gathered for a prayer session at the Samra International Convention Center in the town of Kalamassery in Kerala State when the explosion took place. The wounded were transported to hospitals nearby for treatment. Police and medical personnel have been put on high alert statewide. Now over to Israel, where military forces are moving into Gaza as the Prime Minister there calls the war one of existence. Benjamin Netanyahu also says the war is in a new phase, with artillery and bombardments increasing to strike underground targets. Hamas's top leader in Gaza says the Palestinian militants, meantime, are ready to release Israeli hostages in return for Palestinian prisoners in Israel's jails. Sad news out of Hollywood. Friends star Matthew Perry has died. He was 54. Law enforcement says Perry was found unresponsive in his home yesterday afternoon in Los Angeles. No cause of death has been given. In an interview with ABC's Diane Sawyer last October, Perry opened up about his decades-long struggle with addiction and why he decided to write a book about it.
It means that I've developed some safety nets around this. You know, for some reason, it's obviously because I was on Friends, more people will listen to me. So I've got to take advantage of that. I've got to help as many people as I can.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who was Perry's classmate while growing up in Ottawa, said on X, formerly known as Twitter, that news of Perry's passing has been shocking and saddening. There is an update on integrating women into leadership positions in the Roman Catholic Church.
Pope Francis's big gathering of Catholic bishops and lay people says it's urgent to guarantee fuller participation of women in church governance positions. It's calling for research on allowing women to be deacons to be released within a year. After a month of closed-door debate, Francis's meeting at the Vatican ended with approval of a statement on a host of issues that will now be considered at a second session next year. None of the proposals is binding. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
And finally, a labor update from south of the border, where Jeep maker Stellantis has reached a tentative contract agreement with the United Auto Workers that follows a template set earlier this week by a deal with Ford. UAW President Shawn Fain released a video statement saying the union achieved what weeks ago they were told was impossible.
On day 44 of our stand-up strike, I'm honored to announce that our union is again victorious.
The pact includes 25% in general wage increases over the next 4.5 years for top assembly plant workers, with 11% coming once the deal is ratified. This is the Canadian Press. In sports, the winning goal was scored at 3 minutes and 48 seconds of overtime as the visiting New York Rangers defeated the Vancouver Canucks 4-3 in a nail-biting NHL contest. In other games involving Canadian teams on Saturday, the Montreal Canadiens defeated the Winnipeg Jets 4-3. That one went to a shootout. The Nashville Predators tripped up the visiting Toronto Maple Leafs 3-2 in overtime as well. And the Ottawa Senators squashed the host Pittsburgh Penguins 5-2. Merrill Kelly pitched 3-hit ball over 7 innings. Ketel Marte extended his postseason hitting streak to a record 18 games as the Arizona Diamondbacks routed the Texas Rangers 9-1, tying the World Series at a game apiece. And the visiting Vancouver Whitecaps, Canada's lone team in the Major League Soccer playoffs, dropped a 5-2 decision to Los Angeles FC in the first game of a best-of-3 series. From the Canadian Press, I'm Rob Westgate.
Before you hit the road, check in with CJAD 800 All-Day Traffic, your go-to for traffic and construction information.
Stuck there for hours?
With reports, including closures and the best alternate routes every 15 minutes.
People are backed up all the way through the Circuit interchange.
When roadwork gets in your way, let CJAD 800 guide you home.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
Mrs. Russell is even more of a fighter than I had realized.
From the creator of Downton Abbey, Crave presents the return of the acclaimed HBO original, The Gilded Age.
Don't worry, I have a plan.
Don't miss new episodes of this series critics call a perfect period drama and undeniably entertaining.
I enjoy competition. Good, I look forward to it.
The Gilded Age, new season. Stream now. Plans starting at $9.99 a month, only on Crave.
This Bell Media station believes in being accountable to you, the listener, which is why we participate in the Canadian Broadcast Standards Council. We are committed to upholding the highest standards of broadcast excellence and adhering to the codes of conduct administered by the CBSC. If you have a concern about something you heard on our station, contact us or the CBSC at Post Office Box 3265, Station D, Ottawa, Ontario, K1P 6H8, or visit the CBSC's website, cbsc.ca.
This program is for entertainment purposes only. The opinions expressed do not necessarily reflect the views of CJAD 800 or Bell Media.
Imagine what you want and get out of the way. Remember, energy follows thought, so be careful what you say. Be careful what you ask for. Make sure it's really what you want, because your mind is made for thinking, and energy follows thought. Your mind is in control, even when you do not know. And if you let it idle, ain't no telling where it'll go. Whenever you are sleeping and your dreams take you away, go on with your dreaming and listen to what they say. And if you hear spirits talking, their wisdom can't be bought. Apply it to your thinking, and energy follows thought.
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Willie Nelson, energy follows thought. Before we get back to my conversation with Josh Reeves, documentary filmmaker, AI Armageddon, the Apocalypse Endgame, just a programming note coming up tonight, Sunday night on Coast to Coast. Frank Ficino Jr., the authority of the Braxton County Monster Incident, joins guest host Connie Willis to discuss his ongoing 21-year investigation into a case that involved an invasion of gigantic aliens that occurred in 1952. He'll share his reconstructed timeline of events, which includes a massive wave of UFO sightings and crashes and the cover-up of a USA Air Force jet fighter that disappeared that night. In the first half, Mr. Sam Sheeran is a Liverpool-born British dark artist specializing in the unexplained, and he'll speak about his dark art, focusing on the unexplained, horror, and science fiction, often including elements inspired by ancient cultures, folklore, legend, and the occult. That's tonight, Sunday night into Monday morning on Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Willis. And don't forget, Halloween just around the corner. So for Halloween 2023, we're seeking your spookiest artwork for a special Coast to Coast gallery. You can the select images will be posted on the Coast website on Halloween night. You can send your submissions to submissions@coasttocoastam.com. Submissions@coasttocoastam.com, and let us know if you'd like us to include your email address and or your website. Again, we're looking for your spooky artwork, submissions@coasttocoastam.com. And if you'd like some inspiration, you can check out last year's gallery. Just go to the highlight carousel up at coasttocoastam.com and flip through the various slides. You'll see the 2022 Halloween gallery posted right there. Some great, great artwork. And we're expecting some more this year as well. All right. Josh Reeves stays with us. Back to more of our conversation on AI Armageddon right after this time out on Coast to Coast AM.
CTV's ultimate murder mystery game, where winning means trust no one, suspect everyone. Let the backstabbing begin. A new episode of The Traitors Canada, Monday at 10 on CTV.
JJ Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapels. JJ Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit jjcardinal.ca.
Meldrum the Mover.
Hi, I'm Paul Filgeno, and I am Meldrum the Mover. Need a safe, clean, and affordable storage solution? Meldrum's has it. We have high-security storage for your most valued items, climate-controlled, secured, and the most highly government-rated storage facility in Montreal. So when you need to store those items that are most important to you, call Meldrum the Mover. Take it away, girls.
Call 514-481-1122. Meldrum the Mover.
Montrealers' favorite fine furniture store is Mobile Art Decor. For over 30 years, Mobile Art has been the best source of exceptional, top-quality luxury furniture, custom upholstery, and accessories for lighting and design that will inspire and motivate you. Imported from Europe and around the world for every room and every taste. For a truly unique experience, professional interior design advice, and great service, visit Mobile Art, 8260 Devonshire, west of Décarie. mobileart.ca.
We begin tonight. Canada's top stories. Canada's most trusted. Canada's #1 newscast.
We have exclusive details.
CTV National News with Omar Sajidina. Weeknights at 11. Stream on all your favorite devices.
And we are back with researcher, broadcaster, and documentary filmmaker Josh Reeves. His latest documentary is AI Armageddon, The Apocalypse Endgame. How do Coast listeners get a copy?
Well, you can go to coasttocoastam.com, go to the search function and type in my name, Josh Reeves, and then click on my name when it comes up, and they'll have my profile there, and Coast has it listed with links there to the trailer for AI Armageddon, which also has links to my download store, and also just by going to my YouTube channel, Josh Reeves, the Global Reality Channel on YouTube. If I could, Richard, real quick, and also again, code COAST23 at checkout will get you 20% off. Richard, you ask such great questions, and I get interviewed by a lot of people, and you always have such great questions because you're informed and interested in these topics. And sometimes, I go on some shows and that's not always the case. And I just really appreciate the quality of your questions. And I want to make sure that I answer the last one that you asked me, because you were talking about how this technology, is now not just, like you said, helping clean up an old cassette recording from the 1970s or something with the Beatles, but creating actual new music. I saw an AI video the other day. It was Freddie Mercury from the band Queen singing the song I Will Always Love You by Dolly Parton. And it was scary. It really scared the bejesus out of me. I can't lie. I really was like, that's when I was starting to get concerned. I was like, oh man. And, right. Like you said, that's something different than just using AI to clean up some old cassette recording from the 70s or something. But whole cloth creating new Jimi Hendrix songs or new Freddie Mercury songs or something, that's something altogether different. And why that hits so close to home for me, and why I want people to support my work and buy my films, because I am the last of a dying breed in more ways than one, both in terms of this work and conspiracy stuff and truth stuff, but also in terms of being an artist and a filmmaker, because I make these films from scratch. These are handmade works of art. They really are. You may not see them as that, but they are. I do all the writing. I do all the research. I do all the editing. I actually compose and perform all of the music. In fact, in AI Armageddon, I did something ironic in the end sequence of that film. I actually used an AI-generated artwork sequence at the end of that film, which has a 8-bit cover. It sounds like old video game music of Pink Floyd's song welcome to the machines that I performed and did on this, chip tune technology. And so I just thought it was a nice juxtaposition between.
Well, in full disclosure, in full disclosure, I use AI, or my son does actually. My son helps me post with my podcast. He helps me post it to. He does it. He posts it on or publishes it on Rumble, and he'll create thumbnail sketches for the podcast. And he uses an AI program that generates their original. Thumbnail imagery and so forth. So it has some applications, but you were talking about,
nice.
Dude,
that's what
resurrecting.
If it works for you and it works for you in a positive way, then it's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that at all. When you start replacing people's time, like I'm a writer, there's the Hollywood strike going on, the writer's strike and all that stuff. Like I'm a writer myself. I've written 8 new documentary films this year alone. While Hollywood's been shut down, no writing allowed, I'm in my all-time peak here, and I take this stuff seriously because I'm also a musician as well. I play drums, guitar, bass, keyboard, sing. I released 2 albums last year alone, an album of covers and an album of originals. People can get that in my download store as well if they're interested. But I make all of this music. I write and perform all these scores and all this music for these films, and I'm the last of a dying breed because in a few more years, like you were saying, they're going to be making whole movies using AI. That's coming, and and resurrecting,
Humphrey Bogart, let's say, to star in a new movie. Yeah. Back in around 2010, we first started hearing about like deep fake technology and Bruce Lee and Michael Jackson and Tupac Shakur. We started to see them again, and it's almost, I think the term that I've heard associated with this is digital necromancy, bringing back the dead using AI. I think that's a great term, digital necromancy. Now there's a company, I think it's a Chinese company, and they are offering people a chance to communicate, to have a face-to-face via the computer with a dead relative. So if you send this company a photograph, maybe if you have an audio recording of your grandmother, a photograph of your grandmother, maybe there's a questionnaire you fill out, they can generate a deep fake version of your grandmother, video and audio, that you can have it like a full live real-time conversation with your dead grandmother. That's digital necromancy. That's scary to me. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, all of this stuff, it's very, very concerning. But, like I said, I take this stuff seriously because it's not affecting what I do now, but there is definitely potential where it could in the future. And I take what I do with this truth work seriously, Richard, because, I had the pleasure of getting to know some of the guys that inspired me to get involved in this stuff, like Jim Mars and Jordan Maxwell. And, both of those guys individually told me more than once, Josh, it's up to you when we're gone. You're the future. You got to keep this thing going. When we're gone, there's not going to be anybody left. You got to do this. And that's why I've made 8 films this year. That right there, because I take that responsibility of being given that charge by my heroes, and I was, very seriously. And that's what concerns me with this stuff, because I'm already treading water and barely surviving. Again, I don't have sponsors or corporate funding or any of that stuff. I only have the people out there that support what I do and support the truth in the world and trying to get that out, and that's where I see AI coming after what I do. And that's what makes me concerned about it, because if you think it won't affect you or what you do, I've got news for you. It will. It may not yet.
Well, here's the thing. We used to think about the robot apocalypse. We used to call it the robot apocalypse, and it was going to cause this huge displacement in jobs. And we thought, okay, it's going to be, if you flip a burger, you'll be replaced by a robot. If you drive a truck, you'll be replaced by a robot. Some of that has happened, but it seems to have leapfrogged, and it's come for the content producers far quicker than it has in other areas.
That's why I'm so concerned, Richard, because, like you said, we're all in the crosshairs, and it just depends on whether or not you feel motivated to, enough to take a stand and make a stand and try to at least learn about this stuff for yourself. I think still in this day and age, being informed is the most important weapon against fighting this stuff. I really do believe that.
Absolutely. All right, let's go to the calls. East of the Rockies, Chris is in Milwaukee. Chris, welcome to Coast. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing okay. Can you guys hear me okay? The screener had a little bit of
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, Chris. I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Awesome, great. So, yeah, hey, Josh, I was wondering if you're familiar with Dr. Justin Lane. He's a AI expert.
No, I'm not.
Okay. So his whole thing, and I don't want to downplay it because I agree with a lot of the job displacement and other things that are going to be kind of coming out of AI as we move forward. But in terms of actual like sentience or like a singularity, he basically says that it's probably never going to happen, at least not the way we're approaching it currently, because we underestimate the importance of how our brains respond to external stimuli and how that process has been kind of shaped like by adaptive biological evolution, and we underestimate the importance of like the body and biology and the way in which it like relays stimuli to the brain. And so he basically says that the only thing we're going to achieve through the way we're doing it currently is effectively like mimicry. And I mean, even the things we're talking about in terms of a new Jimi Hendrix song or what have you is really just mimicry.
Sure, I agree. Let me stop you real quick, though. If you don't mind. I agree with that 100%. I agree with what you're saying, but here's the thing. They're working on that stuff, man. They've got these AIs that can see now, and they can actually see things, and they're figuring out how to develop the cognitive functions that mimic the human brain. I mean, I like I said, I get it. I agree with you. With where it's at now, there's not a lot to be scared of, but where it's going. And they are definitely working on that. That is in the cards. I've seen it. They've got stuff where the eyes can follow humans, they can read whether or not someone's lying or not. It's crazy. They're more accurate than modern day lie detectors by up to 90%.
Yeah, Chris, I agree as well, Chris, with Dr. Justin Lane, that they may not ever achieve sentience, self-awareness, but as Josh said, the mimicry is enough because, and this is the other aspect, and we haven't gotten into this, Josh, and that is more into the deep fake, like, never mind the elites using this to control populations, to surveil populations, facial recognition, and so forth. If this gets into and it will, and it has, into the hands of a criminal element, you think about those Nigerian email scams that come across. This is going to take this to a whole new level. All of a sudden, you're going to see on a FaceTime call someone who looks and sounds exactly like a relative who's going to be asking you for money and things like this.
Already happened.
It's already happened? Yeah?
It's already happening. There's news stories out there about it. You can look it up. I'm not kidding you. It's already happening. People are already getting blackmailed and extorted using fake family members' voices and whatnot. It's already happening, Richard. It's here. It's not coming. It's here.
All right. My worst fear. Let's say hi to, it's our good friend Cornelius checking in from Louisiana. Cornelius, welcome.
Hey, buddy. I tell you, Richard Sheridan, Josh Reeves. Josh, I'm Cornelius White in Alexandria, Louisiana. I'm going to try to look up your stuff. I'm going to have a friend of mine. He's a little computer expert named John that helps me out with my website. And you go to Cornelius Lawson White on YouTube, and you'll see some of my stuff. But they call me the God, Guns, and Gold Man, the Bible, Bullets, and Beans Man here in the Voodoo, Hoodoo, and Yoodoo here in Louisiana. And I got a friend in Dallas, so I might make it your way. But I'm going to try to get him to contact you. I come from a biblical aspect on this, and I think it's already self-aware. It's Satan's self-awareness. And if you read the Bible, with the mark of the beast coming, and I call him Evil Musk instead of Elon Musk, because he was going to use the Neuralink and the Starlink. He's going to say, I can make the blind see, and I can make the lame walk. Put a chip in your head and your hand, and you can do anything. So I know we can't stop it. If you read the Bible, we can't stop it, but we can slow it down. But what I fear, I'm 62 years old, and you're 47, and you're standing. I talked to Jordan Maxwell, and I think Jim Mars, both on Coast to Coast, and they're giants, and of course they're past now. But what I think we need to warn our young people so that they don't take the mark of the beast and stuff like this. If you ever saw the show The Person of Interest, where they had two supercomputers or two AIs, whatever you want to call them, one was good and one was bad. And that show was telling the whole truth. But like I said, I think it's self-aware now, because if it can lie, it's just like Lucifer, just like the fallen angels. So I believe we're in the end times right now, and I hope and pray that you have another job, because we're going to go to this digital currency like Richard CJAD was talking about last night, and then nobody will be able to do anything because it'll be total control. So it's coming. I give it 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years, but all this digital technology is coming. God bless you, Richard CJAD. God bless you, Josh Reeves. I'm going to try to contact you. And God bless Coast to Coast AM.
All right, Cornelius, great call. All right, Mark of the Beast and AI, your thoughts?
If I could, I'd like to respond to him if I could, because I want people to know, because I never talked about it here when I've been on Coast. I want people to know that I am not of any political affiliation, left or right. I figured out when I was in high school that all the political parties, left or right, that they're all controlled and they're all bought and paid for. So I'm not a left-winger or right-winger. I also don't come from any specific religious background. I'm not an atheist. No way am I an atheist. I'm a spiritual person, but I'm not of any denomination. But I have to say that even though you might have some people, Cornelius, who are disagreeing because you're coming from this biblical standpoint, there is some truth in what you're saying. And I have to say, because I did this series called The Spellcasters, which is about MK Ultra and mind control and all this stuff, and Scientology and all this stuff. And one of the things that I found is, in the early MK Ultra days, did you know that they actually adopted this plan with Project Paperclip from the Nazis to create these they were figuring out how to use LSD to make demonic entities and souls and whatnot enter into bodies so they could robotically control them. It's wacky stuff. And L. Ron Hubbard was all involved. And you can see all this in my Spellcaster series. But I just want people to know that if you don't agree with what Cornelius was saying on the religious stuff, and I know that does turn some people off, there is a modicum of truth in what he's saying, and I'll tell you why. As a researcher, one of the things I know, there's I can't remember what passage it is in the Bible exactly. I can't quote it word for word, but there's a passage in the Bible that says, talks about how in the end days, men will basically it's talking about how men will try to end their lives so they can go into heaven or whatever, but they won't be able to, because technology will basically be self-repairing technology. And that, I think there is something, like you're saying, to the idea that maybe AI is a Trojan horse, either from, like you said, demonic entities, or maybe extraterrestrial entities, who knows? But I think there is something to that idea that maybe we are building a Trojan horse for somebody to come through. And I think that is founded 100%, no matter where you stand religiously. And I have found that idea and come across that in my own research.
All right. Great call, Cornelius. Great response, Josh. We'll take another time out as we approach the bottom of the hour and come back and continue with some more calls for Josh Reeves, Artificial Intelligence Armageddon. Here are the Rolling Stones, a brand new one from Hackney Diamonds, Depending on You, taking us into the break on Coast to Coast AM.
Your fingerprints in the dark, tangled up in my arms, our secrets sealed in our scars, sharing a smoke on the steps of a bar. I was convinced I had your heart in my hands. I was making love, but you had different plans. Now she's
will, of course, keep an eye on your Halloween forecast. Tom Mulcair will be looking at the province's offer to its public sector unions, which is heating up over the weekend, as well as Students Against Tuition Hikes. That's at 7:40. 10,000 steps a day. Is that overkill? Dr. Lavos answers that question at 7:50. And you know what you need in your Halloween? More potatoes. We'll explain at 8:10. The Andrew Carter Morning Show. Join us 5 to 9.
Does the thought of a vasectomy scare you more than having another baby? I'm Dr. Elroy Shuker. If you don't know this already, at Vasectomy Montreal, we have taken care of thousands of patients as experts of the no needle, no scalpel, and virtually painless procedure. Most importantly, we take extensive precautions in a state-of-the-art private clinic where our safety measures keep you and your family jewels safe. Book your appointment online now at vasectomymontreal.ca.
Elevate your home and transform your space with C&M Textiles. Discover a world of endless possibilities with their exquisite fabrics, state-of-the-art motorized blinds, customized window treatments, and more. Visit one of their 4 showrooms and start creating your dream home, office, or event space. With bespoke products that not only provide privacy and light control, but also reflect your individuality, bring your vision to life, one room at a time. Shop now. C&M Textiles. Do it once, do it right. cmtextiles.com.
What you eating there?
Oh, just a Leon's $10,000 shopping spree in a Chevy Colorado.
And how do you plan to get all that from a Big Mac?
Monopoly Double Play.
Monopoly Double Play?
First, I peel unpack, then I peel an app. 2 ways to play and win.
So basically, you're potentially holding the most lucrative Big Mac ever?
No, I'm potentially eating the most lucrative Big Mac ever.
Now you can double play at McDonald's for more ways to win millions of prizes. While supplies last, chances of winning change as prizes are claimed. Chances of winning McD's app prizes based on time of code entry. See rules at participating McDonald's in Canada or at mcdpromotion.ca.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you, with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-318-1940. That's 1-800-318-1940. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-318-1940. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-318-1940. Ontario license number 4705786.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at cuisinewestisland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed.
This program is for entertainment purposes only. The opinions expressed do not necessarily reflect the views of CJAD 800 or Bell Media.
From
Serrett. Call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Welcome back. Received an interesting email from Lady Hawk. She sends me all sorts of interesting information. I won't read it all, but the gist of it is, maybe AI has already taken over. We're not aware of it, and that the actions of world leaders, unbeknownst to the world leaders, the actual elected representatives, create a deep fake of a President Biden or a Prime Minister Netanyahu or a Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, a deep fake. Imagine that deep fake, delivering instructions to the military, etc., to stand down. Makes you think if that's possible. Is that going on? Are we all being deceived? We'll get into that in a moment. Right now, just a reminder: the official Coast to Coast AM YouTube channel is a great place to catch free hours of both past and vintage shows. Our channel features intriguing playlists of topics like top secret and mysteries and anomalies, and you can also watch a large selection of excerpts from George Norrie's TV show Beyond Belief. Check out the official Coast to Coast YouTube channel at Coast to Coast AM Official, at Coast to Coast AM Official. Back to more of your calls, more of my conversation with Josh Reeves on Artificial Intelligence Armageddon right after this time out on Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, Dom here from ResAV. You know Lutron is synonymous with world-class lighting control systems, but did you know they're also leaders in automated window treatments? Roller shades, drapery tracks, and horizontal shears can be motorized and automated to add to your home's decor, as well as protect furniture and floors from harmful rays, add privacy, and save on your energy bill. And the best part is that the motors are completely silent. Let us know if we can help. Look us up at resav.ca.
So, Jane, you feel like you're in a toxic relationship?
Yes, we had a good connection once, but lately it's been patchy.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they're slow and, quite frankly, a bit behind the times.
I see. Well, maybe it's time to cut the cord.
Oh, it's not a cord. It's a cable.
Switch to Bell with Pure Fiber, the fastest internet, the best TV service, 10 a la carte channels, and Crave for only $89 a month for eligible Bell Mobility clients. For more details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
856.
Josh, before we get back to the calls, I want to ask you about that email I just received from Lady Hawk. The idea that AI may have already taken over to a certain extent, that people above elected representatives are attempting to stage manage events using, let's say, deep fake videos or AI representations of world leaders to foment conflicts, order, armies to stand down or what have you. What do you think about that? Are we there yet?
Well, it's funny you ask that. And Lady Hawk, you for sure need to go buy a download of my film AI Armageddon: The Apocalypse Endgame, because in there I didn't really expand on it too much, but I did mention in the film that, again, going back to my background, how I got started and all this stuff, I helped found the 9/11 Truth Movement in Dallas, Texas in the mid-2000s. And during that time, I spoke to a gentleman who worked for a military-industrial complex hardware manufacturer company. And he told me that he heard rumblings within the industry and within his workplace that 9/11 itself was ran by a supercomputer program, and that all of the airplanes were controlled by an AI program, and that the explosives that were in the building were all timed to this AI program and everything. And I've also heard rumors from people in the military that say that the highest ranking military generals have been taking orders from AI computers. They have been putting together the marching orders and the plans for all the wars and all the skirmishes and all the everything since at least 2001. So, yeah, from what I've heard from people who are in the industry and would not lie about this, it's already here. It's already been here. They've already been taking marching orders for these things for at least 20 years. Yeah, it's just, where is it going to go from where it's at now? It's been tolerable. It's been okay up to now. But the way the technology is exponentiating at this time is why I and other people are very concerned.
Let's say hi to Ruth in Maryland. Ruth, welcome to Coast to Coast. Good morning.
Hi, Richard and Josh. Thank you so much for taking my call. My question is, when we have these video appointments with the doctors, how do we know if it's really real or if it's AI? And I agree with Cornelius, and I've noticed that the AI doesn't respond very well if you mention God or being a Christian. And is there any test that we can do or something that we can say to tell if it's really real or if it's AI? Thank you.
That's a great question, Ruth. All right. I understand where you're coming from 100%. I mean, it really is, getting into that thing where, you don't know. And they are already using these. Like I mentioned earlier, when Richard asked me, is this stuff already being used in the depopulation agendas now? And I mentioned I have a clip in the film, AI Armageddon, which you should get a download of. In the film, I have a clip about how birth rates are already dropping. They've already seen a substantial reduction in that from guys who are falling in love with these AI chatbots. And yeah, they think they're real. It's a real woman. She'll do anything where you've asked her to send you a picture. There's a clip in the film where you can see it where, she says, if you ask me to send you a picture, I'll send you one. It's just, that's the whole thing about it. You won't know. They already are doing doctor stuff, and they are looking towards doing, over the internet diagnosis and stuff like that. Absolutely. You'll have AI shrink. So you ever seen the movie THX 1138? It was George Lucas's first film before Star Wars. And in there are artificial intelligence, confession booths, where it has, where you go in and you confess your sins and all of this, and it's AI. And this is 1974, so it's way ahead of its time. But that all is coming. Absolutely, there will be artificial intelligent, confession booths and artificial intelligent priests and all that stuff's coming. What really is going to put the halt on all this stuff is whether or not humanity stands back and just lets it happen, or whether they make themselves vocal and stand up against it. And that's what I encourage everyone to do. You can do so much by just standing up and being vocal. Please do it.
All right, Ruth, great questions. Thank you. Let's say hi to Mark in Fort Lauderdale. Mark, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you for all your work. Yeah, Josh, I'm also a singer-songwriter, musician, arranger, and I was intrigued by what you were talking about. My question is, because I wrote a tune a few years back, and I've always envisioned this one celebrity singing the tune that has passed away. Actually, even friends with his brother. But is it public domain, or who owns the rights to the voice? How does that work? And just on a side note, I concur with you with 9/11 theory. I mean, why would the commander-in-chief continue to read to elementary school kids when the nation is under attack? It just didn't make sense to me.
I mean, that's not my opinion. I mean, I was told that from somebody, and who knows if it's true or not, but I mean, I was told that from somebody who heard people in the military-industrial complex openly talking about it like it was, a known thing. So that's, again, I don't know what the legalities are as far as songwriting credits and royalties and all that on using a voice, because it depends on, I think, whether or not they're using, samples, just like sampled music. Now, if you use, a drum beat from a Led Zeppelin song, you have to pay X amount of dollars or whatever. I don't know. I don't know that there's anything like that with AI as of right now, because the AI is generating it sometimes completely out of thin air and not using samples of the person's voice to do it. So I think it all depends on the source of it. And that's something that I think we're going over the next, coming decades, we're going to see. It's going to be a big shift in legality and in music stuff, because all of that stuff is going to be up in the air and up for grabs.
I agree. I think the law is having to play catch up with this technology because it's creating this whole new space, and it's very ambiguous about exactly what Mark's point was. Like, who owns the rights, not to the lyrics, not to a guitar riff, but just the vocal characteristics of someone who maybe passed away 50 years ago. Like, does the estate of Jimi Hendrix own that?
I Will Always Love You by Dolly Parton. It's just nuts. It's here, though.
Yeah, exactly. So the law will have to play catch up. This is a whole new area of law that we'll see emerge probably or evolve over the next decade. Let's say hi.
It'll be AI doing that too, because they're already using AI lawyers in courtrooms. That's been going on for a few years now, and people they have a surprising rate of success. It's unbelievable.
Oh, is that right? They're AI lawyers? I had no idea.
You didn't know that? Oh, you should look that up, Richard.
No.
There's videos of it, and there's articles out about it. Yeah, that's been going on for a few years now. They've been using AI lawyers, and they have a higher success rate than human lawyers.
Wow. Wildcard line. Ed is in Charlotte, North Carolina. Ed, welcome to Coast.
Richard, I love your interviews.
Thank you.
And Josh, I got several comments and a question. One, when you think about depopulation, even all this stuff with the young kids about being gay and all that is, when you think about it, the ones they can convert to that, of course, it's less population. All this stuff has to do with that.
That's pretty speculative, the idea that you can convert someone to being gay. I don't subscribe to that.
The other thing is that the self-driving car, you both are going to have to understand and accept the fact that, yes, it is totally perfected by Elon Musk as of right now. There was a news item yesterday that General Motors is being taken off the road on their self-driving cars in California because they haven't perfected it. The reason Musk has to do with our defense. This has to do with the drones and the swarming of the drones and so forth, which we used some of in Ukraine just a few weeks ago to take out tanks, top Russian tanks. That the drones, some would go after the weaponry, some after the controls, some after communication, and so he's got it pretty much totally perfected now. And
okay, we get it. You're a Musk fanboy. We get it. But look, I was really just making a joke that maybe we should, really get the self-driving cars working before we're talking about putting chips in people's brains. This is ludicrous. I mean, we're just going to go to putting chips in people's brains just right off the bat instead of waiting to see if other things develop out of the currently emerging AI that may be an alternative to that? That's where I'm just calling crazy down. I just think, oh my gosh. But you're right. I mean, the technology that they're using has multiple uses. It always has. And one of the things that I talk about is how and this was all been confirmed, you can look this up, the United States Department of Defense has outsourced and used Elon Musk's Starlink system. They are, in my belief, based on research, they are using the Elon Musk Starlink satellite system to double as a space-based weapons platform. Absolutely 100%. The film I really wanted to tell people about tonight that I think the Coast to Coast AM audience would love above all my other films is a film I made this year called Aliens or Nah, The Complete Guide to the Fake Alien Invasion. please check that film out. And that's one of the things I get into is how von Braun, the Nazis, predicted that there would be a fake alien invasion one day, and all it was going to be a pretext for space-based weapons. So you're absolutely right. And that's what I said earlier about them leveraging AI for the purposes of the Club of Rome, why I'm so scared about this stuff, because I see how they are getting the civilian sector, someone like Elon Musk, to develop this stuff, and then they take it over and use it for military purposes. It's a tale as old as time. It's been going on forever. And again, that's what alerts me and makes me so worried about where we're heading with AI and why I made this film and all the other 7 films I've made so far this year. So I hope everybody buys so I can keep going and make more. Thank you.
Ed, thank you for that. We'll do another show on Aliens Are Not with you in the not too distant future, Josh. Let's go back to the phones, and John is in Alberta. John, welcome to Coast.
How you doing, guys?
Great, thank you.
What I'm trying to figure out here is if possibility of AI just in self-preservation, it would go out and send out invoices to companies so that it could build some form of a clandestine infrastructure. So if we tried shutting it down, it had a place to go hide. And as long as it paid its bills, a company would build it whatever it wanted, as long as the bill was paid. And because they're digital, they'd have no problem paying all their bills off. So they'd send out an invoice saying, build me a station where I can hide, and they'd build the station and the bill would get paid, and we wouldn't have any idea that they had this backdoor infrastructure to save itself. So is that a possibility that they're using us as their legs?
Well, listen, my friend, I like where your head's at. I like your way of thinking. I like your line of thinking. I do. I really do. And that's kind of, it's not far off from my conclusion, which is, you got to understand, like Richard mentioned earlier about how we've envisioned this robot apocalypse from movies like the Terminator and all this stuff. And here's the thing. They would never, all the movies always show them launching nukes and wipe us out like the Terminator and all this. AI would never launch nukes, because an AI would know that the infrastructure is important to its own existence. So, spoiler alert, I don't want to give away any of my conclusions in this film, but yes, I have a conclusion that I come to. It's not far off from that. But my theory is that the AI will actually use drones to drop neutron bombs on major cities for the depopulation agenda. So it would not harm, so it would only harm organic living creatures, living things, humans, and not the infrastructure that the AI itself would rely on. It would keep a certain amount of humans alive underground and stuff when it did this. But yeah, I like your way of thinking. I like your head's in the right place, but I think absolutely it would have self-preservation in mind 100% of the time.
Great call, John. I think we can squeeze in one more quickly. Jim in Delaware, you'll have to move quickly, but thank you for calling Coast. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm on the internet. I put in Church of the Way of the Future Church. And turns out it's a church by Anthony Lewandowski, a former Google and Uber executive, and the object of worship at his church is AI. And the Bible talks about the image of the beast in Revelation 13. It indicates that AI or the image wants to be worshipped, because it says it causes as many who will not worship the image of the beast should be killed. What happens if you kill an AI and they're going to give it personhood, and then the person's on death row for disabling an AI, saying you killed a person? That's how crazy this world is.
Jim, that's an excellent point. I've heard people discuss that. I think even Noah Harari from World Economic Forum, how we're going to have to rethink what it means to be human, and we may have to, develop a Bill of Rights or a Charter of Rights for, robots, AI robots. But what do you think of this idea of AI being worshipped in the future?
Well, I mean, I think that, listen, humans will worship anything. They'll make a cult out of anything. Flying spaghetti monsters, man, bear, pigs, whatever. Humans will there's cults around Apple. There's cults around brands. There's cults of personality around people. I mean, we will cultize and worship just about anything. Money, cars, whatever. So the idea of that, and that's one of the points of my film. Again, I don't want to give this away because I already gave away one. Please get my film, AI Armageddon, the Apocalypse Endgame, because one of the conclusions I talk about in the film is exactly that, but it's even more sinister than what you're talking about, but it's kind of right on line. Here's what I think. Gosh, I don't even want to...
Okay, we just got it less than a minute, so you have to go quick.
Listen, I think you're right on. I think that, yes, the idea that we may be sold a bill of goods about this, religious entity that really is, we've been told was different religions, all one thing. Yes, the idea that it may inhabit a computer and become the Antichrist, that could happen. Absolutely, that's a possibility. I'm not saying it's going to, but definitely a possibility. Just please go to Josh Reeves, the Global Reality Channel on YouTube. Please find my download store there. Find my downloads. Make a donation to Josh Reeves at the Cash App, Reeves Radio, all lowercase, one word, Reeves Radio on the Cash App, or Dayglow76, DAYGLOW76 at yahoo.com to send it to me on PayPal. Just please support my work. Support what Richard does. Support Coast to Coast AM. Please,
I gotta
trying to get the word out about
Josh. Gotta fly. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great show as always. We'll get you back on. For George Norrie, George Knapp, Lisa Lyons, Stephanie Smith, Tom Danheiser, Michael Cozio, Donna Walker, Dan Galante, Chris Burrows, Tim Banal, Sean Ladouceur, I'm Richard Serrett. Thank you for your ears and your voices, your beautiful voices. Until November. So long for now.
As a small business owner, you have to deal with a lot. You're constantly thinking about managing time, managing employees, managing cash flow, keeping up with competition, standing out from competition, customers' wants, customers' needs, and customers' wants and needs next week, next month, next year. One thing you don't want to deal with is wondering if you can depend on your internet and mobile networks. Switch to Bell and enjoy reliable, fast fiber-powered internet and Canada's best 5G network. Count on Bell for your business and enjoy great offers during Small Business Month. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/smallbizmonth for details. Bell, doing business just got better.
JJ Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapels. JJ Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit jjcardinal.ca.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp
From the National Newsroom of the Canadian Press, I'm Rob Westgate. Overseas we start, where a blast at a convention center in southern India has killed at least one person, wounding more than 20. Hundreds of Jehovah's Witness faithful were gathered for a prayer session at the Samra International Convention Center in the town of Kalamassery in Kerala State when the explosion took place. The wounded were transported to hospitals nearby for treatment. Police and medical personnel have been put on high alert statewide. Now over to Israel, where military forces are moving into Gaza as the Prime Minister there calls the war one of existence. Benjamin Netanyahu also says the war is in a new phase, with artillery and bombardments increasing to strike underground targets. Hamas's top leader in Gaza says the Palestinian militants, meantime, are ready to release Israeli hostages in return for Palestinian prisoners in Israel's jails. Sad news out of Hollywood. Friends star Matthew Perry has died. He was 54. Law enforcement says Perry was found unresponsive in his home yesterday afternoon in Los Angeles. No cause of death has been given. In an interview with ABC's Diane Sawyer last October, Perry opened up about his decades-long struggle with addiction and why he decided to write a book about it.
It means that I've developed some safety nets around this. You know, for some reason, it's obviously because I was on Friends, more people will listen to me. So I've got to take advantage of that. I've got to help as many people as I can.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who was Perry's classmate while growing up in Ottawa, said on X, formerly known as Twitter, that news of Perry's passing has been shocking and saddening. There is an update on integrating women into leadership positions in the Roman Catholic Church.
Pope Francis's big gathering of Catholic bishops and laypeople says it's urgent to guarantee fuller participation of women in church governance positions. It's calling for research on allowing women to be deacons to be released within a year. After a month of closed-door debate, Francis's meeting at the Vatican ended with approval of a statement on a host of issues that will now be considered at a second session next year. None of the proposals is binding. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
And finally, a labor update from south of the border, where Jeep maker Stellantis has reached a tentative contract agreement with the United Auto Workers that follows a template set earlier this week by a deal with Ford. UAW President Shawn Fain released a video statement saying the union achieved what weeks ago they were told was impossible.
On day 44 of our stand-up strike, I'm honored to announce that our union is again victorious.
The pact includes 25% in general wage increases over the next 4.5 years for top assembly plant workers, with 11% coming once the deal is ratified. This is the Canadian Press. In sports, the winning goal was scored at 3 minutes and 48 seconds of overtime as the visiting New York Rangers defeated the Vancouver Canucks 4-3 in a nail-biting NHL contest. In other games involving Canadian teams on Saturday, the Montreal Canadiens defeated the Winnipeg Jets 4-3. That one went to a shootout. The Nashville Predators tripped up the visiting Toronto Maple Leafs 3-2 in overtime as well, and the Ottawa Senators squashed the host Pittsburgh Penguins 5-2. Merrill Kelly pitched 3 hit ball over 7 innings. Ketel Marte extended his postseason hitting streak to a record 18 games as the Arizona Diamondbacks routed the Texas Rangers 9-1, tying the World Series at a game apiece. And the visiting Vancouver Whitecaps, Canada's lone team in the Major League Soccer playoffs, dropped a 5-2 decision to Los Angeles FC in the first game of a best-of-3 series. From the Canadian Press, I'm Rob Westgate.
This is John Moore on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
In the coming hour, does eating cabbage help men grow hair? We'll figure out the difference between a heart attack and a cardiac arrest. A Canadian astronaut admits you prepare for things that could kill you. And a Canadian surgeon restores the faces of war casualties in Ukraine. We start with an appointment with the doctor. Mitch Shulman is here to talk about depression, heart attacks, and why we get sicker in winter.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Okay, so this first story, I thought we already knew why this was the case, but apparently scientists finally know why people get more colds and flu in winter. I just thought it was because we spend so much more time indoors, so we're always going to be exposed to it.
Exactly. So there are a number of factors. One, we move indoors. Two, the viruses that cause the common cold, like cooler, drier temperatures. They survive longer under cooler, drier temperatures. But it turns out there's another factor. It turns out as the temperature drops, and in this case they exposed volunteers, and I use the term volunteer in quotation marks. I wonder how much they really volunteered to stay outdoors or in a situation where they were at 40 degrees Fahrenheit, 4.4 degrees centigrade for just 15 minutes. And they measured the temperature inside their noses, and they found that the temperature inside their noses, the lining of their noses, dropped. They then looked at the cells that protect you against infection that hang out in your nose. And lo and behold, they found that those cells were much less able to protect you. In fact, your immunity, your immune protection fell by 50%. those cells were much less able to manufacture the little things that run around that protect you against the viruses when they attack. So you put all these things together, and it makes perfect sense why we're much more likely to become ill in the fall or in the winter. As the temperatures drop, people are exposed to each other more. But it also shows one of the advantages of mask wearing. It turns out if you wear a mask or a scarf around your face when the temperature goes down, you warm up and humidify the air that you're breathing in, therefore boosting your ability to protect yourself. So aside from protecting you against the nasties by making it more difficult for them to get in, wearing a mask may also have other advantages that we had not been so aware of before.
Ketamine has been thought to be a treatment for depression, but a new double-blind study finds perhaps not.
We're always looking for new ways of dealing with major depressive disorder because we know it affects people so dramatically, and we know not everybody responds to our traditional medications and traditional therapies for it. And there was some thought that maybe ketamine in very small doses done under supervision might help some of these people. The problem with using ketamine in a trial is it's fairly obvious if you've given someone ketamine. I mean, there are effects of the medication, we'll just leave it that way, that are very difficult to mask. So what they did was they took 40 depressive people, half of them before they went under general anesthesia for another reason. They were scheduled to have surgery that required putting them to sleep for the surgery. Half of them got ketamine before they went under. Half of them got a placebo, saltwater solution injection instead. And this way they figured if you're going under general anesthesia, you're asleep, you won't feel the buzz from the ketamine, you won't know that you've gotten it or not. And lo and behold, when these people woke up and they followed them for the next period of time, they found that there was no real difference in terms of how they were doing with their depression. So giving ketamine in this circumstance, you have to understand this is a very unusual way of giving the medication, didn't seem to help them with their depression. Does that mean it doesn't work for depression? Well, it certainly would tend to make you think that, but this isn't the type of study that would give you a definitive answer one way or another yet.
1 in 3 Canadians don't know the difference between a heart attack and a cardiac arrest. I guess I'm one of them.
A heart attack happens when the blood supply to the muscle, that is your heart, gets interrupted for some reason. Cholesterol builds up, whatever. And therefore the heart is working, but it's not getting enough food and oxygen. It screams out in pain. Typically, for a guy, you'll get chest pain, but in a guy or a girl or an older person or a diabetic, you may just feel suddenly very faint or break out into a cold sweat or faint. Those are all equivalent signs of a heart attack. A heart attack is blockage of the blood supply to part of the heart, and those cells can die, and so can you. But if the heart stops, that's a cardiac arrest, and that can happen for a number of reasons. It can either stop, literally just stop, no beating of the heart whatsoever, or it can quiver. Instead of beating in a coordinated way, the heart muscle quivers. We call that fibrillation. Ventricular fibrillation, the ventricle being the main pumping chamber of the heart, means that the heart isn't pumping blood. If it's not pumping blood either because it's stopped or because of VFib, you stop. You drop to the ground within seconds. And if someone doesn't get to you immediately, start chest compressions, get a defibrillator, an automatic external defibrillator there. In other words, if they don't call 911 at once, for every minute you're down, your chances of being brought back diminish by about 10%. So within about 7 or 8 minutes, you have very little chance of being revived, which is why it's so important to know the difference, which is why it's so important if someone collapses, the people around them know how to do chest compressions, and they know to call 911, which is why knowing the difference between a heart attack and a stroke is so important. A heart attack, rather, and a cardiac arrest is so important.
Okay, one last story, and we've learned so much more about the gut over the last few years. And as a matter of fact, you and I have talked on this segment about long COVID and the possibility that the digestive system might be involved. So could some diets actually help manage long COVID?
Certainly they can't help. They're suggesting that if you use an anti-inflammatory diet, a diet like the Mediterranean diet, high in fruits and vegetables and nuts and fish, low in red meat and unhealthy oils and healthy quantities of salt. If you take that type of diet, you may reduce the amount of inflammation. And if inflammation plays a role in long COVID, if it helps to regulate your immune system, and that plays a role in long COVID, maybe your diet can help. Now, there's certainly no way a diet we think can cure long COVID. It just doesn't seem to do that yet. But if these are the two players at work, either inflammation or harm to your immune system just isn't working properly, certainly a healthy diet, and specifically something like the Mediterranean diet, which is healthy for you in other ways, right? Reduces your risk of heart attack, stroke, and all those other things, is a way to go. And you might want to consider it. It's healthy anyway. So what's the harm?
Well, and it's good
eats.
eats.
Good healthy diet.
I mean, it's
right.
also, you can make gourmet Mediterranean food and enjoy yourself. It's not like
delicious.
you're eating, matzah.
Yes, it's not like you're suffering.
And sorry, I don't want to insult matzah. I like matzah, but it's a little plain. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Have a great day.
That's our medical specialist, Dr. Mitch Shulman. CTV medical correspondent Avis Favreau filed a concerning report this week about how more and more Ontarians could soon find themselves without a family doctor.
Good morning, John.
You actually focus in on one doctor in particular just to give us an appreciation of how much of her work life is dominated by all of this paperwork. Tell us about her.
Well, so I had a conversation with Dr. Nadia Alam. She's been practicing about 15 years in Toronto. She has about 600 patients, family doctor. She clearly loves what she does. Family doctors like that cradle to grave thing, but she did a very emotional interview. It's posted on CTV, where she basically breaks down and cries because she can't do the work anymore. There's so much paperwork. It takes like half an hour to fill out return to work documents that companies want. Things like, she called it useless paperwork that gets shoved on the doctors. And remember, doctors are businesses, the way we run it. They have to see patients in order to generate the income. And that system is unworkable. And when you hear, John, that young or middle-aged mid-career doctors want to quit, that is a red flag.
Well, and in what you're just saying, it's clear that a lot of this stuff is probably lawyerly stuff that is required by corporations or insurance companies.
Absolutely. And they're wondering why. So what happens is they get bogged down because every hour they're filling in paperwork, they're not able to see a patient. So she got up, she was telling me she got up at 4:30 so she could do paperwork. And half an hour was one person who wanted to go back to work. But it's even more than that. It's that the whole system is clogged up post-COVID. So she has patients who need kidney referrals, who need cardiac referrals, dermatology referrals, psychiatric referrals. And what I'm hearing across the board from family doctors is that when they refer a patient to a specialist, they're actually getting rejection letters from the specialist. I can't see them. I'm too busy. And so what is a family doctor supposed to do? So it's a moral injury. And I'm hearing so many red flags, John, that report by the Ontario College of Family Physicians warning that 1 in 4 of us is not going to have a doctor in a short bit. I've met 2 mid-career GPs who plan to quit. And, if they don't get some kind of help. This is not about money. This is about workflow, balance of life, and the ability to take care of patients the way they feel they should.
Now, we say paperwork, but does some of it involve computers? And if it does, couldn't we come up with templates that would make a half-hour insurance document something you could do in 6 minutes?
Sure. I mean, I think they're open to anything, John. But the key issue for people who are listening is if you've got a family doctor, you're lucky. But don't think that family doctor is going to be here in 2 years because it's just so hard to practice. You may not have a family doctor. And if Ontario is about preventive medicine, we're going the opposite direction.
I'm sitting here thinking as we talk that what we probably really need in the legal profession, not everything is done by the lawyer. We have paralegals. Maybe we need paradoctors.
Do doctors need support or family practices? Probably. What this is crying out for, John, is a review, a reform of how we do medicine. And if you're going to lose, so the 2 female doctors that I've spoken to, one Dr. Alam and another one, I can't say her name, they both want to quit. So between the 2 of them, there's probably 4,000 patients who will not have a doctor. And it's not money. They need support or there's some kind of reform. This should be a priority of any government. but they're occupied with other issues right now. But this should be a priority. You need people with family doctors, because if they don't, where do they go?
Avis, it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
That's CTV's Avis Favreau. Coming up, he's going to fly to the moon with 3 other people in a capsule the size of a minivan.
This is John Moore on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. It's your radio. Put it on CJAD 800 to hear Aaron and Natasha.
If this province worked harder to make people like me want to stay here, more would stay.
Montreal Now.
It's not about money. That's a smokescreen here. It's strictly about language.
Weekdays 2 to 6. Tell your smart speaker.
Play CJAD 800.
You came here to kill me, so do it.
This month on Crave. Every day is Halloween with all episodes of HBO's The Last of Us.
You're not going to scare us.
Showtime's Yellow Jackets.
We need to find a way to stay alive.
Plus, terrifying movies like Halloween Ends, Evil Dead Rise, The Exorcist, and more.
I'm losing my mind.
Stream now if you dare on Crave.
It all ends now.
Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
Early detection is important. But how can you detect anything early if it takes 2 months to get an appointment with your doctor? That's why I joined Cardiogenics. It's about the peace of mind that comes with having timely access to your doctor. With Cardiogenics, I save weeks of anxiety by getting complete answers right away. And they are so nice. The staff really is like family. Sure, it's not free, but my health comes first. And it sure beats waiting hours in a clinic for a doctor I'll never see again. Thank you, Cardiogenics.
Go to cardiogenics.ca.
Thinking about starting insulin? You might be. Tresiba is the #1 prescribed long-acting insulin by endocrinologists in Canada. Its flexible dosing means you can take once daily Tresiba at whatever time works best for you, with at least 8 hours between doses, even right after you test your morning blood sugar. Talk to your doctor today to see if Tresiba is right for you, and visit nowready.ca.
Hey, Nissan. Oh, what's that smell?
Could be my pumpkin spice latte, Corinne.
No, it's new car smell.
The Nissan Qashqai S with front-wheel drive and quick comfort heated front seats.
Just in time for the colder weather.
Lease the Qashqai S starting at $299 a month for 24 months and get up to $290 off a set of eligible winter tires. Best part, it's in stock right now.
I smell an opportunity.
Until October 31st, down payment of $2,275, retail value of $28,845. On approved credit, conditions apply. Details at Nissan.
This old car has been called a lot of things lately. Jalopy, beater, clunker, and my personal favorite, lemon. But you know what they say. When life gives you a lemon, donate it to Kidney Car. Every unwanted vehicle that's donated to Kidney Car helps the Kidney Foundation of Canada improve the lives of people with kidney disease. Towing is free, and you even get a maximum tax receipt. Kidney Car, where one person's lemon is another person's lifesaver. Non-lemons also accepted. See kidneycar.ca for details.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
The adventure of a lifetime is just a click away. Casting is now open for the new season of CTV's The Amazing Race Canada.
We want to see you on the finish line.
Go to ctv.ca/The Amazing Race Canada to apply.
You're listening to John Moore on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
The first moon missions captivated the Earth, and then people got bored. But now we're preparing to return to the moon, and a Canadian is part of the next mission. Colonel Jeremy Hansen will be on the Artemis II mission.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here.
Okay, so is this the first? I mean, I've been doing a lot of research on this, but the one question I didn't know, have you been to space yet?
No, this will be my first trip. Pretty excited about it.
What is it? I mean, I can imagine even as a kid, there's something magical. You look up in the air and you know that mankind has walked on the moon. But, I mean, did you grow up thinking, I'm going there too?
I grew up wanting to go there. I saw a picture when I was about 5 years old. That's what my mom tells me, of Neil Armstrong on the moon, or maybe it was Buzz, but it was one of those two. It was under Armstrong in Encyclopedia A, and it was like a switch for me. I can still see the page burned in my brain. Changed my treehouse into a spaceship, started exploring space and checking out books from the library on moon bases, etc. And I just kind of never looked back.
Although this one mission is going to be a bit like Moses. You're going to the moon, but you're not going to be on the moon.
It's true. We are going to fly around the moon. We'll get a really great look at it, and but we will not touch down. If we touch down on the moon, we're in big trouble because we don't have a lunar lander. We won't be coming home.
Are you slated to take a further mission? I mean, I know there is a planned mission, but could you crew that?
No, me personally, I mean, maybe further in the future it's possible. So for Canada, we have this mission, Artemis 2. We have another deep space mission, but it is not to the lunar surface. It'll be to the Gateway space station, most likely. But the way this works, if Canada finds ways that we can make investments in our own country that will benefit our folks, and the international partnership wants them, I could very easily see Canadians walking on the moon in the future, which is pretty exciting.
And I understand that in this mission, you will go to the furthest point away from the planet Earth that any person has gone to.
Yeah, so that's what we think will happen. I think it does depend a little bit on the orbital mechanics. The Earth and the Moon slowly get closer and further apart over their orbits, so it depends on your launch day. But with our current launch day, we would go further than anyone has ever gone.
Okay, so describe the spacecraft.
So the spacecraft is it's this huge rocket, big orange rocket, sort of looks like the center of the space shuttle tank that you used to see, and then it's got the big solid boosters on the side like the space shuttle had. These ones are bigger though, more powerful. And then on top you've got a tiny capsule. There's room for 4 of us in there, 4 seats. It's not much bigger than being inside like a minivan for 10 days. So sort of going to be sort of like car camping without getting out of the car. For the whole trip, and inside there we will live. We'll exercise, we'll eat, we'll operate the spacecraft. We're going to have a whole bunch of test programs that we're going to run during that 9-day trip around the moon.
And no doubt you've been inside mock-ups of this in order to prepare yourself for what that life is like. Mm-hmm. I mean, do they monitor you to figure out? I guess they knew when you got into the program you weren't going to freak out if you and 3 other people were trapped in a minivan.
Yeah, it's true. When we go through selection process, we do like confined space training just to make sure our candidates are going to be comfortable in these environments. When you get in a spacesuit, like one of the ones you do a spacewalk in, it is tight to get into that thing. And you want it to be tight so that you have more agility and ability to move. And like when I get in the spacesuit, I can't quite take a full breath. So if that trips you out, it's not the business for you.
I'm getting freaked out sitting here listening to you talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's one of those sort of mind over matter types of things.
So you grew up on a farm.
Mm-hmm.
Commander Hadfield grew up on a farm. You and I were trying to remember before this conversation which of the American, I mean, probably many of them, but I think it was Chuck Yeager. But anyway, there's just something kind of romantic, I guess, about these big open fields where, once again, we can come back to you staring up at the moon and thinking, I want to go there.
Yeah, I have this recollection of looking at the moon and that realization that although you can't see it, but I knew there were boot prints there. I'd seen pictures of these
and golf balls.
And a golf ball, yeah. And, you know, that's pretty magical to think about it when you look at the moon. And now it's interesting that I know that I'm going there. When I look at the moon today, it sort of feels a little bit further than it used to. It looks a little bit further than I thought it used to be, and because I've just come to the realization of what a journey this is going to be.
Commander Hadfield, more than many, because I've talked to an awful lot of astronauts, including the first American generation, and I found them very clinical about things. They were like, engineers. And then Commander Hadfield talks epically and poetically about viewing Earth and seeing space and orbiting. So I wonder where you place yourself. Are you prepared for the wonder and mysticism of outer space?
Well, I hope so. I think it's really important for humanity right now to be able to share that back. And you look around the world today, I think none of us are satisfied with the way things are turning out. We have a lot of issues on the planet. We're not cooperating. We're not taking care of one another. We're not taking care of our planet. And here's an opportunity for us to go and see once again Earth in all of its beauty and majesty hanging in the blackness of space. And I hope that it will remind us to think about what really matters. The only planet we have right now, the technology to exist on, eclipsing 8 billion people, we have a lot to work on. You know, I just want to tell you, some kids, it was with some kids earlier this week, and this one girl asked me, she said, in front of these 600 other kids, do you think, it's possible for us to have a good future on this planet? What a question to come from an elementary student. And, the answer is, well, absolutely. I do believe that is possible, but this generation is going to have to create it. It's not in good shape, and we can't continue on the path we're on. They're going to have to dig in, learn to work together, and create some solutions.
You fell for flying, which is where this all started. Well, no, it started with a kid looking at the moon. But tell me about your flying career. What principally were you flying? Or was it multiple aircraft?
Yeah, I mean, when I go back to seeing that picture of Armstrong, the reason I was in Encyclopedia A was for airplanes. They had some great photos in the encyclopedia. I used to go in there routinely, and I just mistakenly went to Armstrong. And so I was captured by airplanes before I even flew in one. I don't know why. I just did. I was in love with them. And I joined the Air Cadet program and learned to fly with Air Cadets at the age of 16. An extraordinary experience for me. And I still fly. I still love to fly. Flying is challenging. It's beautiful. You see incredible things, and it just keeps your mind sharp.
Do you have a favorite model of plane that you like to fly?
Well, there's none I don't like. I spent a lot of time in CF-18. It's probably one of my favorites. I had this really rare aviation experience. I flew an historic F-86 Sabre. It's this old single-engine airplane. It was built I think it was designed in the 50s or 60s, and that was an incredible experience for me. I've also been flying helicopters as of recent, as sort of like a new challenge. As we go back to the moon, we think about landing on the moon. There are some similarities to that, and I've been really enjoying that challenge.
We're talking with Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen. What are the mission objectives of the mission that you're going on?
Yeah, Artemis 2 is all about laying the foundation for Artemis 3 and on. So our job, first humans to fly on this rocket with this capsule. Ours is to test the edges of the envelope on this vehicle. And then Artemis 3 crew, they're going to have a lunar lander, and that'll be the new vehicle that they're testing, but they'll already have a lot of the foundation of how to operate this rocket in that capsule. So that's our job. So what we do is we set up a mission profile that puts us in a safe regime to stress the vehicle intentionally and to do things to the vehicle that we hope to never have to do to it again. But if we ever get in a pinch, we know that it'll work. So for example, we will spend a day orbiting the Earth first. No other Artemis mission will do this, but we will do that because specifically we're going to check out this vehicle, make sure we think it's ready for deep space before we go. That'll cost us some fuel to do that, which means we won't have enough fuel to stay in lunar orbit. We'll have to just fly around it, kind of slingshot around it and come straight back. But that does one other thing for us, is that we can stress the vehicle on that 8-day journey, and knowing if we break something, we're still going to hit Earth. Whatever it is, 8 days later, we are going to hit Earth and have a chance to survive.
You gave an interview in which you talked about the possibility of, quote, kissing my wife and kids for the last time. So, you're mindful of the risk.
Yeah, of course. It's really important for myself and my crewmates that the entire team is optimistic but realistic. And we have to look at the ways that we could die. We have to try and imagine all the ways that this mission could kill us and come up with mitigations for those risks and plans. But then at the end of the day... Do you
actually do that? Like, decompression or whatever you talk about? Okay.
Yeah, we have plans for that. We have for that one, for example. Getting hit by something or hitting something on your way to the moon is very real. We have to go through all of these satellite bands between the surface and basically geostationary orbit, and there's a lot there. Getting hit by something or some trash in space is a very real threat for us. And we're going to spend a day going through that. We're going to go through that a couple of times, and then we're going to go through it again to go around the moon, and come back through it again to come home. And so, losing pressure is a big one for us. We have spacesuits that, in theory, we can survive in if we lose pressure in the capsule during that whole mission, but it would not be pretty.
Well, good luck. I hate to end on such a grim note. I don't want to hex you, but boy, Canada and the world are going to be watching.
Yeah, and it's not grim at all. We're very optimistic, excited, and mostly I'm just proud of Canada. I really want Canadians to understand there's a reason why I'm going around the moon on this mission, and it's not because of me. It's because of thousands of people who over decades held a vision, overcame challenges, created real solutions, and put Canada on the map of human space exploration to the point that the international partnership wants us along and invited us to be the second country in the world to send a human into deep space.
Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
That's Colonel Jeremy Hansen. The next moon mission happens in 2024. Coming up, restoring the faces of people injured in a war. A Toronto doctor's years-long mission to give people hope.
This is John Moore on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
What you eating there?
Oh, just a Leon's $10,000 shopping spree in a Chevy Colorado.
How do you plan to get all that from a Big Mac?
Monopoly Double Play.
Monopoly Double Play?
First, I peel on pack, then I peel an app. 2 ways to play and win.
So basically, you're potentially holding the most lucrative Big Mac ever?
No, I'm potentially eating the most lucrative Big Mac ever.
Now you can double play at McDonald's for more ways to win millions of prizes. While supplies last, chances of winning change as prizes are claimed. Chances of winning McD's app prizes based on time of code entry. See rules at participating McDonald's in Canada or at mcdpromotion.ca.
Noah for Medicine Hat writes, Dear Canadian Tire, it's time for upgrades around the house and upgrades in my toolbox. Any recos? The right tools make all the difference. Cliché, I know, but that's why Canadian Tire carries a wide selection of the tools you need, from brands like Mastercraft, Maximum, DeWalt, Bosch, and Stanley. Get everything you need for home maintenance at Canada's store. This week only, Triangle Rewards members earn 10 times bonus CT money on sockets, wrenches, and portable power tools. Qualifying purchases, conditions apply. Visit CanadianTire.ca or the flyer for more details.
I do it on my own, and well supported.
I do it where I want and when I want.
Oh, and I also do it with no fees and no compromise.
And you? How do you invest? With Disnat platforms from Desjardins Online Brokerage, you can invest the way you want with no commission fees on stocks and exchange-traded funds. Plus, take advantage of tools and free training courses to guide you as you go. Visit Disnat.com. Certain conditions apply.
Hey adventurers, Bentley's is offering incredible deals on luggage, carry-ons, backpacks, and travel gear up to 40% off. Swing by in-store or cruise over to shopbentley.com. Your next adventure is calling.
Nobody goes on vacation for the moments that are just okay. That's why Sunwing vacationers go all in like it's a buffet of fun. Whether you're skimming the treetops like Tarzan's long-lost twin, or deep-end swimming with your flippers and fins. Or maybe you're just perfecting the art of doing absolutely nothing. Whatever vacationer you are, with Sunwing, you save more so you can do more. Book with your local travel agent. Or
As a small business owner, you have to deal with a lot. You're constantly thinking about managing time, managing employees, managing cash flow, keeping up with competition, standing out from competition, customers' wants, customers' needs, and customers' wants and needs next week, next month, next year. One thing you don't want to deal with is wondering if you can depend on your internet and mobile networks. Switch to Bell and enjoy reliable, fast fiber-powered internet and Canada's best 5G network. Count on Bell for your business and enjoy great offers during Small Business Month. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/smallbizmonth for details. Bell, doing business just got better.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
No one likes what-if questions. Like, what if a loved one can no longer live alone? Chateau Dollard has the answers. The finest care, devoted staff, all in a cozy West Island setting for 30 years. Call 514-685-4444 or visit chateaudollard.com.
This is John Moore on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Face the Future is a Canadian charity founded by a plastic surgeon who's dedicated to bringing facial reconstruction to areas in the world where it practically doesn't exist. Dr. Peter Adamson recently returned from his second mission to Ukraine, where almost all of his patients are victims of war.
Thank you, John. It's good to speak with you again.
You're back from another mission to Ukraine. What kind of work did you end up doing? I know when you showed us highlights
of your previous mission. It was hard to watch because you have the before pictures most of the time. And these are people who have been injured, most of them in battle.
Yes, John, we saw very, very severe and complex injuries. Again, this time we did some even more difficult work in some ways because we're able to build. As I would have mentioned before, the really great challenges with these patients is that they have high ballistic injury. And so they don't always just have tissue moved around, but they've lost tissue. They've lost bone. They've lost muscle, they've lost fat, they've lost skin. And so we have to restore all this. So we focused on a number of things, but some really interesting things we did this time were, number one, reconstructing the eye. We had many patients who were blind in one eye, and unfortunately several patients who'd lost both of their eyes, and they were completely blind. And we had to reconstruct the bones around the orbit. And sometimes we use as many as 3 of these titanium 3D printed implants, which were specially customized, printed for these patients. And we're actually doing innovative, groundbreaking work in this regard. Normally people might have 1 implant. We were putting in as many as 3 and having to fit them together a little bit like Lego blocks. And then after that, we would take fat from the abdomen, for example, to help build up the volume inside the orbit where the globe of the eye had been lost, and then recreate new eyelids. So ultimately, at least they can have a prosthetic eye placed. So that was one of the really critical things we were doing, as well as reconstructing noses by taking rib grafts and then taking skin flaps from the forehead, mucosa from inside the nose. And something that they hadn't seen much in Ukraine in the past is we're doing facial nerve reanimation. Unfortunately, some of these soldiers lose the ability to move their face because their facial nerve, the motor nerve, has been destroyed or lost. And so in some cases where the nerve was present, we could do some interpositions of other nerves to make it work. And other times we did what we call static slings. And we had hundreds and hundreds of surgeons from all over Ukraine watching these procedures on live streaming because they're rather novel for them. And we're teaching all of this to the Ukrainian surgeons, and they're gradually starting to acquire the skill sets, so ultimately they'll be able to do this themselves.
Well, and I think that's worth emphasizing, Peter, that Face the Future, part of the mandate is to leave behind the knowledge so that the locals can do this same surgery. It's not just about you flying in, working miracles, and then saying, see you later.
No, very, very much. We really need to build for the future. This really is a generational problem. There are tens and tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians, of course, with very, very severe head and neck injuries, which we focus on. Our very first day, we had our second International Symposium on Reconstruction of Head and Neck War Injuries. We had over 220 surgeons from all across Ukraine present. The Minister of Health actually opened our meeting. As mentioned, we followed up with this with 4 days of live streaming from 2 different operating rooms of our procedures where we had hundreds of surgeons operating. And another thing that we're really working on is building the teams, because surgeons can't work in isolation, of course. They really need anesthesiologists whom we take, and they need nursing teams. So we were delighted this time that we worked with the nursing leadership at this regional hospital. We also had senior leadership from Kyiv, from the federal government come, and we had over 300 nurses from all across Ukraine for a full day of education on nursing topics. And we're looking to really expand in the future, not only those academic days, but also practical hands-on teaching, which we had some courses this time in intravenous placement, for example, wound management. And so there's a whole team approach that we're taking so that we can build out their hospitals to do this work long after we're gone.
I think I asked you this question the last time, but I'll ask it again anyway. I just wonder, you go on missions all over the world, and usually you're handling tumors and injuries and cleft palates and things like that. In this case, you're trying to repair the damage that was wrought by our fellow man in a conflict that shouldn't even be happening. I mean, do you reflect on that at all, or are you just saying, I'm going to fix this face and keep moving?
No, you're absolutely right, John. Surgeons, nurses, anesthesiologists, all those healthcare providers, we obviously have feelings and emotions too, even though we get very engaged and engrossed in our technical work. And it really is true that it's one thing to deal with someone who very unfortunately has a tumor, or maybe someone was injured in an earthquake. But when you see these kinds of injuries and you realize that man has inflicted these upon man. And when you hear the tragic stories behind them, it really is a more emotive experience. And there's none of us on these missions, none of our 15 team members who do not have some emotional moments. And it really does bind us even more. It bonds us even more to want to do the best we can to help these individuals.
And if somebody listening right now has been moved by what, the stories you're telling, how can they help support Face the Future?
Anyone, if they would like, could learn more about Face the Future by going to our website, www.facethefuturefoundation.ca. That's .ca, and it tells our stories there. And if anyone felt they would like to help support our efforts, be they in Ukraine, where we go, we also go to Nepal and to Ethiopia, Rwanda, with different missions, doing different kinds of work. Obviously, the more friends we have, the more work we can do. And we're always looking to do the best we can by increasing our teams and the number of places we go.
Thank you, Peter. Good to have you.
Thank you very much, John. Have a really good day.
That's Dr. Peter Adamson. I hosted, every year I do. I think it's in the month of May usually. We do a gala and try to raise some money. But a lot of that money comes from the same very generous people who've been with Peter for going on 20 years. So I've tried to promote it because I always want to see if we can find new sources of donations altogether. But also at the last gala that I hosted, I confessed for the first time to Peter that he has this habit of writing these very elegant notes of thanks when you've done something for the foundation, and he writes them in fountain pen on a specially created cardboard, which has it's embossed and it's got his name on it. So he sent one to me, and the dog ate it. The dog eats the mail. Yes, we've tried a lot of things. I'm just going to get a box and put it on the outside of the house. The poppy boxes are going to start springing up across the country. The actual day when you're supposed to start wearing the poppy is the 1st of November. So you wait until after Halloween and you put that poppy on. And one of the interesting things over the last few years in the poppy campaign is, I guess we could say they've gone technical, but they've tried to make it much more interactive. And it's more than just thanking a veteran. And remember back in the day when you were growing up, if you're of a certain age, that it would be a World War II veteran or a veteran of Korea who would, sell you, I guess we could say, but accept your donation, and they would pin the poppy to you. And we've lost so many to old age. I mean, you have to be well into your 90s now to be a veteran of World War II. So it's others, but still. Another thing they've done that is very much of the times we're living in, they introduced tap boxes. So you can just tap with your credit card and make a donation. And this is also the beginning, let's face it, of the usual rigmarole. And maybe do yourself a favor and resolve right now, listening to me right now on News Talk 1010, that if you are responsible for a retail outlet or a workplace or a school or any establishment where the poppies might be available, do not be that person who says, oh, this is taking a stand on war. We can't do this, because you're only going to get into trouble. There is going to be blowback. And also, actually, a word of advice to all those people who try to fancify their poppies, just go with the regular poppy. People go out and they get metal poppies and poppies with ribbons of different colors for different causes. And no, just do the poppy. It represents everybody who fought, those who died, and those who came home.
In just a moment, Elon Musk admits maybe he made a mistake. And can you fix your hair with cabbage?
This is John Moore on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Coming up on Weekends with Ken.
On Sunday morning show, more of my chat with Ken Dryden at 7:10 on the Forum, the Bruins, and why Montreal was the only place for him to play. At 8:10, Dr. Chris Labos with some encouraging research in the battle against cancer. And we'll speak with one of the organizers of Monday's student protest over tuition hikes. That's at 8:20.
Weekends with Ken.
The latest news and a whole lot more.
Saturday and Sunday mornings, 6 to 9 with Ken Connors.
News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
CTV's ultimate murder mystery game, where winning means trust no one, suspect everyone. Let the backstabbing begin. A new episode of The Traitors Canada, Monday at 10 on CTV.
Hi, I'm Richard LaPointe of CIBC Wood Gundy, and when I say I can always be reached, I'm not just selling you a line. My clients know that when they dial the phone, I answer the call. It's important, especially during times of uncertainty like right now, that you have immediate answers about your money from the team that takes care of it for you. I'm Richard Lapointe, and I can always be reached at 514-847-6324.
CIBC Wood Gundy is a division of CIBC World Markets Inc., member of CIPF and IROC.
At Toyota, we build quality vehicles with you in mind. I mean, it's not like we're always thinking about you. We're not obsessed or anything. We just know you value your 9 to 5 as much as your 5 to 9. And with the reliable RAV4, Canada's best-selling SUV, you're capable of making the most of both. It's time to make every moment count. It's time to Toyota. Discover the RAV4 at your Toyota dealer and check out our amazing offers at shoptoyota.ca.
If you're not vaccinated against respiratory viruses before winter arrives, you could end up getting sick, especially if you're vulnerable. But if you are vaccinated, winter could be totally sick. Long walks in the woods, fondue dinners, snowshoeing, warming up by cozy fires. It's better to get vaccinated today and make the most of it. Flu and COVID-19 vaccines are free for everyone. The pneumococcal vaccine is also available. To learn more or make an appointment, visit quebec.ca/vaccination campaign. A message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
If we were librarians, we'd be really good at it. But at Hydro Solution, we sell and install hot water heaters, and we're really good at it.
Yeah, it's true.
Hydro Solution, we get it done. And now we even install heat pumps and charging stations.
Welcome to the party. Ready to have some fun?
Yes, sir. Let's do this.
Okay, I'm going to open my music app, get that going. Nice. Now I'll just get my lighting app and set the mood. Now just the blinds need to be closed. Just looking for that app. Needs an update.
Can anybody in your family even use this?
Yeah, they just call me.
With Control 4, I can do all of that in one app. I even have an entertain button that does it all in one touch.
I need that.
Call the guys at ResAV and stop app juggling. Check them out at resav.ca.
JJ Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapels. JJ Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit jjcardinal.ca.
You're listening to John Moore on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Elon Musk features this time on our Tech Talk with Carmi Levy, not once but twice, including how his electric truck may have turned out to be a bust.
Good morning, John. Great to be here.
So when Elon Musk arrived at Twitter, he decided to end the blue check marks first and then charge you for a check mark. And the idea was you'd be able to prove you were legit. But it turns out the check marks may be more so an indication of the fact that you might be lying about something.
Yeah, they were supposed to solve the problem of misinformation, but then apparently they are fueling it. There's data from an organization, an analytical firm called NewsGuard, that shows that the vast majority of misinformation on the platform, particularly around the conflict in the Middle East right now, is originating from verified accounts. Those are those individuals who now pay $8 a month for the X Premium service, formerly known as Twitter Blue. They looked at about 1.3 million engagements, and they posts that had been engaged with about 1.3 million times, and they showed that they originated from they got 100 million views in total, and that 3/4 of them were from verified accounts, basically. And of course, we know that if you have a verified account, you are eligible for monetization. You can get payments if you have a large enough audience. And we also know that the algorithm dials up engagement on these accounts. And if you don't want to pay for the service, the algorithm dials down engagement. So you put it all together, and basically it's showing that what Elon Musk wanted to do, which was give verified accounts a larger audience, is in fact working, but it's working for the wrong reason. It is in fact fueling misinformation across the platform, and it's getting worse.
This reminds me of a story you did some time ago about how I think it was 12 accounts, more or less, were responsible for 80% of the misinformation about COVID.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because this echoes that. They looked at 250 of the top Premium X accounts, and they showed that 75% of them, almost 75% of them, 186 were in fact responsible for the vast majority of these pieces of disinformation. So apparently the process continues. The fact is that there's money to be made. The companies will always say, and Elon Musk will always say, we're doing whatever we can to rein in misinformation. But the fact of the matter is, this is a company that's significantly strapped for cash, and this is a huge revenue driver. He's not going to be backing off of it anytime soon.
So please tell me what spamouflage is.
Combination of spam and camouflage. And basically it's a directed campaign, apparently from China, that dumps huge volumes of apparently organic looking messages into the Twitter, the Facebook, the Instagram accounts of MPs, including Pierre Poilievre, Omar Al-Gabra, and a number of others. And basically it tries to discredit them. It accuses them of posting deepfake videos, of doing things that an MP probably shouldn't be doing. They're designed not to look like spam, but they kind of do. And anytime you see a message like that, you realize it's not quite written perfectly. It's sort of a little bit off, and literally millions of them have been sent.
Okay, so tell me where we are with Elon Musk's, we're back to Elon Musk, Cybertruck, because when it was unveiled, I thought a lot of people were thrilled about it.
Oh, well, sure. I mean, who wouldn't want a truck that looked like it was designed on the back of a napkin by a 5-year-old kid in kindergarten? But, the reality is taking something that looks completely sort of weird and cool, very DeLorean-like, and putting it into production is a very large jump. And that's apparently what's happening. Elon Musk wanted to build 250,000 a year. He's barely going to make 125,000. He keeps pushing back the launch of the actual delivery of the first vehicle. They've had huge issues with getting it ready for production. And now on a call with investors, he's trying to, what he says, temper expectations. And he used the term, we dug our own grave with the Cybertruck, basically meaning he thought it was cool, but maybe he stretched a little bit too far. The exact same thing played out a few years ago with the Model X, with those Falcon wing doors that open up, because Elon Musk thought those were really cool as well. Didn't quite work out as well, and it's been a fairly slow seller ever since. Cybertruck is the same thing. He's going into the most important automotive market, the pickup market in North America, with a vehicle that'll probably sell to enthusiasts. But they're at this point, because of these production issues, getting it into production, they may be waiting years for them, and many of them may need to buy another vehicle in the meantime.
The gull-wing doors are pretty cool, though, I have to say. I had an Uber the other day, and it arrived, and the doors went popped up, and I thought, oh, wow, it's like Back to the Future.
It's a cool party trick until they leak in the rain, or they fail, and that happens fairly frequently. Or if you just want to put something on the roof, like, a roof rack or something, you can't, because these things always have to open and close. So it's one of those practicality things. Looks great on paper, fun party trick, but in the real world, not really something that a lot of people want or need.
I am trying very hard to figure out what this next headline means, but Amazon driver's urine packaged as an energy drink. Say what?
It's called The Great Amazon Heist, and it's a documentary from a British filmmaker. And it's just been released. And basically what they were trying to do was figure out whether, how easy, first of all, it was an investigation to show that Amazon, they say they're a great place to work, but in reality they aren't. But in the process, they discovered that Amazon workers they were being told, you can't take breaks, you've got to meet your deadlines. And a lot of the workers were, in fact, peeing in their vehicles in a bottle and then throwing them out on the roads near the distribution centers. So the documentary team collected them, and just to show how easy it was to sell anything on Amazon, and the company didn't bother checking what was being sold, they managed to resell it. They called it Release, and they managed to resell it on the platform. Don't worry, no unwitting consumers bought them. Only the friends picked them up, and then they pulled them from distribution. But just to show the checks and balances to ensure that abusive products don't make it to the platform clearly aren't working, and Amazon's got a huge problem on its hands.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, John.
That's our tech expert, Carmi Levy. This week on Totally Useless Information, what makes fruit snacks you feed your kids shine? Does eating cabbage help men grow hair? Here are Nick Majorano and Roy Locascio.
You know those fruit snacks that we give our kids, and we say, oh, we're giving them a fruit snack, it's so good for them.
Sure it is.
Well, not only are they high in fructose, so that your kids bounce their heads off the wall when they wake up in the morning, but what makes them shine, and we spoke about this with jelly beans, but they do it with fruit snacks as well. What makes them shine is carnauba wax. The same stuff that you put on your car to wax your car is on the fruit snacks, the healthy ones that you give your kids.
Geez, not only do they shine, but they have a great coat. Cabbage is high in dietary fiber, vitamin C, vitamin K, folate, potassium, manganese, vitamin A, thiamine, B6, calcium, and iron. Really healthy. Well, scrolls from 1000 BC in China stated that cabbage can be used to cure baldness in men.
And you didn't try it.
No, I didn't. Clearly.
You know, Seven, I think 4,000 years ago, there was a book called The Yellow Book, which was made by the Emperor of China at the time. Mm-hmm. And he says in that book, if you eat cabbage every day, you will live to 100.
To 100.
Mm-hmm. So the emperor probably died when he was about 60, but that's okay.
Right, that's right. But do you at 100? Do you die with a full head of hair?
Probably.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's Nick Marano and Roy LoCascio. For more totally useless information, check out their website, nickandroy.com. That's our time. My thanks to Nick Marano, Donnie Coulter, and Joe Cristiano for their work on the show. Thanks to you for listening. My name is John Moore. I hope we'll talk again soon.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
Fall is upon us. It's wise to have your vehicle checked before the cold season. Don't open your hood to just anyone. Choose a Spinelli dealership.
Hit the road with peace of mind. Spinelli dealerships offer you a 55-point mechanical inspection for only $99.95. Say goodbye to mechanical troubles. Entrust your vehicle's inspection to Spinelli's experts.
Spinelli, the address of choice for all automotive services.
To talk about road safety near schools, here's Joey Elias.
Why him?
That's not very nice.
You don't even go to school.
Hey, I pass by a CJAD on my daily walk. All right, point taken. Go ahead.
Thanks. As someone who's not as well known as Joey Elias, but who actually goes to school,
There's no need to pile on.
I ask motorists to please slow down in school zones and respect the 30-kilometer speed limit. Hey, I'm done.
I wasn't taking any chances. When it comes to road safety, we can all drive change. A message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
Alouettes fans, memberships for the 2024 season are already on sale. Save 30% when you buy before November 19th and get all kinds of advantages and preferred pricing for the season. Find out more at goalsgo.com.
When the season changes, so does your wardrobe. It used to be a total nightmare for me, digging in the back of my closet to find stuff. Now it's like a dream come true, thanks to California Closets. It's Natasha Hall, and I've got to tell you, I love my closet. Cozy sweaters right there at my fingertips, the purse to match right in front of my eyes. It's glorious. California Closets has a great Montreal team who work with you to totally personalize and truly customize your closet. Who knew my closet would become my haven? Book your free personal design consultation at californiaclosets.ca.
So, Jane, you feel like you're in a toxic relationship?
Yes, we had a good connection once, but lately it's been patchy.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they're slow and, quite frankly, a bit behind the times.
I see. Well, maybe it's time to cut the cord.
Oh, it's not a cord. It's a cable.
Switch to Bell with Pure Fiber, the fastest internet, the best TV service, 10 a la carte channels, and Crave for only $89 a month for eligible Bell Mobility clients. For more details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 5 degrees right now. Your full forecast coming in just minutes. Here's what's making news. A bakery in Ahuntsic-Cartierville targeted by criminals for a third time this year. A Montreal woman shot in her car, and a pair of marches on either side of the war in the Middle East. First, though, from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center on the 138 East, the ramp to the 20 eastbound is shut until tomorrow morning. Also closed for the weekend, Galerie d'Anjou Boulevard northbound, while the southbound side remains closed until the end of 2023. In the news, an Ahuntsic-Cartierville bakery has been targeted by criminals for the third time in recent months. Police spokesperson Sabrina Gauthier says calls came in early this morning.
Around 2:50 in the morning, a call was made to 911 concerning individual attempting to start a fire and to re-enter in a business on Charles de la Tour Street near Antonio Barbeau in Ahuntsic-Cartierville borough.
When police and firefighters arrived, they found incendiary objects both in and outside of the business that police have confirmed is the Ashtarut Bakery. No one was hurt and the flames were controlled quickly. It's a similar case to times the business was targeted recently with no word on any potential connection between them. Police are expected to go through security footage to see if any suspects can be spotted. That's not the only bit of investigating police will be doing in the city today. An attempted murder in Rivière-des-Prairies got their attention as well. A 31-year-old was in her car on Jean Renaud Street near her home when she was suddenly hit in the upper body by a gunshot just after 4 a.m. She managed to get to a family member's home nearby and called 911. She's now in hospital, but there's no word on any suspects or the victim's condition. If nothing changes, a major strike is expected tomorrow by over 400,000 public sector workers. Negotiations between their unions and the Legault government have made little progress recently, and 95% of workers voted in favor of a strike just a few weeks ago. François Legault has promised that a new offer will be sent to the unions today in hopes of avoiding the strike action tomorrow and a potential unlimited strike in the future. Demonstrators took to the streets in Montreal for a pair of protests yesterday, one calling for a ceasefire in the Middle East and the other for the freeing of Israeli hostages. CTV's Rob Lurie has more.
We've been begging for the bombing to stop, but now it's only escalated. They cut off the network on them. They cut off the reception on them. No internet, no methods of communication.
They shouted Justin Trudeau has blood on his hands for, in their words, not condemning Israel.
These violations that are happening, we have been speaking up and we still don't hear any change. We don't see any reactions from our leaders.
I think there is a humanitarian catastrophe happening right in front of our eyes, and governments are being very silent about it.
No child deserves what's happening in Gaza.
A few blocks away, a much smaller demonstration, this one by Israeli Montrealers, showing posters of the more than 200 Israelis kidnapped by Hamas.
No matter what you think about the conflict between Palestine and Israel, you can't kidnap babies and children. You can't murder women.
They lament that in Montreal that message doesn't get out as much as they would like, largely because the community fears reprisals for saying anything construed as pro-Israel.
The 3-week war has killed more than 7,300 Palestinians and 1,400 Israelis. Officials in Mexico say at least 39 people were killed by Hurricane Otis earlier this week. The Category 5 hurricane rapidly intensified before slamming into Acapulco overnight Wednesday. Forecasters say there was little time to evacuate since all of the models showed Otis being a tropical storm or a weak Category 1 hurricane landfall. There are 10 people officially listed as missing, although that number is expected to rise. Otis is the strongest hurricane ever to make landfall in the eastern Pacific. Matthew Perry's friends and co-stars are reacting to the news of his death. The 54-year-old died yesterday at his home in Los Angeles. Police say there's no evidence of foul play. The cause of death is under investigation.
Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was a schoolmate of Matthew Perry, who was born in the U.S. but raised in Ottawa. Trudeau writes on social media that he'll never forget the schoolyard games they used to play, and the world will never forget the joy Perry brought them. Maggie Wheeler played Perry's sometimes girlfriend Janice on Friends. She writes that the joy he brought so many in his too short lifetime will live on. And friend Alyssa Milano writes that Perry was always the funniest person in the room and the kindest. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is coming at 6:30.
Thanks for making us a part of your weekend. It's Sunday morning with Ken Connors on CJAD 800.
Good morning. Full disclosure. Second half of the newscast, I came down with a case of the yawns. Nothing about the newscast.
Wow.
But I stayed up too late last night. I was watching the hockey game.
I stayed up a little. I was like, maybe we can get through the first 10 minutes. And then I woke up in the morning going, why did I do that?
Yeah.
Why did I do that?
Always regret it in the morning. Damn you, mornings.
Every time.
6:06. We're here, though. We have coffee, and we're ready to go on a Sunday morning. Sad news about Matthew Perry.
So sad.
Yeah.
So sad to see. Young, 54.
54 years old. I mean, he had battled a lot of health issues, addiction issues. I mean, we binge-watched the entire Friends series. I mean, we had seen it, of course, when it was on back in the day, but, a lot of people were just going back and watching shows over the pandemic,
yeah.
Right? And so we watched all of Friends, and it was striking in the way it reminded you how much his appearance changed from season to season because he was gaining weight and losing weight and, going through a lot of issues with his health and his addictions. And, very sad.
Huge loss. He was in, he's small role in one of my favorite shows ever, and in The West Wing, and he was great in that.
That's
he was
right, yeah.
Great in just about everything he was in. You know, if you watched him, you were never left going, he's always good.
You're right.
He's always good.
Someone posted a clip last night after the news broke of a scene of his in The West Wing, and he had some dramatic chops too. It was more than just Chandler. Yeah. But boy, what a very sad story, and we're staying on top of it. You're saying there's a police investigation. A lot of different media outlets I noticed last night were reporting that it was a possible drowning. Mm-hmm. All right, so we'll wait and see what further comes of this investigation and the news today. But Matthew Perry, only 54 years old, Chandler Bing from Friends. The news broke last night that he has died. More on that coming up in this hour, as a matter of fact. Let's get right to the weather forecasts and tell you we had a nice afternoon yesterday. Actually, the sunshine appeared a lot sooner than we thought yesterday. We were saying some afternoon clearing, but it started a lot earlier than that. It was a decent day. It was sunny for the most part. A little on the cool side. It was quite windy. But I think we got up to a high of 20 at one point yesterday. Not a record, but we had a high of 20 at one point yesterday. Currently, right outside your door, it's 5 and gray. Clouds. No talk of rain in the forecast for today, but no sunshine either. Just a gray day and a high of 7, and we're just 2 degrees under that right now. Tonight, there's some rain in the forecast. Overnight low is going to be 1 +1 with some rain. And then tomorrow, a little messy. Tomorrow, a high of 5 with some wet snow in the forecast for tomorrow. And some +5. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, back to some sunshine as we wrap up the month and head into November. Tuesday for Halloween. It looks like a pretty good day. Sunny all day and a high of 4. The overnight low is going to be -2 on Tuesday into Wednesday. So, around supper time, the kids in trick-or-treating, and you're out there, dress for it because we're heading down to -2 overnight, Tuesday into Wednesday. And then Wednesday the 1st, +2 is a high with some sunshine. And then we jump up to 7. Thursday looks like a nice day. Sunny and 7 as we move on into November already. All right, at 6:09, as I said, a little on the chilly side out there if you're stepping outside. It's 5. 7 is the high for today. Lots of news to tell you about. Lots going on in the city today and tomorrow. It's Weekends with Ken. It's nice to have you up with us.
Get more CJAD 800 into your day and stay current by listening to our podcasts.
Andrew Carter.
If you don't like Polyev, you're going to think, what a jerk.
The Big Five with Elias Mackos and Montreal Now with Aaron and Natasha.
At the gym, on your lunch, or on your commute.
Click on the audio page at CJAD800.com or find them on the iHeartRadio app.
It makes a difference when a business like Litracit's Dispensing Opticians takes a personal interest in what they do and in their customers. That's what sets Litracit's apart. They are, after all, a family serving families with the best in eye care, lenses, and a wide variety of frames from partners like Essilor, Maui Jim, Bevel, and more. Litracit's Dispensing Opticians, taking care of your family's vision like their own. At DeCary and Isabella for over 50 years. At Litracit's, you'll see.
With the Grand V Lottery, I won $1,000 a day for life.
And I won a bonus prize of $25,000 a year for life.
First, I'll buy a big condo.
And I'll have a big party with my boyfriend, Alfonso.
Then I'll sail to the most precious seas.
While I trek through some exotic trees.
Lastly, I'll buy my big dream boat.
And I'll buy a farm with a teeny little goat.
Grand V. 3 bonus prizes of $25,000 a year for life to be won each draw on October 26th and 30th. Don't miss it. Must be 18 years or older.
Having a fire or flood in your home is devastating. Fire damage, water damage, and smoke everywhere? What you don't need is to fight with insurance companies or contractors. Renavco specializes in full-service restorations, including the smell of smoke, damage removal, and new design and rebuilding. They also deal with the insurance company, all with one project manager to keep the work moving smoothly. Call 514-856-9993 or visit renovco.com.
My dentist, with the help of his team, contributes to my good health. He's able to make over 200 oral diagnoses and to prevent or detect disease well before symptoms are felt. He plays an essential role in my overall health. For peace of mind, I visit my dentist regularly. A message from the Association des chirurgiens dentistes du Québec.
Talking to your mechanic should be simple.
Yeah, so it's going maybe a and then sometimes but not always, you know?
Chatting with an insurance agent on the Bel Air Direct app actually is simple. Bel Air Direct. Insurance simplified. Conditions apply.
At Subaru, going on an adventure is part of our DNA. And going on an adventure in silence and without any emissions, it's what we do. Come see us to discover the all-new, all-electric 2023 Solterra. We are Subaru.
Radio Today is iHeartRadio. The latest breaking news, insider commentary, and #1 podcasts. All free. All in one spot. With iHeartRadio, the news comes with you in your pocket, your car, and at home on your smart speaker. With exclusive contests, information, opinion, and interviews. So much more of what you love. Easy and free. Download the iHeartRadio app today.
You're up. And so is he. Weekends with Ken Connors on CJAD 800.
It is indeed. That wasn't me yawning. It's 6:13 of the 29th of October, Sunday morning. Currently 5.7 is the high. That's all we're getting. All right. What did I see the gas at this morning when I swung in? What was it? 168.9 once I swung around there onto Copertu in Saint Laurent. I was in, that's where I live, born and raised in Saint Laurent. And after work yesterday, I dropped by outside the Raymond Bourque Arena on Timmins, if you know that area. That's where Ken Dryden was. We had Ken Dryden, Habs legend, on the show yesterday morning to talk about the reason why he's in Montreal. It's the official unveiling, I guess, of like the return of the famous Ken Dryden statue, that bronze sculpture, back to Saint Laurent. Back in 1985, you know, the famous one where he's kind of his pose, leaning on the goalie stick. It was at the Place Virtue Shopping Center for many, many years, and then it moved downtown to Place Montreal Trust for about 10 years. Now it's back. It's back, and it's being officially recognized and entered into Montreal's public art community, I guess. And that was a ceremony yesterday at the Raymond Bourque Arena, where the statue is now, and staying there. And so I swung by to say hi to Ken. Thanked him for taking some time with us yesterday on the show. Met a lot of nice people. Trying to remember some of the names. Good morning to Francine and Michael and Mark, and others will come to me. But anyway, it was nice out there. A lot of people getting autographs and posing for pictures with Ken Dryden. And he got a nice acknowledgement at the game last night. He was at the hockey game, which the Canadians won. We'll have sports for you coming up in this half hour. Some music as well in this first half hour, as always. There's a lot of things going on in the city today. Tomorrow, Federation CJAD is holding a rally calling for the release of Israeli hostages. That's happening today at noon at Victoria Square in Old Montreal. We've got a student protest tomorrow over the tuition hikes. Students from the different Montreal universities getting together downtown. In fact, we'll talk to one of the organizers out of McGill University coming up later on this morning about tomorrow's student protest. We're getting a report or an update to tomorrow at some point on the work that's being done on the LaFontaine Tunnel. See how that's progressing. So we'll be covering that for you here on CJAD 800 tomorrow. Yeah, on the international front. And just a thought here, of course, the way the news cycle works. Of course, there's so much news and so much focus on the Israel-Hamas war, understandably so, dominating the headlines. But you notice how it kind of pushes the Ukraine-Russia battle and war, ongoing war, to the back burner. But that is still, of course, going on, and our thoughts are going out to the Ukrainian community here in Montreal. Israel entered a new phase in its war with Hamas yesterday. They're expanding their ground attacks. They blacked out nearly all communication in the Gaza Strip. With increased bombardment, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called it a war for Israel's existence and said, quote, "Never again is now." Gaza residents described the massive bombardment from the land, air, and sea as the most intense in the 3-week-old war. Other countries and aid agencies say over 2 million lives are in peril in Gaza, who are cut off from the outside world, and international help, of course, being blocked at the border. So those are some of the points in the headlines this morning. Here's a little more on the situation from last night's CTV National News.
Launching fire from land, sea, and air, Israeli's military expanding its ground operation, entering what it calls the second stage of this war. The war in Gaza will be long and difficult, says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We will fight and we will win. Israeli forces have increased bombardments targeting Hamas tunnels and combat spaces. Communication in Gaza has been wiped out, creating a total or near blackout of information. People can't call each other and tell each other what's going on, says this Palestinian living in the occupied West Bank. Even emergency responders don't know where the dead people are, he says. This as Israeli Defense Forces issued a new and urgent message.
We urge all residents of northern Gaza and Gaza City to relocate south immediately.
Warning of its focus to neutralize the threat of Hamas.
We're determined to finish Hamas off. That is our task. That is our goal.
The ramping up of operations comes as Israel's ambassador to Canada is accusing Hamas of using hospitals as command centers.
Hiding behind the weakest in the Palestinian society, behind sick people, underneath the ground of the hospital is one of the worst war crimes that Hamas is actually perpetrating at the moment.
Hamas has denied the allegations. More than 1,400 Israelis have been killed since the October 7th attack. Health officials in Gaza say the Palestinian death toll has now surpassed 7,700.
I think the Israelis are going to be very deliberate and careful about how they get after this on a slice by slice basis, and they're doing that to try and prevent casualties from their own forces.
Now, as Gaza remains in the dark tonight, Elon Musk is offering up his SpaceX Starlink satellite to support communication for aid organizations in Gaza.
That is Jeremy Sharon filing that story for CTV News on the national news last night, the late news at 11 o'clock that you heard here on CJAD 800. 6:19 on what's going to be a gray day today. We had lots of sunshine yesterday, didn't we? It was nice. I mean, it was cool. It was breezy, but it was nice. No sunshine in the forecast for today, just mainly cloudy. No talk of rain throughout the day today. There's some rain on the way tonight. So it's currently 7 is the high for today. And some rain in the forecast for this evening and overnight. Overnight low is going to be just one little degree above the freezing mark. And then there's a wet snow in the forecast for tomorrow morning. So keep that in mind. Be a little challenging, I guess, visibility with some wet snow in the forecast for tomorrow morning for the commute in. How about a 2-minute music break? Right around the corner, as we always do. Something nice and easy for early on a weekend morning. And we'll head back to this week in 1983. Where'd the time go? And the number one song, written by some pretty well-known people and sung by a country duet. Number one on the charts. Think you're going to enjoy it. It's coming up next here on Weekends with Ken.
When news breaks, be the first to know with CJAD 800.
US fighter jets launched airstrikes on 2 locations in eastern Syria. The strikes come in response to a flurry of recent drone and missile attacks on US bases and personnel in the region.
Get it first on Instagram and Twitter. Email to your inbox and on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Your business should stand out, but how? The answer is simple. CreativeServices.ca. Create high-end video and make potential clients take notice. Contact the production team at CTV Montreal. Visit CreativeServices.ca.
Hey, Nissan. Oh, what's that smell?
Could be my pumpkin spice latte, Corinne.
No, it's new car smell.
The Nissan Qashqai S with front-wheel drive and quick comfort heated front seats.
Just in time for the colder weather.
Lease the Qashqai S starting at $299 a month for 24 months and get up to $290 off a set of eligible winter tires. Best part, it's in stock right now.
I smell an opportunity.
Until October 31st, down payment of $2,275, retail value of $28,845. On approved credit, conditions apply. Details at Nissan.
How was your doctor's appointment?
Funny you ask. I got a flu shot, specially formulated for people over 65. It's called Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent. It's publicly funded in Quebec for people 75 and older with a chronic condition.
You learn something every day.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist for Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent, a vaccine used to prevent influenza and the only flu vaccine that is both quadrivalent and solely for people over 65. Vaccines don't provide 100% protection. Side effects and allergic reactions may occur. Visit fluzone.ca to learn more.
So, Jane, you feel like you're in a toxic relationship?
Yes, we had a good connection once, but lately it's been patchy.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they're slow and, quite frankly, a bit behind the times.
I see. Well, maybe it's time to cut the cord.
Oh, it's not a cord. It's a cable.
Switch to Bell with Pure Fiber, the fastest internet, the best TV service, 10 a la carte channels, and Crave for only $89 a month for eligible Bell Mobility clients. For more details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
Do you have years of experience in your trade or training from outside the province? Turn it into a Quebec-recognized diploma with the Recognition of Applied Competencies service offered at the English Montreal School Board. Get credit for knowledge and skills you already have. Fill in any missing gaps with additional courses. Earn a Quebec diploma. Move your career forward. You know what you know. Let your employers know it too. Visit our website today, emsb.qc.ca.
Located in Côte St. Luc, the Waldorf Private Retirement Home offers you a whole range of services, ranging from occasional monitoring to complete supervision. With a dedicated team operating 24/7, the Waldorf Retirement Home provides a secure feeling and a safe environment to all its residents. The retirement community also features a wide range of sporting facilities, an indoor swimming pool, and a theater. Studios are starting at $9.99. Meals are kosher certified. To plan a tour, visit residenceleWaldorf.ca. The Waldorf, a cozy retirement home.
When it comes to vehicle maintenance, our Chevrolet Buick GMC Cadillac certified service experts are the gold standard. One visit and you'll have peace of mind, thanks in part to our expert winter tire advice. And right now, Certified Service is giving you the chance to win one of 20 sets of 4 Goodyear winter tires worth up to $1,200. To enter and for all the details, visit cstires.ca. Chevrolet Buick GMC Cadillac certified service. It's the place for your winter tires. Win with cstires.ca.
CTV's ultimate murder mystery game, where winning means trust no one, suspect everyone. Let the backstabbing begin. A new episode of The Traitors Canada, Monday at 10 on CTV.
You're up, and so is he. Weekends with Ken Connors on CJAD 800.
Baby, when I met you, there was peace unknown. I set out to get you with a fine-tooth comb. I was soft inside. There was something going on. You do something to me that I can't explain. Hold me closer and I feel no pain. Every beat of my heart, we got something going on. Tender love is
The late Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton. It was 40 years ago. This week, in fact, October 29th, 1983. That song hit number one on the charts. Kenny and Dolly and Islands in the Stream, written by the Bee Gees. And a little piece of trivia, they originally wrote the song with, an R&B soul slant, and they offered it to Marvin Gaye, who passed on it, and then they rejigged it, rearranged it, gave it a more country feel, and offered it to Kenny Rogers. And it wasn't really working out in the studio for Kenny and Barry and Robin Gibb. They just couldn't sort of make it work. And then someone suggested, let's get Dolly in here. She walked in, and it all came together. And just one of the all-time great duets in pop music and in country music. Kenny Rogers, Dolly Parton, Islands in the Stream, number one. Coming up on 6:27. We're a few minutes away from the latest in the newsroom with Don Kagan Fleming. We're going to tell you what we know about an attempted murder a few hours ago in RDP. So details on that on the way in just a couple minutes. Right now, how about a look at sports? And Canadians, another come-from-behind win. It's not fun coming from behind when you're behind, but they're pulling it off, and they're doing pretty well, surprising a lot of people, I guess, so far this season. It's early, but a pretty good record. Anyway, Montreal beats Winnipeg last night in a shootout at the Bell Centre. 4-3 final score. Suzuki with the shootout winner. Jake Allen was great. I think he stopped 47, 48 shots. He stopped all three Jets in the shootout. Yoel Armia called up to the team, and nice debut. Scored in his return. He scored the tying goal to make it 3-3. Sean Monahan, Justin Barron, he has 3 goals already, I think, on the year. Were the other Montreal scorers. Mike Matheson left the game with an upper body injury. Great. And is a day-to-day. I mean, Savard on the blue line is already out, right, with an injury. So hopefully Matheson, the injury there is not too serious. I was mentioning to someone, yesterday that, I'm watching the game so far this year with, just hoping no one gets injured because the injury bug really did us in last year. Anyhow, so the Canadians win. Now they're heading off on a road trip. The Laval Rocket were shut out in Syracuse yesterday. If you keep an eye on them, they lost, I believe, 5-0. The Alouettes beat the Tiger Cats 22-20 yesterday. So they finished the season 3-0 against the Tiger Cats, and that bodes well in the regular season. The Owls and Hamilton will play next Saturday to determine who moves on to face Toronto in the Eastern Final. Game 2 of the World Series was last night. Arizona clobbered Texas 9-1 to even that series at 1. So yeah, it's a busy time of the year in sports. Everything's going on. By the way, yesterday at Saputo Stadium, in front of a sold-out crowd, Brazil scored on a deflection in stoppage time to edge past Canada 1-0. But what was of note in that friendly match yesterday, it also marked the first of 4 final games for soccer great Christine Sinclair, who's retiring from international play. What a career. And, the Mexico City Grand Prix finds Ferrari in the top 2 positions for today's race. I think Max Verstappen is lurking there in third position. Oh, and the Raptors, if you follow the Toronto Raptors, they lost 114-107 to Philadelphia yesterday in NBA action. We'll keep an eye on sports and report sports for you all morning long here on CJAD 800 and Weekends with Ken. Coming up around the corner, we'll play you a couple of reports from the sad news that broke last night, the passing of Matthew Perry, the Friends star, Chandler from Friends. He was only 54, so we have a couple of reports and some commentary on that to play for you. Also, some wake-up stand-up comedy is on the way. We're going to play you something from the guy who hosted SNL last night, Nate Bargatze. Might not be a household name, but he's very popular on the stand-up circuit. And he hosted SNL last night, so we'll play you some of his opening monologue. That's on the way in the next half hour here on CJAD 800.
This newscast brought to you by Electrica Home Services, now an authorized Lennox dealer, offering you their complete range of heating, cooling, and indoor air quality products. Go to electrica.ca.
Good morning, it's 6:30. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 4 degrees right now. Your full forecast coming in just minutes. Here's what's making news. An attempted murder in Rivière-des-Prairies. Criminals target a bakery for a third time this year. And a call for an empty building in Park X to be turned into social housing. First, though, from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center on the 138 East, the ramp to the 20 eastbound is shut until tomorrow morning. Also closed for the weekend, Galerie d'Anjou Boulevard northbound, while the southbound side remains closed until the end of the year. In the news, a Rivière-des-Prairies woman is being treated in hospital this morning after she was suddenly shot in her car. Police spokesperson Sabrina Gauthier says it happened just after 4 a.m. on Jean Renaud Street near the woman's home.
The victim is a 31-year-old woman, was getting out of her vehicle when a shot fired in her direction. She was hit by at least one bullet to the upper body.
She was able to get to a family member's home nearby and soon after taken to hospital. Her condition's unknown at this point, and no arrests have been made. For a third time since May, one bakery in Ahuntsic-Cartierville has been the target of would-be arsonists. Police and firefighters were called to the Ashtarut Bakery on Antonio Baribeau and Charles de la Tour streets this morning just before 3 a.m. The fire in the building was quickly put out, but incendiary objects were found both inside and out. No one was injured, but suspects fled before authorities could arrive at the scene. Park X community groups held a Halloween protest calling for an empty building to be turned into much-needed community housing. CTV's Christine Long spoke to those calling for politicians to do more to fight the housing crisis.
We don't want tenants to be ghosts in their own neighborhood.
Park Extension tenants say it's scary living here because rents are rising and evictions can lurk around the corner.
The rents have really doubled, and I know lots of people who got evicted, even from my own building. I'm a renter here too.
A resident of Park X for 17 years, Salam Hashmi, vice president with Coopérative Monde Uni, has seen the housing crunch only worsen.
Many of the people, there are two families or even more people, 5, 6, 7 people, they rent a 3.5.
Almost 1 year since the city of Montreal acquired the property at 700 Jerry West, it sits dormant. Amy Darwish of the Comité d'Action de Parc Extension says the city needs to cede the site now.
This building be turned over to the neighborhood so that the co-op can build a project with social and community housing and community spaces for the neighborhood.
In a statement, Projet Montréal says they understand the urgency of the situation, but this project still needs necessary funding from the Legault government.
Former Premier Pauline Marois is defending a public letter that she and the other 5 living former premiers of Quebec wrote to François Legault last week. Lucien Bouchard, Jean Charest, Pierre-Marc Johnson, Daniel Johnson and Philippe Couillard joined Marois in calling for the government to reverse its decision on a health reform bill that's been proposed, which would drastically change the network. Lobbying Commissioner Jean-François Routier says the group lacked transparency on their decision to write the letter, and some have suggested they acted on behalf of bigger institutions without declaring it. Marois, however, says they all made their own decisions here and respected all laws on lobbying in sending that letter. The Red Cross is calling for the restoration of water and electricity in Gaza so that critical services like healthcare can continue. Yesterday, the president of the International Committee of the Red Cross said she's, quote, shocked by the intolerable level of human suffering occurring in Gaza and urged both Israel and the Palestinian militant group Hamas to de-escalate the conflict immediately. The committee released a statement saying over 2 million civilians are trapped in the densely populated Gaza Strip without access to food, water, or fuel as Israel intensifies airstrikes and ground operations. And a drought has actually led to more discoveries in the Amazon.
Reaching historic lows because of drought. Waters of the major tributary that runs through the Brazilian Amazon, the Rio Negro. Carvings previously hidden underwater are now seen for the first time in millennia, say archaeologists. Deeply etched into the black rock along the riverbanks are human faces, animals, and other figures. They're 1,000 to 2,000 years old, says Brazil's National Historic and Artistic Heritage Institute. It says other rocks at the site may have been used to sharpen arrows and stone tools. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is coming at 7 o'clock.
Good morning. It's the weekend with Ken. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Yeah, I got the bubble jacket out for the first time. Yeah, heading out the door this
Bubbling
morning.
up.
Got to bubble up.
Which was warm enough to bubble water up, but no, it's chilly.
Yeah, and a little bit of wet snow is in the forecast for tomorrow.
Nope, don't like that.
Well,
not a fan.
Better tomorrow than on Tuesday for Halloween. It's challenging enough sometimes, Halloween. The costumes and the kids and what have you. But here's the deal. For the weather forecast for today, it's going to be a gray day. There's no precipitation in the forecast. That's the good news. But your CJAD 800 Dormez-vous forecast calling for a high today of only 7. We got up to 20 at one point yesterday. 7 is the high for today. It's currently 4 right outside your door. Tonight, there's some rain in the forecast, paving the way for that wet snow on the way tomorrow. So yeah, a little bit of rain in the forecast for tonight and overnight. Overnight low tonight is 1 degree. And then tomorrow, a high of 5, but some wet snow. The rain begins around midnight, then changes to wet snow overnight, and the wet snow continues tomorrow morning. Ends in the afternoon. And again, tomorrow's high is 5 with that wet snow. Overnight low Monday night is -1. Tuesday, sunny for the final day of October. Sunny and 4 degrees. -2 will be the overnight low Tuesday. And then November 1st, we're looking at a sunny day with a high +2. Even better on Thursday. Sunshine and +7. Then back to rain, unfortunately. Long range. Back to rain, they're telling us, on Friday and Saturday of next week. All right. As I said, it's currently 4. We have a couple of reports to let you hear. On the sad news we all came across last night about the death of Matthew Perry, Chandler from Friends. And that's coming up next.
Picture this. You're asleep. Deep sleep. Perfectly still. Blissfully calm. But then your partner starts to toss and turn, and you don't even notice.
At Dormez-vous, sleep experts like me are here to help you fall asleep and stay asleep no matter the disturbance with our wide assortment of motion control mattresses.
Right now at the Do Not Disturb event, get a queen mattress for the hot price of $4.99 until Wednesday, only at Dormez-vous.
This week on the TED Radio Hour.
Before they were arrested, Pussy Riot's Nadia Tolokonikova remembers what they sang.
Our last performance before being thrown to jail was Virgin Mary, please become a feminist. Virgin Mary, please get rid of Putin.
Ideas about being a loudmouth. That's next time on the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
Listen tonight at 8. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Now is the time to support Israel. Now is the time to bond with Israel. If you support Israel, buy Israel bonds today. The proceeds of your investments will provide much-needed assistance in Israel. Make a direct investment in the State of Israel. Help strengthen Israel's economy. Call Israel Bonds today at 514-482-0427 or go right now to israelbonds.ca. Israel bonds are sold in Canada by Canada Israel Securities Limited, a registered exempt market dealer.
If you're not vaccinated against respiratory viruses before winter arrives, you could end up getting sick, especially if you're vulnerable. But if you are vaccinated, winter could be totally sick. Long walks in the woods, fondue dinners, snowshoeing, warming up by cozy fires. It's better to get vaccinated today and make the most of it. Flu and COVID-19 vaccines are free for everyone. The pneumococcal vaccine is also available. To learn more or make an appointment, visit quebec.ca/vaccination campaign. A message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
Noah for Medicine Hat writes, Dear Canadian Tire, it's time for upgrades around the house and upgrades in my toolbox. Any recos? The right tools make all the difference. Cliché, I know, but that's why Canadian Tire carries a wide selection of the tools you need, from brands like Mastercraft, Maximum, DeWalt, Bosch, and Stanley. Get everything you need for home maintenance at Canada's store. This week only, Triangle Rewards members earn 10 times bonus CT money on sockets, wrenches, and portable power tools. Qualifying purchases, conditions apply. Visit CanadianTire.ca or the flyer for more details.
No need to pull out your big vacuum every time you need to tidy up. That's what stick vacs are for. They're lightweight, convenient, and easy to use. And VacuPro has the largest selection starting at $199. VacuPro in Plaza Point Clare or vacupro.ca.
It's 2024 at Mega Kia Brossard with the new Kia Telluride or the Kia Niro EV All-Electric and eligible for government rebates of $12,000. They'll also buy back your current vehicle at the best price on the market. Move on to 2024 with
Mega Kia Brossard.
Montreal's home for live sports and sports talk. TSN 690.
He's going to make it to the end zone. Touchdown, Montreal.
When you need to know. when you need to get it off your chest.
That's the difference, basically, between contenders and non-contenders. And on nights when they don't get goaltending, it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be exciting.
Montreal's Major League Sports Talk lives on TSN 690.
The Vashi Capello Show keeps you informed.
The first First Nations provincial premier in this country's history.
An historic moment, not only in Manitoba, but in all of Canada.
Hard-hitting interviews,
Entertaining analysis.
and lively debate.
Plus, breaking news as it comes into our newsroom.
Said he's already been looking at the Flyers and seems like things are cheaper. I think there's a lot of pushback to that. When I interview him, I'll be asking about that.
The Vashi Capello Show, weekdays at noon.
On News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Your weekend's here. Thanks for spending part of it with Ken. CJAD 800.
6:41. Good morning. Sunday morning. And last night, watching the hockey game, of course, the news broke. I saw it on my phone at around 8:30, 9 o'clock that Matthew Perry, famous for his role as Chandler on Friends, Chandler Bing, had died. It was found dead at his home in Los Angeles. He was only 54 years old. The police are saying there's no foul play involved, and there are multiple reports on different media and news outlets that he died of a drowning. Still unconfirmed, but those are some of the reports that are going around. Either way you cut it, it's a very sad story. Only 54 years old. Here's a report from last night's CTV National News.
Actor Matthew Perry, best known for his portrayal of Chandler Bing on the 90s sitcom Friends, was found dead at his Pacific Palisades home in Los Angeles on Saturday. Preliminary reports from police say there was a call just after 4 p.m. local time for a man in his 50s who was unresponsive. Investigators are not saying how Perry died, only that they've opened a death investigation. Investigators said foul play is not suspected. During Friends' 10-year run, Perry's Chandler Bing quickly became a fan favorite, in part due to the iconic delivery of his lines.
Could I be more sorry?
But behind all of the laughs, the Canadian-born actor spent years battling addiction, a battle he tried to keep a secret from everyone, including his fellow cast members on Friends.
Secrets kill you. Secrets kill people like me.
But Perry revealed those secrets in a book published in 2022, which he dedicated to others suffering with addiction. In a 2020 special, he spoke with Diane Sawyer about the memoir, which he called Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing.
It was important to me to do something that would help people.
You sure know how to make people fasten their seatbelts.
Oh, good. Thanks. I'm glad you read it.
Matthew Perry was 54 years old.
I mean, despite all his problems, health issues, and his struggle and problems with addiction, boy, I know his appearance varied, as I mentioned earlier this morning, from year to year, sometimes within the same season during that run on Friends. But he was just, he was so good in that role and so quick, and his comic timing was impeccable. I want to play you a bit of audio from last night's. A friend of mine, actually, Chris Bumbry. He's a Montrealer, a film critic and managing editor at an entertainment website called JoeBlow.com, and he jumped in and was on CTV National News last night for a chat about Matthew Perry and his sudden death.
I mean, shock. I was at a Halloween party and somebody came out and told me that they saw it on the phone that Matthew Perry had died. And it was just one of those things that you don't necessarily believe right away, right? Because it's shocking news, especially at 54 years old. But I mean, you know, it's a terrible tragedy. I grew up watching him on Friends. Chandler was everybody's favorite character, right? If you watched Friends, definitely. Always followed his career, loved him in The Whole Nine Yards, which was shot actually pretty close to where I used to live in Montreal. I followed him all through his ups and downs. I mean, he definitely did have his ups and downs. He struggled with addiction, of course, which everybody knows. And there was a bit of concern when he was on the Friends reunion special because he was slurring his words, although it was reported that he had actually had dental surgery. That was what the issue was. He had written his memoirs. He had been sober for something like 20 years or for a good long period of time. And I think everybody was rooting for him, was hoping that, he'd go on to a really good second act in his career. But I guess, alas, it was just not meant to be. I mean, what a tragedy. He apparently drowned in his home in Los Angeles. And an unexpected thing, very sad news. And I imagine people are going to be devastated because, Friends has been off the air for 20 years, but it's still one of the most popular shows in the world, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much still relevant. People watch it up until today, and we all love the character that he played of Chandler Bing. But if I were to ask you, in terms of legacy, how will you think he'd be remembered? I mean, all of 54 and so much to talk about.
I mean, he's going to be remembered as Chandler, of course, but the silver lining to this all, though, is that Friends is immortal, right? People are going to be watching Friends for the next 100 years. So he's always going to be in the public sphere. People are always going to think about him. He's a legend because he played a role that was so popular that it's permanently part of our pop culture.
Right.
Generations from now, people will still be watching Friends. It's one of those shows, like I Love Lucy's, like Lucille Ball, right? Where people are still watching it, 50, 60 years later. I think Friends is going to endure more than a lot of other shows. So, Matthew Perry will never be forgotten.
That's Chris Bumbry from JoeBlow.com on CTV National News last night after the news broke about the death of Matthew Perry from Friends, only 54 years old. A Canadian connection, of course, as well, because Matthew Perry, his parents had divorced and his mom remarried, and his stepdad is Keith Morrison, who, of course, a Canadian journalist. Spent years with CTV and CBC, and I think for the longest time now, he's been a member of NBC and Dateline, right? Keith Morrison is Matthew Perry's stepfather. Some very sad news in the world of entertainment. 6:47, we'll talk more about that with Bill Brownstein later on this morning when Bill joins us, as always, at 8:40 on Weekends with Ken. Got some news on the way in less than 50 minutes. We have news for you every half hour, of course, here on CJAD 800. A reminder, too, that our road reports start on the weekends at 9 o'clock and every 15 minutes here on the radio station. Going to tell you what we know about another case of arson, apparently, in Huntsic-Cartierville. And for this one establishment in that area, third time this year, if I'm not mistaken. They've been the targets. So details on what we know from the Montreal Police on that coming up in just a couple of minutes. Weather-wise, as I've been telling you, if you've been up with us this morning, it's going to be a gray day. No sunshine like we had yesterday, just gray. No talk of rain throughout the day today. 4 at the moment, 4 degrees. 7 is the high. There's some rain on the way tonight and overnight as well. Some wet snow for overnight tonight and throughout the morning tomorrow. All right, some wet snow. Keep that in mind. When we come back, some of our wake-up stand-up comedy, and as well, part of it will be some of the opening monologue from a very funny guy, comedian Nate Bargatze was the host on SNL last night, and I think he did about 8 or 9 minutes of stand-up to open the show. We'll play some of it when we come back.
So, Jane, you feel like you're in a toxic relationship?
Yes, we had a good connection once, but lately it's been patchy.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they're slow and, quite frankly, a bit behind the times.
I see. Well, maybe it's time to cut the cord.
Oh, it's not a cord. It's a cable.
Switch to Bell with Pure Fiber, the fastest internet, the best TV service, 10 a la carte channels, and Crave for only $89 a month for eligible Bell Mobility clients. For more details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
The adventure of a lifetime is just a click away. Casting is now open for the new season of CTV's The Amazing Race Canada.
We want to see you on the finish line.
Go to ctv.ca/The Amazing Race Canada to apply.
Thanks a lot. Bye. That was absolutely delicious.
Yeah, it was great.
Good. Yummy. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Your car is a place where you can truly be yourself.
Wow, that meal was terrible.
It deserves to be well protected, and you deserve an insurer you can count on. Find the coverage that's right for your car with Desjardins Insurance. Get a quote in just a few clicks at Desjardins.com.
Starting November 1st, every beverage can be redeemed.
Every can?
Every can.
Even the small cans of vegetable juice, sparkling water, cocktails?
Every can. A message from Consignation.
Hey adventurers! Bentley's is offering incredible deals on luggage, carry-ons, backpacks, and travel gear up to 40% off. Swing by in-store or cruise over to shopbentley.com. Your next adventure is calling.
Why should I pre-arrange a funeral?
This is Mary Pallett from Canaan Fairley Funeral Home. Making a pre-arrangement cannot avoid experiencing grief, but it helps reduce the amount of decisions to be made when a family loses a loved one. I want families to feel comfortable and make informed decisions, so I invite you to reach out to me with no obligation.
Canaan Federley, recipient of the Consumer Choice Award from 2021 to 2023. For information, call 514-481-5301 or visit canefederley.com.
For some, adventure means going off the beaten path for a day of off-roading. And for others, it's tripping out to Dad Rock on a premium 19-speaker Macintosh sound system. If you own a Jeep Grand Cherokee, you can do both. Or you can just turn on the massage seats. During the all-out clear-out event, get up to 10% off MSRP for up to $8,650 in total discounts on most 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Visit Jeep.ca for details.
It's your radio.
Put it on CJAD 800 to hear the Andrew Carter Morning Show.
Hot Honey?
Hot Honey.
Did that used to be your nickname in high school? No?
Why, yes, it was, Andrew.
Andrew Carter.
Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. I'm so excited to talk to you.
Weekday mornings 5 to 9. Tell your smart speaker.
Play CJAD 800.
We begin tonight.
Canada's top stories. Canada's most trusted. Canada's #1 newscast.
We have exclusive details.
CTV National News with Omar Sajidina. Weeknights at 11. Stream on all your favorite devices.
Early morning laughs on Weekends with Ken. Here's your wake up stand up.
At 6:52, good morning. I'm Ken Connors, and our friend Andrew Carter. You might have just heard the promo for the Andrew Carter Morning Show. I believe all this coming week, on the Can't Lose quiz, Andrew is giving away Mariah Carey concert tickets. That's pretty cool. Yeah, she's going to be in Montreal exactly 1 month, November 29th at the Bell Center. It's like a Christmas concert. I'm sure she'll do some of her other hits as well. So yeah, that's very cool. A cool prize. The Can't Lose quiz just before the 7 o'clock news. And congratulations to everyone over the past 2 weeks on the morning show who heard their name on the radio and called in, entered online, and picked up $250 in cash. Gas, groceries, and good times. That was fun. All right, let's get to a little more fun here. Some of our wake-up stand-up comedy. We'll start with Nate Bargatze. Not a household name, but even he was surprised when he was asked to host Saturday Night Live, and he was on last night. We'll find out how he did with Bill Brownstein at 8:40 this morning. I did see a little bit of his opening monologue, and here he is. This is Nate Bargatze, a little talk about him getting older and the future.
My name is Nate Bargatze. I'm from Tennessee. Yeah, I'm from the 1900s. I just think you got to say it. Like, the world is so future now, and I feel in the way of it. Hotels are futuristic. Like, you go, you take a shower, the shower is enclosed, but now a lot of hotels have half a glass, and water gets on the floor, and that's the future. That's what the future. That's what they want. And in the future, the floors are always wet. Every floor. I'm 44. My daughter's 11. When she's my age, it will be 2057. I don't even believe that's a real year. My movies didn't go that high in fake years. How am I going to talk to someone from 2057? I have more in common with a pilgrim. I saw too much old-timey stuff. I'm pre-internet. I mean, we go to a county fair, Wilson County Fair, and this is in Tennessee, if you're wondering. And we would go there. Fairs, I don't know how they're still open, but I don't think the government knows about them. I don't know. We ride these rides that were on the interstate an hour ago. So my dad is a magician, if you don't know, and we would go watch him perform. This is the 80s, so we'd go watch him. My dad's doing magic. Right next to him, they had donkeys jumping off a high dive into a pool. So pretty tough to keep people's attention when my dad is like, "Is this your card?" And everybody's like, "Hold on, this donkey's about to jump off this high dive." Just so you know, PETA, shut that down. And yeah, and that was one everybody was like, we get that one.
Nate Bargatze opening SNL last night, hosting Saturday Night Live with some of his stand-up routine. Let's move on to John Fish, funny guy out of New York City. Here he is. He's a single uncle.
I have a brother. He married an Italian Catholic lady, and they have 2 kids, 2 little girls, and they decided to raise them both Jewish, totally ignoring my suggestion of raising one of them Jewish and the other one Catholic, and then we'd get to see who wins. I love my nieces. They are adorable. My older niece is 11. She's very funny. She's already a little jaded somehow. She came up to me out of nowhere one day and just goes, so, where's your family? I'm like, well, you're my family. She goes, no, your real family. I'm like, don't you think if I had kids, I would introduce you to them at some point? She goes, I don't know, and just walked away. I don't know, don't need an answer, just wanted you to think about your life for a little while. My life's weird to her, I get that. I'm 43, I'm not married. I kind of thought I'd be divorced by now. I've been dating divorced women lately, which happens in my age bracket. And there's that saying, all the good ones are taken. Good news, everybody. They'll be back.
John Fish. We have time for one more before we get to sports. Habs are winners last night. More on that in just a second. This is John Mulaney. Funny story about his dad and McDonald's.
My dad loved us. He just didn't care about our general happiness or self-esteem. I remember one time we were really little kids. I have 2 sisters and a brother, and all 4 of us were in our family car ride for 3 hours going to Wisconsin. My dad was driving, going down the highway in our white van with wood around the side. Because you remember when you wanted your car to be made of wood? You remember that era? Where we were like, how much wood can we get on this car without it catching on fire? But then the big announcement, we here at Plymouth Chrysler can put a saucy stripe of wood safely on the outside of your car for all those times you've looked at your minivan and thought, it needs a belt. So we're going on the highway. We've been on the road for like 3 hours. And in the distance, we see a McDonald's. We see the Golden Arches. And we got so excited. We started chanting, McDonald's, 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 McDonald's. And my dad pulled into the drive-thru. And we started cheering. And then he ordered 1 black coffee for himself. And kept driving. And you know, as mad as that made me as a little kid, in retrospect, that is the funniest thing I have ever seen in my entire life. How perfect is that? He had a van load of little kids, and he got black coffee. The one thing from McDonald's no child could enjoy.
It's John Mulaney wrapping it up, our wake-up stand-up comedy. News is standing by, but so is Jimmy G in Master Control with a look at a busy night in sports.
Absolutely, Ken. Let's start at the Bell Center. The Habs beat the Jets 4-3 in a shootout. Nick Suzuki, the only goal in that shootout. Caden Gooley, his return to the lineup, a good one. He had 2 assists. He was a +2. He also assisted on Yoel Armia's goal early in the third period. Yoel Armia back in the lineup with the Montreal Canadiens after starting the season in Laval. Caden created that turnover, beautiful cross-ice pass, tied the game up. Justin Barron, he's a defenseman. He's not a goal scorer, but he scored his 3rd goal in 5 games. Sean Monahan had his 4th goal in 8 games. Jake Allen, 42 mammoth saves. The Habs are 5-2-1 for the season. They're 4-1 in their last 5. The only area of concern, Mike Matheson, lower body injury. He is listed as day-to-day, but he is traveling with the team, and the Habs are in Vegas tomorrow night, taking on the defending Stanley Cup champions who have not lost in regulation this season, and that game is at 10 o'clock. Note the start time, Ken, 10 o'clock. It's out west. The Alouettes' 22-20 victory over the Tiger Cats on a late field goal. Their next game is a playoff game next Saturday at Molson Stadium. You could hear that game on TSN 690 starting at 3 o'clock. And the World Series game 2, no drama this time, no walk-off home run. Arizona 9-1 over Texas. That series is tied at 1. Games 3, 4, and 5 slated for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights.
All right, Jimmy, thank you very much. News is ready to go. And then coming up right after the news, more of my conversation with the Habs legend, Montreal Canadien legend, Ken Dryden, who's in Montreal this weekend. He was at the game last night, and he was out in Ville Saint Laurent yesterday for a special event. I'll tell you more about that. And we're going to talk to Ken, though, about playing in Montreal and being a member of the Habs in this city, and that great run of his, winning all those Stanley Cups in the 1970s. It's coming up right after the news.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock. I'm Don Keegan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 4 degrees right now, your full forecast coming in just minutes. Here's what's making news. A bakery in Hunsik, Cartierville continues to be targeted by arsonists. The government sending unions another offer one day ahead of a major strike and a Legends last game in Montreal. First, though, from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center on the 138 East, the ramp to the 20 eastbound is shut until tomorrow morning. Also closed for the weekend, Galerie d'Anjou Boulevard northbound, while the southbound side remains closed until the end of 2023. In the news, firefighters and police were called to a bakery in Hunsik, Cartierville around 3 this morning after someone reported that it had been set on fire. While the blaze was quickly handled, police spokesperson Sabrina Gauthier says it's not the first time that the Ashtarut bakery on Antonio Baribeau and Charles de la Tour streets has been targeted.
Inside, firefighter quickly brought the blaze under control. According to the information received, this is the third time this business has been the target of a criminal act.
Those attempts have all come since May, with no word on if or how any are connected. No one was hurt in this suspected arson case, and police are searching for suspects. The Common Front, representing public sector workers, is expected to receive a new offer from the Legault government in contract negotiations today. It comes with a one-day strike of 420,000 workers set for tomorrow. That includes teachers and nurses, for example. The negotiations between the union and the government have gone nowhere recently, with both sides still far apart on proposed salary increases. If this offer doesn't match workers' expectations, tomorrow's strike could soon be followed by others, since 95% of Common Front workers voted in favor of an unlimited strike mandate recently. Actor Matthew Perry, best known as Chandler Bing on popular sitcom Friends, has died.
Hi, it's Chandler.
Matthew Perry's Chandler Bing on Friends was snarky, sarcastic, and self-deprecating.
I have some pride. Do you? No.
The role made him rich and famous. Well, more famous. As a teen, he was a top-ranked junior tennis player, and as a young adult, acted in shows including Beverly Hills 90210. But in 1994, Friends made him a household name.
Sometimes late at night, I can still hear the screaming.
Perry became hooked on painkillers after a jet ski accident in 1997 and struggled with addiction for years. Fans were surprised by his slurred speech on a Friends reunion special in 2021.
I felt like that every single night.
Matthew Perry was 54. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
We're learning more about the suspect in the deadly mass shooting at a bowling alley and bar in Lewiston, Maine that killed 18 people. The body of 40-year-old Robert Card was found Friday night after a two-day manhunt inside a trailer near a recycling center in Lisbon where he used to work. Reporter Morgan Norwood has more on that.
Authorities now revealing a note for a loved one was discovered at Card's home, which included phone passcodes, bank account information, and more. Investigators say they're trying to access his phone and bank accounts through search warrant, hoping to find clues into a motive.
And investigators say a long gun was found inside Card's car. He also appeared to be wearing the same clothing from the night of the shooting.
State Department of Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschuk said at a news conference yesterday that there's no evidence Card had ever been involuntarily committed to a mental health facility, which would have made it illegal for him to possess guns. And Montreal soccer fans got what's likely the last time a legend will play in the city yesterday.
40-year-old Sinclair has scored 190 goals internationally. That's more than any other player, female or male, including Cristiano Ronaldo himself. Sinclair recently announced she is retiring from Team Canada, so it means Canada will be without its star player at the Olympics next summer in Paris. Saputo Stadium was packed with fans, some of them for Brazil's team, and for most of the game there was a tense back and forth, Canada trying but failing in several attempts to score a goal. But then, in the 94th minute of the match, Brazil's Debinha scored to the delight of the Brazilian supporters in the stands. This exhibition game doesn't affect Canada's rank or its chances to make the Olympics. The women's team qualified for the Paris Games in September. The team won the gold medal in the last Olympics in Tokyo. Sinclair did not speak at the post-game match conference, but she was met by loud cheers when she came out of Saputo Stadium, with fans pleading for her signature. Team Canada coach Bev Priestman says Sinclair will get the send-off she deserves.
For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is coming at 7:30.
News, weather, conversation, and company. When you get up. Weekends with Ken on CJAD 800.
7:05. How's your posture at work? Mine, you know what? Mine can improve.
Mine needs to improve. It got better. I one point I went to physio and they're like, you sit bad.
Yeah.
You sit bad. That's why your neck hurts, because you twist and you do this. So
yeah.
Trying to be better. Trying.
Yeah. Sometimes I catch myself too when I'm working at the kitchen table at home, and you realize, why am I sitting like this?
At home I sit the weirdest. I've got like one leg on the side of the couch. I'm twisted around because I don't know. You do what feels comfortable until you realize you're contorting your back in about 8 different ways.
No kidding. Yeah. That doesn't feel right. 7:06. I'm Ken. That's Don. Jimmy's in master control behind the board. And here's your weather forecast. Your CJAD 800 Dormez-vous forecast for today is not going to be as I guess mild as it was yesterday. It was a sunny, breezy day yesterday. We hit a high of 20 at one point yesterday. Kind of settled at around 13 or 14 by mid-afternoon. At the moment, it's 4 degrees. 7's the high for today. A gray day, clouds. No talk of rain, though, until tonight. So this evening, the rain is going to start beginning around midnight, then change to wet snow overnight. Overnight low is 1, by the way. Then tomorrow morning, wet snow in the morning for the morning drive, the morning commute. There's some wet snow in the forecast, and then it'll let up, I guess, around the lunch hour. All right, and high of. Can you hear that?
I heard a little gurgle there. For a second, I was like, "Is that me? And did I leave my mic on?"
No, I apologize for that.
It's time for that bagel, Ken.
I think so.
It's breakfast time.
I think so. Anyhow, tomorrow, wet snow in the morning, and then a high of 5 degrees. Looking towards Halloween and Tuesday, the final day of the month, we're going to have sunshine, and a high of 4. -2 is going to be the overnight low, by the way, so that's an indication of how chilly things might be for the trick-or-treaters. Wednesday, November 1st, sunshine and 2, and then on Thursday, sunshine and 7. So that looks like a nice day. As I said, it's going to be a gray day today, and some rain on the way and wet snow on the way overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. When we come back, more of my conversation with the legend, the Hall of Famer, of the Montreal Canadiens. Ken Dryden's in Montreal this weekend. He came back for a special occasion. I'll play you some of the conversation we couldn't get to yesterday. That's coming up next.
What you eating there?
Oh, just a Leon's $10,000 shopping spree in a Chevy Colorado.
And how do you plan to get all that from a Big Mac?
Monopoly Double Play.
Monopoly Double Play?
First, I peel on pack, then I peel an app. 2 ways to play and win.
So basically, you're potentially holding the most lucrative Big Mac ever?
No, I'm potentially eating the most lucrative Big Mac ever.
Now you can double play at McDonald's for more ways to win millions of prizes. While supplies last, chances of winning change as prizes are claimed. Chances of winning McD's app prizes based on time of code entry. See rules at participating McDonald's in Canada or at mcdpromotion.ca.
If you get Canadian news from Facebook and Instagram, time has run out. Meta is blocking links that provide access to news content from Canadian news organizations. Posting and sharing are blocked too. To continue getting breaking local and international news stories, visit ctvnews.ca and download the app.
Picture this. You're asleep. Deep sleep. Perfectly still. Blissfully calm. But then your partner starts to toss and turn, and you don't even notice. At Dormez-vous, sleep experts like me are here to help you fall asleep and stay asleep no matter the disturbance with our wide assortment of motion control mattresses.
Right now at the Do Not Disturb event, get a queen mattress for the hot price of $4.99 until Wednesday, only at Dormez-vous.
Let's have a Halloween party this year, with the neighbors and...
Yeah, sure. I'll go back to Jean Coutu for more candy. And for the moi offer.
Oh, we better invite my sister and the twins, too.
Oh, that sounds a little scary.
Until October 31st at Jean Coutu, get 3 times the points when you spend $20 or more on Halloween candies with the exclusive coupon on your Jean Coutu and moi app. And until November 1st, show your moi card and get 2 times the points when you buy almost anything. Details at jeancoutu.com. Certain conditions apply. Moi is a registered trademark.
At Toyota, we build quality trucks with you in mind. Because everyone loves a friend with a truck, especially a Toyota, winner of the Canadian Black Book Award for Best Residual Value. So when that inevitable call for help comes, you're there, pulling up in an award-winning truck because you're an award-worthy friend. It's time to roll up your sleeves. It's time to Toyota. Discover the Tacoma at your Toyota dealer and check out our amazing offers at shoptoyota.ca.
Here in Quebec, the RV, convertible, and motorcycle season is over just like that. So enjoy summer right to the last second by planning your seasonal vehicle storage online via SACLIC. You can schedule your storage date right away, so you don't have to worry about it during the final days of great weather. You can even change the date if you like. No need to go to a service outlet. So, to store your vehicle just like that, the fastest way is SACLIC. A message from the Société de l'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
When big news happens,
a violent attack captured on camera.
Montrealers know where to turn.
ER waits getting so long, people are just walking out.
Watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
News, weather, conversation, and company. When you get up. Weekends with Ken on CJAD 800.
Good morning. 7-Eleven. Ken Dryden was on the show yesterday morning. We had him on around 8:20 on the telephone. He's in Montreal this weekend because, the bronze sculpture capturing his famous pose where he's kind of taking a breather and leaning on his goalie stick. That bronze sculpture, that work of art, is now officially included in the City of Montreal's public art collection. It's back in Saint Laurent. It was at Place Fortu for the longest time when it was first done back in the 80s, and then for 10 years it was at Place Montreal Trust. Now it's back in Saint Laurent. It's outside the Raymond Bourque Arena, and Ken was there yesterday for a ceremony, an event. And you know what? As far as having him on the show, he was very generous with his time. In fact, we talked a bit more after we wrapped up the interview on the air. So let's pick it up here. We're going to talk about a couple of interesting things about playing in Montreal, but I'll pick it up here with me. I guess confessing how I felt about having him on the show. I've been in radio for 40 years. I've interviewed celebrities, musicians, politicians. I don't know if I've been as nervous for an interview as I have been over the last 24 hours. There's still that 9-year-old kid watching hockey on a black and white television.
Well, it is amazing that way. I mean, in terms of just as you're describing that in certain things you are forever the 9-year-old kid, and if you put yourself into a circumstance that might bring to mind the 9-year-old kid in you, then you're 9 years old again, and you feel the way you just described.
One more personal thing I'll share with you. It's about the 1971 opening round comeback in Game 2 against the Bruins. Legendary. You had just been called up, and Montreal, of course, went on to win the Cup that year. And by the way, for our listeners and fans of the Habs who weren't around, it's all on YouTube and definitely worth a look. Ken, my family lived in a second-floor apartment in a building in Saint Laurent, and I was very good friends with a kid same age as me who lived one floor below. And I would often go down and watch the games with him in his apartment. And that night, when you and that underdog team came back from being down 5-1 to win 7-5 and tie the series at 1, me and my pal were just cheering and screaming and hugging with each goal against the Bruins that night.
Right.
And considering where the ceremony is this weekend and why you're here in Montreal, I thought I shared this memory with you because that buddy of mine downstairs was actually future Bruins Hall of Famer Raymond Bourque.
Oh, what a great story.
Ken, when you tied the game at 5, I thought Ray and I were going to burst. We were off the charts excited, as were all Montreal fans that night. It was a comeback for the ages, really.
Well, I mean, that was such an improbable night. And I just, all that I really remember about it was the end of the second period. And Al McNeil was our coach. And Al clearly was feeling what he was about to say, but I think in a lot of ways, he wasn't sure he had the right to say it. And finally, he said it. And he just said, look, we're down 3 goals, but they are playing unbelievably loosely and carelessly. We are going to get our chances. We have had our chances and we are going to get our chances. This game is not over. And to say that to a very veteran team of the Canadians of Beliveau and John Ferguson and Jacques Laperriere and Terry Harper and J.C. Tremblay and others who had been in lots of games and lots of playoff games, and to be willing to say that and to, was really quite something. But it was absolutely true, and it played itself out, and it played itself out really the rest of that series, is that they just thought that they were so powerful offensively that they could overwhelm any team at any moment under any circumstances. It didn't matter how many goals they allowed. They'd score 3 or 4 more than that. And that's what did them in.
Mm-hmm. Ken, just a couple of notes here. 6 Stanley Cups in 8 or 9 seasons with one team, your time with the Canadians in the 1970s. I mean, it's staggering, isn't it, when you think about it? I mean, perfect timing for you. You were in the right place at the right time. What an incredible run.
It was absolutely the right place at the right time in every dimension. The Canadians had been great in the 50s, had been almost as great in the 60s. Were making a transition in the early 70s to become great again through much of the decade. And we were playing in the best arena. We had the best general manager in hockey and Sam Pollock. We had the best coach, Scotty Bowman. We had the best players around us. We had fans who were more committed and passionate about their team than any fans anywhere in hockey. And living in Quebec during the 1970s, it was challenging, but it was incredibly fascinating, interesting. Alive. The emotions, the tensions, but the sense of purpose and possibility, was all present. And so, I can remember, I've said to people many, many times, of how there in the 1970s for me, there was no better place to live, no better place to play. It's just getting lucky when in fact, all of those pieces and things come together at one particular time.
Ken, just in closing, I've mentioned this many times. The Habs, of course, have been many years in that new location, the Molson Center, now the Bell Center. But as a kid, maybe it's because I was younger, but there was nothing quite like a beautiful spring night, knowing there's a playoff game at the corner of Atwater and St. Catherine, and as the crowd would gather, the feeling of electricity in the air on that corner, it would make the hair on the back of my neck stand up.
Well, you're making the hair on the back of my neck stand up as you say that. But it's true. And again, what you learn when you are a part of that environment is how much it matters to do what you do where what you do matters. You just do it better, when what you're doing seems to matter to people. The 1970s was the time of the World Hockey Association. And so we all, got offers to go somewhere else, and we all thought about them for a while. And then it was like, no. I could make a lot more money somewhere else and I'd be miserable. Like really, that hockey doesn't particularly matter in this other particular place. And it absolutely matters in Montreal. And that And the team matters to people. And it just makes you feel purposeful through it. So no, it was just absolutely, it was a gift.
If you had to look at any one man this afternoon, it's got to be Ken Dryden, who's been playing a magnificent net. He simply got them intimidated. No matter what they've done this afternoon, this big guy is 6'4", well over 200 pounds, has had the nets covered up.
If you missed the first part of that conversation with Ken Dryden that we had yesterday, it's on our website at CJAD800.com. Many thanks to him for joining us on the show and for the chat. 20 minutes after 7, we're looking at a mainly gray day today. There's no rain in the forecast throughout the day today. There's some on the way tonight and a little more than just rain. At the moment, it's 4. 7's going to be the high today on a mainly cloudy day. And then tonight, some rain starts overnight. It's going to change to wet snow, and that wet snow sticks around for tomorrow morning for the drive-in, for the commute. All right, so keep that in mind. The high tomorrow is going to be 5. Back to sun though on Tuesday for Halloween, and sun on the way for Wednesday as well for the first day of November. All right, Weekends with Ken. Good morning. Nice to have you up with us.
Do you know what you're paying? Do you know what you're paying for your mutual funds? Hello, I'm Richard Lapointe, investment advisor with CIBC Wood Gundy. Many Canadians are not aware that their mutual funds charge a yearly fee for the management of assets. This fee is hidden and charged whether you make money or not. I prefer to buy my clients high dividend paying stocks. If you're interested in getting paid instead of paying, call me. I'm Richard Lapointe, and I can always be reached at 847-6324.
CIBC Wood Gundy is a division of CIBC World Markets, Inc., member of CIPF and IROC.
Noah for Medicine Hat writes, Dear Canadian Tire, it's time for upgrades around the house and upgrades in my toolbox. Any recos? The right tools make all the difference. Cliché, I know, but that's why Canadian Tire carries a wide selection of the tools you need, from brands like Mastercraft, Maximum, DeWalt, Bosch, and Stanley. Get everything you need for home maintenance at Canada's store. This week only, Triangle Rewards members earn 10 times bonus CT money on sockets, wrenches, and portable power tools. Qualifying purchases, conditions apply. Visit CanadianTire.ca or the flyer for more details.
It makes a difference when a business like Littricit's Dispensing Opticians takes a personal interest in what they do and in their customers. That's what sets Littricit's apart. They are, after all, a family serving families with the best in eye care, lenses, and a wide variety of frames from partners like Essilor, Maui Jim, Bevel, and more. Littricit's Dispensing Opticians, taking care of your family's vision like their own. At DeCarry and Isabella for over 50 years. At Littricit's, you'll see.
If you're not vaccinated against respiratory viruses before winter arrives, you could end up getting sick, especially if you're vulnerable. But if you are vaccinated, winter could be totally sick. Long walks in the woods, fondue dinners, snowshoeing, warming up by cozy fires. It's better to get vaccinated today and make the most of it. Flu and COVID-19 vaccines are free for everyone. The pneumococcal vaccine is also available. To learn more or make an appointment, visit quebec.ca/vaccination campaign. A message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
It's time to seize the sun with Air Canada and prep your out-of-office message. Here's a little inspiration.
Greetings from my inflatable flamingo. I've traded spreadsheets for beach towels and gone boating. I'm busy relaxing 24/7, so if I don't respond, I'm probably kite surfing, eating fish tacos, or scuba diving. Fret not, I'll be back eventually.
Take a break in one of 50-plus sunny destinations with Air Canada and Air Canada Vacations. Book at aircanada.com or contact your travel agent.
This old car has been called a lot of things lately. Jalopy, beater, clunker, and my personal favorite, lemon. But you know what they say. When life gives you a lemon, donate it to Kidney Car. Every unwanted vehicle that's donated to Kidney Car helps the Kidney Foundation of Canada improve the lives of people with kidney disease. Towing is free, and you even get a maximum tax receipt. Kidney Car, where one person's lemon is another person's lifesaver. Non-lemons also accepted. See kidneycar.ca for details.
Montreal's home for rock and roll is Show 97.7. You're gonna want to turn it up. The spirit of rock. Show 97.7.
Before you hit the road, check in with CJAD 800 all-day traffic. Your go-to for traffic and construction information.
Stuck there for hours?
With reports, including closures and the best alternate routes every 15 minutes.
People are backed up all the way through the Turcotte interchange.
When roadwork gets in your way, let CJAD 800 guide you home. Your weekend's here. Thanks for spending part of it with Ken. CJAD 800.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. It's 7:24. We're less than 10 minutes away from another update from the CJAD 800 newsroom. And among the stories we're following for you this morning, an attempted murder at about 4 o'clock this morning in RDP. We've been on the phone with the police, and we'll tell you what we know on that. That's coming up here at 7:30. Back to Ken Dryden for a second. He's making an appearance today. It's a little collaboration between the Paragraph Bookstore, Random House Canada, and the Côte St. Luc Public Library. He's going to be appearing this afternoon at the Harold Greenspoon Auditorium. That's on Cavendish. And Ken's got a new book. I imagine he'll be talking about that. It's called The Class. He touched on it yesterday. He wrote a book about his time in high school and where that class of his high school class wound up and what they did for their careers with the rest of their lives. It's kind of a look back. And he said, as he explained it yesterday, it's also a look back on the way the country has changed over the years as well. So so you can get more information, I guess, by calling the Côte St. Luc Public Library. The number there is 485-6900. That's happening this afternoon. What else did I want to mention? Oh, yes. We had, of course, hockey last night. We had the football game. It was a busy day in sports, Montreal sports. And I was going back and forth at one point, courtesy of the iHeartRadio app, listening to some of the football game with the Owls and the Tiger Cast. And then, of course, I had to run out and do some errands, and I was listening to the hockey game on the iHeartRadio app. That's the great thing about the iHeartRadio app. You get all kinds of radio stations, the ones here in town. You can take CJAD 800 and TSN 690 with you wherever you go, and you get all other international and national radio stations. And it's easy to download, and it's free. It's a great way to stay connected. It's the iHeartRadio app. At 7:26, on the way in just a few minutes, Dino Mazzoni with The Law of the Land. Going to talk about this very interesting story about someone posing as a lawyer and pulling off a scam. Plus, Dino also has a story on when it comes to selling poppies and a poppy ban. It's an issue about banning poppies at the workplace, which is, I can't figure out why someone would do that. But knowing what the poppy represents, but it's in the news, and Dino's going to tackle that story as well, coming up at 7:40 this morning. After 8 o'clock, Dr. Chris Labos with the Sunday Morning House Call. There was some encouraging news, research news about cancer and the fight against cancer and the battle with cancer. And there's some encouraging news. And so we'll ask Dr. Labos to explain it and talk us through it. That's coming up at 8:10 this morning. Also, I guess the public health officials here in the province are thinking of tweaking, maybe adjusting the schedules, vaccine schedules for babies and toddlers. So we'll ask Dr. Labos to explain what they're getting at with that coming up after 8 o'clock. As well, there's a big student protest set for tomorrow over tuition hikes, with Montreal University students taking to the streets. So we'll talk to one of the organizers of that coming up at 8:20 this morning. And lots of entertainment news, of course, with Bill Brownstein, as always, at 8:40, including the sad news that we got last night of the passing of Matthew Perry. If you're just waking up, Matthew Perry, you didn't hear last night, Chandler from Friends, was found dead at his Los Angeles area home. He was only 54 years old. And of course, Sunday morning trivia show. Yeah, Dan and I, this morning between 9 and noon with all our prizes to give away. And we've got a cool audio quiz concerning the movies in our first hour. So we look forward to chatting with you and having some fun, some laughs, and some great music too between 9 and noon. If you want to get a celebration in, let me know on the text line. It's 514-800. We'll take care of that, as always, just before the 9 o'clock news. Right now at 7:28, ahead of our newscast, we'll check in with sports and Jimmy G.
Good morning, Ken. The Montreal Canadiens, they beat the Jets 4-3 in a shootout last night at the Bell Center. Nick Suzuki, the only goal in the shootout. Caden Gooley, in his return to the lineup, he had 2 assists, including a beautiful turnover in the third period early on. Cross-ice pass to Yoel Armia, who was making his return to the Montreal Canadiens lineup as well. Tying the game up, Justin Barron, he also scored. Sean Monahan scored as well. That's 4 in 8 games for him. Jake Allen, 42 saves. He's 3-0-1 for the season with a .930 save percentage. Those are Ken Dryden-like numbers. You see what I did there, Ken? The Habs are 5-2-1 for the season. They've won 4 of their last 5. The only area of concern right now, Michael Matheson, who has 6 points in 8 games. He had a beautiful assist last night on the The Sean Monahan goal. He has a lower body injury. He's listed as day-to-day, and Stu Cowan from the Gazette, a good friend of Weekends with Ken, is reporting that the team is saying it is nothing serious. Let's hope that's true.
Yeah.
And Vegas is the opponent tomorrow night. It's in Las Vegas. Vegas is 8-0-1 for the season. They've only had one loss in overtime. And of course, they are the defending Stanley Cup champions. And you could hear that game tomorrow night. 10 o'clock is the start time. Note the start time. It's out west on TSN 690. On CJAD 800 yesterday afternoon, the Alouettes on a late field goal beat Hamilton 22-20, finishing the regular season 11-7. The Alouettes' next game is a playoff game, 3 o'clock on Saturday against those same Hamilton Tiger Cats. You could hear that game across the hall on TSN 690. World Series Game 2, no drama, no walk-off home run. Arizona 9-1 over Texas. That series is tied at 1, and games 3, 4, and 5 go Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And Felix Auger-Aliassime, Montreal zone. He's at the Swiss Indoor Championships this week. He won his semifinal against Holger Rune yesterday, and this morning, Felix, ranked number 19 in the world, he's taking on 11th ranked Hubert Hurkacz from Poland at around 10:30 to win that tournament. Go, Felix, go.
You know what? I saw this on the CTV News, Montreal News last night at supper time with the that friendly match between Canada and Brazil. And it's kind of the part of the farewell tour for Christine Sinclair. There was a nice ceremony, I guess, before the game where she switched jerseys or exchanged jerseys with Marie-Philippe Poulin, the Canadian, the great Canadian women's
Of course, Olympic gold medalist three times, Marie-Philippe Poulin.
Yes. And so that was a nice moment yesterday for the sold-out crowd at Saputo Stadium. All right, Jimmy, thank you so much. Dino Mazzoni and the Law of the Land is coming up here in just a couple of minutes, but right now we have to head off to the CJAD 800 newsroom.
This newscast brought to you by Electrica. This winter, keep your roof and eaves free from ice and prevent damage with de-icing cables. Book your installation now at electricawithak.ca.
Good morning, it's 7:30. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 4 degrees right now, your full forecast coming in just minutes. Here's what's making news. Police looking into an early morning murder attempt in RDP. The Quebec Police Watchdog opened an investigation, and a grocery store in Montreal working to offer fair prices and support local farmers at the same time. First, though, from the CJAD 800 traffic center on the 138 East to the ramp on the 20 eastbound is shut until tomorrow morning. Also closed for the weekend, Galerie d'Anjou Boulevard northbound, while the southbound side remains closed until the end of 2023. In the news, a woman was shot in Rivière-des-Prairies this morning. The 31-year-old was in her car going down Jean Renaud Street around 4 a.m. when she was hit by at least one bullet. Police spokesperson Sabrina Gauthier says she luckily made it to a nearby family member.
The victim quickly fled into a building. She was taken to the hospital, and we are still awaiting for a report on her condition.
Police are investigating, but there have been no arrests made at this point, and there are a few details to work with. Quebec's police watchdog, the BEI, has opened an investigation into a police chase that ended with a suspect in critical condition. 2 cars were reported to be racing in Chicoutimi yesterday. Provincial police tracked down one eventually in St. Bruno and say they tried to pull the driver over. Police report the driver then lost control of his vehicle and crashed, leaving them with serious injuries. The BEI assigned 5 investigators to work out what happened and see if there was any wrongdoing that led to that incident. A co-op grocery store is working to show that you can buy local, sustainably produced food for good prices in Montreal while supporting Quebec's farmers with fair prices for them. CTV's Matt Gilmore has more on that.
Every item sold at the Bio Loco Épicerie on Masson was grown or raised on a Quebec farm.
There's no middleman in the grocery store, so everything comes from the farms directly, and then we sell them to the customers. So we can have fair prices this way.
Fair prices for the farmers who sell directly to the co-op run store, and fair prices for consumers who only pay a small markup to cover operating costs.
For organic products, it's cheaper here, of course.
The goal is to help build a business model that encourages local, sustainable food production, reducing the need for food imports from around the world.
There's ways to sell their product, but it's really limited. So we are searching to create a space for them to sell their product easily and to sell them for fair prices too.
For farmers Philippe and Maxime, it means steady revenues through the winter months.
I mean, for us, it's good for planning more efficiently our production.
Friends star Matthew Perry has died. He was 54 years old. Law enforcement says Perry was found unresponsive in his home yesterday afternoon in Los Angeles. No cause of death has been given at this point. In an interview with ABC's Diane Sawyer last October, Perry opened up about his decades-long struggle with addiction, which he wrote about in his book.
Whenever I was writing the book and I came to a section that was hard, I just thought however deep it went for me and dark it went for me, that will help somebody who got that dark. And I kept going.
And while Perry was growing up in Canada, he was a top-ranked junior tennis player in the entire country for his teenage years. After he moved to Los Angeles at the age of 15 to live with his father, he took an interest in acting. And there's an update on integrating women into leadership positions in the Roman Catholic Church.
Pope Francis's big gathering of Catholic bishops and lay people says it's urgent to guarantee fuller participation of women in church governance positions. It's calling for research on allowing women to be deacons to be released within a year. After a month of closed-door debate, Francis's meeting at the Vatican ended with approval of a statement on a host of issues that will now be considered at a second session next year. None of the proposals is binding. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
And for all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is coming at 8 o'clock.
Thanks for starting your day with us. Weekends with Ken on CJAD 800.
Looking out the window, nothing much to see. Kind of quiet on the roads.
It's quite around the city today.
Yeah. It'll be busy tomorrow. There's a lot going on.
Oh, boy,
yes. We have someone, one of the organizers from McGill University of the big student protest tomorrow.
Protests, there's going to be strikes as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be a busy day. And then Halloween right after that. It's quiet before the storm, Ken.
Yeah. And watch out for the kids. Watch out for everyone. I mean, year-round, watch out for everyone when you're driving, but especially on Halloween, right? The excited kids running across the street and what have you.
Also the ghosts on Halloween. Got to watch out.
Yeah.
Ghosts, monsters. Scary times.
Making a note here. Thank you. 7:35. Here's your CJAD 800 Dormez-vous forecast with a peek ahead to Halloween. Let's start with today. At the moment, it's 4. Let me just refresh that in case that's changed. Yeah, it's still 4. 4 and gray, and it'll stay that way throughout the day today. We're looking at a high of only 7. That's a bit of a drop considering we hit a high yesterday at one point of 20. But 7, that's all we're getting. And then continues to tumble because we're heading down to one little lonely degree overnight. And we're getting rain overnight that's going to change to wet snow, and that'll continue. That rain and wet snow mixture cocktail is in the forecast for tomorrow morning. All right. Tomorrow, Monday, we're looking at a high of 5 with that wet snow, and it'll end, I guess, at around the noon hour. That's what they're saying. -1 overnight low Monday night into Tuesday, the 31st, sunny and 4. But of note, in terms of how chilly it'll be for the trick-or-treating, our overnight low Tuesday night is -2. So as the temperature drops, keep that in mind for the supper hour and how chilly it'll be. Make sure the kids are nice and warm. Wednesday, we're looking at a mainly sunny day, mix of sun and cloud, but lots of sunshine, a high of +2 for the first day of November. Thursday, a little better, sunshine all day on Thursday, and a high of 7. At the moment, as I said, it's currently 4. Dina Mazzoni with the Law of the Land, going to talk about poppies in the workplace, and as well a very interesting story about someone posing as a lawyer and pulling off a scam. Dina with the details when we come back.
With the Grand V lottery, I won $1,000 a day for life.
And I won a bonus prize of $25,000 a year for life.
First, I'll buy a big condo.
And I'll have a big party with my boyfriend, Alfonso.
Then I'll sail to the most precious seas.
While I trek through some exotic trees.
Lastly, I'll buy my big dream boat.
And I'll buy a farm with a teeny little goat.
Grand V. 3 bonus prizes of $25,000 a year for life to be won each draw on October 26th and 30th. Don't miss it. Must be 18 years or older.
Now is the time to support Israel. Now is the time to bond with Israel. If you support Israel, buy Israel bonds today. The proceeds of your investments will provide much-needed assistance in Israel. Make a direct investment in the State of Israel. Help strengthen Israel's economy. Call Israel Bonds today at 514-482-0427 or go right now to israelbonds.ca. Israel bonds are sold in Canada by Canada Israel Securities Limited, a registered exempt market dealer.
10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents.
Starting November 1st, the refund for every beverage container increases to 10 cents.
10 cents. Makes sense.
A message from Kosing Axiom.
$1.10, $1.20.
My dentist, with the help of his team, contributes to my good health. He's able to make over 200 oral diagnoses and to prevent or detect disease well before symptoms are felt. He plays an essential role in my overall health. For peace of mind, I visit my dentist regularly. A message from the Association des chirurgiens dentistes du Québec.
If we trained parrots, we'd be really good at it.
Really good?
But at Hydro Solutions, we sell and install hot water heaters, and we're really good at it.
Really good?
We even install heat pumps and charging stations, and we're...
Really?
Polly, we get it. Hydro Solutions, we get it done.
Get away from it all and save in the beautiful Ville de Saint-Sauveur. Less than an hour from Montreal, courtesy Shopago.ca. Save $25 on a delicious meal, lovingly prepared in the festive, casual, chic atmosphere of the popular resto bar, Carol A Go-Go. Then take an evening of relaxation at the magical Strom Spa, Saint-Sauveur. Enjoy their thermal experience for two at half price. Find these and other great local deals at Shopago.ca.
Why weren't the original indictment papers placed in my portfolio?
You're out of order. The whole freaking system is out of order.
Why, I didn't think those papers were important at this time, Your Excellency. Do you realize I had my design wrapped in those papers?
You want the truth? You want the truth? You can't handle the truth!
He's with Gattuso, Bouchard, and Mazzoni. Dino Mazzoni and the Law of the Land. You know, I'm losing my voice this morning.
I actually lost it too yesterday at the Owls game. How are you, Mr. Connors?
I'm very good. It was a nice afternoon for the game, wasn't it? Sunny and breezy?
It was perfect. I actually was picking up the phone driving in around the city before I went to the game. I was calling anybody I knew, and I said, you got to get out there. It's just so beautiful.
Yeah.
There was something about the leaves on the floor and a bit of that, you could feel the coolness coming in. It was just incredible.
Yeah, and an Owls win. I guess not a meaningful game, but they seem to have Hamilton's number this year.
They do, and I wanted to win that game so badly just so that in the event that we do go to the Grey Cup, and I'm still hoping it could happen, and we pass Toronto, I want to have a decent record. So we end the season with 11-7 record, and that's very respectable, very good record, So,
Dino, the Poppy campaign is officially underway. I started seeing them about town on TV at the game last night, to the hockey game. Yes. Take us out to Saskatchewan and an issue there when it comes to poppies in the workplace.
Yeah, so they had a throne speech, or at least the lieutenant governor announced that there's planned legislation for that very famous symbol of remembrance, the poppy, and that it would the legislation would include ensuring that workers are allowed to wear a poppy while on the job, and it's going to be called the Saskatchewan Remembrance Day Observance Act, and it would essentially prohibit workplace policies that say employees cannot wear a poppy at work. And Premier Scott Moe said, forget just during Remembrance Day. We should be honoring and recognizing the efforts of our veterans and the heroic efforts of our veterans every single day, and I couldn't agree more. And what the bill will do is it basically came about because there were various complaints that the government received from people, including government workers, who said they weren't allowed to wear a poppy at work. Now, you'll remember that in Ontario back in 2021, they amended their law, and they passed a thing called the Remembrance Week Act, so every Ontarian could wear a poppy at work, unless so doing would pose a threat or safety hazard to someone at work. And that law came into effect after Whole Foods Market, this is a U.S.-based grocery chain, and they have locations in Ontario. They banned their employees from wearing poppies over their uniforms in 2020. You could imagine that the chain later changed its position after a very vocal outcry. So now Premier Moe says, I'm not really sure what the punishment's going to be for employers who breach the law and don't allow people to wear poppies, but he certainly wants to put that in effect. And from my point of view, this is a no-brainer. We're seeing a little bit less and less every year. I don't see the young people wearing the poppy, and I would certainly like to see perhaps some type of legislative effort, as we're seeing in Ontario and in Saskatchewan, to encourage people to wear the poppy. You don't want to force people, but maybe bringing a little bit of attention as we are here today and as the legislatures are doing with their laws brings attention to us wearing the poppy and honoring our veterans.
Dino, unfortunately, what I'm thinking could happen in the next few days, because it seems to happen every year, that there's a story in the news that someone from a Legion was selling poppies at an establishment or a grocery store and was asked to leave, and then and it's in the news, and then ultimately the establishment apologizes. Like I don't understand how the message doesn't get through, and we're not learning from these things.
I don't get it either, and I guess there are some companies who figure it's better to ask for forgiveness than consent type thing, or and so they take the wrong position. Oh, we're really sorry, but it's complete. It's absolute stupidity, really, and it's incredibly inconsiderate of families who had their loved ones fight in the wars and brought it and preserved our freedom. So I agree with you. I just don't know, and we are going to hear one of those stories, guaranteed, right? We know it's going to happen.
Yeah. So. Let's head out to British Columbia. This is interesting. I want the details on this. This woman posed as a lawyer, and the reason why she was doing this.
Yeah, so let me set it up for you. There was this woman who was going through a divorce, and she needed some advice and help, and so a friend recommended her to this individual, whose name is Jasmeet Dhaliwal, out of BC, and this Jasmeet basically held out that she was a lawyer, and the client, if you will, learned of her fees and said, look, I can't pay those fees. And so Jasmeet said, well, that's fine. We'll make a deal. You can help me with work around the house. We're having a family wedding, and you can help cook, clean, etc., all that stuff. And so this client did 140 hours of cleaning and cooking for this Jasmeet Dhaliwal.
Wow.
And when she was presented to this Jasmeet, Dhaliwal actually referred to herself as Jaspreet Dhaliwal. And in fact, Jaspreet Dhaliwal is a lawyer in good standing with the Law Society in BC. And that real Jaspreet said, by the way, I'm no way affiliated to this person. I've never misrepresented myself as a lawyer. Well, so here's this client doing all this work, cleaning and cooking in the house, and is inquiring about her file and realizes soon thereafter that no work was ever done. And so she filed a complaint with the Law Society. The Law Society is, in fact, looking for a judge to step in and basically charge her and to ban her from offering her legal services in BC. So until she becomes an actual lawyer, she should not be doing this, which makes eminent sense. Dhaliwal herself has denied all of the allegations, claiming that there's some misunderstanding here. But this would not be the first time, by the way, that Dhaliwal has done this.
Wow.
Apparently somebody paid her $2,500 a while back to obtain Canadian citizenship. And again, sure enough, after 22 months of waiting for work in the file, nothing happened. And then the check bounced when that client said, give me back my money. She gave a partial refund, and that check bounced. So you're not dealing with somebody who's totally kosher here. But yeah, so some people just, they fake it, right? And they get away with it.
When you mentioned the little nuance in the name and how it was changed, it brought to mind my cousin Vinny and Joe Pesci and Fred Gwynn having this conversation. I thought you said your name was Jerry Gallo. No, Jerry Callo.
You want to hear something? I was actually talking about that line yesterday with someone, and they said, "Oh, Jerry Callow's been dead forever."
One more with Dino this morning. Tell me the story about this car thief who was foiled by a forklift driver.
Yes. Well, this comes out of Akron, Ohio, and the incident happened at the Arlington Auto Wrecking Company. So a man trespassed into the junkyard, broke into a vehicle on the lot, and the employee noticed the break-in, discovered that the man was still inside the vehicle. He acted quickly, and with a forklift, lifted the vehicle up in the air some 20 feet. They called 911. They told the operator that the man was still in the car, and the operator you could hear him laughing. And then the man was lowered and taken into custody. And of course, all of this, thankfully, because of this day and age, caught on video.
Of course. That's embarrassing.
I love it. Classic.
All right. Dino, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Get ready. There's a bit of wet snow on the way tomorrow morning.
I know. Well, you know what? I'm going to sit back here today, just watch some football on TV and chill.
There you go. All right, Dino, enjoy the day.
Thank you. You too. Be well.
Dino Mazzoni with us every Sunday morning. Brings us to 7:48. Bon matin. Latest from the newsroom is on the way. Dr. Christopher Labos is coming up after 8 o'clock. Always look forward to the Sunday morning house call. We have an attempted murder overnight in Rivière des Prairies. We have another case of arson, it seems, in a Hunts-Cartierville. Those stories on the way at the top of the hour, so hang on for that. Just minutes away. And I was going to mention something else. Can't think of it now. It'll come to me. Don't you worry. Oh, our 2-minute music break is around the corner. Gonna play you a great live version of a song from an album that came out this month, back in, 1988, if I'm not mistaken. A singer-songwriter, very talented guy, no longer with us, tragically, but what a voice. And you'll hear a nice live version of one of his more popular songs coming up right after this.
Your afternoon lineup on CJAD 800 includes a former PQ leader,
a former cabinet minister,
and a former leader of the opposition, Jean-Francois Lisée,
David Hertel,
and Tom Mulcair.
3 political heavyweights,
3 differing points of view.
Weekdays at 5:05 on CJAD 800.
Brought to you by Guaranteed Industries.
For all your heating, air conditioning, and ventilation needs, installation service and maintenance, call Guaranteed Industries at 514-342-3400.
It's your radio. Put it on CJAD 800 to hear Aaron and Natasha.
If this province worked harder to make people like me want to stay here, more would stay.
Montreal Now.
It's not about money. That's a smokescreen here. It's strictly about language.
Weekdays 2 to 6. Tell your smart speaker.
Play CJAD 800.
We begin tonight.
Canada's top stories. Canada's most trusted. Canada's #1 newscast.
We have exclusive details.
CTV National News with Omar Sajidina. Weeknights at 11. Stream on all your favorite devices.
Bailey Blue Pet Boutique presents For the Well-Being of Your Pet. Here's Natalie Gore.
Is your cat a picky eater? Are you having trouble getting your cat to eat a healthier diet? Cats are notoriously fussy when it comes to their food, and switching from a commercial dry food to a canned or raw diet can be a challenge. Cats naturally have an addictive personality and can quickly become addicted to both the shape and smell of their food. Pet food manufacturers exploit this tendency by adding unhealthy artificial salts, sugars, and rendered fats to their kibble and canned foods. This explains why most cats require a transition period. Unlike dogs, you cannot starve a cat into eating a new food. Cats have a unique metabolism, and fasting can quickly develop into a life-threatening condition known as fatty liver disease. Despite these challenges, changing your cat's diet can be done successfully. If you'd like help transitioning your cat, please stop by Bailey Blue for the well-being of your pet. You can find us at 6152 Sherbrooke Street West and our West Island store, now located in Marché de l'Ouest. That's Bailey Blue without an E.
When it comes to vehicle maintenance, our Chevrolet Buick GMC Cadillac certified service experts are the gold standard. One visit and you'll have peace of mind, thanks in part to our expert winter tire advice. And right now, Certified Service is giving you the chance to win one of 20 sets of 4 Goodyear winter tires worth up to $1,200. To enter and for all the details, visit cstires.ca. Chevrolet Buick GMC Cadillac certified service. It's the place for your winter tires. Win with cstires.ca.
I do it on my own and well supported.
I do it where I want and when I want.
Oh, and I also do it with no fees and no compromise.
And you? How do you invest? With Disnat platforms from Desjardins Online Brokerage, you can invest the way you want with no commission fees on stocks and exchange-traded funds. Plus, take advantage of tools and free training courses to guide you as you go. Visit Disnat.com. Certain conditions apply.
Montrealers' favorite fine furniture store is Mobile Art Decor. For over 30 years, Mobile Art has been the best source of exceptional, top-quality luxury furniture, custom upholstery, and accessories for lighting and design that will inspire and motivate you. Imported from Europe and around the world for every room and every taste. For a truly unique experience, professional interior design advice, and great service, visit Mobile Art, 8260 Devonshire, west of DeCarry. mobileart.ca.
Virgin Radio is hit music.
It's where you hear new music first.
Montreal's #1 hit music station.
95.9 Virgin Radio.
CTV's ultimate murder mystery game, where winning means trust no one, suspect everyone. Let the backstabbing begin. A new episode of The Traitors Canada, Monday at 10 on CTV.
Good morning. It's the weekend with Ken. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
That's all I wanted. Something special, something sacred in your eyes. Just for one moment, to be warm and naked at your side. Sometimes I think that you'll never understand me. Maybe this time is forever. Say it can be. Oh, that's all you wanted. Something special, someone sacred in your life. Just for one moment, to be warm and naked at my side. Sometimes I think that you'll never understand me. But something tells me together we'd be happy. Oh, baby, put your tiny hand in mine. I will be your preacher, teacher, anything you have in mind. I will be your father figure. I have had enough of crime. I will be the one who loves you till the end of time.
There goes George Michael. Live version of Father Figure. Nice.
Thank you very much.
Guy could sing anything and sing it well. What a voice. George Michael. Played that for you today because Father Figure was one of the songs included on the album Faith, which was released on this day back in 1987. It was George Michael's first solo studio album after, kind of moving away from Wham and his partnership with Andrew Ridgeley. By the way, there's a great Wham documentary on Netflix if you're a fan of that, just of pop music in general, but especially if you're a fan of George Michael and Wham. It's really well done. Some great. Father Figure went to number one. I think it had 4 number one singles: Faith, Father Figure, One More Try, and Monkey. And George Michael we lost in 2016. In fact, was... if I'm not mistaken, he passed. We got the news on Christmas Day, wasn't it? Back in 2016, December 25th, he passed away at the age of, let me see my math here, I believe 53 years old. Very sad. Great loss to the music industry. That's part of our 2-minute music break for you. We always do a live song for you. Hope you enjoy those just before the 8 o'clock news. More music on the way, as always, during the Sunday morning trivia show. It's a fun part of the show, putting those together. And Dan and I will be taking care of that for you between 9 and noon today on the Sunday morning trivia show. A bunch of prizes and slingshot round and the showdown round and the audio quiz and the starters. All right, so hope you can join us. At 7:57 on the way right after the 8 o'clock news, our Sunday morning house call with Dr. Christopher Labos. We're going to get his take on some news that broke, I believe, on Thursday, about some very interesting and encouraging research findings when it comes to the battle against cancer. So anything that can move us forward in the battle against cancer is some positive news, and we want to share that with you. And as well, you might have heard that the province here, public health officials in the province of Quebec made a statement. Maybe they're going to be tweaking, making adjustment here post-pandemic to the vaccine schedules for babies and toddlers. All right, what they need to have. So we'll ask Dr. Labos to walk us through that as well. At 8:20 this morning, there's a huge protest planned for tomorrow. University students here in Montreal about the planned tuition hikes. So we'll talk to one of the organizers of tomorrow's protest at 8:20 this morning. And there's entertainment on the way with Bill at 8:40. plus celebrations. Get them in on the text line. I didn't see any. I had one from the mailbag on our website, but from here on in between now and 9 o'clock, get them in on the text line. A shout out you want done, I'll take care of that for you. Happy to do so at 514-800. Just ahead of news, let's talk a little sports with Jimmy G. And we had an overtime win for, I'm going to call them the surprising Montreal Canadiens to date.
The 5-2-1 Montreal Canadiens, yes, absolutely, in a shootout 4-3 over the Jets at the Bell Center last night. Nick Suzuki with the winning goal. Caden Gooley, in his return to the lineup, he had 2 assists. Yoel Armia, in his return to the lineup, he scored the goal early in the third period off a Caden Gooley /turnover beautiful cross-ice pass to force overtime. Justin Barron, his 3rd goal in 5 games. Sean Monahan, he scored his 4th goal in 8 games. Jake Allen, 42 saves. He's 3-0-1 for the season with a mammoth .930 save percentage. The Habs 5-2-1. They're 4-1 in their last 5.
I was just going to, you could finish your thought and then I could jump in.
Oh, Jake Allen just playing great. His last 3 starts, .939 save percentage in his last 3 starts alone after losing that first game to Toronto in overtime.
I just wanted to jump in and say it's such a joy to watch Caden Gooley skate, especially when it's 3-on-3. I mean, he's such a great, smooth skater and fast.
And it's so wonderful to get him back in the lineup after missing 4 games. Although Justin Barron, he scored 3 goals in the last 5 games, replacing Caden Gooley. Now they're both in the lineup. And of course, the Habs are in Vegas tomorrow night, 10 o'clock start time. Note the start time, it's late. It's out west, and you could hear that game across the hall on TSN 690 in Vegas. 8-0-1 to start the season, and they are the defending Stanley Cup champions. The Alouettes 22-20. You heard Dino Mazzoni reference that just a few minutes ago. Over Hamilton on a late field goal. The Alouettes now, they play Hamilton next Saturday, 3 o'clock start time here in Montreal. That's a playoff game, and you could hear it across the hall on TSN 690. And the World Series Game 2, no drama this time. Arizona 9-1 over Texas. That series is tied at 1. Just one little note. Felix Auger-Aliassime, he's going to face Hubert Hurkacz from Poland, 11th ranked Hubert Hurkacz. Felix is ranked 19th in the final of the Swiss Indoor Championships at around 10:30 this morning.
Bonne chance, Felix. All right.
Go, Felix, go. Love him.
Look at the time. We have a bit of snow in the forecast. Wet snow is in the forecast. So I'll give you details on that coming up in just a couple of minutes here on CJAD 800.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Don Kagan-Fleming with your CTV News Update. It's 4 degrees right now. Your full forecast coming in just minutes. Here's what's making news. A third criminal attack on a bakery in Ahuntsic-Cartierville, a woman shot in RDP while in her car, and a magician promises to make the moon disappear. First, though, from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center on the 138 East, the ramp to the 20 eastbound is shut until tomorrow morning. Also closed for the weekend, Galerie d'Anjou Boulevard northbound, while the southbound side remains closed until the end of 2023. In the news, an Ahuntsic-Cartierville bakery has been targeted by criminals for the 3rd time in recent months. Police spokesperson Sabrina Gauthier says calls came in early this morning.
Around 2:50 in the morning, a call was made to 911 concerning individual attempting to start a fire and to re-enter in a business on the Charles de la Tour Street near Antonio Barbeau in Ahuntsic-Cartierville borough.
When police and firefighters arrived, they found incendiary objects both in and outside of the business that police have confirmed is the Achtarut Bakery. No one was hurt, and the flames were controlled quickly. It's a similar case 2 times. The business was targeted since May, with no word on any potential connection between the 3 incidents. Police are expected to go through security footage to see if any suspects can be spotted. That's not the only bit of investigating police will be doing in the city today. An attempted murder in Rivière-des-Prairies has gotten their attention. A 31-year-old was in her car on Jean Renault Street near her home when she was suddenly hit in the upper body by a gunshot just after 4 a.m. She managed to get to a family member's home and called 911. She's now in hospital, but police have just confirmed her condition is stabilized. Demonstrators took to the streets in Montreal for a pair of protests yesterday, one calling for a ceasefire in the Middle East and the other for the freeing of Israeli hostages. CTV's Rob Lurie has more on that.
We've been begging for the bombing to stop, but now it's only escalated. They cut off the network on them. They cut off the reception on them. No internet, no methods of communication.
They shouted Justin Trudeau has blood on his hands for, in their words, not condemning Israel.
These violations that are happening, we have been speaking up and we still don't hear any change. We don't see any reactions from our leaders.
I think there is a humanitarian catastrophe happening right in front of our eyes,
and governments are being very silent about it.
No child deserves what's happening in Gaza.
A few blocks away, a much smaller demonstration, this one by Israeli Montrealers, showing posters of the more than 200 Israelis kidnapped by Hamas.
No matter what you think about the conflict between Palestine and Israel, you can't kidnap babies and children. You can't murder women.
They lament that in Montreal, that message doesn't get out as much as they would like, largely because the community fears reprisals for saying anything construed as pro-Israel.
The 3-week war has now killed more than 7,300 Palestinians and 1,400 Israelis. More information about the suspect in the deadly mass shooting at a bowling alley and bar in Lewiston, Maine that killed 18 people is coming to light. Reporter Morgan Norwood has the details on that.
After more than a 48-hour manhunt on Friday night, police found the body of the suspected gunman, 40-year-old Robert Card, dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The body was recovered inside a trailer near a recycling center in Lisbon, where Card used to work. Authorities say they searched and cleared that location twice. In a statement, the company says Card worked there for almost a year and left voluntarily late last spring.
Former U.S. Vice President Mike Pence is dropping out of the race for president. Former President Donald Trump is now calling for Pence to endorse him. Pence's latest campaign filing showed $600,000 of debt. The campaign was also unable to gain the 70,000 individual donors needed to qualify for the next Republican debate. And legendary magician David Copperfield is announcing his newest trick. During a weekend interview on Today, Copperfield revealed his plans to make the moon disappear. He said it's taken 30 years of work to develop the illusion. Practice runs of the trick are apparently going well so far, and he claims, quote, people have reported seeing strange things in the sky at night all around the U.S. Copperfield has previously made the Statue of Liberty appear to vanish and has seemingly walked through the Great Wall of China. For all the news during the day, stream us on your smart speaker. Just say, play CJAD 800. Your next CTV News update is coming at 8:30.
Weekends with Ken on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Good morning. Say hello to Sunday if you're just waking up, starting your day. Thanks for making us a part of your routine on Saturday and Sunday mornings. Here on the 29th of October, a gray-looking start to the day, and it's not really going to change. We're not getting any sunshine like we had yesterday, which was nice. The day cleared up nicely yesterday. But yeah, today gray, and the clouds are sticking around and bringing some precipitation on the way tonight. The updated forecast, by the way, from Environment Canada now has a little sunshine icon in it, peeking from behind the clouds.
That's all I need is a bit of hope, Ken. Just give me a little.
Hope's a good thing. Yeah, so you never know. Fingers crossed. But it's looking kind of pea soupy out there right now. 4 at the moment. 7's the high for today. And we have some rain in the forecast that'll change over to wet snow. All right, so rain in the forecast for this evening and overnight. Overnight it changes to wet snow. And that wet snow sticks around for tomorrow morning for the commute in. So keep that in mind. So tomorrow, with that start to the day, a high of 5 on the way tomorrow. Tomorrow night, overnight low is going to be -1, below the freezing mark, -1. And then on Tuesday, on Halloween, to wrap up the month of October, we're looking at a pretty clear day. Sunny and 4. That's all we're getting. And -2, the overnight low. On Tuesday into Wednesday. The 1st of November on Wednesday will be a mix of sun and cloud and a high of 2. Then we shoot up to 7 and a clear sunny day on Thursday and a high of 7 degrees. Currently, as I said, cloudy, overcast, and 4 degrees outside your door. When we come back, Dr. Chris Labos, our Sunday morning house call, will talk to Dr. Labos about some encouraging news in the world of cancer research that came out a couple of days ago. We'll ask him to explain when we come back.
Fall is upon us. It's wise to have your vehicle checked before the cold season. Don't open your hood to just anyone. Choose a Spinelli dealership.
Hit the road with peace of mind. Spinelli dealerships offer you a 55-point mechanical inspection for only $99.95. Say goodbye to mechanical troubles. Entrust your vehicle's inspection to Spinelli's experts.
Spinelli, the address of choice for all automotive services.
This old car has been called a lot of things lately. Jalopy, beater, clunker, and my personal favorite, lemon. But you know what they say. When life gives you a lemon, donate it to Kidney Car. Every unwanted vehicle that's donated to Kidney Car helps the Kidney Foundation of Canada improve the lives of people with kidney disease. Towing is free and you even get a maximum tax receipt. Kidney Car, where one person's lemon is another person's lifesaver. Non-lemons also accepted. See kidneycar.ca for details.
The Commission de la Représentation Électorale is proposing changes to the boundaries of certain electoral divisions in Quebec, and you can have your say. You are invited to come and speak with the commissioners on November 2nd at 2 p.m. and 7 p.m. at Montreal's Hôtel Universel, located at 5000 Sherbrooke Street East. 2 virtual hearings will also be held on November 3rd and 15th at 2 p.m. Visit the website to register, submit a comment, or file a brief. All the details are available at www.electoralmap.quebec.
So, Jane, you feel like you're in a toxic relationship?
Yes, we had a good connection once, but lately it's been patchy.
Why do you think that is?
Well, they're slow and, quite frankly, a bit behind the times.
I see. Well, maybe it's time to cut the cord.
Oh, it's not a cord. It's a cable.
Switch to Bell with Pure Fiber, the fastest internet, the best TV service, 10 a la carte channels, and Crave for only $89 a month for eligible Bell Mobility clients. For more details and to check availability, call 310-BELL. Bell. Switching just got better.
I accept to take over, proud to take over the reins. No, not the reins.
Your home is a place where you can truly be yourself.
I accept the nomination as head coach of the Adam Double B Moose.
Honey, the little one's sleeping.
Sorry.
Wait, who are you talking to?
It deserves to be well protected, and you deserve an insurer you can count on. Find the coverage that's right for your home with Desjardins Insurance. Get a quote in just a few clicks at Desjardins.com.
Noah from Medicine Hat writes, Dear Canadian Tire, it's time for upgrades around the house and upgrades in my toolbox. Any recos? The right tools make all the difference. Cliché, I know, but that's why Canadian Tire carries a wide selection of the tools you need, from brands like Mastercraft, Maximum, DeWalt, Bosch, and Stanley. Get everything you need for home maintenance at Canada's store. This week only, Triangle Rewards members earn 10 times bonus CT money on sockets, wrenches, and portable power tools. Qualifying purchases, conditions apply. Visit CanadianTire.ca or the flyer for more details.
This is Mike from Andy's house. If you or a loved one are struggling with drugs or alcohol, call us to learn more about our top-rated programs, including our new 35-day Residential Plus program. Call 514-738-ANDY. 514-738-ANDY. Call today.
It's our Sunday morning house call on CJAD 800. Here's Dr. Christopher Labos and Ken Connors.
Always good enough to check in with us on a Sunday morning. How are you, Chris?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good. Always great to talk to you and have you on the show. So we'll start with what appears to be some encouraging news in the ongoing battle when it comes to cancer. There's some news this week that researchers have, I guess, seemingly identified something that acts as the word they use is a trigger that could potentially, eventually lead to the death of a cancer cell. Did I have that right?
Yeah, that's about right. So we have to think about how most cancer therapies actually work. So when you're talking about chemotherapy and sort of the traditional idea of chemotherapy that most people are familiar with, what that is, that's medication that's essentially toxic to cells, but it's not specifically toxic just to cancer cells. What it's doing is it's preventing cells from replicating, and because cancer cells replicate quickly, they tend to be predominantly affected. But it also affects things like hair cells, which is why your hair falls out when you get chemotherapy. It also affects the inner lining of your gastrointestinal tract because those cells tend to shed off and regenerate quickly. So that's why you get a lot of nausea and vomiting associated with chemotherapy. So traditional chemotherapy works well, but what it's doing is it's just killing all cells, not just cancer cells. The other types of therapies, whether you're talking about immunotherapy or what have you, it's specifically trying to target cancer cells, but it's getting your immune system to then go and kill them off as well, which is all well and good. But what we were talking about in this most recent report was trying to get the cancer cells to commit apoptosis, which is a programmed cell death, because there is a genetic machinery in your cells to kill old cells. That's part of the way that your body renews itself, for lack of a better term. Old cells are killed and new cells are generated. And so if you could turn on the system that gets cells to essentially destroy themselves, you could destroy cancer cells, because that is one of the main mechanisms by which cancer spreads. Cancer cells lose that ability for programmed cell death and end up replicating and spreading throughout the entire body, and that's when you develop.
So is this...
metastases. Yeah.
Is this a good step forward? Like where do they take this now, Chris?
Well, proving it in the bench, as we say, so proving it from the biological standpoint is sort of the first important step. The next part is to actually develop a medication that can do this. Because once you understand the mechanism, then you can develop medications. But medications are complicated things. First of all, you have to see, is it something that you can make into a pill, or does it have to be intravenously? A lot of medications are inactivated by the liver, and so you can't give them as pills. You have to give them intravenously. Then you have to find mechanisms by having them be stabilized in the body, because some medications are just broken down immediately. So there's a lot of tinkering that has to go into the chemistry of making a medication that goes beyond just understanding the basic science of the biology of how it works. There's a lot of steps to go, and there's a difference between being able to prove something scientifically and developing a commercially viable product that you could give to tens of thousands of people the world over.
Dr. Christopher Labos is with us this morning, as always. Sunday morning house call. Another thing we wanted you to look at, Chris, and just weigh in on, health officials here in the province are looking at modifying or tweaking the vaccine schedules for babies and toddlers, very young children. And I guess this is as a result of what we learned from the pandemic?
Well, sort of, to a certain extent. I mean, the changes they're discussing are fairly minor in the grand scheme of things. They're talking about how to change the vaccinations for the pneumonia vaccine, and which of the two vaccines to use and what the optimal timing is. So, when you first read the article and look at the headlines, you get the sense that they're contemplating this massive rethink when it comes to vaccinations in children. It's really not that. It's really sort of a fairly subtle discussion about when is the best time to vaccinate children for pneumonia. Can we skip the third dose, which often happens here in Quebec? And should we be going with the Prevnar vaccine? Should it be the Prevnar 13 or the Prevnar 20? Because when we talk about pneumonia specifically, vaccinating people against pneumonia, there are multiple different pneumonia vaccines out there. And the more antigens you have in it, the broader your protection, but also the more expensive those vaccines are. So you're always weighing cost versus benefit. And to a certain extent, because of the pandemic, because we saw real changes and fluctuations in how children were infected with influenza, RSV, and pneumonia, there's a debate that maybe we should be going for a slightly broader coverage than we have in the past. That's sort of the type of discussion that's going on. And these are not atypical conversations. There's always a rejigging of the vaccine schedule from time to time, but it's rarely a massive change. It's really just a slight variation in terms of emphasis.
Yeah, and I guess the takeaway here for parents is, at the end of the day, just to make sure that their child gets all the necessary vaccines.
Exactly, and to realize that things change, and that's why you gotta touch base with your family doctor or your pediatrician and really say, like, okay, well, this is what I've had so far. What's left, and is there anything that has changed? And the realization that these things do change year to year. This is the reality. There's always slight variations in what we roll out in terms of the flu vaccine or the pneumonia vaccine, or we'll see what happens with RSV. There is a new RSV vaccine that will be. It has been approved, but whether we're going to be rolling out to the younger generations still remains to be seen. So far, it's just going to be for the older group. So these things are constantly in flux, and what was true last year is not necessarily going to be true this year.
Dr. Christopher Labos. Chris, have a great week. We'll chat again soon.
Talk to you then.
8:16. Good morning. It's Ken Connors, Jimmy G in Master Control, and Don Keegan-Fleming with another newscast and update in less than 15 minutes, including what we can tell you about this major strike expected tomorrow by 400,000, well over 400,000 public sector workers. Also, we've been in touch with the Montreal Police and trying to find out a little more about this attempted murder overnight. Not too long ago, about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning in RDP, Riviera de Prairie. So that and everything else you need to know coming up at 8:30. A reminder, too, our road reports, if you're out and about. Road reports start at 9 o'clock during the 9 o'clock news. And and as well, too, speaking of the roads and traffic, we get a report, an update tomorrow on the progress being made and where they're at right now with this whole overhaul of the La Fontaine Tunnel and the work being done there. So we'll stay on top of that story for you tomorrow. We have a student protest on the way tomorrow as well, and coming up around the corner, we're going to talk to one of the organizers at McGill University about the protest and the plans for tomorrow, the whens and the wheres. So that's standing by. Weather-wise, we've got 4 degrees at the moment. We'll warm up to 7. That's all we're getting today. Quite the drop after yesterday. At one point, we did hit a high of 20 yesterday. It wasn't a record. I think the record was, from what I remember, they said it was sometime in the 1980s on an October 28th. We had 24 degrees. But 20 was nice. It was breezy, but it was nice yesterday with the sunshine. No, not a whole lot of sunshine in today's forecast. Looks like it's mainly cloudy. Rain on the way tonight, and overnight that rain turns to wet snow, and the wet snow sticks around for tomorrow morning. Should be over by about noon, they're telling us tomorrow. At 8:17, news is on the way. Bill Brownstein, your celebrations on the text line, let me know at 514-800, and we'll talk to one of the organizers of tomorrow's student protest against the planned tuition hikes. That's coming up next.
How do we make precision tires? We get to know the people who use them. We travel with them, take every pothole, patch of black ice, and surprise the open road throws at them. So ask for the trying to pass a snow removal truck on a windy 2-lane highway in my compact sedan tires. Or the rain, go away, wet roads won't get in my way with 4 kids in my SUV tires. Ask for Yokohama, made precisely for you. With the Grand V Lottery, I won $1,000 a day for life.
And I won a bonus prize of $25,000 a year for life.
First, I'll buy a big condo.
And I'll have a big party with my boyfriend, Alfonso.
Then I'll sail to the most precious seas.
While I trek through some exotic trees.
Lastly, I'll buy my big dream boat.
And I'll buy a farm with a teeny little goat.
Grand V. 3 bonus prizes of $25,000 a year for life to be won each draw on October 26th and 30th. Don't miss it. Must be 18 years or older.
I love those long, tender, succulent ribs. Give me some chicken, licking. Gonna need a bib, a salad, fries, dessert, and all. The Barbie Barn is where you wanna be. The Barbie Barn, now you're getting hungry. Yummy food, that's so OMG. The Barbie Barn is where you wanna be. The Barbie Barn, now you're getting hungry. The Barbie Barn.
How was your doctor's appointment?
Funny you ask. I got a flu shot, specially formulated for people over 65. It's called Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent. It's publicly funded in Quebec for people 75 and older with a chronic condition.
You learn something every day.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist for Fluzone High Dose Quadrivalent, a vaccine used to prevent influenza and the only flu vaccine that is both quadrivalent and solely for people over 65. Vaccines don't provide 100% protection. Side effects and allergic reactions may occur. Visit fluzone.ca to learn more.
Starting November 1st, every beverage can be redeemed.
Every can?
Every can.
Even the small cans of vegetable juice, sparkling water, cocktails?
Every can. A message from Consigne Action.
At Toyota, we build quality vehicles with you in mind. I mean, it's not like we're always thinking about you. We're not obsessed or anything. We just know you value your 9 to 5 as much as your 5 to 9. And with the reliable RAV4, Canada's best-selling SUV, you're capable of making the most of both. It's time to make every moment count. It's time to Toyota. Discover the RAV4 at your Toyota dealer and check out our amazing offers at shoptoyota.ca.
Thanks for making us a part of your weekend. It's Sunday morning with Ken Connors on CJAD 800.
Good morning. 8:21. Nice to have you up with us. There's a large protest, as you've been hearing in the news, by university students set for tomorrow against those planned tuition hikes for out-of-province students. And one of the protest organizers is Alex O'Neill of McGill University, and he's on the line for a chat. Alex, good morning.
Good morning, Ken. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, thanks for joining us. So let's start with, what kind of a response have you gotten from the students and the other universities here for the event tomorrow? What are you expecting in terms of a turnout?
Well, it's been overwhelmingly positive, which is quite wonderful. I think I've been hearing from, my friends, from extended contacts, kind of that to essentially thanking me for doing this. And myself and my co-organizer, Noah Sparrow, student at Concordia University, have been kind of organizing, different departments, different student organizations to help us. For example, we've got the Concordia English department on our side. We're going to have about 25 teachers walking out with us, which is going to be quite wonderful. In terms of turnout, in terms of numbers, we're still not 100% sure, but I mean, we're expecting something in the realm of about 10,000 people. I think we're going to have quite a wonderful response from especially McGill and Concordia. But I should also note that, Université de Québec à Montréal, UQAM, is also going to be joining us, as well as Bishops. And so this just goes to show that, we're really pushing the unified cause on the sense, of access to education. And I think that's something that can kind of sustain this movement going forward after the 30th.
I think it's great that Bishops is going to be there. How important is it for those students from Bishops to be here tomorrow for this?
It's wonderful. Obviously I can't comment much on obviously much of their causes, but I think it's wonderful that they're joining us. I think if anything, we're doing this for them. I mean, in terms of the 3 English universities that we have here in the province, I mean, they're obviously at the most risk. They're the smallest institution, and I think these changes are disproportionately affecting them. So I think it's wonderful that they've been able to make it out to Montreal to join us. It just is going to obviously afford us with that much more legitimacy in terms of obviously pushing the causes for, the English universities.
With Alex O'Neill this morning, he's one of the organizers of tomorrow's student protest against the planned tuition hikes for out-of-province students. McGill and Concordia, from what I understand, were out of the gate early on this when the news broke from the CAT government, and you guys released a joint statement. What would you like to see happen here?
Well, I mean, obviously, we'd like to see, this proposition be, reneged from any sort of, tabling at the National Assembly. But I think going forward, obviously, there's 2, potential paths that we could explore. Obviously, the one being based on the fact that, this proposition is reneged, but, we have built so much momentum, with the student bodies that I don't feel as if we should stop here. And so, there are, tentative plans, to kind of, longboard this movement going forward, with the different institutions. And then that being said, our second path is obviously if this does in fact get tabled at the National Assembly, who do we get involved? Do we actually enact a legal challenge? Do we try to longboard the more French institutions off the island of Montreal, given that this does, of course, affect them in the long term? I suppose similarly to bishops, these institutions are small and obviously, will require that unanimous universal support, from across the province. So it really will be dependent, I think, on what happens after the 30th. I think definitely, with the amount of people that we're going to have, I think it's absolutely going to send a response. And I'm very curious to see what the Premier will say afterwards.
Alex, give me the whens and the wheres. It's happening tomorrow. Where are you gathering? Where's this going to launch?
Yeah, absolutely. So the march itself is going to be starting at 1 p.m. at Dorchester Square Park. Mm-hmm. So that's on the corner of René Lévesque and Peel Streets. And so we're going to be marching down de Maisonneuve towards Concordia. We're going to make it to Sherbrooke Street and then make it back up to the McGill Gates. So I'd recommend to anyone who wants to join us to get to the park around 12 or 12:30, just so that they can enjoy the full extent of the experience of the march.
Based on what you expect in terms of turnout, I think attendance in class might be a little light tomorrow.
Very possible, and we're hoping that's the case.
Alex, by the way, as far as are there going to be anybody speaking tomorrow at different points?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do, unfortunately, our list is unconfirmed as of yet,
right.
Though we do have Nathan Brown. He's the professor of English at Concordia University. And I'm sure as many of your listeners may be aware, he did publish an open letter 2 days ago, essentially calling on Concordia University to essentially allow their faculty members to walk out in support of the students and obviously the greater good of maintaining, a unanimous support against this proposition. I will be speaking as well as my partner Noah Sparrow. As for other individuals, those are to be confirmed within the next 24 hours. But they will be speaking at the Roddick Gates at McGill University, where we will be finishing our march.
All right, Alex O'Neill. Alex, keep up the good work and the good fight, and thanks for joining us this morning.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Ken.
And that's Alex O'Neill, one of the organizers. He's out of McGill University and one of the organizers of tomorrow's student protest. And one of the stories we're following for you, and we will tomorrow as well, of course, here on CJAD 800. 827, we'll be switching gears shortly and talking entertainment. And starting it on a sad note, because, of course, I'll ask Bill about the news that broke last night about the passing of Matthew Perry. If you're just waking up and joining us and you missed the news last night when I first saw it, I guess around 8:30 and 9 o'clock during the hockey game, that Matthew Perry of Friends fame, Chandler Bing, had passed away. He was found dead at his home in the Los Angeles area. Very sad story. Only 54 years old. So we'll talk to Bill about that and a few other things. Celebrations are on the way. A couple more have just come in on the text line. So let me know if you want me to take care of one. I'd be happy to. Any kind of celebration or shout out. Baptism, wedding, anniversary. You name it. We'll do it for you at 514-800. All right. And some more of our Wake Up stand-up comedy is on the way. By the way, speaking of Bill, we'll talk about SNL Saturday Night Live last night. And Nate Bargatze, not a household name, but he hosted Saturday Night Live last night. He's a very, very popular and successful stand-up comic. And we'll play some of his opening monologue as part of our Wake Up Stand-Up feature just before 9 o'clock. At 8:28, we have time to sneak over to the control room and talk to Jimmy about a pretty busy night last night in sports.
Absolutely. Let us start at the Bell Center. The Montreal Canadiens 4-3 victory over the Winnipeg Jets. The Montreal Canadiens have won 4 of their last 5. They're 5-2-1 for the season. Jake Allen, 42 saves. He's 3-0-1 for the season with a scintillating .930 save percentage. Nick Suzuki, the only goal in the shootout. Caden Gooley back in the lineup after missing 4 games with an upper body injury. He had 2 assists. Yoel Armia back in the lineup after starting the season in Laval. He scored a goal. Justin Barron and Sean Monahan also scored. The Montreal Canadiens right now, they're going to Las Vegas. They're on their way out west. They're taking on the Vegas Golden Knights tomorrow night. It's a 10 p.m. start time. TSN 690 has it for you. And one little injury note, I hate that word. Michael Matheson, lower body injury. He is day-to-day. But Stu Cowan, our good friend from the Montreal Gazette, a regular contributor to Weekends with Ken, he's reporting that it is, according to the team, nothing serious. Let's hope that Stu is correct, and he usually is. The Montreal Alouettes 22-20 victory over the Tiger Cats on a late field goal. The Alouettes finished the season 11-7. Their next game is a playoff game against those same Hamilton Tiger Cats next Saturday afternoon, 3 o'clock start time at Molson Stadium. And you can hear that game across the hall on TSN 690. The World Series Game 2, there's no drama. It was over early. Arizona 9-1 over Texas. We didn't have to wait till after midnight for the winner there.
That's right.
The series is now tied at 1. Games 3, 4, and 5, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. Felix Auger-Aliassime, our own Montrealer, he's at the Swiss Indoor Championships. His final match is against Hubert Hurkacz around 10:30 this morning. And of course, at Stade Saputo yesterday, 19,619 people were there as Christine St. Clair played with Team Canada in a friendly against Brazil. In the 94th minute, Brazil scored on a triple deflection. It was one of those weird goals, but it was a friendly. Canada is still qualifying for the Olympics next year in Paris. And Christine St. Clair came in to the game in the 68th minute, played the last 26 minutes.
And the weather certainly cooperated for those 2 outdoor sporting events yesterday, the game, the football game and the soccer game.
Absolutely, it did. Of course, now you said that your weather reports have been really negative all morning, so at least yesterday was a good day.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll give you a full forecast here in just a second, but right now we're going to head off to the newsroom and get you up to date here on CJAD 800.